13 years ago, Muchen lived a life of dependence with his grandfather, surviving by scavenging for scraps. When his grandfather unexpectedly passed away, he left behind only a prestigious marriage contract. In his helplessness, Muchen was taken away by the Kunlun immortal, Yangzi. 13 years later, upon returning from his journey of cultivation in Kunlun, he discovers that his fiancée has reached adulthood. While others aspire to become wealthy sons-in-law, Muchen's first act upon descending the mountain is to annul the engagement. He refuses to be a mere son-in-law. Either the engagement is dissolved, or she must take his surname. If there is to be a prestigious family in this world, it shall be built solely by his own hands. If there are noble clans, they will carry forward his surname for generations to come. Chapter 1. I am here to annul the engagement. Muchen, Prodigy Mountain Villa District. Dozens of luxurious villas are nestled amidst lush mountains and clear waters. In stark contrast to this opulence stands Muchen, who waits outside the villa gates. Dressed in coarse linen robes and worn gray shoes, with long hair tied up and secured by a wooden hairpin, he resembles a destitute Taoist priest. The security guards eye him with suspicion, as though he were a thief. Muchen has come to annul his engagement. The marriage contract was established 18 years ago between his grandfather and the patriarch of the Lin family. Its specifics remain unclear to him, as he was only 2 years old at the time, while the Lin family's young lady had yet to be born. Muchen is baffled by how his grandfather managed to persuade the Lin patriarch back then. At that time, the two of them were inseparable, relying on each other while living a life of scavenging. When he was 7, his grandfather, who had never left Muchen, suddenly announced his intention to embark on a long journey. He left in early autumn, when the leaves turned crimson. Upon returning in late winter, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground. By the time they arrived home, his grandfather had taken his last breath, a smile etched on his wrinkled face as he passed away in Muchen's tender embrace. Later, he was taken to Kunlun Mountains Tiandu Peak by the passing immortal, Yangzi. Over a decade has passed, and now he has undergone a complete transformation, standing on the brink of entering the realm of innate understanding, poised to pursue the path of longevity. His master has stated that if he achieves this at his age, he will be the first in 500 years. Thus, he must descend the mountain to seek opportunities for breakthrough amidst the mortal realm. His master also mentioned that immortals dwell in the mountains not for the serenity they offer, but because the mortal world can be intoxicating and soul-stirring. Upon returning to Muchen, Muchen's foremost action is to approach the Lin family to annul the engagement. Although the Lin family is affluent, he, as a disciple of Tiandu, under the auspices of the 10,000 immortals, cannot stoop to becoming a mere son-in-law. Moreover, such childhood betrothals are antiquated and overly feudal. To be bound by a marriage contract during one's prime, waiting for a person one has never met, is unjust for both parties. Thus, Muchen resolves to annul the engagement. By doing so, he may also sever worldly ties, solidifying his resolve to pursue his path, potentially leading to a breakthrough. Of course, he harbors concerns about the possibility of refusal after all. They have waited 18 years. 18 years ago, he did not refuse now. After such a span, the young lady has matured, and his sudden desire to annul the engagement may seem unreasonable. The contract bears the Lin family's address, but only specifies Prodigy Mountain Villa without indicating a particular building. Muchen approaches the security guard for information. "Excuse me, is there anyone with the surname Lin residing here?" "Lin," the guard scrutinizes him. "What do you want with someone named Lin?" "Oh, I'm here to visit a relative," Muchen replies. "A relative?" The guard's eyes reflect a hint of disdain, having encountered too many impoverished individuals seeking relatives here. The young man before him, with tattered clothes and unkempt hair, neither resembles a Taoist nor a beggar. "Everyone here bears the surname Lin, just tell me which one you're looking for." The guard's tone drips with mockery, as if to say, "Let's see who you know." "All of them are surnamed Lin?" Muchen is taken aback. Could it be that all the villas belong to the Lin family? He had heard tales of their wealth, but this is beyond his expectations. "I seek Lin Shangyi. Get lost." The guard suddenly turns aggressive, gesturing for him to leave. "You've only heard of this name. Do you even know who he is? You can't just see the Lin patriarch whenever you want." Unfazed, Muchen calmly replies, "My name is Muchen. A call to Lin Shangyi will clarify." Seeing his composure, The guard hesitates if he truly is a relative of the old patriarch. He cannot afford to offend him. After uttering "wait here," he turns to the security office to make a call. Li Muchen gazes at the villa cluster, reflecting that it is indeed a splendid location, one of the finest in Muchen. From the choice of site to the harmonious layout, it is evident that it has been guided by a skilled hand. What is that? Li Muchen looks up to see a wisp of thin, gauzy black clouds lingering above the villa area. At this moment, the sky is clear, making this peculiar cloud formation all the more conspicuous. Though faint, the average person would not consider it unusual, but it does not escape Li Muchen's discerning eyes. A dark cloud looms overhead. It seems this family has been schemed against. Should he warn them? As he contemplates this, the gates swing open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guard hurries over with a bow. "Master Luo," he gestures towards Li Muchen. This is him. Master Luo scrutinizes Li Muchen with a mix of suspicion and disdain. "You are Li Muchen?" "Yes." "Follow me." Master Luo says no more, leading Li Muchen inside. The guard watches their departing figures, shaking his head and muttering, "What a lucky fellow, why don't I have such wealthy relatives?" As they navigate the Lin family's villa gardens, Li Muchen grows increasingly convinced that the Lin family is being targeted. While the feng shui layout remains unchanged, the earth's energy has been disturbed. He glances up at the dark cloud above. Master Luo guides him into one of the villas, which is extravagantly decorated. In the living room, a regal woman sits gracefully on the sofa, appearing remarkably well-preserved, with an age that is difficult to discern. Master Luo respectfully announces, "Madam, I have brought the guest," and steps aside. The woman sizes up Li Muchen, her gaze filled with complexity. She lifts a teacup to her lips, taking a delicate sip, as if to dispel the negative aura brought by the shabby youth before her. "You are Li Muchen?" she inquires coolly. "Yes." "From the mountains?" "Yes." Li Muchen answers affirmatively twice, noticing that she has yet to invite him to sit. He proceeds to take a seat on an antique wooden chair nearby, sitting boldly. He is here to annul the engagement, not to propose. Master Luo's eyes widen in shock. That chair is special, one he would never dare to sit upon, ready to admonish Li Muchen, but the lady stops him. "Let it be the child has just come down from the mountains and does not understand the rules," she says, smiling, though the contempt in her eyes deepens. "I seek Lin Shangyi." The patriarch, Li Muchen states, eager to clarify matters with the elder and depart. "The patriarch is not someone you can simply meet. If you have something to say, share it with me. You may address me as Madame Lin," she asserts, defining her position. To you, Li Muchen feels a bit awkward. He had intended to meet the patriarch, but now he is faced with Madame Lin. Given her age, she is certainly not the wife of Lin Shangyi, but rather his daughter-in-law. Until the engagement is annulled, she is, in essence, his future mother-in-law. The awkwardness of the situation is evident to Madame Lin. She smiles, saying, "You feel embarrassed, don't you?" Li Muchen nods honestly, a bit. Madame Lin's smile grows more triumphant. "You find it uncomfortable to voice your intentions, feeling it is rather excessive, correct?" "Indeed, that Li Muchen is somewhat puzzled. Do you know why I am here?" "Of course," Madame Lin sighs lightly. "Li Muchen, that name has been etched in my heart for 18 years. Like a thorn, how could I forget?" Li Muchen thought to himself that this situation had become quite troublesome. It appeared that the family took this marriage very seriously. Li Muchen struggled to find the right words, attempting to diffuse the potential awkwardness that might ensue. "There's no need to rush," Mrs. Lin interrupted him. "You just come down from the mountains. Let me first explain the situation of the Lin family. The Lin family has been established for over a century, and in terms of wealth and status, we are among the most prominent families in Muchen. Take this chair you're sitting on. For example, it is a Ming Dynasty Wangwali wood chair intricately carved with dragon motifs. A pair was auctioned at the Jiada auction house a few years ago for 23 million. Mrs. Lin paused, deliberately glancing at Li Muchen, but she saw no signs of astonishment on his face, which left her somewhat disappointed. "This chair is specifically reserved for the head of the Lin family over the years. You're the first outsider to sit in it." She emphasized the word outsider to remind Li Muchen of his position. "Do you understand what I mean?" Li Muchen nodded. "I understand your Lin family is quite wealthy." The butler, Luo, standing behind Mrs. Lin, nearly burst into laughter. Could this fellow truly be a simpleton? Mrs. Lin was slightly taken aback. She did not perceive Li Muchen as a fool, but rather suspected he was feigning ignorance. Many young gentlemen aspired to link themselves with the Lin family, and pretending to be foolish could serve as a clever tactic. "Let me clarify further," Mrs. Lin said, raising her voice, which took on a sharper tone. "For families like ours, marriage has always emphasized marrying within one social standing. For instance, my family name is Yin, hailing from Muchen, where the Yin family is also one of the leading families. Marrying within the same social class allows for mutual support in business and fosters common language and aspirations between spouses." "What you mean is," Li Muchen sensed something amiss. "My point is that the Lin family would never marry off their daughter to a man without status or wealth, Mrs. Lin stated firmly, leaving no room for doubt. "Even if it were a matter of marrying into the family, it is out of the question." Li Muchen suddenly found it amusing. He had come to annul the marriage, yet it seemed he was the one being dismissed. Regardless of whether he was rejecting or being rejected, the result was the same, which alleviated many concerns. However, Mrs. Lin's demeanor was excessively arrogant. "Madam, can you truly speak for old Master Lin?" Li Muchen needed to clarify this, otherwise the annulment could become messy, leaving lingering complications. Mrs. Lin evidently misunderstood his intention, smirking as she replied, "You are truly persistent. Years ago, my husband, inebriated, penned a marriage contract, which was merely a drunken jest and not to be taken seriously. Of course, I understand that allowing you to leave like this would leave you unsatisfied and would reflect poorly on the Lin family. So, how about this? You leave the marriage contract with me, and I will offer you 2 million. This sum should be sufficient for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life." With a gesture, Mrs. Lin signaled for Butler Luo to present a box, which he placed on the coffee table and opened to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash. Li Muchen found the situation rather amusing. He had come all this way only for 2 million? If he agreed today, word would surely spread, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire celestial community. A disciple of Tiandu, under the banner of the Wanxian sect, was worth merely 2 million without the involvement of old Master Lin, who knew what his true intentions were. Mrs. Lin was merely trying to throw money at him. What was initially a straightforward annulment had now become increasingly complicated. 2 million. Li Muchen lightly tapped the armrest of the chair, worth over 20 million, and remarked, "The Lin family is indeed wealthy." Mrs. Lin assumed he found the offer insufficient and sneered, "If you think that amount is too little, I can raise it to 3 million, making it a total of 5 million. What do you say?" Li Muchen shook his head, displaying an air of indifference. Mrs. Lin furrowed her brow and said, 10 million. Li Muchen remained silent. Butler Luo seethed, "You ungrateful brat. Don't you realize your good fortune? Be cautious, greed can lead to dire consequences." Li Muchen glanced at Butler Luo and then turned to Mrs. Lin, asking, "Is this a threat?" "Perhaps, Mrs. Lin replied, nonchalantly, implicitly acknowledging Butler Luo's words. "Madam, you may come to regret this." "Regret?" Mrs. Lin chuckled. "Oh, I would love to see how you intend to make me regret it." Li Muchen stood up and retrieved the yellowed paper from his pocket, spreading it out on the table. Mrs. Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. "Now that's more like it. Young people must understand the bigger picture and discern what truly matters. Some things are fated to be beyond your grasp, but money is a tangible means to alter your destiny." Just as she reached for it, Li Muchen placed his hand firmly on the paper. "Do you know why I came here today? I believe one's fate should be firmly in their own hands, not subject to the whims of others. Even my grandfather cannot dictate my marriage. Therefore, I came here to annul the marriage." Mrs. Lin was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a condescending laugh. She understood the young man's desire to save face and sought a way out for him. "However, I have decided not to withdraw. If you wish to annul it, let Lin Shangyi speak to me directly." Both Mrs. Lin and Butler Luo's expressions changed dramatically. "Li Muchen, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" As they watched Li Muchen's retreating figure, Mrs. Lin trembled with anger, vaguely realizing she may have made a significant error. "Madam, should we stop him?" Butler Luo inquired. Mrs. Lin waved her hand dismissively. "No need to create a scene in the house. This matter must not reach old Master Lin. Do you believe old Master Lin will truly approve of this marriage? Old Master Lin values his reputation above all else. If he learns Li Muchen has come, he will undoubtedly force Muchen to marry him. I will never marry my daughter to a beggar, Mrs. Lin declared through gritted teeth. Madam, should I? Butler Luo gestured. Have someone deal with this boy? After leaving the Lin family villa, Li Muchen headed straight to Ling Mountain Lake in the western suburbs, where his grandfather's grave lay. Having grown up under his grandfather's care, he lived in an old house in the western suburbs, surviving by scavenging. When he was 7, his grandfather passed away suddenly. Due to financial constraints, he could only secretly bury his grandfather's remains on the desolate shores of Ling Mountain Lake, where no one would question them or demand payment. Ling Mountain Lake was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. He arrived at the barren shore where his grandfather was buried from this vantage point. The lake shimmered, enveloped in mist, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. Among the reeds on the shore, a figure was fishing, the line cast long enough that the bobber was nearly invisible. As he passed by, Li Muchen immediately sensed that this was no ordinary person and that he was not genuinely fishing. The individual was channeling energy, warmth emanating from their body, while simultaneously the surrounding spiritual energy from the lake and mountains converged upon him. This was a master, with skills at least at the level of transformation. However, he bore severe internal injuries and was utilizing the spiritual energy of the lake and mountains for healing. Li Muchen did not expect to encounter a master of such caliber upon arriving in Muchen. Those who had reached the transformation stage were rare in the mortal realm. Of course, in the eyes of a Tiandu disciple, this was hardly noteworthy. Only after reaching transformation could one aspire to become a grandmaster, and only a select few could ascend to the peak of Tiandu. Tiandu Peak, the ancestral home revered by the Wanxian sect and all celestial sects. During the ancient war between celestial beings and demons, 100,000 sword immortals established the Wanxian sword array at Tiandu Peak to combat the otherworldly demons and safeguard peace on Earth. This was a place that truly looked down upon the world. How could an ordinary person dare to tread there? Li Muchen, however, had ascended to Tiandu Peak at the tender age of 7. He had no interest in the fishermen by the lake. He hurried past and knelt before his grandfather's grave. His mournful cries carried on the wind, weaving through the reeds and lingering over the vast lake, echoing in sorrow. He knelt before the grave for a considerable time, silently, recounting to his grandfather his experiences of cultivating under Yangzi at Tiandu Peak, ultimately mentioning the engagement with the Lin family, beseeching his grandfather for forgiveness. The Lin family is exceedingly arrogant. They must be taught a lesson. Nevertheless, rest assured, grandfather, I am aware of the bond you share with old Master Lin, which is why that engagement exists. Regardless of the outcome, I shall repay his kindness. At that moment, 5 shadowy figures emerged on the desolate shore, swiftly approaching Li Muchen. One burly man pointed at Li Muchen and inquired, "Is this the one?" Another replied, "Indeed, brother, he just came from the Lin family, and I have been keeping a close watch on him." The large man approached the solitary grave, scrutinizing Li Muchen intently. This tattered-robed little Taoist should be the one. "Brothers, let's keep our hands clean. Lao Luo has stated that for eliminating this kid, each of us will receive 100,000. Li Muchen had long been aware of someone tailing him, yet he remained unfazed to him. They were merely insignificant insects. Upon hearing the mention of Lao Luo, he furrowed his brow. After bowing 3 times before the grave, he stood and turned to face his pursuers. "Young man, you truly have chosen an excellent location. After taking your life, we can simply dig a pit to bury you, thus saving the trouble of disposing of the body. Do not blame us, we are merely mercenaries, hired to eliminate misfortune for others. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your ill fate for offending those you ought not to." Chapter 3. The ninja, a glimmer of malice flickered in the eyes of the burly man as he raised the knife in his hand. Before Li Muchen could respond, a fishing line suddenly soared from the reeds, piercing through the air and accurately embedding itself in the burly man's wrist from several dozen meters away. He let out a piercing scream as the blade fell to the ground. The force of the line did not cease. It twisted midair and swiftly ensnared the wrists of the remaining 4 men, who, like the burly man, cried out in agony. In the next moment, all 5 of them were lifted into the air like kites, only to crash heavily onto the ground. Though they could not see clearly, they could not escape Li Muchen's keen gaze. The delicate fishing line glinted in the sunlight, threading precisely through the gaps between the radius and ulna of each man's wrist from a distance. This display of martial prowess revealed a profound mastery of the martial arts. Li Muchen recognized the handiwork of the elderly fisherman by the lake, Yet he felt no need for gratitude and chose not to linger, instead making his way towards the writhing, burly man on the ground. The burly man, upon seeing Li Muchen approach, was struck with terror, as if confronted by a vengeful spirit. "What do you want?" he stammered. "Who sent you?" Nobody, he faltered. "Nobody?" Li Muchen squatted down, gripping his wrist where the fishing line remained embedded. A gentle tug elicited an excruciating pain. The burly man was not gravely injured, but was overwhelmed by fear, rendering him incapable of resistance as he desperately pleaded for mercy. It was Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo Mingsha, the steward of the Lin family. So it was indeed Steward Luo. A flicker of murderous intent appeared in Li Muchen's eyes. He bore no grudge against this Luo, so why resort to such ruthless measures? It seemed that the order must have come from the Lin matriarch. Did she truly wish to prevent me from becoming her son-in-law, even at the cost of my life? Just moments ago, he had vowed at his grandfather's grave to repay the Lin family's kindness, and now, with this turn of events, the debts of gratitude and enmity were rendered equal, neither owed the other. He recalled the ominous clouds looming above the Lin family villa, initially intending to offer a warning, perhaps even assist them in deciphering the curse. But now, it seemed unnecessary. He would allow them to fend for themselves. The burly man sensed the murderous aura emanating from Li Muchen and grew even more fearful, repeating his pleas for mercy. "Young man, spare me, let us be merciful." The elderly fisherman emerged from the reeds. "Their hands are ruined. They will never wield a knife again. Just let them go." He discreetly cast a hidden spell upon them, ensuring that within 7 days, they would fall gravely ill. If they could repent during their sickness, cultivating a pure heart and performing good deeds, their health might be restored. However, if they continued their wicked ways, harboring malice within, even if they survived, they would be rendered useless. "Begone." Li Muchen watched as they crawled away from the desolate shore before turning to the elder and clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." The elder scrutinized Li Muchen with keen eyes. "To recognize my intervention, you are no ordinary individual." Li Muchen offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. "You know why I helped you?" The elder glanced at the grave mound. "In these times, few exhibit filial piety, especially across generations. Though you did not weep, I could discern the depth of your sorrow through your voice. Your grandfather, knowing you have such a grandson, must find solace in the afterlife." Li Muchen sighed softly. "I have been unfilial. In those years, I could not afford even a burial plot and had no choice but to lay my grandfather to rest here." The elder paused, taken aback. "Was this not a site you deliberately chose?" Li Muchen shook his head. "To be honest, I depended solely on my grandfather in my youth, surviving by scavenging. When he passed, I was only 7. I could not afford a cremation, let alone a grave, so I secretly buried him on this desolate shore." The elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "You have chosen a site of great fortune. This place gathers the vital energies of the surrounding 10 miles. It is rare to find such an unclaimed site in the entire city. Your grandfather and you have accumulated merit, thus reaping this blessing." Li Muchen smiled faintly, well aware of the site's auspiciousness, though he had been unaware of its significance at the time of his grandfather's burial. "Thank you for the reminder, elder." Li Muchen, wishing to avoid any debt of gratitude, acknowledged the elder's earlier assistance and his current counsel as a kindness that warranted repayment. "Elder, you are injured by fierce fire. Your Inwei meridian is compromised. If not treated promptly, it may lead to severe repercussions." Li Muchen nodded. "I have some understanding. Can you heal my wounds?" "One can certainly attempt." Hope flickered in the elder's eyes. "To recognize my condition at a glance indicates your medical prowess. How shall you proceed?" Li Muchen produced a small elixir. "Take this pill and circulate your vital energy through 2 cycles. Upon completion, I will assist you with acupuncture." The small elixir, which Li Muchen had brought from Tiandu Peak, was exceptionally precious to others, yet held little value for him. Furthermore, its ingredients could be found in the mortal realm. The difficulty lay in its method of refinement. The elder hesitated momentarily, aware of his esteemed status and the many who would seek his life. Should this young man be an adversary? But soon, he cast aside his doubts, making a resolute decision. "Very well, let us give it a try." He accepted the elixir, swallowed it, and sat down to cultivate his energy. Li Muchen admired the elder's forthrightness and was eager to forge a connection with such an individual. Before long, a white mist began to emanate from the elder's head, swirling as if heated by steam. At that moment, the reeds rustled, and a figure sprang forth with astonishing speed. With a whoosh, several gleaming projectiles darted toward the elder's chest, targeting 3 vital points. Li Muchen had already sensed the presence of someone lurking in the reeds, their aura exceedingly concealed. However, he had deemed it irrelevant until now, realizing that the intruder aimed to ambush the elder. Yet, judging by the assailant's attack, they were merely at the peak of the dark energy level, inferior to the elderly fisherman, though their stealth techniques possessed some merit. The elder, having sensed the incoming threat, exhaled forcefully and struck 3 palm strikes, neutralizing the incoming projectiles. Li Muchen understood then that this was a form of ninjutsu, explaining the hidden nature of the intruder's aura. Nevertheless, a mere ninja posed no threat to him. "Elder, focus on circulating your vital energy. Do not waste the elixir's potency. This individual is mine to handle." He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the elder. The elder was taken aback, concern etched on his face. "Young man, I know you possess remarkable skills, but this is a life and death struggle. These Eastern devils are machines for killing. Fear not." The 2 simple words were delivered with unwavering confidence. "Very well, exercise caution." The elder chose to trust him and resumed his meditation. The black-clad ninja, having failed in his first strike, hesitated to attack recklessly. In terms of strength, he was no match for the elder, which is why he had remained hidden until the elder began his healing. Kid, you best not interfere in my affairs with the old dog Qiankuan. Step aside, and I may spare your life. The ninja spoke in stilted Mandarin. Li Muchen stood resolute. Let me witness the current advancements of Eastern ninjutsu. The ninja furrowed his brow. He was wary of Qiankuan, but had no regard for the young man before him. Seeing Qiankuan in deep meditation, he charged forward. You are courting death. Ninjutsu excels in elusive movements. In an instant, the ninja was before Li Muchen, his shuriken slicing through the air like a dazzling white arc. He envisioned the scene where the young man's head would roll, blood gushing from his neck. However, the black-clad ninja was taken aback as he saw the youth lift his foot. The movement appeared unhurried, at least to his naked eye, which clearly perceived the process of the leg being raised, lacking even an afterimage. Yet, that foot was inexplicably faster than his blade. Just as the sword was about to reach the youth's neck, the youth's foot struck his abdomen first. He felt a tightening in his belly. His body propelled backward at an alarming speed, crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, the bones in his body cracked ominously. His ribs and spine had shattered. With no opportunity to utilize his ninjutsu to escape, the man in black lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes reflecting a mixture of hatred, despair, frustration, and fear. He gazed at the young man before him, his blood-stained lips moving as he uttered his final words. Who are you? Chapter 4. A reunion with an old friend. Qiankuan suddenly opened his eyes, shocked as he looked at the young man in front of him. Although he was circulating his internal energy, he had not attained a state of deep concentration. How could he possibly let his guard down against a ninja from the east? He could not place all his trust in a mere youth. One strike. Just a single move had been sufficient to slay a ninja who had already reached the late stages of dark energy. What astonishing strength. He could hardly believe that even in his prime, uninjured state, he could have achieved such a feat. Could it be that this young man had attained the level of a master? Yet, given his age, he had heard that beyond the master level, one could reach innate perfection, thus achieving a state of rejuvenation. Was it possible that? Qiankuan could not suppress his wandering thoughts when he suddenly heard Li Muchen exclaim, the effects of the small elixir are limited. Why are you still dawdling? Realizing the urgency, Qiankuan hastily closed his eyes and once again focused his internal energy, this time without distraction. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes, feeling completely revitalized. It had been many years since he had felt such vitality since his injury. Qiankuan clasped his hands towards Li Muchen and inquired, how should I address this master? I am Li Muchen, not a master, came the reply. Perhaps you are of the Taoist sect? That can be considered true. Ah, so you are Taoistly. We do not follow the monastic tradition, so there is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me by my name. Seeing Li Muchen's casual demeanor, Qiankuan felt a sense of admiration for such an extraordinary person, unlike many in the world who vie for fame and fortune, dedicating their lives to martial arts merely for others to address them as masters. Then I shall humor my seniority and call you Li brother, and you may call me old brother. How does that sound? That is acceptable, Li Muchen replied nonchalantly. Now, I must use gold needles to open your meridians. Qiankuan's eyes lit up. Then I must trouble you, Li brother. Li Muchen instructed Qiankuan to sit down and picked up the fishing line he had used. I do not have any needles on me, so I will borrow your fishing line for this purpose. He then pinched one of the strands, flicking it with his fingers, causing it to shoot forth like a needle, piercing Qiankuan's Tian Shu acupoint. One after another, he swiftly inserted a total of 13 strands of fishing line into 13 acupoints, varying in depth. Yet each end remained stiff and quivering. Qiankuan was astonished by this remarkable technique. Earlier, he had used his internal energy to launch the fishing line, piercing the wrists of a few thugs, which had seemed impressive. However, compared to Li Muchen, it paled in comparison. Not only was the precision of the acupoint insertion unmatched, but the way the limp fishing line remained as rigid as a needle, infused with concentrated internal energy, was unprecedented. Could it be that these 13 acupoints were related to the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles? Qiankuan finally believed that he had encountered a benefactor today, perhaps the most fortunate encounter of his life. Li Muchen skillfully completed the gold needle treatment. He removed the fishing line and tossed it aside, brushing his hands off. Qiankuan, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, I have suffered from my injuries for nearly a decade, seeking out renowned doctors to no avail. Who would have thought that you, Li brother, could cure me so effortlessly? You are indeed a celestial being. I reside in Xiantang. I will come to Hucheng to fetch you. Please leave me your contact number, Qiankuan suggested. Li Muchen took out his old Nokia phone, which he had used for over a decade, and exchanged numbers with Qiankuan. Before parting ways, Li Muchen noticed Qiankuan seemed contemplative, as if he had something more to say, and thus inquired, do you have any further matters, old brother Qian? Qiankuan replied, the Lin family in Hucheng is a prominent clan. I wonder if there are any misunderstandings between you and them? I have some acquaintances with Lin Shangyi. If necessary, I could act as an intermediary. Qiankuan hesitated, sensing the gravity of the situation. He knew that what Li Muchen considered a trivial matter might not be so for the Lin family. Watching Li Muchen's departing figure, he sighed softly, reflecting, Lin Shangyi, you have crossed paths with such an extraordinary individual. I can only wish you good fortune. Li Muchen stood at the roadside, gazing at the row of clean and tidy storefronts, unable to determine where he had once lived. Just as he was about to leave, a girl emerged from a nearby restaurant. Li Muchen felt a sense of familiarity, and upon seeing him, the girl stood frozen in place. After a moment, she timidly asked, "Is that you, Brother Muchen?" Li Muchen's heart skipped a beat, exclaiming, "Dingxiang? You are really Brother Muchen." The girl jumped up joyfully, rushing toward him with open arms, only to realize the impropriety of the gesture and blushed. "Brother Muchen, where have you been all these years? Ma Shan and I have missed you so much." The girl named Dingxiang had been Li Muchen's childhood companion. Their families had been neighbors, living off scavenging. There was also an orphan named Ma Shan who lived in the same courtyard, often taking care of them. Dingxiang was 2 years younger than Li Muchen, while Ma Shan was 2 years older, often considering himself their elder brother. After more than a decade apart, Dingxiang had changed significantly. The saying a girl grows more beautiful at 18 was evident, as she had transformed from a dirty little girl into a striking young woman. Fortunately, Li Muchen had matured without being tainted by the harshness of society, and the echoes of his childhood remained visible in his demeanor, allowing Dingxiang to recognize him. Initially, Li Muchen did not recognize Dingxiang until she called out, "Brother Muchen." Remembering their childhood, warmth flooded his heart as he replied, "I have missed you as well. By the way, where's the courtyard where we used to live?" Li Muchen nodded. Since the old house had been demolished, he had let go of any lingering attachments. "How have you fared all these years?" "Quite well. Ma Shan is now the manager of a bar. He has quite the reputation," Dingxiang replied. "Oh, so he has become a manager. That's impressive." Li Muchen mused. "And you?" "I got into university and am currently working part-time to pay for my tuition." Dingxiang, somewhat bashful, pointed to a small restaurant. "I work there during the day and occasionally help Ma Shan at his bar in the evenings." "Brother Muchen, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you to eat." Without waiting for a response, she pulled Li Muchen toward the small restaurant, and he did not refuse, for he was indeed hungry. The restaurant's owner was a plump, middle-aged man who appeared kind and honest, putting Li Muchen at ease. Upon learning that Dingxiang had reunited with a long-lost friend, he personally instructed the kitchen to prepare several dishes and even gave her a half-day off to accompany Li Muchen. As Li Muchen ate, he listened to Dingxiang chatter about her life over the past decade. "Brother Muchen, don't just listen to me. What about you? How have you been these years? What work are you doing now?" Li Muchen could not divulge details about his training, as Dingxiang would not understand, so he lightly responded, "I am currently unemployed." "Oh, I see," Dingxiang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Li Muchen's attire and could not help but ask with concern, "You aren't still?" Li Muchen couldn't help but chuckle at her assumption, thinking she might believe he was still scavenging. "I have been honing my skills in the mountains all these years. I have just emerged from my training, so do not worry. I will soon earn substantial wealth. Since my sister Dingxiang has entered university, I will take care of your tuition and living expenses." Dingxiang beamed with joy. "You and Ma Shan both say that. All right, I know you are both destined for greatness. I can manage my tuition myself. You two focus on your grand endeavors." Li Muchen smiled, finding her delightful, her innocence and kindness unchanged from 13 years ago. Dingxiang mentioned taking him to Ma Shan's bar that evening, suggesting it might lead to a job opportunity for him there. The bar was one of the largest in Muchen, and in Dingxiang's eyes, Ma Shan was quite a figure there. Securing a job for Li Muchen would certainly be feasible. Chapter 5. The anger of old Master Lin. Recently, the venerable Lin Shangyi has been plagued by restlessness, experiencing a lack of appetite and troubled sleep. Fearing that his time may be drawing near, he resolved to arrange his affairs while he still had breath left. Among these, the most pressing concern was the marriage of his granddaughter. What had become of that lad from the Li family after all these years? Every evening, Lin Shangyi would take a customary stroll, but today, he found himself unable to walk far. The Lin residence had several stewards, with Lin Chanming serving as the head. However, he was not involved in the daily affairs, only overseeing Lin Shangyi's meals and well-being. With Chanming by his side, Lin Shangyi felt at ease, and the entire household shared in that reassurance. "Chanming, you have been with me for over a decade, have you not?" Lin Chanming was taken aback, unsure why Lin Shangyi had suddenly broached this topic. "Yes, for 16 years now." 16 years, and you have aged as well," Lin Shangyi mused. "One cannot resist the passage of time. What troubles you, master? You have endured many hardships alongside me over the years. Have you ever considered establishing your own enterprise?" Lin Chanming shook his head. "You have treated me well, master. I am content to follow you, with no ulterior motives." "Haha, you think too much," Lin Shangyi chuckled heartily. "At my age, my departure is inevitable. Once I am gone, what will you pursue?" Master Lin Shangyi waved his hand, silencing Chanming. "We are not strangers, so let us dispense with pleasantries. Death is an unavoidable fate, and there are many taboos surrounding it. A few years ago, I purchased a small island in the East Sea. It should be developed by now. I know you prefer to distance yourself from common folk, so how about becoming the Lord of Peach Blossom Island?" Lin Chanming quickly replied, "Thank you, master." "Do not rush to thank me," Lin Shangyi continued. "I have one more favor to ask of you. Over 20 years ago, the Lin family suffered a great calamity, and I still shudder at the memory. Although the Lin family appears to be flourishing now, we face internal and external threats that are not insignificant. Once I am gone, these troubles may resurface. I ask you to safeguard the Lin family's descendants for 3 years after my passing. Rest assured, master, this is my duty." Lin Shangyi was always amiable towards his subordinates, smiling as he spoke. "I am too old to move about freely," the security guard remarked. "Lin old master treats us, the servants and distant relatives from the countryside, with great kindness. He is a truly good person." My mother always told me that good people live long lives. Lin Shangyi laughed heartily. What long lives? No matter how sweet your words, they cannot alter the fate of this old horse. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the security guard and asked, what did you say about distant relatives? The guard replied, is it not common for the impoverished to come here seeking connections? You instructed us to treat them with respect. Have you forgotten? Did not a young Taoist come today? Lin Shangyi's spirits lifted as he patted the guard on the shoulder. You are correct. One should not be disheartened by poverty, nor forget their roots in wealth. Accumulate virtue and do good, and in 3 generations, your descendants will also belong to a prosperous household. The guard chuckled innocently. I can only hope for a modest fortune. He continued, a young man came today, dressed like a Taoist, specifically asking for you. He claims to be your relative. His name seems to be Li something. What did you say his name was? Lin Shangyi's smile vanished, and he inquired sternly. The guard, startled by Lin Shangyi's sudden change in demeanor, stammered. His name is Li Muchen. Yes, Li Muchen. Steward Luo is attending to him. And where is he now? He has left. Lin Shangyi's anger flared. Summon Luo Mingsha immediately. The guard's heart raced. The usually affable old master could instill fear when enraged. Could this Li be an impostor? Alas, incurring the old master's wrath would surely bring misfortune. And it would also implicate Steward Luo. Returning to the old master's residence, his wife Yin Huimin, son Lin Xiusong, cousin Lin Lifeng, and nephew Lin Xiaoheng were already present. Except for his daughter Lin Manqing, who was attending university in Qiantang, the principal members of the Lin family had gathered. Lin Xiusong sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon entering, not a single person greeted him, not even his wife. Everyone was enveloped in an uneasy silence. The old master, seated on the sofa, appeared calm at first glance, yet there was an unmistakable aura of anger about him, suggesting he had just unleashed his fury. Father, what has happened? Lin Xiusong asked, his heart racing. Ask your wife, the old master thundered, his voice resonating like thunder. Inquire what mischief she has wrought. Startled, Yin Huimin bowed her head and began to weep. Lin Xiusong, bewildered by his father's explosive anger, approached his wife for clarification. I thought giving him 200,000 would be generous enough. He has never met us before and just showed up. Manqing would surely reject him. Moreover, how could our Lin family daughter marry a poor boy from the mountains? This would be scandalous. Lin Xiusong understood the implications of the arranged marriage from his daughter's childhood, but he had dismissed it as a jest. He never imagined that the years would bring the suitor to their doorstep. You should have consulted father before making such a decision, he reproached. Did you not consider his recent health issues? I believe this was a trivial matter, unworthy of troubling him. After all, the engagement was arranged by him, and he is a man of pride. Some matters ought to be shouldered by us, his children. Yin Huimin's reasoning was sound, and her tearful demeanor garnered sympathy from those present. Lin Xiusong quietly agreed with her assessment, thinking his father had become somewhat muddled in his old age. However, he dared not confront his father directly and sought support from his cousin Lin Lifeng. Lin Lifeng, the son of Lin Xiusong's late uncle, had often found favor in the old master's eyes due to his father's early demise, and his words carried weight. He cleared his throat gently. Indeed, Uncle, Huimin's perspective is valid. Setting aside the issue of social standing, the two have never met. How can Manqing accept this? You are aware of her temperament. Grateful for his cousin's backing, Lin Xiusong felt emboldened and stepped forward to speak. Father, before he could finish, Lin Shangyi abruptly stood, seizing the teapot from the table and hurling it with force. With a resounding crash, the purple clay teapot shattered into countless pieces. Everyone stood in stunned silence. This teapot, crafted by a renowned artisan, was not only costly, but also a cherished possession of the old master. The act of shattering it illustrated the depth of his anger. Now, no one dared to speak. A poor boy? Lin Shangyi scoffed. What of being poor? If you trace the family tree back 3 generations, which family has not known poverty? Did your esteemed Yin family never experience hardship? I, Lin Shangyi, have been poor. In my misfortune, I could barely find enough to eat. Had I been like you, could I have married your mother? Master, please do not lose your temper unnecessarily, Lin Chongming softly advised from behind Lin Shangyi. I am not angry. It is these ungrateful offspring who lack ambition, Lin Shangyi declared, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at those assembled in the living room. My days are numbered. If I depart, who will uphold this vast estate? Should you drive away Li Mucheng, you will surely regret it. Father. Lin Xiusong was baffled by the connection between the family fortune and this Li Mucheng. Was the old master losing his senses? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts and merely asked, what must we do to appease you? This last inquiry nearly caused Yin Huimin to collapse in despair. Chapter 6. The young lady of the Lin family Dingxiang excitedly called Ma Shan, chattering animatedly about her encounter with Li Mucheng. After hanging up, she joyfully relayed to Li Mucheng, Brother Mucheng, Ma Shan said that your job is secured. Oh, Li Mucheng responded nonchalantly, merely wishing to preserve Dingxiang's enthusiasm. Dingxiang had been fixated on Li Muchen. He inquired, what are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Dingxiang chuckled, Muchen, you can't go to work looking like that. You resemble a Taoist priest. Let me take you to get a haircut. Without another word, she dragged Li Muchen to a barber shop, where stylist Tony worked his magic, transforming Li Muchen's long locks, nurtured for over a decade, into a dapper short hairstyle. Dingxiang then took him shopping, purchasing several new outfits. With his new attire and hairstyle, Li Muchen metamorphosed from a shabby village priest into a spirited urban youth. Upon seeing the refreshed Li Muchen, Dingxiang felt her cheeks flush and softly remarked, Muchen, you look so handsome. Yet, her expression soon darkened as she sighed in disappointment. Li Muchen, puzzled, asked what's wrong. Ding Xiang lamented. It's a pity the fabric of these clothes is too poor. They don't suit you at all. Alas, it's my fault for earning so little. Li Muchen laughed heartily and playfully pinched her cheek, just like when they were children, saying, silly girl, you're still a student. Your task is to study diligently, not to worry about making money. Leave that to me. Ding Xiang nodded vigorously. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable trust towards this brother, whom she hadn't seen in over a decade but who had suddenly reappeared. The two wandered the streets for the entire afternoon, with Ding Xiang excitedly chattering about the changes in Hucheng over the years. Look over there. That used to be a garbage dump where we often scavenged. Now it has transformed. She pointed at a cluster of skyscrapers. And that shopping mall was once a paper factory. Do you remember, Muchen? That time when I was bullied in the alley behind the factory, you and Ma Shan helped me fight back. You two faced off against 4 or 5 of them. It was so impressive. Li Muchen recalled that day vividly, though it was primarily Ma Shan who had done the fighting. He was still young then, 2 years younger than Ma Shan, who had a bigger build. He remembered Ma Shan coming back with bruises, but still managing to drive away that group of ruffians. Reflecting on these memories, a smile appeared on Li Muchen's face, filled with unexpressed joy. Ding Xiang, your memory is truly remarkable. You were only 4 back then, yet you still recall these events. No wonder you managed to get into such a prestigious university. Li Muchen was aware that Ding Xiang had been accepted into the best school in Nanjing province, Nanjing University. I don't know why, but I remember everything about being with you all, Ding Xiang replied cheerfully. As dusk approached, before heading to the bar, Ding Xiang insisted on treating Li Muchen to a lavish dinner at a complex. Li Muchen felt a pang of sympathy for the money she earned from her part-time job, but Ding Xiang insisted that since Muchen had come, she was willing to spend it all. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, silently vowing to protect this girl and repay her kindness 1,000-fold, ensuring her happiness for life. At the entrance of the Blue Bridge Bar, luxury cars were parked in abundance, and the flickering neon lights cast a mesmerizing glow against the night sky. As they walked past the cars, Li Muchen felt no stirrings of envy, for he did not recognize a single one. From a distance, he spotted Ma Shan, dressed in a sharp suit, waving at them from the bar's entrance. Aside from his tall stature, Ma Shan's appearance had not changed much, allowing Li Muchen to recognize him immediately. Ma Shan. Li Muchen greeted warmly. Ma Shan clapped his hands on Li Muchen's shoulders, surveying him closely. Look at you. You've grown up, gotten taller, and quite handsome. Where have you been all these years? I apprenticed in the mountains, Li Muchen replied. Ma Shan did not inquire about the specifics of his training but patted his chest, assuring him, now that you're here, you won't leave. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. Li Muchen smiled. Thank you, Ma Shan. Don't mention it. We're brothers. Come on, let me show you around inside. Ma Shan led Li Muchen and Ding Xiang into the bar, introducing Li Muchen to the establishment as they walked. Many people greeted Ma Shan along the way, both staff and patrons, indicating that he had indeed done well for himself. Yet, Li Muchen was acutely aware that the glitzy exterior belied a more complex reality. From their first encounter, he noticed the faint bruising on Ma Shan's face and the sluggish energy coursing through him. It seemed that Ma Shan was not merely a front-of-house manager. He likely had deeper involvement in the establishment's operations. Ma Shan, you promised to arrange a job for Muchen, Ding Xiang reminded. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Ma Shan replied. But let Muchen get familiar with the environment first. Ding Xiang giggled in response. At that moment, they heard someone call from behind. Ma Shan. Turning around, Li Muchen saw a bald man with tattoos approaching them. As they ascended the stairs, the bald man descended. Hey, leopard, when did you arrive? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have arranged something, Ma Shan greeted with a smile. The bald man clapped a hand on Ma Shan's shoulder. I need a big private room, the best drinks, and the finest girls. I'm going to pick up Boss Liu. He'll be here shortly. Consider it done, Ma Shan replied. Just as the bald man was about to leave, he noticed Ding Xiang beside Ma Shan and remarked. This girl is quite nice. Is she new here? Very pure. Boss Liu would fancy her. Send her to my room later. Ma Shan hesitated. Leopard, this is my sister. Just here to have fun. She is not one of your girls. Sister? You don't have a proper sister, the bald man smirked. All right, that's settled then. Leopard, seriously. This isn't right, Ma Shan insisted. Listen, don't push your luck. Just because you're with Na Jie doesn't mean I want to touch you. I'll say it again. Send this girl to my booth. The bald man glared at Ma Shan, delivering a harsh ultimatum before leaving, suppressing his anger. Ma Shan watched the bald man leave with a cold snort. Ding Xiang appeared startled, her complexion paling. Li Muchen suggested, shall we leave? Thinking Li Muchen was frightened, Ma Shan reassured him, it's fine. This is Na Jie's territory, and they won't dare cause trouble. If they do, I'm no pushover. I've never backed down from a fight. Li Muchen could sense the internal struggle in Ma Shan's forced smile towards the bald man. He recalled how Ma Shan had often expressed his desire to become a leader, someone whom no one dared to bully. Ma Shan, valuing his pride, insisted on keeping Li Muchen and Ding Xiang there, leading them on a tour upstairs. Originally, Ma Shan intended to secure them a small private room for some singing and relaxation. However, Li Muchen was convinced that the bald man would not let the matter rest. Ding Xiang's beauty stood out starkly in such a seedy environment, making it difficult to find a girl as pure as her. He wasn't afraid for himself, but he wished to protect Ding Xiang's innocent spirit from any taint. Ultimately, Ma Shan, driven by pride, did not want Ding Xiang to encounter that scoundrel, leopard, and agreed to let Li Muchen take her away first. Just as they were heading downstairs, they heard someone call out, Ding Xiang. A group of 5 young people, 2 boys and 3 girls, entered the bar. Upon seeing one of the girls, Ding Xiang exclaimed, Yao Lily, what a surprise to see you here. Yao Lily approached with a smile, Ding Xiang. I didn't expect you to be here. Aren't you attending Nanjing University now? Come, let me introduce you to a senior. Really? Ding Xiang said, both surprised and delighted. Yao Lily pulled her over, pointing to another girl. This is the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Manqing. Upon hearing that name, Li Muchen froze momentarily. Lin Manqing. Could it be mere coincidence? He recalled the marriage contract left by his grandfather, which bore the name of the bride as Lin Manqing. The eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Manqing, is to be regarded as one's fiancée while the engagement still stands. Chapter 7. The debt you cannot afford. Li Muchen found himself stealing glances at her. It must be said that Lin Manqing was strikingly beautiful, exuding a unique grace and tranquility. Practitioners are particularly attuned to the aura and inner spirit of individuals. Most patrons in the bar had muddied energy, but aside from the ever-present Ding Xiang, Lin Manqing stood apart, akin to a blooming hibiscus amid a tangle of wilted flowers and drooping willows. Lin Manqing seemed to sense his gaze and furrowed her brow slightly. Miss Lin, you are truly beautiful, Ding Xiang exclaimed, speaking her mind without any intent to flatter. Indeed, Lin Manqing was deserving of such praise. Yao Lily added, of course. Manqing is the most beautiful girl in Hucheng. Lin Manqing appeared accustomed to such compliments, displaying indifference as she smiled at Ding Xiang and replied, you are beautiful as well. Miss Lin, are you studying at Nanjing University? Ding Xiang inquired. Yes, I'm in the law school. What about you? I just got accepted this year into the humanities experimental class. Oh, that's impressive. Lin Manqing's eyes sparkled with approval. You needn't call me Miss Lin. I'm a year ahead of you. You can call me senior or sister. If you need anything at school, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, senior, Ding Xiang responded brightly. Yao Lily hurriedly introduced Ding Xiang to others, emphasizing their backgrounds to highlight their significance and extensive social circles. Through Yao Lily's introductions, Li Muchen learned that the gentleman referred to as young Master Zhang was named Zhang Yiping, the son of the chairman of Yongqing Group. The girl standing beside Lin Manqing was named Zhang Jie, also from a family connected to Yongqing Group. Lastly, the man consistently by Zhang Yiping's side was Zhou Su, who came from a sizable clothing business, as Yao Lily mentioned. Once the introductions concluded, Ding Xiang pulled Ma Shan and Li Muchen over to introduce them as well. Upon learning that Ma Shan was the floor manager, the group exhibited considerable warmth, even requesting him to arrange a private booth for them. Then it was Li Muchen's turn. Yao Lily, noticing his modest attire but undeniable charm and poise, asked, where do you work, Mr. Li? Li Muchen replied, I am still in search of employment. A flicker of disdain crossed Yao Lily's face. Looking for work? Would you like young Master Zhang to lend a hand? Zhang Yiping graciously offered, no problem. Feel free to reach out anytime. However, he neither provided Li Muchen with a means to contact him nor a business card, clearly insincere in his offer. Zhou Su's gaze was fixed on Ding Xiang, filled with eagerness. Brother Zhang, since Ding Xiang is Lily's classmate, why not invite her to join us? He suggested. Zhang Yiping was well aware of Zhou Su's intentions. He glanced at Ding Xiang, who indeed possessed an attractive innocence that was hard to resist. However, his focus remained solely on Lin Manqing, the heiress of the Lin family. In truth, it was the vast Lin family estate that captured his true interest. A union with the Lin family would elevate Yongqing Group to new heights. This was not merely a matter of love, it was a political endeavor. Yet, approaching Lin Manqing was no simple feat. Fortunately, he had a cousin, Zhang Jie, who was close friends with Lin Manqing, granting him an advantageous position. Zhou Su, whose family operated a clothing business and rented space at the Yongqing Group's clothing market, often accompanied Zhang Yiping, serving as his loyal follower. If a subordinate had eyes for a woman, Zhang Yiping would not mind assisting him. I have no objections, Zhang Yiping declared, looking towards the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Manqing, what do you think? Of course, Lin Manqing replied, pulling Ding Xiang's hand. Let me tell you about school. Lin Manqing was not particularly fond of bars. Had it not been for Zhang Jie insisting she accompany her because she was feeling down, she would not have ventured out. After dining at Yongqing's club, Zhang Jie expressed her boredom, prompting Zhang Yiping to suggest they visit a bar for some excitement. Lin Manqing was aware of Zhang Yiping's interest in her, but felt no spark in return. Ding Xiang's presence provided a perfect means for her to evade Zhang Yiping's pursuit. She held a favorable impression of Ding Xiang, finding her genuine and diligent, as evidenced by her acceptance into Nanjing University's humanities experimental class. Ding Xiang was initially hesitant, but upon Lin Manqing's insistence to discuss school matters, she felt inclined to join. Li Muchen, understanding her thoughts, remarked, sounds good, let's enjoy together. As he spoke, he prepared to join them. Others were taken aback, questioning if he had been invited. Yao Lily muttered, shameless. Only Lin Manqing smiled knowingly, feeling that Li Muchen possessed a certain uniqueness. Exactly what set him apart eluded her understanding. Who invited you? Zhou Su said coldly. Yao Lily added, exactly. Ding Xiang is my classmate. They are only accommodating her presence out of respect. And who are you? Zhang Yiping remained silent, smiling. Ding Xiang felt a bit awkward and suggested, perhaps we should just forget it. Lin Manqing interjected, enough. Either we all go together, or we disperse. When we're out for fun, there should be no distinctions. Li Muchen regarded her, thinking that perhaps his fiancée was quite agreeable. Seeing Lin Manqing's decision, Zhang Yiping generously stated, "No problem, let's all go together." He signaled to Zhou Su and instructed Ma Shan, "Arrange for the largest private room." "Certainly," Ma Shan replied with a snap of his fingers. Zhang Yiping was relatively well known among the second-generation elite of Huqing. He had previously visited bars, but typically with arrangements made by the proprietor, rarely arriving without prior notice. Moreover, the Lin family's eldest daughter was a person of considerable stature, not someone easily summoned. Ma Shan considered Li Muchen fortunate to encounter such influential figures on his first day. Although they looked down on Li Muchen, it mattered little. Their status was apparent. Even as a manager, Ma Shan was seen as insignificant in their eyes. Who knew? If they were in good spirits, they might even offer Li Muchen a job. Anything would surely be better than working as a bar server. Once the private room was arranged, Ma Shan busied himself elsewhere. Zhang Yiping's primary intention for their outing was to pursue Lin Manqing, while Zhou Su, enchanted by Ding Xiang, was fixated on her. Yet Lin Manqing continued to engage Ding Xiang in conversation, leaving them with no opportunity. Zhou Su suggested, "Since we have new friends today, let us exchange WeChat contacts." His target was undoubtedly Ding Xiang, but to keep it subtle, he first approached Li Muchen. "Brother, let us add each other on WeChat." "What is WeChat?" Li Muchen inquired. The others were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, are you joking? You can't possibly not know about WeChat." Zhou Su's lips curled into a sly smile, tinged with anticipation. Ding Xiang hurriedly explained, "Brother Mu just came from the mountains." Her words, however, only intensified the disdain etched on their faces. So he was just a country bumpkin from the mountains, they thought. Yao Lily sneered. Zhang Yiping feigned generosity, sitting beside Li Muchen. "No worries, everyone has their first time. Come on, take out your phone. Let me teach you how to use WeChat." Li Muchen retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Wow." Zhou Su exclaimed dramatically, "A Nokia. Haha, I can't believe someone is still using a Nokia." Laughter erupted in the private room. Even Lin Manqing couldn't help but smile. Not out of malice, but from the sheer incredulity of a young person wielding a Nokia. How had he navigated these years? Even the most remote villages had embraced smartphones by now. Zhang Yiping glanced at the phone and said, "Brother, I can't help you with that. How about this? You sing us a song, and I'll gift you a new phone." He burst into laughter as he spoke. Zhou Su, invigorated, declared, "Yes, let's sing a song from your mountain. I shall buy you a brand new phone, the most expensive model. This old one can be discarded." He seized Li Muchen's phone, feigning the intention to throw it away. "If you break it, you won't be able to afford the damage," came the retort. Zhou Su found humor in the situation, laughing heartily, "This piece of junk, and he claims he can't afford it. Ha!" The others joined in the laughter. Zhang Yiping patted Li Muchen on the shoulder and remarked, "Brother, today you are the source of our joy." Ding Xiang, witnessing the mockery directed at Li Muchen, felt her eyes welling with tears. Lin Manqing, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Enough. Are we here to have fun or not? If not, we might as well disperse." At that moment, the door to the private room was flung open with a bang, and a bald, tattooed man strode in, flanked by two henchmen. "Oh, quite lively in here." The bald man surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Ding Xiang as he leered. "Hey there, lovely lady, come with me, and I'll shower you with riches." Chapter 8. A chance for you. Who do you think you are? Zhou Su, eager to showcase his bravery in front of Ding Xiang, stood up and pointed at the bald man, questioning him. The man scoffed, casually brushing aside Zhou Su's finger. "Kid, I suggest you mind your own business." "What do you mean by mind your own business? This is our private room. What are you doing barging in?" Zhou Su insisted, again pointing at him. "Scram, get out right now." Without warning, the bald man seized Zhou Su's finger, twisting it painfully. Zhou Su winced, kneeling in agony. "Kid, I despise being pointed at." The bald man loomed over Zhou Su. "You want to know who I am?" Slap. He delivered a heavy blow to Zhou Su's face. "Ah!" Yao Lily and Zhang Jia gasped in shock. Zhou Su knelt, his finger trapped in the bald man's grip. Any attempt to struggle only intensified the pain. "Who am I? You want me to scram?" Another slap followed, swelling Zhou Su's face. Everyone in the room, except for Li Muchen, was stunned. The privileged young men and women, having grown up in comfort, had never witnessed such a scene. Li Muchen was taken aback by the bald man's audacity to invade their private space. Now, attempting to take Ding Xiang away would be too late. Moreover, leaving would only signal to the bald man that he could be easily bullied, leading to future troubles, especially for Ma Shan, making his working days here arduous. The only way to resolve this was through force. Yet, Li Muchen remained still, wanting to observe how the worldly figures would handle the situation, particularly Zhang Yiping, the affluent young man, and Lin Manqing, the esteemed lady of the Lin family. Zhang Yiping realized he could no longer remain passive. Having seen the world, he maintained his composure as he rose from the sofa, addressing the bald man. "Brother, I don't know what transpired, but you've barged into my private room, demanded someone, and struck my friend. This seems rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? And who the hell are you?" The bald man glared at Zhang Yiping. "I am Zhang Yiping, son of Zhang Jinmao, chairman of Yongqing Group. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. Grant me some courtesy and release my friend. Let us consider this matter settled." "Settled?" The bald man tightened his grip on Zhou Su's finger while stroking his bald head, muttering, "Zhang Yiping, son of Zhang Jinmao of Yongqing Group." Finally, he relented and released Zhou Su's hand. Zhou Su retreated to Zhang Yiping's side, nursing his injured finger, glaring at the bald man but too intimidated to speak. Just when everyone thought the situation had calmed, the bald man pointed at Ding Xiang, stating, I can let your friend go, but I must take this girl with me. Zhang Yiping frowned. No, she is my friend. You cannot take her. Oh, quite the manly stance. Kudos to you. The bald man commended Zhang Yiping with a thumbs up. I give you face, but whether others do is another matter. With that, he turned and exited. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yao Lily, clutching her chest, exclaimed, that scared me. How could we encounter such a person? Zhang Gongzi is truly formidable. Just mentioning his name sent him packing. Having been humiliated, Zhou Su was visibly disgruntled, growling, I will definitely find someone to deal with him. Don't stoop to his level. Treat it like a dog bite, Zhang Yiping advised, lifting his drink. Zhou Su took a couple of swigs, still unsatisfied, and glared at Li Muchen, who appeared unfazed, growing increasingly irate. He slammed his glass down on the table, exclaiming, damn it, running into misfortune today. No wonder I'm feeling so cursed. Li Muchen recognized Zhou Su's words were directed at him, but chose not to retaliate. He was aware the bald man would not let the matter rest easily. He waited to see what would unfold next, whether Zhang Gongzi's influence would still hold weight. As he pondered this, the door to the private room swung open once more. Which Zhang Gongzi has such clout that I cannot even take someone? A voice called out as a middle-aged man, around 40, with a protruding belly and a greasy face adorned with a long scar from his chin to his neck, stepped inside. He spoke in a shaky manner, reminiscent of a living centipede. Behind him stood the bald tattooed man and two others, both upright and distinct from typical thugs. Zhang Yiping's expression shifted upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Zong. Ah, so it's the young master of Yongqing. Had I known you were here, I would have come to toast you sooner. Lu Hongyu, known as Big Scar, remarked, picking up a bottle of wine from the table and inspecting it. Not bad, but it's a woman's drink, lacks punch. Hey, leopard, go fetch my liquor. The bald man complied, returning shortly with a bottle of Matai. Lu Hongyu poured 2 glasses, keeping one for himself and offering the other to Zhang Yiping. Your drink may be fancy, but this is flavorful. A man should drink this. Come on, young Master Zhang. Let us toast. Zhang Yiping hesitated. He recognized Lu Hongyu, who was involved in logistics and had dealings with Yongqing Group. Once a member of the underworld, he had carved out his territory through force. In terms of wealth, he paled in comparison to Yongqing, yet he was cunning and ruthless. Even Zhang Jinmao dared not provoke him lightly. Lu Zong, I don't drink strong liquor, Zhang Yiping declined. Lu Hongyu's expression darkened in an instant. What, no respect? And no, that is not it. Then drink up. Zhang Yiping understood he had no choice but to comply. He hoped that finishing the drink would prompt Lu Hongyu to leave quickly. He did not wish to remain in the company of such a person for even a moment longer. Fine, I'll drink. He raised his glass and downed it in one go. Ah, that is more like it. Lu Hongyu watched him finish, then turned his attention to the group of girls lounging on the sofa. He glanced over Ding Xiang and Lin Manqing, laughing heartily. Young Master Zhang is quite fortunate. Surrounded by such beautiful ladies. How about sharing one with me? Zhang Yiping's face darkened. Lu Zong, they are all my friends. Friends are great. I am a friend of young Master Zhang too. Friends of friends should enjoy together, haha. Lu Zong, this really isn't possible. Zhang Yiping shivered, realizing he dared not speak further. He understood that to continue would likely lead to a fate similar to Zhou Su's. There was no need to risk everything over a fleeting encounter with a girl. Lu Hongyu sneered, stepping closer to Ding Xiang and Lin Manqing, assessing both before finally making his decision. I prefer this innocent one. Come with me, little beauty. Lin Manqing swiftly pulled Ding Xiang behind her, standing firm. She cannot go with you. If she doesn't come with me, then you will? Lu Hongyu chuckled menacingly. Lu Zong, Zhang Yiping called out, ready to reveal Lin Manqing's true identity, confident that even Lu Hongyu would think twice before crossing the heiress of the Lin family. Yet before his words could escape, Lu Hongyu retaliated with a resounding slap. Zhang Yiping felt a buzzing in his ears and a sharp sting on his cheek. If you utter another word, I swear I will ruin you. Lu Hongyu warned. Zhang Yiping contemplated speaking again, but upon noticing the menacing scar on Lu's chin, he faltered. Lu Hongyu let out a cold laugh and commanded the bald man, Leopard, take both of these women away. The bald man nodded and advanced, intent on seizing Ding Xiang and Lin Manqing. Suddenly, a voice interjected, do you think you can take them? Lu Hongyu turned to see a young man in his 20s standing in the corner of the sofa. The young man slowly rose and walked towards him. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and bow your head to everyone here, and we can let this matter go, he said calmly. Chapter 9. Can you leave? Everyone stared at Li Muchen as if he were a fool. Are you out of your mind, Li Muchen? Zhang Ge can't handle this. What makes you think you can? Do you want to get us all killed? Zhou Su scolded. Yao Lily chimed in. Exactly, you must be crazy. Don't drag us down with you. Zhang Yiping also wanted to rebuke him. Lu Hongyu's targets were Ding Xiang and Lin Manqing. As long as Lin revealed her identity, Lu would not dare to touch her. As for Ding Xiang, what connection did they have? It was merely a matter of losing face, but with Li Muchen's words, he had incited Lu Hongyu's wrath, which could cost him his life. Mr. Lu, we don't know this kid. He has nothing to do with us. Zhang Yiping quickly distanced himself. Lin Manqing also felt that Li Muchen's approach was not the best way to resolve the situation, yet Zhang Yiping's response disappointed her. Li Muchen, don't come over. I'll handle this, she thought, contemplating revealing her identity and her grandfather's name if necessary. However, Li Muchen seemed unappreciative. Smiling at her, no need, just take care of Ding Xiang for me. He positioned himself in front of Ding Xiang and Lin Manqing, facing Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu glared at Li Muchen. Do you know who you were speaking to? Li Muchen replied, I don't care. All I know is that if you don't kneel and apologize quickly, you'll lose your legs. Seeking death, the bald man lunged at Li Muchen, swinging a powerful fist at his face. Gasps filled the room. Everyone thought Li Muchen was finished. Yet, he merely raised a hand and caught the bald man's fist. The bald man struggled in vain, his fist seemingly trapped in a vice. With a gentle push, Li Muchen sent him crashing into the coffee table, shattering the bottles and glasses on it. Zhang Yiping and the others stood in stunned silence. Lu Hongyu squinted. So, you know how to fight. No wonder you're so arrogant. He waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards stepped forward. The fallen bald man got up, and, along with the bodyguards, trapped Li Muchen in the middle. Lin Manqing couldn't help but warn, be careful, they're many. Zhang Yiping, seeing Lin Manqing's worried expression, felt a surge of jealousy and wished for Li Muchen to be beaten to a pulp. Just then, a sultry voice echoed from outside. Who is so bold as to cause trouble at Blue Bridge? A stunning woman entered, clad in a form-fitting qipao made of fragrant cloud silk, her figure curvaceous and alluring, exuding an intoxicating aroma of maturity with every step that captivated the men around her. Ma Shan followed closely behind her, wielding a steel pipe over a meter long. A few security personnel trailed behind them, and as they arrived, onlookers began to gather at the entrance. Who is she? Zhou Su whispered. That's Zhou Na, the owner of Blue Bridge Bar. Everyone in Huching's elite circles knows her, Zhang Yiping replied in a hushed tone, adding that many wealthy men had fallen under her charm. Why, if it isn't Mr. Liu? Zhou Na greeted with a broad smile. What brings you here? Seeing her. Lu Hongyu chuckled. Sister Na, you know I've never been stingy while spending in your establishment. Now, I can't even have fun with a girl? He continued. How about this? I'll forego her. Just accompany me for a night, and we'll call it even. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Na's eyes, but her smile remained intact. Mr. Liu, at my age, how can I compete with a young girl? Let us do this. Tonight, I'll treat you. You can choose anyone here, including her mother. Lu Hongyu pointed at Ding Xiang. Zhou Na glanced at Ding Xiang and replied, she is not one of our princesses. I can't force her. Li Muchen regarded Zhou Na with surprise. Mr. Liu, you should choose someone else. If you don't find anyone to your liking, I can bring someone from another venue until you're satisfied. How does that sound? Sister Na, you're quite generous. Lu Hongyu praised, but then continued. However, I'm a stubborn man. I've set my sights on this girl. If I don't have her, I want to be able to eat or sleep. Sister Na, what should I do? What do you want, Mr. Liu? Lu Hongyu's gaze leered at Zhou Na. As I said, if you're willing to take her place, I would be more than satisfied. What if I refuse? Zhou Na's smile faded, her tone icy. Lu Hongyu chuckled sinisterly. There is still another option. Transfer the shares of your bar to me, and I'll run the place. Of course, I'll offer you a good price. Zhou Na paused, then burst into laughter. Her laughter was enchanting, causing the surrounding men to be entranced. So, Mr. Liu has his eyes on my little business? Fine. I have no objections. But you know this establishment isn't solely mine. How about I call Uncle Ming? If he agrees, I'm fine with it. Upon hearing Uncle Ming, Lu Hongyu's expression shifted slightly, but he laughed heartily. Sister Na, I was just joking. Let us forget this matter. We'll take our leave. Just as they were about to exit, a voice called from behind. Can you leave? It was none other than Li Muchen. Lu Hongyu turned around. What do you want? Kneel and apologize, or leave a leg behind, Li Muchen stated. Lu Hongyu spread his hands, looking at Zhou Na. Sister Na, you see, this isn't me disrespecting you. Zhou Na frowned slightly. Beside her, Ma Shan quickly interjected. Sister Na, this is my little brother, Li Muchen. Zhou Na nodded. So he is Ma Shan's brother. All right. Let us consider this a favor for me. Let it go. But Li Muchen coldly retorted. Why should I do you a favor? He raised his eyebrows, fixing his gaze on Ma Shan. Brother Ma, I still call you brother now because you once looked after us. Since childhood, I've respected you as a man. A hero. I remember you saying you would never let anyone bully Ding Xiang. Now someone is bullying her. What do you suggest we do? Li Muchen was not trying to pressure Ma Shan. He merely wanted to see if Ma Shan was still the same man he once knew, worthy of brotherhood. Ma Shan's expression turned complicated. Brother, it's not that I'm cowardly. You don't understand the situation. Li Muchen remained silent, suddenly stepping forward and slapping Lu Hongyu across the face. Lu Hongyu had not anticipated such a sudden move and was caught off guard, his bodyguards equally bewildered. What are you standing there for? Get him, Lu Hongyu ordered. Ma Shan knew there was no turning back now. Wielding the steel pipe, he shouted, who dares to move? Everyone froze. Lu Hongyu, holding his face, pointed at Zhou Na. Sister Na, are you truly willing to go against me? Zhou Na furrowed her brow, and Ma Shan spoke. Sister Na, you have shown me kindness over the years. As long as I draw breath, I shall repay you. I am truly sorry for what happened today. With that, he swung the steel pipe, delivering a resounding blow to the bald tattooed man's head. Li Muchen nodded with a smile, pleased to see that Ma Shan remained the same fearless and loyal friend he had always known. As Ma Shan took action, Li Muchen did as well, lifting his foot to kick Lu Da Ba's knee. A sharp crack echoed as Lu Hongyu's leg bent at an unnatural angle, accompanied by a horrific scream as he collapsed to the ground. I offered you a chance. Li Muchen shook his head. Ah! Lu Hongyu cried out in agony. Call for help. Bring everyone you can to kill him. Chapter 10. The 18 falls of clothing. We cannot allow him to call for help. Zhou Na reacted swiftly, instructing the security to seal the doors. Yet Li Muchen interjected. Let him call. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiping finally concluded that Li Muchen was nothing short of a madman, while Zhou Su seethed with fury, wishing to end his life on the spot. Allowing Lu Dabala to summon help was tantamount to courting death. Zhou Na crossed her arms, regarding Li Muchen with a questioning gaze. Do you have any idea who Lu Dabala is? How many men does he command? Once he calls for reinforcements, will we still be able to maintain control here? She recalled how Ma Shan had often advised them in their youth. When striking a snake, one must strike to kill. When dealing with people, one must subdue them. Li Muchen glanced at Ma Shan, who seemed to grasp the implication. Encouraged by Li Muchen's words, Ma Shan declared, Sister Na, rest assured, what happened today is between us brothers and will not implicate the bar. Zhou Na shot him a glare. Just because you say it won't, doesn't mean it won't. She immediately ordered, clear the place. All customers are on the house, and distribute a discount voucher. One of the security staff went out, and soon the bar was filled with the sounds of discontent as patrons were hastily escorted out. Li Muchen turned to Lin Manqing, saying, you should leave as well. Please take care of Ding Xiang. Lin Manqing nodded silently. He then instructed Ding Xiang, sister, wait for us outside, and remember to stay with Miss Lin. Although Lin Manqing was puzzled by the emphasis on her being with Ding Xiang, Li Muchen understood that as long as Ding Xiang was with Lin Manqing, she would be safe. Ding Xiang, though worried, followed Lin Manqing outside. Zhang Yiping and the others also departed. In the meantime, Lu Hongyu's bodyguards had sent out the word, and their reinforcements were on their way. Zhou Na noticed when the bodyguard sent the message. She initially contemplated stopping it, but recalled Li Muchen's earlier statement. One must strike to kill and subdue those who oppose. Indeed, if Lu Dabala was not prevented from calling for help today, he would harbor resentment and seek revenge in the future. Thus, it was better to ensure he was thoroughly subdued. However, Zhou Na doubted that Li Muchen and Ma Shan possessed the capability to do so. She herself certainly did not, yet there was someone who could. Therefore, she sent a message to Uncle Ming. In He City, only Uncle Ming could handle someone like Lu Dabala effectively. Before long, several vehicles sped to the bar, including a sedan and 2 vans. 4 men exited the sedan, while dozens surged from the vans, each brandishing weapons. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Yiping and his companions, who were still nearby. Goodness, are they here for a fight? Zhang Yiping mused, recognizing them as Lu Dabala's men. A flicker of hatred crossed his eyes, unsure whether he loathed Lu Hongyu for losing face or blamed Li Muchen. After the bar was cleared, an eerie silence fell. But everyone sensed that this calm masked an impending storm. A throng burst into the bar, charging to the second-floor private room. Lu Hongyu, groaning on the floor, suddenly perked up upon seeing the newcomers and shouted, get him, kill him. The armed men advanced towards Li Muchen, wielding clubs and knives. Ma Shan shouted, if you want to lay a hand on my brother, you must first get through me. He brandished the steel pipe and plunged into the fray. He moved with remarkable agility, fending off attacks as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Zhou Na was astonished. She had known Ma Shan for many years and was aware of his fighting prowess, but she had not anticipated such skill. However, as she observed, it became evident that despite Ma Shan's strength, he was still merely human. He could only contend with a few adversaries at a time, while others circled behind to attack or targeted Li Muchen. Strangely, Li Muchen appeared to remain mostly stationary. Yet those who lunged at him either stumbled and fell or misdirected their strikes, inadvertently harming their own comrades, thereby relieving Ma Shan of pressure from behind. Zhou Na watched intently, perplexed by Li Muchen's calm demeanor amid the chaos. Before long, Lu Hongyu's men lay scattered across the ground. Ma Shan, flushed with exhilaration, stood in the center like a deity, panting heavily, astonished by his own capabilities. Brother, I never imagined you had honed such impressive skills in the mountains. He laughed heartily, relishing the thrill of the fight. Come on, who has next? Lu Hongyu could hardly believe his eyes. So many had been defeated. Sighing in relief upon spotting 2 remaining men behind him, he felt a flicker of hope. Zhou Na also noticed these 2. They had not engaged during the earlier skirmish. One stood observing Ma Shan intently, while the other remained as still as a statue, not even lifting his eyelids. What are you 2 waiting for? Get in there. Lu Hongyu barked. Only then did they step forward. The first approached Ma Shan, while the other, the seemingly tranquil middle-aged man, advanced towards Li Muchen. The man confronting Ma Shan drew a short knife from his waist and charged at Ma Shan's side, without uttering a word. Come on, Ma Shan shouted, evading the strike and countering with a swing of his pipe. The 2 clashed within the confined space of the private room. The bodyguard moved with lethal precision. Each strike aimed to kill, while Ma Shan fought with raw, powerful swings. Seeing that Ma Shan was holding his own and growing bolder, Li Muchen relaxed his focus on him and directed his attention to the man approaching him. It was clear that this individual was a martial arts expert. They stood face to face in silence. Lu Hongyu urged, Master Huang, act quickly. Disable him, but leave him alive. I want to make him suffer. At this, Lu Hongyu fell silent, which surprised Zhou Na. She had assumed Master Huang was one of Lu Hongyu's hired muscle, even if he were paid to fight. It was unexpected for him to show such disrespect towards Lu Hongyu. Why did Lu Hongyu seem to fear him? Master Huang clasped his hands in greeting. Addressing Li Muchen, I am Huang Hai of the Iron Garment sect. I noticed your use of the 18 falls of clothing earlier. It was quite refined. May I inquire which school you hail from? Zhou Na's heart leaped. So it was indeed the 18 falls of clothing. Li Muchen found it amusing that this man mistook his celestial abilities for a mere technique. The 18 falls of clothing required one to draw an opponent close before utilizing internal energy and skill to throw them off balance, a method of leveraging force against force. In contrast, Li Muchen had mastered the heavenly capital arts, the 9 turns of Xian Yuan, and though he had not yet reached the innate stage, tossing several ordinary individuals from a distance would be child's play. I have not heard of the Iron Garment sect, Li Muchen replied, shaking his head. Huang Hai assumed Li Muchen was feigning ignorance, as martial artists were generally aware of the Iron Garment sect, and he grew furious, exclaiming, "You young rascal. Allow me to demonstrate the Iron Garment sect's 18 horizontal techniques." With a sudden flourish of his arm, his garments shattered into fragments, swirling through the air like snowflakes. This display left the spectators in the private room utterly astonished. Zhou Na felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that even if Ming Shu arrived, he would be unable to restore order. Lu Hongyu laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Youngster, do you see this? This is true martial arts. You are doomed." Meanwhile, Ma Shan had cornered another bodyguard, who was battered and soon overwhelmed by a flurry of strikes, collapsing to the ground. "Allow me to demonstrate," he declared, raising his club. Huang Hai did not evade. He took the blow directly to his chest. The thud echoed like a club striking a leather-clad iron plate, causing the weapon to bounce back and leaving Ma Shan's arm numb. "Indeed, it is the iron shirt," Ma Shan exclaimed, picking up a dagger and lunging for Huang Hai's throat. Yet, Huang Hai remained unmoved. The dagger met his throat, but its point failed to penetrate. Ma Shan, undeterred, sought to try again, only to be intercepted by Li Muchen. "Allow me," he said, stepping forward. "Did you not just claim I would falter against your iron shirt? Let me show you how my technique can dismantle your defenses." As his words fell, Huang Hai was propelled through the air. Chapter 11. Ming Shu with a resounding crash. Huang Hai collided heavily with the wall. However, his iron shirt training rendered him impervious to harm from such an impact. What astonished him was that he had not discerned how Li Muchen executed his technique. The 18 falls were a skill that even the legendary Zhang Qiantai would struggle to match, he mused. Huang Hai recognized the difficulty of the situation but clung to a sliver of hope. Practitioners of the 18 falls were not necessarily formidable fighters, and he, with his extensive training, was not afraid of falling. His iron shirt equipped him with weapons throughout his body. If he could decipher his opponent's method of attack, he could counter with sheer force. Winning even a single technique could incapacitate his adversary. Then, executing a backflip, he transitioned into a heavy landing, his feet like nails driven into the ground. With his formidable training, he believed that even a dozen men could not budge him once he had established his stance. Yet, to his astonishment, as soon as he set himself, his body was hurled once more through the air. Bang! He crashed against the wall again. Yet, Li Muchen showed no signs of stopping. Huang Hai was sent flying yet again. This repeated assault occurred 7 or 8 times, leaving Huang Hai utterly disheartened. Despite his robust physique preventing serious injury, he could not withstand this relentless onslaught indefinitely. No matter how strong the body, it was still flesh and blood, susceptible to such torment. After being flung out 10 times, Huang Hai collided with the wall, sliding down its surface. "Here, I am farthest from Li Muchen," and pressed against the wall. "Surely, you cannot throw me again," he thought, but he underestimated his opponent. Without a visible movement, Li Muchen was suddenly before him once more. Huang Hai was once again sent soaring. Thud! He struck another wall. Defeated, he acknowledged the disparity in skill between him and his opponent. Yet, he was denied even the opportunity to surrender, for Li Muchen showed no inclination to allow him a moment to speak. The instant he paused, he would be thrown out again. With his spirit broken, his strength waned. Each impact reverberated through his bones and internal organs, rendering his training insufficient to cope. On the 17th throw, bang! Huang Hai hit the wall and slowly slid down, this time unable to stand, collapsing to the ground, feeling utterly dismantled. Li Muchen approached him. Looking down, "I concede. I am defeated," Huang Hai gasped, expending his last vestige of strength to utter those words. "You mentioned the 18 falls, did you not?" "There is one final demonstration," Li Muchen replied with a smile. Fear flickered in Huang Hai's eyes, and then he was airborne once more. This time, instead of colliding with the wall, he spun multiple times in the air, ultimately landing beside Lu Hongyu, unable to rise again. Lu Hongyu, startled, reached down to shake him. Master Huang. But Huang Hai lay still on the ground, limp as if lifeless. Li Muchen slowly approached Lu Hongyu, who now felt genuine fear. He knew of Huang Hai's prowess. Before inviting him, he had personally tested him. Bullets may not have been clear, but ordinary blades could not harm him. Thus, he had dared to stir trouble, fully aware of Ming Shu's backing. Yet, this young man had effortlessly subdued Huang Hai. "Brother, let us discuss this amicably," Lu Hongyu stammered. "Please, spare me. I will pay you whatever you desire." Li Muchen remained silent, his expression icy. Despair washed over Lu Hongyu. "I acknowledge my mistakes. I will bow before you and apologize to that young lady. I am in the wrong." Li Muchen lifted his foot, pressing down on Lu Hongyu's uninjured leg, coldly stating, "I have already given you a chance." With a forceful step, the sound of cracking bones mingled with Lu Hongyu's piercing scream. A convoy of black sedans sped toward the Blue Bridge Bar, screeching to a halt at the entrance. From the rear seat of the lead vehicle emerged a middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit, around 50 years of age, meticulously twirling a string of sandalwood beads. Alongside him was a stout, rosy-cheeked man, exuding vigor despite his girth. Each following car contained 4 individuals, half-donned suits while the other half wore white training garb, reminiscent of martial artists. This imposing group marched into the Blue Bridge Bar, igniting a commotion among the onlookers. Who were they? Such an impressive entourage. Zhang Yiping remarked. Excitement palpable as he recognized the man in the Tang suit. Ming Shu has arrived. As Ding Xiang feared for Ma Shan and Li Muken's safety, she refused to leave, prompting Lin Manqing to stay behind with her. Zhang Yiping and Zhou Su were equally curious about the unfolding events inside the bar and Li Muken's fate. Which one is Ming Shu? Yao Lili inquired, observing the two men walking side by side. The one in black, Zhang Yiping replied. The other is Ming Shu's bodyguard. Is it common for bodyguards to walk alongside their employer? Zhou Su asked, perplexed. You don't understand. That is Master Hong, a disciple of Southern Taiji and its local leader in Hucheng. Those in training attire are his apprentices, Zhang Yiping explained. Who exactly is Ming Shu? Ming Shu is a member of the Feng family, known as Feng Tianming. He is free-spirited, fond of fine wines, antiques, and women. It is said he was once the most eligible bachelor in Hucheng. Due to his detachment from family affairs, he remains relatively unknown to outsiders. However, within our circles, he is quite renowned, a true heavyweight. Although Lu Hongyu is formidable, he pales in comparison to Ming Shu. What brings them here? They must have been summoned by Sister Na, Zhang Gu speculated. Could Ming Shu also have a stake in the bar? I cannot say for certain, but Sister Na and Ming Shu seem to share a close relationship, he hinted, leaving the rest unsaid, yet understood by attentive ears. As they exchanged gossip, Ding Xiang remained anxious for Li Muken and Ma Shan. Will my brother and the others be all right? Zhang Yiping shook his head. It seems unlikely. No matter how skilled they are, can they truly contend with so many of Lu Dabla's men? Moreover, since they are causing trouble at the venue, Ming Shu will not let them off lightly. Lin Manqing added, it's Lu Dabla who is in the wrong. Ming Shu shouldn't make things difficult for them. Initially, with Sister Na's intervention, Lu Dabla had already shown her some respect, and matters could have been settled. However, Li Muken's act of breaking Lu Dabla's leg was a clear affront to Sister Na, and by extension, to Ming Shu. Everyone in the circle is aware that Uncle Ming is a man who does not tolerate insolence. Given his temperament, it would be quite challenging for Ma Shan and Li Muchen to emerge unscathed today. Zhou Su scoffed. They deserve it. They brought this upon themselves. Lin Manqing suddenly suggested, Zhang Yiping, why don't you go and plead for them? You often mingle in this circle, and your father is the chairman of Yongqing. Uncle Ming would likely show you some consideration. Zhang Yiping's face darkened. Under different circumstances, he would have complied with Lin Manqing's request. However, the thought of asking Uncle Ming for leniency filled him with trepidation. If even Lu Daba had no regard for him, how could he expect Uncle Ming to? He was unwilling to suffer further humiliation. Zhang Yiping, this is my first time asking you for a favor, Lin Manqing implored. Zhang Yiping's expression grew serious as he hesitated before finally shaking his head. It's not that I am unwilling, but even if my father were to come, Uncle Ming might not take it lightly. In Hucheng, there are few who can command Uncle Ming's respect. Unless your grandfather intervenes, the Lin family's prestige might sway him. Lin Manqing frowned. She certainly could not approach her grandfather for such a trivial matter, nor would he consent to intervene. After pondering for a moment, she declared, then I shall go. With that, she took Dailing's hand and headed towards the bar. Chapter 12, Southern-style Tai Chi. Having dealt with Lu Hongyu, Li Muchen intended to leave, still somewhat concerned about Dailing who remained outside, despite having entrusted her to Lin Manqing. Ma Shan, let us go, he urged. You two think you can just leave after causing this mess? Zhona interjected unexpectedly. Li Muchen was momentarily taken aback. What do you propose? Zhona was curious about Li Muchen but was uncertain how to handle him. The commotion today would surely complicate matters. Whether Lu Daba was subdued was one thing. The authorities needed appeasing, and the bar's business had been affected. How would these losses be accounted for? Forget it, you can leave. Zhona deliberated for a while before ultimately deciding to let them go. After all, it was futile to hold them back. Granting them a favor would be beneficial for future encounters. No sooner had she spoken than they heard a voice outside. No one is leaving. Two men entered. Both in their 50s, one stout and the other slender. The stout man, with a rosy complexion, exuded an air of authority, while the slender one, clad in a black Tang suit, bore a calm demeanor, radiating an innate elegance that made it evident he was no ordinary individual. Behind them trailed a group of young practitioners dressed in martial arts attire, alongside a cadre of individuals in dark suits, forming two distinct lines as they entered. Uncle Ming, Zhona exclaimed in surprise. The man in the black Tang suit nodded at her, glancing at the disheveled floor with a frown. Uncle Ming, the situation is somewhat complicated. Zhona began to explain, but he interrupted. It's not complicated at all. Lu Daba came after me, but lacking the courage to confront me directly. He chose to cause trouble here instead. After me? Zhona was taken aback. How dare he? Humph. Uncle Ming stepped forward, surveying the unconscious Lu Daba on the ground. Having acquainted himself with a few internet moguls, he seems to have forgotten his place. Internet moguls? Zhona's curiosity piqued. Had Uncle Ming ventured into internet projects? They are after the film city. Uncle Ming continued, twirling a string of sandalwood beads in his hand. Years ago, someone sought to purchase my shares in the film city, and I am well aware of the forces behind that maneuver. Without securing my shares, they cannot exert control over the entertainment industry. Zhona's realization dawned. The middle-aged stout man approached, bending down to examine Huang Hai, who lay on the ground, and pinched a few areas of his exposed skin. Uncle Ming turned to him and inquired, Master Hong, is this the one? Zhona pointed at Li Muchen. It is him. Master Hong, surprised, regarded Li Muchen. Ah, so young yet able to defeat Iron Shirt Huang Hai. Impressive. Who is your master? Do I need to disclose that to you? Li Muchen replied. his face devoid of expression. Master Hong's demeanor darkened. A cold snort escaped him as he retorted, "Young man, do not presume that a smattering of skills grants you the right to be arrogant." Li Muchen had no interest in continuing the conversation with Master Hong. "Are you finished? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." As he took a step forward, over a dozen disciples clad in martial arts attire who had accompanied Uncle Ming and Master Hong blocked his path with their arms crossed. "You think you can leave?" Master Hong sneered. Li Muchen turned but did not regard Master Hong. Instead, he fixed a cold stare on Uncle Ming. "Am I not allowed to leave?" Master Hong's anger surged as Li Muchen ignored him, yet without Uncle Ming's command, he refrained from acting. "Zhona," wishing to defend Ma Shan and Li Muchen, sensed the tension and quickly interjected, "Uncle Ming, those two just helped me out, otherwise, I shudder to think what Lu Daba would have unleashed." "I am aware," Uncle Ming interrupted, "but they did indeed vandalize your establishment. Everyone knows you are under my protection. The Blue Bridge Bar is my domain. If I simply let them walk away, it would undermine my reputation. The only ones leaving here today will be my people." Zhona's heart leapt with understanding. Uncle Ming intended to officially recruit Li Muchen and Ma Shan. "Ma Shan, hurry and thank Uncle Ming. From now on, you two will be under his wing." Concerned about gauging Li Muchen's temperament, Zhona addressed Ma Shan. Ma Shan had certainly heard of Feng Tianming, the second son of the Feng family, who was untouchable in Huching. He remained silent for a moment before replying, "Sister Na, I will only follow you. As for my brother, I cannot make decisions on his behalf." Zhona felt a pang of alarm. This fool was arguing at such a moment. What difference did it make to follow her or Uncle Ming? His words were disrespectful and displeasing to Uncle Ming. She turned her hopes towards Li Muchen, reasoning that Uncle Ming must have recognized Li Muchen's ability to defeat Huang Hai. If Li Muchen agreed, the matter would resolve itself. However, as she feared, Li Muchen shook his head. "I am myself, not anyone's subordinate." "Then you shan't leave," Master Hong thundered, his voice booming like a bell, striking a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings. "I am Hong Tiancheng, a disciple of Southern-style Tai Chi. I welcome your challenge." As Hong Tiancheng assumed a stance, Li Muchen discerned that his martial arts were likely on par with that of Iron Shirt Huang Hai. However, Tai Chi is an internal style, while Iron Shirt belongs to the external styles, in the hierarchy of martial arts. Practitioners of internal styles often look down on their external counterparts. In reality, these two were vastly inferior to the ninja encountered at Lingshan Lake, let alone the formidable Qian Kuan. Li Muchen scoffed at the thought of engaging in combat, merely shaking his head in resignation. Enraged by Li Muchen's demeanor, Hong Tiancheng was about to strike. "Master, why must you take action personally? He is just a kid. Allow me to teach him a lesson." A disciple of Hong Tiancheng stepped forward. The young man clasped his hands before Li Muchen, introducing himself, "I am Guan Xuping, a practitioner of Southern-style Tai Chi." He then mirrored his master's stance, spreading his arms like a white crane in flight. Seeing that Li Muchen made no move, Guan Xuping smirked disdainfully. "Make your move." With a low stance, he launched into an attack, aiming a palm strike towards Li Muchen's chest. Li Muchen found the situation amusing. Tai Chi emphasizes the principle of yielding to force, utilizing an opponent's strength against them. Particularly with this palm strike, the technique relies on countering the opponent's attack, redirecting their energy, and following through to send them flying. However, since Li Muchen remained stationary, Guan Xuping's execution transformed the internal technique into an external one. Li Muchen, feeling playful, gently parried the incoming strike, flipping his wrist to press down on Guan Xuping's elbow, and with a deft motion, he pulled back half a step. Clearly lacking in foundational strength, Guan Xuping lost his balance, and, with a light push from Li Muchen, was sent sprawling backwards. Palm strike. Li Muchen returned the move with a flourish, sending his opponent flying using their own technique, executing it with far greater finesse. In this world of martial arts, it is as if he is merely playing. Hong Tiancheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "So you are also a practitioner of Tai Chi? No wonder you were able to shatter Huang Hai's bones without leaving any external injuries. Shenyang, Sun Wu, and the southern and northern schools, under which master do you train?" Li Muchen replied calmly, "I am not a disciple of the Tai Chi school." "Not a disciple?" Hong Tiancheng asked, perplexed. "But the techniques you just employed were undoubtedly Tai Chi moves." "I merely learned them on the spot," Li Muchen retorted. "Such childish antics are not particularly challenging." Li Muchen did not harbor any disdain for Tai Chi in the past. Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong, created Tai Chi not as a martial art, but as a method of breathing and Qi cultivation suitable for ordinary practitioners. It was only later that people adapted it into martial arts, resulting in Tai Chi boxing. However, those who practice it today do so poorly, leaving only an empty shell. "You." Hong Tiancheng's anger flared. "Then let me show you the true power of Tai Chi." With a high-reaching horse stance, he launched an attack towards Li Muchen's face. Chapter 13. The prestige of the Lin family. Li Muchen felt a stir in his heart. While traversing the world, one should not resort to celestial techniques at every turn. Why not learn this southern-style Tai Chi? He executed the newly learned move, hand strumming the pipa, with a sweep, a press, and a retreat, but this time, he refrained from striking back. Seeing that Li Muchen had neutralized his force, Hong Tiancheng swiftly altered his technique, employing the move like sealing and closing, advancing by retreating, and seizing Li Muchen's arm, immediately following with an advancing hammer. His tiger's mouth faced upwards, his left hand blocking outward, left knee bending forward, right leg straightening, and right fist thrusting forward. Having already deflected Li Muken's hand, Hong Tianqing's attack left Li Muken's vulnerabilities wide open. With great force, he consolidated the strength of his entire body, channeling power from the soles of his feet and chi from the depths of the sea. The punch appeared slow, yet the air before it crackled with explosive sounds. His disciples could not help but erupt in cheers. Excellent. Hong Tianqing was confident in this punch, believing that Li Muken could not possibly evade it. However, just as his fist was about to make contact with Li Muken's clothing, Li Muken astonishingly twisted his body, performing a sealing motion with both hands, thwarting Hong Tianqing's attack. Following this, Li Muken gently deflected Hong Tianqing's direct punch, adopting the same posture. His left knee bent forward, right leg straightened, and right fist striking towards Hong Tianqing's ribs. This was the hammering move, employing the same technique as Hong Tianqing, albeit in a slightly different sequence. First deflecting and then advancing is called deflecting and hammering. This exemplifies the subtlety of Tai Chi. Hong Tianqing was astounded. He had not anticipated that his punch would miss the opponent and instead be countered. He quickly retreated, yet felt he could not escape this blow. Li Muken's fist struck his left rib but lacked force, merely sliding past it. Hong Tianqing sighed in relief. Realizing that Li Muken was merely an empty shell, skilled only in form without the ability to exert power. No longer intimidated, he regained his composure and altered his stance, executing the move gathering the sparrow's tail. Li Muken, responding in kind, continued to employ Tai Chi. Thus, the two engaged in combat within the private room. The disciples, fortunate to witness their master in a real fight, watched in rapt attention, fearing they might miss something. Yet they were puzzled as to why the man's boxing style mirrored their master's, executed with even greater fluidity and grace. As Hong Tianqing repeated his techniques, Li Muken smiled, sensing that the former had likely exhausted his lifetime of training. Master Hong, is that enough? He inquired. Frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand and feeling humiliated, Hong Tianqing, his eyes ablaze, declared, "Let us go another 300 rounds." But Li Muken would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift hand strumming the pipa, he sent Hong Tianqing flying. This was the first Tai Chi technique he had learned that day, concluding the battle with a sense of completeness. As Hong Tianqing flipped midair and landed, he stumbled back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. "Master Hong, how did I perform with my Tai Chi?" Li Muken inquired with a smile. Hong Tianqing's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving, struggling to find words. Turning to Feng Tianming, he clasped his fist. "Second Master Feng, I have brought disgrace upon myself." With that, he walked towards the exit. As he passed by Li Muken, he remarked, "In the landscape of mountains and rivers, we shall meet again." Upon reaching the door, he paused for a moment, waiting a few seconds, yet not hearing Feng Tianming's plea to stay. Finally, he sighed in frustration and departed. His disciples followed suit. Once the Tai Chi practitioners left, individuals in black suits took their place, blocking the door. Feng Tianming raised his hand, and the two individuals at the front suddenly brandished firearms. The dark muzzles were aimed at Li Muken and Ma Shan. Which is mightier, martial arts or bullets? Feng Tianming remarked with a wry smile directed at Li Muken. Uncle Ming, Zhou Na wished to intercede for Li Muken, confident that with Ma Shan's connections, she could draw him to her side. Such a young master was a rare find. Yet, gazing upon Feng Tianming's frosty countenance, she swallowed her words. She understood that unless Li Muken capitulated today, it would be difficult for him to exit through that door. Wait, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Lin Manqing entered, pulling along Ding Xiang. Immediately, someone pointed a gun at them. Li Muken frowned, having entrusted Ding Xiang to Lin Manqing for her safety. Wishing to shield her from such a scene, Zhou Na narrowed her eyes, observing the two young women before her. They were both exceptionally beautiful. She pondered who among them would capture a man's attention more effectively. "Brother Ma Shan, Brother Muchen," Ding Xiang exclaimed, startled to see guns aimed at them. Lin Manqing felt a twinge of fear, but knew she had to remain composed. She squeezed Ding Xiang's hand tightly and whispered, "Do not be afraid, I am here." "Uncle Ming." Lin Manqing called out. "Who are you?" Feng Tianming scrutinized Lin Manqing, finding her familiar. "I am Lin Manqing. I met you a few years ago during my grandfather's birthday celebration," she replied. Feng Tianming paused, then recalled, his surprise evident. "You are Lin Xiaoxing's daughter?" "Indeed. What brings you here?" "I wish to request the release of my friends." "Oh," Feng Tianming inquired. "Which of them are your friends?" Lin Manqing pointed to Li Muken and Ma Shan, stating, "Both of them." Zhou Na was taken aback, wondering how the Lin family's young lady had suddenly appeared. The relationship between the Lin family and the Feng family was intricate. Both were top families in Hucheng, with cooperation and rivalry between them. Could today's events be related to the Lin family? However, the Lin family was known for engaging only in legitimate business, while Feng Tianming was primarily involved in underhanded dealings, making any intersection improbable. It was rumored that the Lin family's young lady was still studying and had never meddled in business matters. A young girl, inexperienced in worldly affairs, could maintain her composure and assertiveness in such a situation. Truly, she was of noble descent. Zhou Na could not help but admire Miss Lin, feeling a pang of envy. Reflecting on her own struggles at that age, she wished she had such a background. Perhaps she would not have endured so much hardship to reach her current position. Feng Tianming remained silent, his expression fluctuating as he scrutinized Lin Manqing, seemingly trying to discern her intentions. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, saying, "The young lady of the Lin family comes to request a person. How could I refuse?" One must show respect to the elder, after all. I must honor the face of Lin Laozi. Who in Huching would dare to disrespect him? Lin Manqing sighed in relief, responding, "Thank you, Uncle Ming." However, Feng Tianming's tone shifted. "While I have granted the Lin family's request, can you, Miss Lin, also offer me some face in return?" Lin Manqing, inexperienced in such negotiations, asked. "Uncle Ming, what do you mean? I will do whatever I can." Feng Tianming, hands behind his back, began to pace slowly. "The transformation of the old bus station in the southern part of the city is a project I wish to bid on. However, I am aware that your father also intends to submit a bid. I propose a collaboration with the Lin family to undertake this project together." Lin Manqing replied, "I do not involve myself in family business. You should discuss this with my father." With a smile on his face, Feng Tianming responded, "So, Miss Lin, you are not representing your family today?" Lin Manqing shook her head. "No?" Feng Tianming's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Even if your father were here, he would still need to address me as second master. You do not represent the Lin family, yet come into my territory to solicit help. What basis do I have to grant you any favors?" Chapter 14. Who gives whom a break? Lin Manqing was taken aback by Feng Tianming's outburst and his blunt refusal, yet she was unwilling to concede so easily. "Uncle Ming, you spared my friend today. I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future." Feng Tianming was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Lin Manqing could maintain her composure in such a situation, and he found himself regarding her with increased respect. "How do you intend to repay me?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Lin Manqing understood that unless she offered something tangible, Feng Tianming would not release her friend. But what could she provide that would hold any real value? She furrowed her brow and gently bit her lip. At that moment, a phone rang. Its sound particularly jarring in the quiet room. Li Muchen pulled out his old Nokia, glancing at the caller ID. Despite the gun pointed at him, he remained calm and nonchalant as he answered the call. "Hello, Li, it's Qian Kuan." Recognizing the voice, Li Muchen replied, "What can I do for you, my brother?" Qian Kuan's voice was cheerful as he continued, "I have something to inform you. I checked, and the developer for Lingshan Lake is Feng's Huazhou Group. I've already spoken with the head of the Feng family. The land at Shitan will remain untouched. So you need not worry about relocating your grandfather's grave for the time being." "Thank you," Li Muchen responded, relieved. He had been troubled by the thought of disturbing the deceased, which he deemed the utmost disrespect. Qian Kuan had done him a great favor, and he felt genuine gratitude. "No need to thank me. I did it for my own convenience." Qian Kuan chuckled on the other end. Li Muchen smiled slightly, aware that Qian Kuan was downplaying the favor. However, he was a man of gratitude, and the more Qian Kuan dismissed it, the more he remembered the kindness. "Have you taken your medicine? That's good. Make sure to take it regularly. I'll come to give you an injection in 2 weeks." "All right, thank you, my brother." "No problem." Just as he was about to hang up, Li Muchen suddenly recalled something and asked, "Are you familiar with the Feng family?" "Fairly well," Qian Kuan replied. "Do you know Feng Tianming?" "I do." "Why? He has a gun aimed at my head, and I was contemplating whether to spare him for your sake." The words flowed from his lips so naturally that everyone in the room felt as if they had misheard. "Who spares whom?" Zhou Na and Lin Manqing exchanged bewildered glances. "Is Feng Tianming nearby?" Qian Kuan inquired from the other end. "Yes. Hand the phone to him." Li Muchen glanced at Feng Tianming and passed him the phone. The bodyguard beside him aimed the gun at Li Muchen's temple, ready to pull the trigger should Li make any sudden movements. Feng Tianming gestured for him to remain still, casting a puzzled look at Li Muchen, but ultimately took the phone. "Hello," he said, momentarily taken aback, displaying a hint of shock. "Kuan Yi." His tone shifted to one of utmost respect. Yes, understood." Shortly thereafter, he hung up, returning the phone to Li Muchen with a hearty laugh. "Brother, my apologies for the misunderstanding." Feng Tianming then turned to Lin Manqing. "It is indeed too much to have Miss Lin come personally to plead for someone. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Please do not hold it against me." Lin Manqing was perplexed as to why Feng Tianming's demeanor had suddenly changed so drastically. She sensed it was related to the phone call Li Muchen had just received. She looked toward Li Muchen, who approached her with a smile and said, "Thank you for today. Let us take our leave." Lin Manqing shot him a glare but said nothing, turning to leave with Ding Xiang. Li Muchen and Ma Shan followed suit. Zhou Na watched them exit, confused, and asked Feng Tianming, "Uncle Ming, who was that on the phone?" "How did you?" "Kuan Yi," Feng Tianming replied. "I hadn't anticipated that this lad was connected to Kuan Yi. We nearly made a grave mistake." "Kuan Yi?" Zhou Na pondered for a moment, but could not recall anyone by that name in Huching. "Which Kuan Yi?" "The one from Qiantang," Feng Tianming clarified. Zhou Na was taken aback. "From the Qian family?" "Indeed," Feng Tianming sighed. "In Nanjing province, who would dare to offend the Qian family? Is Kuan Yi highly regarded within the Qian family?" Zhou Na inquired. "Very much so," Feng Tianming reiterated twice, then suddenly added, "If the opportunity arises, you should try to get closer to this young man." Zhou Na was taken aback, but quickly understood Feng Tianming's implication. A twinge of disappointment mingled with a flicker of anticipation. Zhang Yiping and the others had been waiting outside the bar and rushed to greet Lin Manqing as she emerged. "Manqing, you really have considerable influence to rescue someone from Uncle Ming. That's quite impressive," Zhang Yiping praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Indeed. Who would dare disregard the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Huching?" Yao Lily chimed in, flattering her. "Ding Xiang, are you all right?" Zhou Su approached with concern. "We owe it all to Miss Lin. Otherwise, you would have been in serious trouble." He cast a glance at Li Muchen and Ma Shan, feeling embarrassed that 2 men had needed a woman to save them. "Have you all finished your praises?" Lin Manqing's expression turned cold. Who is being embarrassed here? Don't you know how you should feel? Zhou Su's face flushed as he glanced at Zhang Yiping, who wore a somewhat grim expression, having indeed felt embarrassed today. Yet even if given another chance, he would still hesitate to confront Lu Dapa or plead with Uncle Ming. He shot a glance at Li Muchen, deeming him a jinx, and resolved to distance himself from him. After returning, he would think of a way to appease Lin Manqing, hoping to make her smile so she'd forget about today's events. Zhang Yiping, however, disagreed and insisted, "No, Manqing, it was us who invited you out today. I cannot let you go alone. If anything were to happen, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Uncle Lin. You need not explain anything to my father." Lin Manqing replied coolly. She could not admire a man so devoid of responsibility. In contrast, she held greater respect for Li Muchen and Ma Shan. They lacked lofty family backgrounds and status, yet they were steadfast and willing to go to great lengths for their sister. At times, she found herself envying Dingxiang for having such protective brothers. Without hesitation, Lin Manqing hailed a taxi and invited Dingxiang, Li Muchen, and Ma Shan to join her. Zhang Yiping watched them depart, frustration boiling within him. He clenched his fist and struck a lamppost, muttering to himself, "I must find an opportunity to teach Li Muchen a lesson. Leave this minor matter to me," Zhou Su offered. Zhang Yiping understood that he was likely seeking a chance to get closer to Dingxiang, but chose not to point it out. He patted Zhou Su's shoulder and said, "Then I'll rely on you." Chapter 15. I am your fiancé. This task naturally fell to Li Muchen. Lin Manqing did not refuse. He attempted to hail a taxi by the roadside, but to his dismay, there were remarkably few empty cabs at this hour, and he waited for quite some time without success. Observing Li Muchen waving his hands repeatedly, Lin Manqing chuckled, "Don't you have Didi?" Li Muchen was taken aback. "Didi? Of course I do. Then use it." "Huh. Now." His expression was exaggerated, as if confronted by a monster. Lin Manqing seemed to realize something and clarified. "When I said Didi, I meant the ride-hailing app." "What? How can I use a younger brother to hail a taxi?" Li Muchen was utterly perplexed. Lin Manqing glanced at her phone and replied, "Never mind." Li Muchen continued to wave for a taxi. "What is aerobics anyway?" Li Muchen shook his head and stepped forward. "Why did you give me Dingxiang?" Lin Manqing suddenly inquired. "Because I do not trust anyone else," Li Muchen replied. "Do you trust me?" Lin Manqing gazed at him. "I do," he said without a hint of hesitation. "Why?" Lin Manqing asked, her curiosity piqued. "There is no reason to trust someone. It is akin to love at first sight, purely instinctual," Li Muchen remarked, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. Lin Manqing paused, then chuckled softly. "What kind of reasoning is that? You said there was no reason. Who was on the phone earlier?" "The call that convinced Uncle Ming to let you go." She clarified. "Oh, just a friend," he responded. Aware that Li Muchen would not divulge more, Lin Manqing continued to observe him with interest. "What would you have done if that call hadn't come?" Li Muchen smiled. "But you were there, weren't you? What use am I? Uncle Ming wouldn't have listened to me." "Not true," Li Muchen insisted. "Uncle Ming would definitely have given you face. He was merely looking for an excuse to relent. My call simply added a bit of leverage, hastening his decision." Skeptical, Lin Manqing scrutinized him. "Did you know who I was all along?" Li Muchen shook his head. "No, you must have known," she countered, tilting her head in thought. "You asked me if I could walk so far, yet I never mentioned where I lived. How did you know I lived far?" "You entrusted Dingxiang to me because you were aware of my identity. As long as Dingxiang is with me, she is safe. That is why you confidently asserted that Uncle Ming would give me face." Li Muchen had to concede that his fiancée was indeed astute, intelligent, kind, and responsible, so unlike the other Mrs. Lin. However, he had no intention of revealing his own identity, considering he had come to break off the engagement, and it appeared that the Lin family did not welcome him. "Uncle Ming did not give me face. He merely gave face to the person on the phone," he clarified. Lin Manqing looked at him curiously. "Who exactly are you?" "I am Li Muchen, from the mountains." "So you really are from the mountains?" Lin Manqing seemed somewhat incredulous. "Indeed." "Then tell me, which mountain?" "Kunlun." "Oh, so it's a snowy mountain." Lin Manqing was even less convinced. Li Muchen explained, "Kunlun is vast, and indeed has many places that are snow-covered year-round, but our Tiandu Peak has no snow because the summit is home to the Wanjian sword array, which continuously releases sword energy more intense than sunlight." As Lin Manqing found his claims increasingly absurd, she chose to ignore him. When silence fell between them, the atmosphere grew awkward. The two walked silently through the streets of Hucheng late at night. "If they find out, they will send a driver to pick me up. There would be no freedom at all." Lin Manqing smiled slyly. "You've seen through me. Shouldn't you pay me a hush fee then?" Li Muchen joked. To his surprise, Lin Manqing readily agreed, saying, "Then I'll treat you to a late-night snack. How about over there?" Following her, Li Muchen noticed a haze ahead. It was a cluster of late-night food stalls, with smoke rising from 2 barbecue stands. "Sounds good," he replied, having not had Hucheng's late-night snacks in quite some time. They found a stall, settled down, ordered dozens of skewers, and a jug of beer. At that moment, 2 men in checkered shirts sat down at the adjacent table. Li Muchen had noticed these 2 had been following them all along, but feigned ignorance. Back then, the streets were not so clean and orderly, but they were far more vibrant, with snack stalls scattered everywhere. Li Muchen, Ma Shan, and Dingxiang often sat on the roadside, watching the diners from a distance. They couldn't afford to eat, but even just inhaling the aromas brought a sense of fulfillment. Ma Shan would often lick his lips, saying, "When I grow up, I will earn lots of money and eat barbecue every day." Such was the innocence of childhood, even when tainted by society. The desire for wealth was only to enjoy food. Noticing Li Muchen lost in thought, Lin Manqing turned her attention to her phone. How can you peek at my WeChat? She exclaimed, snapping her phone shut on the table. So this is what you call WeChat? You really don't know how to use a smartphone? Li Muchen shook his head in confusion. After a moment's thought, Lin Manqing said, wait here. She stood up, crossed the street, and entered the mall across from them. Li Muchen noticed that the two men also stood up, but, seeing him remain seated, one sat back down while the other followed suit. Li Muchen deduced that those two were likely after Lin Manqing. He pretended not to notice, lowering his gaze to his beer. Here you go, Lin Manqing said, handing him a bag. What is this? Your phone. Li Muchen took the bag, pulling out an elegant phone box. Inside was a large-screen smartphone. What does this mean? He inquired. It's a gift for you, Lin Manqing replied. Li Muchen shook his head. I don't know how to use it, nor do I need it. I can teach you. How could it be useless? Lin Manqing stated, taking out the new phone, powering it on, and began instructing Li Muchen on how to use it. Li Muchen was bewildered. How could this device be so complicated? Though he had not been entirely isolated on the mountain for the past decade, and occasionally came down to handle affairs, he had never used a smartphone, not due to a lack of funds, but because he had no need for one. The only purpose a phone served for him was for communication with fellow disciples in various sections. While at the bar, he mentioned that Zhou Su had broken his phone and couldn't afford to replace it, which was no exaggeration. His phone contained contact details for the leaders or key contacts of major sections. The value of that contact list was beyond any worldly wealth. During the teaching process, Lin Manqing finally accepted that Li Muchen genuinely had no experience with smartphones and was unfamiliar with many aspects of modern society. You aren't from another time, are you? Lin Manqing jested. What is crossing over? Li Muchen inquired. Lin Manqing shook her head helplessly, continuing to teach him about the phone while imparting some common knowledge about contemporary society. Li Muchen quickly grasped the basic functions of the phone, registered a WeChat account, and added Lin Manqing as a contact. The next challenge emerged. Li Muchen did not know how to type. Although he had learned pinyin as a child, he found himself at a loss before the unfamiliar keyboard. This is too difficult, harder than cultivating. Li Muchen complained. He could only use the handwriting feature to painstakingly send Lin Manqing his first WeChat message. Hello, I am Li Muchen. Please guide me. Hands clasped. No need for that. He added, thinking the conversation had concluded, only for him to send another message. Do you have any enemies? No, she replied, followed by a. She didn't understand why Li Muchen asked that, but saw him swiping at his phone, struggling for a while before sending another message. In the future, do not go out alone at night. Be wary of strange men. Li Muchen continued to swipe, sending another message. You are too beautiful. Lin Manqing was taken aback that he would flirt in such a manner. While it was a rather ordinary statement, the preceding old-fashioned build-up rendered it unexpectedly impactful. If a man were to compliment her face-to-face like that, she would feel nothing, perhaps even be annoyed. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she was usually chauffeured and sometimes accompanied by bodyguards. Rarely did she have the opportunity to sit alone with a man at a roadside stall, free from distractions. In that moment, Lin Manqing felt genuinely real and vibrant, no longer just the heiress of the Lin family. Of course not. I am your fiancé, he stated. Get lost. Lin Manqing pretended to be angry, setting her phone down, though she was not truly upset. For a moment, she stood there, watching Li Muchen walk away, puzzled by the situation. Is this not a joke worth making? It was clearly you who made the jest first. However, upon reflection, I considered that she hails from the mountains and might not be accustomed to the use of such language. Alas, I should not have uttered that. Lin Manqing felt a twinge of guilt and longed to call out to Li Muchen to clarify. Hey, I was merely joking. Yet, her noble demeanor prevented her from speaking. A sense of emptiness washed over her, as if something had been lost. With a sudden mistiness in her eyes, she murmured, forget it, if you wish to leave. So be it, I am indifferent to your company. Lin Manqing gathered her bag and phone, striding along the road in the opposite direction of Li Muchen. Unbeknownst to her, two men at the adjacent table exchanged glances and rose to follow her. Crossing an intersection, she approached a park. The hour was late, and the elderly women who danced in the square had long dispersed, leaving only a few scattered souls lingering in the park. As Lin Manqing ventured deeper, she noted the dim lights by the riverbank, where pedestrian traffic was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, two men appeared before her, blocking her path. Beautiful lady, walking alone at such a late hour, must feel rather lonely, don't you think? One of the men leered. What do you want? Lin Manqing gasped in surprise. Why? We want you. The man's gaze roamed over her brazenly, ultimately fixating on her chest. Step aside, or I shall call the police, she warned, but as she spoke, one of the men snatched her bag. He waved her phone mockingly in the air. Call away, let us see what you can do without your phone. You might as well embrace me, haha. Lin Manqing was alarmed. Return my bag. I will call for help. All right, I shall return it, the man taunted, dangling her bag before her. Meanwhile, the other man seized the opportunity to cover her mouth from behind. Chapter 16. An escort home. Lin Manqing wished to scream, but no sound emerged, only muffled whimpers. The man's grip was unyielding, and she found herself powerless to escape. The other man tossed her bag to the ground, grinning wickedly as he approached her. Dear lady, tonight we shall indulge ourselves. As long as you serve us well, we shall not harm you. He extended his hands towards her, claws poised to strike. Despair enveloped Lin Manqing. In that moment, a voice rang out from behind her. Release her. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Manqing's heart as she recognized Li Muchen's voice. Both assailants were taken aback. "Mind your own business, kid," one of them retorted, brandishing a folding knife that glimmered ominously in the dim light. Recognizing the newcomer as the one who had shared a late-night meal with Lin Manqing, he sneered. "I will say this once more. Let her go," Li Muchen demanded. "Let her go?" The assailant laughed malevolently. "You've spoiled our fun. I'll teach you a lesson today." He twirled the knife in his hand, showcasing his prowess. Yet, in a sudden twist, the knife inexplicably found its way into Li Muchen's grip. In an instant, Li Muchen had closed the distance, sweeping his hand across the assailant's chest. The man was hurled backward, crashing against a tree. As he slid down, barely regaining his footing, a sharp sound echoed as the knife embedded itself into the tree trunk. Quivering ominously, the assailant felt the chill of the blade against his neck, paralyzing him with fear. The other assailant released Lin Manqing, cursing as he charged forward. With a mere wave of his hand, Li Muchen sent him sprawling to the ground. Realizing the dire situation, the two assailants abandoned their weapons and fled into the dense greenery, their figures vanishing from sight. Li Muchen chuckled coldly, a subtle gesture unleashing invisible energy into the foliage. Lin Manqing clutched her sore neck, coughing softly. Li Muchen retrieved her bag and phone from the ground, offering them back with concern. "Are you all right?" Lin Manqing shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." As she expressed her gratitude, her gaze revealed a complex mixture of emotions. Li Muchen smiled. "I didn't leave. After all, then what was that about? I merely stepped away for a moment. You ought to be cautious, especially with unfamiliar men, wandering along such secluded paths alone." Lin Manqing pondered. "You seem to know someone was after me." Li Muchen replied. "Those two have been tailing you since we were at the barbecue. They were seated at the table next to us." Lin Manqing recalled their presence vaguely. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" "Catching the thief requires evidence," Li Muchen explained. "Moreover, without a little discomfort, how would you remember my words?" "You jerk," Lin Manqing retorted, her anger flaring. Li Muchen feigned innocence. "But I saved you. How can I be a jerk? Who asked for your help?" Lin Manqing rolled her eyes. With a sigh, Li Muchen lamented, "You're fierce even before crossing the threshold. Imagine how unbearable it'll be afterward." "Leave," Lin Manqing exclaimed, growing increasingly irritated by his banter and choosing to ignore him as she marched ahead. After a few strides, glancing back at the dimly lit path and recalling the earlier incident, a wave of apprehension washed over her. She turned to check if Li Muchen had indeed departed, only to find him mere inches from her. Their eyes met, and their breaths mingled in the stillness. "Ah," Lin Manqing gasped, stepping back in surprise. "Why are you so close?" "What's wrong?" Li Muchen responded innocently. "Why are you following me so closely? Do you not like my company?" "Very well, I shall leave." He turned to depart. "Wait," Lin Manqing called out. "Are you really leaving? Do you want me to go or to stay with you?" Lin Manqing bit her lip, her expression tinged with vulnerability. After a moment, she acquiesced with a soft obediently trailing behind Li Muchen. The streetlights cast a muted glow. Winding paths echoed with the chirping of insects, weaving a symphony of summer's night. For the first time, Lin Manqing felt the enchanting beauty of the summer evening, and the presence of the man beside her instilled a profound sense of safety. The earlier fright dissipated, and with the rhythm of the summer's serenade, her steps grew lighter. As they neared the park's exit, Li Muchen suddenly inquired, "Could you teach me how to use a taxi app?" "What?" Lin Manqing paused, momentarily bewildered. "I just tried it earlier." Li Muchen scratched his head bashfully. "It was my first attempt, and I truly didn't know how to use it." "You tried it?" Lin Manqing pointed at him incredulously. Li Muchen, unaware of her odd expression, suggested, "Why not help me figure it out?" "Leave." Lin Manqing was genuinely annoyed now. Resolved to ignore him entirely, she halted, abruptly turning around. "What did you say about taking a taxi?" "Indeed, the taxi app, as you mentioned." Li Muchen waved his phone. Lin Manqing stood silently for a moment before bursting into laughter, first stifling it with her hand, then allowing herself to laugh freely. This was perhaps the most unrestrained laughter she had ever experienced. Under Lin Manqing's gentle guidance, Li Muchen finally mastered the art of hailing a taxi through the app. Though it was night, he noticed a gossamer cloud lingering over the villa district, unwavering amidst the tumult around it. As they parted, Li Muchen advised Lin Manqing, "Try to spend less time at home and venture out more." Lin Manqing was puzzled by his suggestion, but nodded in agreement. She had never been fond of the life of a socialite, preferring to remain at school. The two assailants lay motionless in the bushes, unconscious. Li Muchen lightly tapped them, releasing the pressure points on their upper bodies. The assailants gazed at him in terror as he brandished a small knife, gliding it across their faces, gradually descending to their chests, abdomens, and finally to their groins. "Speak up, who sent you?" Li Muchen demanded. "Nobody. No one sent us." "Are you certain no one sent you?" Li Muchen swiftly wielded his knife, creating two large holes in the trousers of the two men before him. To his dismay, neither cut had struck true. "Oh, not a single hit," he remarked, disappointment etched across his face as he prepared to strike once more. The ground was already stained with a pool of yellow liquid, accompanied by the unpleasant odor of urine. "It's Kai Tao who sent us here. It has nothing to do with us. Please spare us," the assailants pleaded, their words tumbling over each other in desperation. "Who is Kai Tao? Why did he instruct you to follow?" "Kai Tao is Kai Weiman. He ordered us to track that girl and find an opportunity to kidnap her. Beyond that, we know nothing." "Since when have you been following her?" "Since she left the Blue Bridge bar." Li Muchen frowned slightly. "Where's Kai Tao?" "He owns several nightclubs. But recently he's been at the dog fighting arena. If our kidnapping were successful, that's where we would take her." Dogfighting arena? Where is it located? To the south of the city, near an abandoned factory by the highway. After posing a few more questions without uncovering anything of particular significance, Li Muchen pressed the pressure points of the two men, rendering them mute. With their lower body pressure points still intact and their voices silenced, their chances of being discovered amidst the dense underbrush relied solely on fate. Even if rescued, without someone to release their pressure points, they would remain forever standing and voiceless. Li Muchen felt confident that in this realm, few could unlock his unique technique. Chapter 17. Let me calculate for you. Seated on the living room sofa, father bore a grave expression, while mother appeared troubled nearby. Brother Lin Yun was engrossed in a game on his phone. Even butler Luo was present. Lin Manqing sensed an unusual atmosphere and inquired, "Dad, is something wrong?" "Oh, the event was cancelled last minute," Lin Manqing replied. "Why didn't you inform us to send a driver to pick you up?" Yin Huiman chided. "It's dangerous for you to be alone. I'm grown now." "What danger could there be?" Lin Manqing retorted, though a flicker of unease stirred within her. Recalling her recent experiences, she felt a tinge of fear, and her mind was clouded with thoughts of Li Muchen and his words, which lingered stubbornly. "I was just out with some classmates." "Which classmates?" "Zhang Jia, you know her. And also Zhang Yiping." "Zhang Yiping? Is he the son of Zhang Jinmu, the chairman of Yongqing?" Upon hearing that he was with Zhang Jia, Yin Huiman felt relieved and said, "All right, at least she is not mingling with unsavory characters. Let her have some freedom." Lin Xiuxing scoffed. "What does Zhang Jinmu's son want?" "I know well enough. He's trying to climb the social ladder through my daughter. The Zhang family isn't worthy." Yin Huiman shot her husband a disapproving glance and retorted, "The Zhang family, regardless of their status, are still wealthy in Huqing. The Yongqing group collaborates with us. Honestly, I would prefer for Manqing to marry Zhang Jinmu's son rather than that country bumpkin." Lin Manqing sensed a discord and interjected, "Mom, what are you talking about? What country bumpkin? What marriage?" Brother Lin Yun, still absorbed in his game, chimed in, "Sister, you have a fiancé and you didn't even know? What?" Upon hearing the word fiancé, Lin Manqing's mind instinctively conjured Li Muchen's name. "You have a fiancé arranged by grandfather when you were young. He came today with a marriage contract." Lin Manqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. Lin Yun, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yin Huiman exchanged a glance with her husband, sighed, and explained, "Manqing, I didn't intend to keep this from you. I thought it was merely a drunken mistake by your grandfather to arrange that contract years ago. After all this time, it had never been mentioned again. Who would have thought that the person would show up today?" "Who is this person?" Lin Manqing asked. "I heard he's a Taoist priest," Lin Yun interjected, a mischievous grin on his face. "Sister, marrying a Taoist priest would be great. You could ask him for some elixirs to ensure my longevity." Lin Manqing shot him an exasperated glare. "Shut up." Lin Yun stuck out his tongue, falling silent. Lin Xiuxing inquired, "Huiman, have you investigated this person's background? Dad wouldn't he have arranged a marriage without reason?" "Surely not. He is just a garbage collector, right?" Lin Yun expressed his disappointment. "I thought he might be a descendant of some secret sect. Where has he been for the last decade?" Lin Xiuxing pressed. Yin Huiman shook her head. "I don't know. However, judging by his appearance today, dressed in rags and sporting a bun, he truly resembles a Taoist priest. He must have had a rough life. Perhaps he is counting on marrying into the Lin family to turn his fortunes around. I refuse to marry anyone, regardless of what he does." "I won't marry," Lin Manqing declared loudly. "What era is this? Arranged marriages are archaic. Sister, you should take that up with grandfather." "Fine, I'll go find grandfather," Lin Manqing declared, rising to leave. "Dad," she called, intending to voice further concerns. Returning to her room, she lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Born into a prestigious family, beautiful and academically gifted, she was the apple of her family's eye and the center of attention wherever she went. Yet, she felt utterly constrained in matters of love. The notion of marrying a stranger who suddenly appeared with a marriage contract left her incredulous. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and tears threatened to spill. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her contacts, seeking a confidant to share her turmoil. To her dismay, she realized she had no true friends to confide in. Had she not been Lin's daughter, how many of those names would have ever considered her a friend? Ultimately, her gaze settled on the name Li Muchen. Hesitating, she sent a message. "Are you asleep?" "Yes." Lin Manqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she was about to put her phone down, only to receive another message. "I'm awake now. Sorry for waking you. It's fine. If someone were forcing you to marry a man you've never met, what would you do?" "I'm a man. No one is forcing me to marry a man." Lin Manqing couldn't help but laugh at his response. "My family wants me to marry someone I've never met. What do you think I should do?" "Then marry him." Lin Manqing, exasperated, replied, "How can you say that? What if he is old, ugly, or wicked? Are you skilled at fortune-telling?" She asked curiously. "Your fiancé is handsome, charming, and exceptionally talented, truly a paragon among men, a celestial being in this world." Lin Manqing lay in bed, finally laughing heartily, the earlier discontent dissipating. In the living room downstairs, once the children had departed, Lin Xiuxing rubbed his forehead and said, "Huiman, please keep a close eye on this matter and try to locate the person. Business has been quite unfavorable lately, and I have a meeting early tomorrow. I will rest now." Yin Huiman nodded, and soon only she and butler Luo remained in the living room. "Have the arrangements been made?" "Everything is in order," butler Luo replied, unaware that the men he had sent had encountered trouble. He believed they had successfully eliminated Li Muchen and had left Huqing, as instructed. The 2 million would naturally fall into his own pockets. Rest assured, he won't be appearing again, Butler Luo said confidently. However, Madam Yu. Chapter 18. The Lin family's search. Li Muchen, newly arrived in Muchen, had nowhere to stay and spent the night at Ma Shan's place. What was termed a home was merely a cramped underground room, damp and musty, exuding a scent of mildew. Brother Shan, weren't you doing well at the bar? Why not stay somewhere nicer? Li Muchen inquired. Ma Shan replied, eating requires only a mouth, and sleeping requires only a bed. Why bother with extravagance? I'm doing fine at the bar. Sister Na has treated me well over the years, and my salary has never been less. However, I am not good at saving money. I have many friends, and my salary disappears after just a few meals. Li Muchen understands that Ma Han is capable of getting by and feels indifferent about it, yet he cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Dingxiang. Dingxiang lives next door to Ma Han, in a similar room, but hers has an additional ventilation window, making it slightly drier. Moreover, Dingxiang is diligent and keeps her room tidy, which carries a pleasant fragrance. Li Muchen has recently learned that Dingxiang's parents have both passed away. When they were children, they all lived in the same courtyard. And Dingxiang's parents treated him and Ma Han as their own children. Little did they know that in the blink of an eye, all three of them would become orphans. Do you have enough money for Dingxiang's college tuition? Li Muchen inquired. Ma Han replied, I have saved 10,000. Dingxiang earns a little from her part-time job. So it should be enough. Didn't you just say you can't save money? This is for Dingxiang. I initially intended to save 50,000, so she could focus on her studies without having to work. Sighing, Ma Han scolded himself. It's my fault for being unable to control my spending. I should have just cut off my own hands. Li Muchen pondered for a moment and asked, how much does it cost to buy a house around here? That depends on the size. It's over 10,000 per square meter. You do the math, Ma Han responded. Why, are you thinking of buying a house? Li Muchen confirmed. Yes, I want to buy a house for the three of us to live together, so we won't have to part ways. Ma Han jumped out of bed in surprise. Do you have money? Li Muchen shook his head. No? Ma Han laughed. If you don't have any, what are you talking about? Even if we shared a room, we still need to give Dingxiang her own room. That would be a 2-bedroom apartment, costing at least 7 or 800,000. If it's a 3-bedroom, it could be over 1 million. Are you dreaming? Li Muchen then asked, is there a way to make quick money? Ma Han thought for a moment and said, if it's legal, there's stone gambling or underground boxing. Suddenly, a spark lit up in Ma Han's eyes. Right. With your kung fu skills, you'll definitely win in boxing. How much can you make from boxing? Li Muchen asked. I know of small venues where you can win tens of thousands per match. I've heard of larger venues where one match can earn you 100,000 or even several 100,000. Li Muchen shook his head. A few tens of thousands per match isn't worth the risk of being a public fighter. What about stone gambling? Stone gambling is betting on whether a piece of stone contains jade. Until it's cut open, no one knows what's inside. If you slice it open and it's a brilliant green, then you've struck it rich. If you get a good piece, you could earn millions. Ma Han explained. Li Muchen found this idea appealing and said, then let us go stone gambling. Ma Han replied, stone gambling requires capital. Where do we get the money? Li Muchen reminded him. Don't you have 10,000? That's for Dingxiang's college tuition. Ma Han shouted, don't even think about it. Don't worry. I've learned about jade from my master in the mountains. I want to take risks with your money. Li Muchen nodded and suddenly asked, what about dog fighting? Ma Han was taken aback, saying, dog fighting can also yield quick money. It's all about gambling. But the dog fighting rings are shady, and if you're not familiar, you'll just be taken advantage of. Why are you asking about this? Li Muchen replied, there's a rundown factory by the overpass in the south of the city. I heard it's a dog fighting ring. You know many people, go find out. Ma Han, unsure of how Li Muchen got this information, didn't press further and said, all right, I'll investigate. The next morning, Dingxiang came over and called the two of them to get up. After breakfast, Ma Han left, saying he was going to gather information. Additionally, he planned to visit a bar since there was quite a commotion the previous day, and someone got hurt. Although Uncle Ming likely resolved everything, Ma Han felt he should still explain things to Zhona. Dingxiang then took Li Muchen to the restaurant where she worked. Brother Muchen, I've talked to my boss. He is okay with you helping out at the store. Li Muchen was taken aback. This girl was still concerned about helping him find a job. Don't worry. Our boss is really nice and not scary at all. Anyway, I'll be going to college soon, and the restaurant needs help. Dingxiang chattered away, seeing her good intentions. Li Muchen couldn't bring himself to refuse. Considering he had nothing to do at the moment, he thought it would be a good place to settle down until Ma Han found a stone gambling venue and made some money for the next step. The restaurant's owner, Mr. Wang, was a chubby man with a perpetual smile, resembling the laughing Buddha. True to Dingxiang's description, Mr. Wang was very amiable, just like his appearance. The owner's wife, Ms. Mei, known as Sister Mei, was slightly older yet still possessed a charming allure, making her quite attractive among ordinary people. Unlike Mr. Wang, Sister Mei had a bold and lively personality, often teasing customers. However, she was also kind-hearted, treating everyone well except for Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang usually worked in the kitchen while Sister Mei managed the front counter. When she wasn't busy, she would go out for a manicure or hair appointment, leaving Mr. Wang at the front. On Li Muchen's first day, he followed Dingxiang to learn how to clean tables and had a rather easy time of it. In the afternoon, Sister Mei went out for a hair appointment and specifically called for Li Muchen, saying, Shaoli, do you want to accompany me to get a haircut? My hairstylist is fantastic. I can have him make you look handsome too. She playfully pinched his cheek. Li Muchen felt a chill. No, Sister Mei. I just got here and still have a lot to learn in the store. All right then, be sure to learn well. Sister Mei swayed her hips as she left. Li Muchen felt as if her waist might snap. Thus began his first day as a waiter. On that day, news about the Lin family searching for a Taoist namely quickly spread among the upper circles of Huqing. At the Tianqing temple in the southern part of the city, the abbot Zhang Daoyuan was practicing breathing exercises in the courtyard. Suddenly, a young Taoist rushed in. Master, master. Zhang Daoyuan stopped and scolded. What's the hurry? Master. There are rumors that the Lin family is searching the world for a Taoist named Li. Does it concern us? Normally, any Taoist arriving in Huqing would check in at our Tianqing temple and inform you first. How could a Taoist named Li suddenly appear in Huqing? The young Taoist continued. The Feng, Cha, and Zhao families have all called, asking if you know anything about this Master Li. Zhang Daoyuan shook his head. The young Taoist asked, so? This Master Li is quite formidable. Zhang Daoyuan laughed heartily. It's not that Master Li is formidable, it's the Lin family that is. He pondered for a moment. Let me calculate. As he began to perform calculations, his brow suddenly furrowed, repeatedly exclaiming, strange, strange. Master, what's wrong? The young Taoist asked curiously. Zhang Daoyuan shook his head. I can't discern the origins of this Master Li, which is not surprising since he is likely a fictitious figure. But the Lin family. He gazed towards the northwest, a look of confusion in his eyes. Dark clouds loomed, suggesting a sense of decline, yet a glimmer of hope remained. Alas, it's incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 19. Like a pile of fragrant snow, a Taoist named Li, in the Zhao family of Huqing, the head, Zhao Sihai, frowned slightly as he listened to his stewardess report. Do you know the background of this Master Li? No, replied the steward, but the Lin family seems quite anxious, nearly mobilizing all their resources to find this person. Dad, could it be that the Lin family knows something? Why are they suddenly looking for a Taoist? Zhao Sihai's son, Zhao Qinyang, remarked. Zhao Sihai instructed his steward, go and invite Mr. Wu here. Also, ask Master Zhang of Tianqing Temple if he knows anything about this Master Li. Understood, the steward replied and left. Shortly after, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features entered. Zhao Sihai rose to greet him, saying, Mr. Wu, please take a seat. This elder was named Wu Xian, an expert in yin and yang invited by Zhao Sihai. Wu Xian clasped his fists and, without any pretense, sat down in the adjacent seat. The head of the Zhao family summoned me. May I inquire about the matter? He asked. I have heard that the Lin family is in search of a Taoist priest with the surname Li. Zhao Sihai expressed his concern, wondering if they might be aware of their actions and seeking the priest to unravel the trap set by Mr. Wu. Wu Xian stroked his white beard and chuckled. Rest assured, head Zhao, the methods I employ are ancient secrets of my sect. In Huqing, not only is it unlikely that anyone comprehends them, but even if they did, they would not be able to break through the scheme. Zhao Sihai still harbored some doubt. Mr. Wu, are we to simply wait idly? Can the Lin family truly decline without any intervention? Wu Xian reassured him. Do not worry. The Lin family is shrouded in misfortune and hardship. Their decline is inevitable. Zhao Qinyang added. Father, from the information I have gathered, the Lin family is facing numerous issues in various projects, and Lin Xiuxing is overwhelmed. Furthermore, reliable sources indicate that the elder Lin's health is deteriorating day by day. Oh, Zhao Sihai exclaimed with delight. Once that old fool Lin Xiangyi passes, the Lin family's assets will surely change hands to the Zhao family within 6 months. At that point, our family will reign supreme in Huqing. Wu Xian smiled slightly and remarked, this is trivial. If you provide me with Lin Xiangyi's birth date, I can ensure his fate meets its end within 7 days using the nail-head arrow technique. In the afternoon, the restaurant was relatively quiet, and Li Muchen, feeling bored, began to fiddle with his new phone. Ding Xiang, noticing his device, exclaimed, Brother Muchen, you bought a new phone? Li Muchen replied, Miss Lin gifted it to me. Wow. Miss Lin is indeed generous. This is the finest phone. Ding Xiang said enviously. If you like it, I can give it to you. Li Muchen offered, extending the phone. Ding Xiang shook her head. No, it was given to you by Miss Lin. Then I will earn money to buy you one, Li Muchen promised. Ding Xiang smiled brightly. That would be wonderful. At that moment, the door swung open forcefully, and 2 young men with dyed yellow-green hair and a rather disheveled appearance entered. They made their way directly to the bar, knocking on the counter. Boss Wang, who had been dozing inside, woke up groggily. Upon seeing the two, he immediately put on a smile. Gentlemen, what brings you here so early? Would you like me to cook something? Cut the nonsense, one of the young men snapped. Extending his hand, Boss Wang, chuckling nervously, retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills from the drawer, counted them, and handed them over. The young man took the money without further ado and turned to leave. As they passed by Li Muchen and Ding Xiang, one of them suddenly stopped and eyed Ding Xiang with a leering smile. Hey, where did this beauty come from? Ding Xiang, frightened, hid behind Li Muchen. The young man glared at Li Muchen. Are you blind? Get out of the way. Li Muchen stood his ground and replied with a single word. Leave. Are you looking for trouble? The young man's face twisted into a snarl. Boss Wang hurriedly rushed out from behind the bar, positioning himself between the young man and Li Muchen, and said with a forced smile, Oh dear, it's all good. They just arrived and don't know the rules. Please, don't take offense. He then slipped 200 yuan into the young man's hand. Take this to buy some cigarettes. At least you know your place. The young man retorted, pointing at Li Muchen. Watch yourself. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you pay. With that, he stormed out. Li Muchen asked, Boss, who are they? Why did you give them money? Boss Wang's face twisted with disdain. Local thugs. They come to collect protection fees every month. Does the police not intervene? They do. But if you call them and they get arrested, what happens? They'll be out in a few days and will target you for revenge. If it were just those two, it wouldn't be a problem, but they have a backer, Scar 6. We run a business. Who can withstand that? It's better to seek fortune peacefully. Boss Wang yawned and staggered back behind the bar. Who is Scar 6? Li Muchen inquired. Boss Wang glanced at the door and lowered his voice. Scar 6 is a notorious scoundrel, a real piece of work. Sooner or later, he'll get his comeuppance. Li Muchen, witnessing Boss Wang's anger for the first time, understood the depth of his animosity towards Scar 6. Where can I find Scar 6? Just at the corner. He runs a mahjong parlor and has a group of idle men hanging around. Boss Wang suddenly fixed Li Muchen with a stare. What are you planning? Don't act recklessly. Scar 6 is not someone to be trifled with. He is capable of violence. I'm just asking out of curiosity. That is fine. But as a young man, avoid places like mahjong parlors. They're a gamble, and you'll likely lose. Besides, there is always the risk of getting hurt. Boss Wang advised earnestly before changing the subject. However, there is a bathhouse next to that mahjong parlor with excellent technicians. If you're interested, you could give it a try. Li Muchen was puzzled, wondering how the conversation had shifted from Scar 6 to bathing. Just then, the door suddenly swung open with a bang, and the proprietress, Sister May, stormed in, pointing at Boss Wang. What are you talking about? What is so great about it? What do you want to try? Boss Wang's face turned pale, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, I was just joking with Shaoli. He shot furtive glances at Li Muchen. Understanding, Li Muchen explained, yes, Sister May, the boss was just telling us a joke. A joke? He can tell jokes? Now that is a surprise. Sister May scoffed. After all these years of marriage, how come you've never told me a joke? Come on, tell me one now. Boss Wang chuckled nervously, pointing at Sister May's hair. Dear, did you do your hair? It looks lovely. What is it to you? Sister May huffed, ignoring Boss Wang, and turned to Li Muchen, her face suddenly lighting up with a smile. Shaoli, it's so hot. Let me get you some sour plum juice. She went to the kitchen, retrieved the chilled drink, and poured a bowl for both Li Muchen and Ding Xiang. Boss, can I have a bowl too? Boss Wang asked. Sister May shot him a glare. Can't you get it yourself? Boss Wang chuckled nervously, then lay down to continue napping. Li Muchen couldn't help but wonder if they were truly a couple. He sat there sipping his sour plum juice while Sister May sat across from him, gazing intently with glistening eyes. Shaoli, do you think my hair looks good today? Sister May leaned forward, one hand brushing her hair, her ample bosom pressing against the table. Li Muchen worried the table might collapse under the weight. He glanced at Sister May's hairstyle and honestly could not discern any difference from before. Nevertheless, he nodded. It looks good. Truth be told, Sister May was quite attractive. If her makeup were a bit more refined and she donned more elegant attire, she might rival Zhou Na from the Blue Bridge Bar. Of course, in Li Muchen's eyes, neither could compare to Ding Xiang. Only Ding Xiang embodied pure beauty, untouched by any hint of artifice, much like her namesake. As night fell, Ma Shan called to inform that he had found a venue for gambling on stones, and that there was news from the dogfighting arena in the south of the city. He asked Li Muchen to meet him at the Blue Bridge Bar. Chapter 20. Gambling on stones after dinner. Noticing the restaurant was quieting down, Li Muchen asked the proprietress for a brief leave to wander. She readily agreed, and even handed him 200 yuan for some entertainment. Li Muchen declined, feeling it awkward to accept money after only a day's work, but the proprietress insisted, saying it was an advance on his bonus. She particularly cautioned him to avoid those dimly lit alleys with pink lights. Boss Wang, watching from behind the bar, chuckled. The bar remained lively, as if nothing had transpired the previous night. Ma Shan directly led Li Muchen to a private room on the second floor. Mr. Li, welcome. Zhou Na greeted him with charm, her demeanor markedly different from the previous night. You're too kind, Ms. Zhou. Zhou Na remarked. I am merely a bar owner, not a figure of authority. Friends affectionately call me Sister Na, and if you don't mind, you may do the same, or simply address me by my name. Li Muchen replied. Very well, I shall call you as Ma Shan does. Zhou Na smiled faintly and transitioned to the main topic, stating, I hear you are interested in stone gambling? Li Muchen nodded in affirmation. Zhou Na cautioned, this industry is fraught with peril. Like any form of gambling, the odds are heavily against you. 9 out of 10 lose. Most stones, regardless of the price you pay, remain stones once cut, encased in mere skin. She glanced at Li Muchen, adding, however, fortune does favor some. I've heard tales of a person in Yunnan who possesses a heavenly eye, able to see through the skin to the stone within, accurately discerning its value. Years ago, near the Myanmar-Vietnam border, he unearthed materials worth billions. Is that not rather fantastical? Can someone truly possess such sight? Ma Shan expressed skepticism. Yet, Li Muchen believed in the authenticity of such claims. For one who has awakened the heavenly eye, perceiving the essence of a stone is a trivial feat. His willingness to engage in stone gambling stemmed from the fact that he too had awakened a heavenly eye. Of course, this ability is not as Ma Shan imagined. It does not involve mere visual perception, but rather a form of spiritual awareness, a unique perceptual ability of practitioners, akin to a sixth sense. Do not dismiss it. Zhou Na continued. This tale circulates widely within our circle and is likely not false. I have several friends who claim to have encountered this individual. However, can you guess what became of him? He must have prospered, Ma Shan speculated. Zhou Na shook her head. You are mistaken. Tragically, he met his demise, brutally murdered, his limbs severed, and his eyes gouged out, left discarded in a ravine at the border. Ma Shan gasped. Such brutality. Li Muchen furrowed his brow. How could someone with a heavenly eye be so easily slain? There are only two possibilities. Either his heavenly eye was a sham, at best a glimpse into the yin and yang, or his assailant was a master of unmatched prowess. Thus, it is said that 9 out of 10 will lose. And one even perished. If you wish to partake in stone gambling, consider your decision carefully, Zhou Na advised. Thank you for the warning, Sister Na. We are merely dabbling. Li Muchen replied. Zhou Na nodded. Very well. Please wait here while I attend to a matter. I shall soon escort you to a location. With that, she exited. Li Muchen frowned slightly, pondering why the stone gambling venue would operate at night. While awaiting Zhou Na, Ma Shan recounted tales of the dogfighting arena in the southern part of the city. Upon clarifying details, he said, the place you mentioned indeed has a dog arena. Owned by a man named Kai Weiman, nicknamed Big-Headed Vegetable. His underlings refer to him as Kai too, and he is said to have significant connections. The fights there are fierce, with substantial stakes. Only regulars attend, newcomers must be accompanied, and entry requires a cash stake of 200,000. After finishing, Ma Shan asked, Muchen, how do you know of this place? Upon hearing this, Ma Shan's anger flared. Those two scoundrels will pay dearly if they fall into my hands. Moreover, I overheard Miss Lin pleading for us before Uncle Ming yesterday. For that reason alone, we cannot disregard her plight. What shall we do, brother? Should I gather some people and raid their dog arena? Li Muchen cautioned, let us not act impulsively. Those who dare to harm Miss Lin are not ordinary individuals. We should first visit their dog arena, assess their operations, and perhaps make some profit in the process. Ma Shan nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Do you have someone who can grant us entry? Yes. Do you remember Huang San? Li Muchen inquired. Huang San, the one we often fought with in our youth. Li Muchen recalled the individual who had lived by scavenging. In his relentless pursuit of territory, he frequently clashed with Ma Shan. The memory that lingered was how Huang San, unable to defeat Ma Shan, took to bullying Ding Xiang in his absence. That incident compelled Li Muchen to risk his life in a confrontation with Huang San, ultimately escaping with Ding Xiang thanks to a handful of quicklime that blinded Huang San. What is he doing now? After all, you used to thrash him. Will he trust you? Ma Shan chuckled. He may not trust me, but he is even less likely to believe I am a cop. Li Muchen laughed. Then he is our man. Next, we must devise a plan to secure the 200,000 entry fee. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Na called, instructing them to head directly to the parking lot. Upon arrival, Zhou Na waved to them from a red Porsche. Ma Shan and Li Muchen got into the car. Are you not curious where we are headed? Zhou Na asked while driving. Is it not to the stone gambling venue? Ma Shan replied. Li Muchen remained silent. Zhou Na glanced at him through the rearview mirror, noticing he was resting with his eyes closed, and asked, Mr. Li does not wish to know? Li Muchen replied. You will reveal what is necessary. If you prefer we remain uninformed, asking would be futile. Zhou Na smiled, no longer withholding information. You must be wondering why the stone gambling venue operates at night. The truth is, it is not merely a stone gambling establishment. Genuine stone gambling requires a trip to Yunnan, or even crossing the border. Here, it is trivial. Good materials are rarely unearthed in years. But the place I am taking you to is different. It not only involves stone gambling, but also trades in other illicit goods, necessitating nighttime operations. It cannot all be high society affairs. We cannot afford that, Ma Shan thought, realizing he only had 10,000 in cash, his entire savings. Not at all. The clientele is quite diverse, encompassing all walks of life, including tomb raiders. As for money, you need not worry. There are affordable options inside. After all, stone gambling fundamentally revolves around risk. If you find something truly appealing but lack the funds, you may seek my assistance, Zhou Na cheerfully explained. Is this not reminiscent of the ghost markets of yore? Li Muchen observed. Quite similar, Zhou Na laughed. There used to be ghost markets. But they are no longer permitted. The format has simply changed. Li Muchen suddenly queried. Is this not Uncle Ming's establishment? Chapter 21. A cut. Zhou Na was taken aback, glancing at Li Muchen through the rearview mirror. Mr. Li is truly astute. She readily confirmed his suspicion. Li Muchen chose not to elaborate further and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The vehicle entered an aging 6-story building's underground parking lot in the city's west. After parking, Zhou Na led them to the elevator, swiped her card, and pressed the button for the 6th floor. This used to be the largest second-hand market in any city, with the bottom 3 floors filled with stalls, the 4th for furniture, and the 5th designated for offices. The 6th floor was once idle until Uncle Ming acquired it and transformed it into the present trading hub, Zhou Na explained. Other floors are accessible, but the 6th floor operates on a membership basis, requiring a card for entry. As they spoke, the elevator reached the 6th floor. The doors opened to reveal a shadow wall about 2 meters high, adorned with a carving of a dragon emerging from water. Beneath the dragon's head sat a large blue and white porcelain jar, with water cascading from its mouth into the jar, resembling a waterfall. The primary purpose of such shadow walls is to ward off negative energies. They are typically placed at the entrance of ancient courtyards. It is rare to find a shadow wall indoors. The owner here seems to favor its protective qualities over a traditional screen, indicating a belief in feng shui. Li Muchen surmised that the goods entering and exiting this place must often contain less than savory items. This Uncle Ming appears to be quite superstitious about feng shui. Navigating around the shadow wall, they entered a small hall, passing through a corridor to a large door. The door was ajar, revealing a spacious hall. However, the opulent scene one might expect of a private club was absent. The space resembled a bare, unfinished exhibition area. The hall was set up like a trade fair, with dozens of stalls of varying sizes. Some were adorned with tea tables and wrought-tin chairs, where small groups gathered to drink tea, while others simply spread cloth on the ground to sit, casually placing items aside. There were still quite a few individuals meandering around the hall, stopping to inquire about prices upon spotting items of interest. Muchen curled his lip and remarked, "Isn't this just a night market?" Jonah chuckled and replied, "You have a point, but do not underestimate this place. It is not uncommon for transactions to reach several tens of millions in a single night." Muchen gasped. "So much? Just the commission would make one wealthy." Jonah, however, countered, "Aside from the special auctions, Uncle Ming never takes a cut. Now, you both should go in and take a look. I am not particularly knowledgeable about these items, so I will excuse myself. Just call me when you wish to leave." Li Muchen nodded, expressed his gratitude, and entered the trading hall with Muchen. They wandered aimlessly, their primary aim being to gamble on stones. There were several stalls selling jadeite rough, one of which was notably large, occupying a corner of the hall, surrounded by many eager onlookers examining the stones. Li Muchen approached, extending his consciousness to scan over the various stones. As his awareness swept across them, the inner textures of the stones revealed themselves vividly in his mind, revealing their true nature with clarity. After inspecting hundreds of stones, none piqued his interest. It wasn't that there were no good materials among them, but the prices were generally exorbitant. Even those with a hint of green started at tens of thousands. Li Muchen was not familiar with the jade market, and even if there were valuable materials, he could not ascertain their worth. Furthermore, he knew that most stones would certainly incur losses. For instance, there was a stone weighing about 10 pounds, with a fully green opening, priced at 300,000, but in reality, only the opening had a slight green hue. The inner quality was far from pristine, being coarse and cracked, insufficient even for a plaque. "So, have you found anything appealing?" Muchen noticed that Li Muchen was not even crouching to examine the stones, merely walking among them, and began to feel anxious. Li Muchen shook his head. "Let us move over there and take a look." On the other side of the sixth-floor hall, Feng Tianming and Zhou Na were seated in a luxuriously decorated office, sipping tea. In front of him was a large screen displaying scenes from various locations within the trading hall. At that moment, one of the scenes was magnified, showcasing the corner where Li Muchen was engaged in his stone gambling. In the footage, Li Muchen walked slowly among the chaotic stones, never stopping. "Are you certain they are here to gamble on stones?" Feng Tianming inquired, gazing at the screen. Zhou Na nodded. "I am not familiar with Li Muchen, but Muchen is straightforward. He wouldn't deceive me." She then asked, "Uncle Ming, why are you so invested in him? Is it merely because he knows Master Chanting Coin? Didn't he say he learns as he goes?" "Humph, learning as one goes." Master Hong trained in martial arts for 30 years to achieve such prowess. He easily defeated Master Hong. Do you think it's plausible that he merely learned on the spot? So, does that imply he is a disciple of Tai Chi? Master Hong believes he practices Northern Tai Chi, deliberately coming to stir trouble. Yet, yesterday was clearly a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was coincidental or intentional, that is a matter within their Tai Chi sect. Hong Tianqing has already reported to the Southern Tai Chi headquarters. In due time, whether he is a hero or a villain will be discerned. So, Uncle Ming is attempting. Feng Tianming sipped his tea. In my line of work, one inevitably encounters situations that necessitate a resolution through force. Master Hong is someone I brought in at great expense. Yet, as you know, these elderly Tai Chi practitioners pride themselves on their reputable status and are quite particular about their dignity. There are certain matters they disdain to address. I require someone of Li Muchen's caliber by my side. Uncle Ming wishes to recruit him, but I sense this individual is quite arrogant. Taming him may prove difficult. Zhou Na expressed her concerns. Everyone has their weaknesses. Since he has come to gamble on stones today, it signifies a need for money, Uncle Ming asserted confidently. Zhou Na was slightly taken aback. "Uncle Ming, you haven't set a trap for them, have you?" There were several other stalls selling jadeite rough, albeit on a smaller scale. Li Muchen wandered through 2 more stalls, still failing to uncover any stone worthy of investment. His confidence stemmed from the fact that while he had not found any good stones during his movements, he did come across a few valuable antiques. Among them was an ancient bronze mirror, clearly just unearthed and still bearing the essence of the underground soil. From the thick green rust that enveloped it, Li Muchen deduced that it had once been a ritual artifact in ancient times, albeit damaged and in need of restoration. However, even if restored, such an artifact of this caliber would hardly catch his eye. The primary objective today remained the gamble on stones. Should he fail to procure quality jade, he might consider acquiring the mirror, as its restoration could yield some profit. In a corner, there was one last stall selling stones, the smallest of its kind, thus easily overlooked by Li Muchen. However, upon approaching this stall, he was pleasantly surprised to find several commendable stones. The owner, noticing their presence, greeted them warmly. "What type are you interested in?" Pointing to a stone with a green opening, he declared, "How about this one? A genuine old pit product, absolutely exceptional." Yet, Li Muchen did not even glance at it, instead pointing at a pile of inconspicuous stones and asking, "How much for these?" "Oh, those." The owner rolled his eyes, his tone suddenly becoming much more indifferent. 500 each, take your pick." Li Muchen casually selected 2, instructing Muchen to pay 1,000, and asked, "Will you cut them?" "I don't cut here. They do over there." The owner gestured towards the largest stall where Li Muchen had initially wandered. Li Muchen and Muchen then carried the stones over. The owner there glanced at their materials and stated, "Since you didn't buy these from me, The cutting fee is charged per slice. For these two, I would say 51 per cut. However, I must clarify, these are rough materials. You may not even recover the cutting fee. Li Muchen replied, no matter, cut them. The owner wasted no time and took the stones for cutting. The first stone was cut, revealing nothing inside, just a bland, white surface, devoid of any jade luster. The owner asked, shall I cut another? Li Muchen responded, yes, proceed. The owner began to cut the second stone. With a swift slice, what the hell? The owner exclaimed. Completely green. Chapter 22. Martial arts master. The owner's exclamation instantly drew the attention of those nearby. As onlookers beheld the severed stone, they collectively gasped in admiration. This color. This clarity, it's a rare find indeed. Lamented one, if only the stone were larger, it would have been a fortune. Even so, this is impressive. Ask him how much he paid. Look at the outer skin, it's just a piece of ordinary rough material. The quarry workers have deemed it worthless, which is why it's sold by weight. The odds of selling such a stone are lower than winning the lottery. Indeed, before it was cut, this rough material was worth at most a few thousand. A few thousand? Nonsense. He bought it from me for 500. The owner who sold the stone to Li Muchen, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, filled with regret. Why did I sell it for just 500? From the outer skin, young man, are you selling this stone? I'll offer you 50,000. A bystander chimed in. Muchen was already beaming with joy. 500 turns into 50,000. That is what you call a lucrative investment. He was poised to sell for 50,000 when he overheard another voice. 50,000? Are you out of your mind? There are at least 2 bangles worth of material here. A plaque can be crafted, considering the color and clarity. The finished product will fetch over 300,000. 50,000. Have some conscience. Muchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Exactly. 50,000. Are you dreaming? All right. I'll offer 80,000. I'll bid 100,000. I'll go up to 120,000. The crowd around them grew increasingly larger, drawing Zhou Na and Feng Tianming over. Uncle Ming has arrived. As soon as Feng Tianming appeared, people promptly parted to make way for him. As he approached Li Muchen, Feng Tianming glanced at the stone and remarked, spot on. You have quite the skill. How did you discern that this stone contained value? Just a random pick, pure luck. Li Muchen casually replied. That truly is remarkable fortune. Feng Tianming turned to the vendor, Old Qin, and inquired, what do you estimate this stone is worth? Old Qin, the seller, replied, it's hard to say. Judging by the cut, the finished product would be valued at around 350,000. Feng Tianming nodded, addressing Li Muchen. Then it settled at 350,000. I shall take it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 350,000. Was that the price of the finished product or merely an estimate? It was evident that he was destined to incur a loss. Yet, no one dared to question Ming Shu, who had made the offer. However, Li Muchen shook his head, stating, I want to sell. How greedy can this kid be? Someone nearby exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, not satisfied with 350,000, he thought he had encountered a master with a discerning eye, only to find he was a fool. Muchen, although puzzled by the refusal to sell for 350,000, remained silent, as a brother should. Even if Li Muchen were to shatter the stone right then and there, he would not bat an eye. Zhou Na's expression reflected both confusion and disappointment. If a person is insatiably greedy, no matter their talent, they will not achieve great success. Feng Tianming furrowed his brow slightly and asked, then how much do you wish to sell it for? After a moment's thought, Li Muchen replied, if Ming Shu truly desires it, then 20,000 will suffice. Feng Tianming was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Very well, then it's 20,000. Only then did the onlookers realize that the young man was not aiming for an exorbitant price, but rather believed the initial price was too high. Some offered their admiration, noting his youthful wisdom. Others deemed him foolish for not seizing the opportunity, wondering if Ming Shu truly needed those extra tens of thousands. Zhou Na looked at Li Muchen with a complex gaze, sensing that this young man was difficult to comprehend. Feng Tianming said, let us go to my office to collect the money. Li Muchen nodded and followed Feng Tianming to his office alongside Muchen. Feng Tianming retrieved 20,000 in cash from his drawer and handed it to Li Muchen. Count it, he instructed. Li Muchen did not even glance at it. Directing Muchen to take it instead, Feng Tianming then suggested, let us sit down for some tea. Zhou Na, your tea skills are admirable, please prepare it. Zhou Na took the seat of honor and smiled. I may not do it justice. Indeed, Zhou Na possessed an innate charm. Even seated, her poise was captivating. With exquisite tea utensils, her fingers danced gracefully over the tea table, mesmerizing all who watched. Before long, steaming cups of tea were served, the aroma wafting through the air. Feng Tianming lifted his cup to inhale the fragrance, exclaiming, the tea I just had was the same, yet the flavor is distinctly different. Zhou Na's hands possessed the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Can you smell it? There is a subtle hint of femininity in the aroma. That is the magic of a beauty brewing tea. You flatter me, Ming Shu, Zhou Na responded humbly. Li Muchen also raised his cup to savor the scent. Indeed, it was exceptional tea, both in quality and artistry. As for the mention of femininity, it was merely jest. Please, Ming Shu, speak your mind. I prefer straightforwardness. Li Muchen said, holding his cup. Very well, straightforward it shall be. Feng Tianming replied with a laugh. Mr. Li, you are a remarkable individual. To suggest I seek your services as a bodyguard would be disrespectful, hence I propose a collaboration. And how might we collaborate? 2 matters. First, with your exceptional martial prowess. Having triumphed over both Tai Huang Hai and Master Hong of Tai Chi, I would hesitate to claim you could establish a school, but certainly, opening a martial arts academy is well within your capabilities. I can assist with the venue and funding, allowing you to focus solely on teaching students. Feng Tianming took a sip of tea, observing Li Muchen intently. Ma Shan was visibly excited. Having fought since childhood, he dreamed of training under a martial arts master. The idea of establishing his own academy was beyond his wildest aspirations. Li Muchen's mind was clear. Such flowery language. Opening an academy with funds and management provided by Feng Tianming, while he merely played the role of instructor, was there truly any distinction from being a bodyguard? It was likely that Master Hong of the Southern School of Tai Chi had received similar backing from Feng Tianming. Moreover, as a disciple of Tian Du, standing on the precipice of breaking into innate mastery, opening an academy in his city would be laughable. In the realm of martial arts, only a handful achieve the transformative power necessary to be considered a master. The ultimate goal of a martial arts master is to transcend the acquired realm and enter the innate, thereby embracing the path. Those who attain mastery are rare, often only appearing once in a century, dedicating their lives to martial arts, sometimes achieving mastery only in their twilight years. For Li Muchen, who was just over 20 and already had one foot in the innate realm, the idea of opening an academy held little allure. Yet, he refrained from outright refusal. His primary purpose for coming to his city was to uncover the truth behind his grandfather's demise. Given the passage of time, leads had faded. He needed to establish a foothold in his city before leveraging various factions to slowly uncover new clues. Feng Tianming operated in the gray areas and had numerous connections to the underworld. He could prove useful. Li Muchen smiled slightly and asked, "Are there any masters in his city?" Feng Tianming paused, stating, "A martial arts master is a figure of great esteem. In a small place like his city, where would one find a master? Across the entire Nanjiang province, only Qiantang's Hechangshan is recognized as a master." Li Muchen expressed surprise. "Are there so few masters? I had assumed that with so many practitioners, each region would have its own master, yet it appears there is but one in the entire province." Feng Tianming's expression darkened. After all, a master is not akin to a piece of jade that one can simply stumble upon. In the face of true martial prowess, the likes of their wealthy families are insignificant. He continued, "It wouldn't be accurate to say there is only one. Lu Jinsheng from Yongcheng and the Wang brothers, Wang Zhongyu and Wang Zhongxing of the Southern Tai Chi School, reportedly achieved mastery a few years ago, but they lack the renown of Master Hechangshan. Additionally, there are reclusive masters who enjoy life away from the limelight, beyond our reach." Li Muchen nodded. "Let us set the academy aside for now. In a place devoid of masters, it seems pointless to establish one. Perhaps I shall wait until I have disciples and let them take charge. Now, what of the second matter?" Feng Tianming sensed a touch of arrogance in Li Muchen's words, yet since he had declined politely, he did not press further. "The second matter? Then, I see that you possess considerable knowledge regarding antiques and jade. I often collect unique stones and antiques, and would like to invite you to assist me in appraising them. The price is negotiable. Furthermore, I have some friends in Yunnan. If you are interested in gambling stones, we could venture there together. I will cover the costs, and any profits we make can be split evenly." Li Muchen found this proposition agreeable and replied, "That sounds reasonable. You can arrange it. As long as I have time, I am available." He intended to earn money to secure housing for Ding Xiang and Ma Shan. "Excellent, it's settled then." Feng Tianming raised his cup. "I shall toast to you with tea in place of wine." After spending a short while in Feng Tianming's office, Li Muchen and Ma Shan took their leave. Upon returning to the trading hall, Li Muchen headed straight for the stall selling the copper mirror. After some haggling, he purchased the damaged ancient copper mirror for 3,500. Given that it was an unrefined piece, it still bore a heavy aura of negativity. So Li Muchen chose to keep it on his person rather than letting Ma Shan carry it. He continued to wander around the hall, seeking materials to restore the mirror. Li Muchen initially held little hope, as such materials are notoriously difficult to find. While mirrors can be excavated from ancient tombs, the materials used for crafting were unlikely to accompany the dead, as ancient people did not include them in burial rites. As expected, he found no such materials in the hall. However, it was not without its rewards, as he unexpectedly stumbled upon a piece of mysterious stone. This stone, known as the Xian stone, is an ancient meteorite that, upon landing, undergoes geological transformations, becoming deeply buried and absorbing the essence of geothermal heat over billions of years. Xian stones are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. This particular piece is of middle grade, incomparable to the upper grade stones found in the Wanxian sect's warehouse at Tiandu Peak, yet still quite rare. The uses of Xian stones are manifold. Most directly, they can be refined into talismans or protective seals. Li Muchen contemplated purchasing this stone, as it would be perfect for crafting several protective charms. This stall did not cater to gambling players of jadeite raw stones, but rather focused on curiosities and miscellaneous items at affordable prices. "How much for this stone?" Li Muchen inquired as he crouched down. "Oh, young man, aren't you the one who just made 200,000 from a stone earlier?" The stall owner, who had been observing the commotion, especially since Ming Shu had made an appearance, seemed somewhat hesitant, turning the stone over in his hands as if he were the buyer. "I simply like this stone. Please, name your price," Li Muchen replied. 2,000, the owner proposed, his eyes glinting with cunning. Li Muchen recognized the owner's intention to take advantage of him. Although Xian stones are indeed meteorites, after being buried for billions of years, Their surfaces appear indistinguishable from ordinary stones on Earth. Even instruments would only detect a slight radioactive anomaly. Only cultivators could sense their true nature through spiritual awareness or special magnetic fields. Observing the stones displayed nearby, it was evident that the items here were all quite inexpensive. 1,000, Li Muchen countered. The owner nearly jumped in surprise. Brother, you're quite bold. I offered 2,000, and you counter with 1? Li Muchen remained silent, while Ma Shan impatiently interjected. Just tell us whether you will sell or not. Add a little, 8,000. The owner insisted, raising 2 fingers. Ma Shan retorted. You call that a little? 1,000 was the initial offer. Either sell it, or we will leave. 2,000 is too low. Make it 2,000, the owner replied. Ma Shan feigned to leave, prompting Li Muchen to stop him. All right, fine, 2,000 it is. The two acted out a comical performance, though Ma Shan, still unsatisfied, grumbled as he retrieved 2,000 from his bag and handed it to the owner. Just as the owner accepted the money, a voice called out, Wait, I'll buy that stone. All three turned to see a short man approaching, pointing at the stone. I'll offer 10,000. Ma Shan, incensed, shouted, What? Trying to back out? The owner defended. He is offering 10,000. A bid is a bid. We've already paid. If you back out, I'll turn over your stall, Ma Shan threatened, his eyes glaring fiercely. Though the owner was reluctant, he was somewhat intimidated by Ma Shan, and the rules of the marketplace dictated that bids were binding. He looked at the short man. Sir, would you care to examine other stones? No need. I want this one, the short man insisted, his accent suggesting he hailed from the Lingnan region. I'll increase my offer to 50,000. The owner was struck dumb. 50,000. While conceding an 8,000 loss was bearable, losing 48,000 was another matter entirely. He turned to Ma Shan. Brother, it's not that I'm backing out, but he is offering 50,000. Why don't you increase your bid? Ma Shan, a seasoned veteran, knew that once the bidding started, it could spiral indefinitely. Impossible. The money is already in your hands. No way I'm backing out. Their argument attracted a crowd. 50,000 for that stone. It must be a scam. Surely not. Mingshu's marketplace wouldn't allow a scam. Li Muchen's attention remained fixed on the short man. A 50,000 offer indicated knowledge of the Xian stone's true value, and the aura surrounding him suggested he practiced some shadowy arts. The short man glanced at Li Muchen and declared, If you let me have the stone, I can pay you an additional 50,000. This statement ignited an uproar among the onlookers. What kind of stone is worth 100,000? Is this fellow mad? Don't you see those two young men are also interested? Just moments ago, they opened a stone for 500 and made 200,000. Is that true? But this stone isn't even jade. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the owner gleefully remarked, Look, he is not my accomplice. Young man, sell him the stone. I'll take 50,000, and you'll earn 50,000 as well. Everyone wins. Ma Shan found this proposition appealing but remained uncertain of the stone's true worth. Glancing at Li Muchen for guidance, Li Muchen shook his head. I want to take advantage of anyone. Understanding immediately, Ma Shan declared, My brother has spoken. We want to take advantage. We are taking this stone. The owner, now irate, shouted, Hey, you two don't know what is good for you. Fine. I want to sell it to you anymore. Here is your money back. Go buy from someone else. Ma Shan was infuriated, grabbing the owner by the collar. Who are you insulting? Are you going to hit me? The owner screamed. Suddenly, several security personnel appeared, shouting, Stop. Let us see who dares to cause trouble here. Glaring at Ma Shan. Unfazed, Ma Shan held his ground. Then someone announced, Mingshu is here. Ma Shan immediately released the owner, saying, Mingshu, this fellow is being unreasonable. We purchased something, and he wants to back out. Seeing Mingshu approach, the owner grew anxious and explained, Mingshu, it's not that I refused to sell. We were just negotiating the price and hadn't finalized the deal. They offered 2,000, and then someone offered 100,000. How can I sell? Mingshu, after hearing this, glanced at the short man and remarked, This friend seems unfamiliar. Which old acquaintance brought you here? Master Feng Air, he is the one who brought me. The crowd parted to reveal a slightly portly man in his 30s. Puffing on a pipe, Feng Tianming welcomed him. Ah, it's young Master Cha. How could I not welcome your presence? The crowd murmured, That is Cha Mingwei, the eldest son of the Cha family. Who would have thought to see him here? Which Cha family? You don't know the Cha family from Haicheng? You're out of the loop. Li Muchen, hearing about the Cha family for the first time, felt a pang of curiosity. At that moment, Zhona approached him, whispering, Among the prominent families in Haicheng, the Cha family may not match the Lin, Feng, or Zhao families in strength, but in terms of heritage, none can rival them. The Cha family has produced many high-ranking officials throughout history, deeply rooted and flourishing. However, their base is in Haicheng, and their descendants are scattered overseas, which is why they remain low-key. Li Muchen, unsure why Zhou Na shared this information, merely nodded absently. Cha Minghui approached the short man and introduced him to Feng Tianming. This is my second uncle's friend from Nanyang. He is visiting Haicheng for a few days. Knowing he enjoys antiques and stones, I brought him to Mingshu's marketplace for a look. Feng Tianming nodded. Welcome. May I ask your name? Lai Shigong, the short man replied stiffly. Feng Tianming, slightly displeased, furrowed his brow. Cha Minghui seemed unconcerned, leaning back with his pipe, as if merely observing the spectacle. Cha young master, since you're here, why not join me for tea? Tea is not necessary. We're just here for some fun. Master Feng, are the items in your marketplace now unavailable even for money? Cha young master, it's merely an ordinary stone, not worth that much. Why bother? I do have some fine jade. Would you like to take a look? Cha young master shrugged. I'm not interested in jade. The value is irrelevant. We're merely seeking enjoyment. If Mr. Lai has taken a liking to that stone, then it shall be that one. How about this? Mr. Lai just offered 100,000. I will add 500,000 as compensation for these gentlemen. The stone seller was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of the item he was selling. The onlookers engaged in animated discussions. Feng Tianming cast a glance at Li Muchen, who was also observing him. Li Muchen was determined to acquire the mysterious stone, yet he was curious about Feng Tianming's stance. Logically, both sides had valid points. It merely depended on whom Feng Tianming favored. After a brief contemplation, Feng Tianming spoke. Master Cha, I fear I must disappoint you. Our venue operates under the principle of irrevocable bidding. Since an agreement has been reached, the item now belongs to Mr. Li. If you truly wish to obtain it, you may negotiate directly with him. Feng Tianming's position took Zhou Na by surprise. On one hand, there was the formidable Cha family from Haiqing and the southern merchants. Even if the Feng family was unafraid, offending the Cha family could lead to complications. On the other hand, there were merely two relatively unknown young men, who, aside from their fighting prowess, seemed unremarkable. Although she leaned towards Li Muchen and Ma Shan, there was something about Mr. Lai that made her uncomfortable. Yet, there were many ways to navigate this situation, but Ming Shu was so direct, leaving no face for Master Cha. Was it truly Li Muchen's displayed strength that garnered such regard from Ming Shu? Or was it the influence of Lord Kuntong? Zhou Na was intrigued. She wondered what Lord Kuntong had discussed with Ming Shu over the phone that day. Cha Minghui remained unfazed, still clutching his pipe, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, as if he awaited something. Ma Shan cheerfully picked up the stone from the ground. You cannot take it, Lai Shigong suddenly interjected. Gripping Ma Shan's wrist, Ma Shan felt a tightness, as if caught in a vice. He considered himself strong, yet he found himself unable to break free from Lai Shigong's grasp. As Lai Shigong loosened his grip, the stone slipped from Ma Shan's hand. Using his other hand, Lai Shigong caught it and shot a cold smile at Ma Shan. However, his smile soon froze. Li Muchen had also seized his wrist, mirroring his earlier action with Ma Shan. After struggling futilely, Lai Shigong released his grip, and the stone fell into Li Muchen's other hand. Li Muchen chuckled. There's no need for your assistance. We can manage on our own. Lai Shigong's expression darkened significantly. Who are you? He demanded. A buyer of stones, Li Muchen replied. Dismissing him, Cha Minghui noticed the tension and approached, inquiring, Brother Lai, what is the matter? Lai Shigong glared at Li Muchen, his gaunt face now shadowed with frost. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he coldly stated, We are leaving. Cha Minghui glanced at Li Muchen but said nothing, following Lai Shigong out. Li Muchen remained unfazed, instructing Ma Shan to secure the stone and respectfully nodding towards Feng Tianming. Thank you for today, Uncle Ming. Feng Tianming, displaying courtesy, responded with a smile. It was nothing. I merely acted according to the rules. Then we shall take our leave, Li Muchen concluded. As they exited the trading hall, they felt quite accomplished, having earned 200,000 from an emerald rough, an ancient bronze mirror, and a piece of medium-grade mysterious stone, far exceeding their expectations. Zhou Na, serving as their designated driver, followed suit. In the elevator, Zhou Na asked, What is the actual value of the stone you purchased, and why is it so valuable? Li Muchen replied, It was merely worth 2,000. Zhou Na pondered, realizing that after all the commotion, they had indeed bought it for just 2,000. With Master Cha bidding 500,000, they had unknowingly struck gold. She couldn't help but laugh. Did you not see? The stone seller's face turned green. He must have felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. Li Muchen smiled. The true value of the medium-grade mysterious stone far exceeds 50,000. You have offended the Cha family this time. Do take care, Zhou Na cautioned. What do I have to fear? Ma Shan boasted, having just made 200,000. We shall face whatever comes. We fear no one. Zhou Na shook her head. You do not understand. While the Cha family may appear low-key, they are notoriously ruthless. They hold numerous enterprises in the south and are rumored to have connections with local sorcerers. Sorcerers of the south? Li Muchen's interest was piqued. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Zhou Na went to retrieve the car while Li Muchen and Ma Shan waited. Ma Shan, in high spirits, draped an arm around Li Muchen's shoulder. Muchen, you're remarkable. With this haul, we could buy a house if we keep this up. Li Muchen chuckled. This was merely good fortune. Do you think opportunities like this arise every day? Suddenly, Zhou Na let out a piercing scream. Li Muchen and Ma Shan rushed forward. Zhou Na, trembling with fear, pointed at her car. The door was ajar, and the driver's seat was infested with snakes, coiling and writhing. Enough to make one's skin crawl. One snake was even draped over the steering wheel, its head raised and flicking its forked tongue, a clear indication of its vitality. Upon closer inspection, more snakes were visible in the passenger seat and back, and with the door open, several slithered out. Damn, Ma Shan cursed, feeling utterly helpless. He was not afraid of a fight, but facing such a multitude of snakes was daunting. Take care of Sister Na, Li Muchen instructed, moving towards the vehicle. Unbeknownst to him, a talisman had appeared in his hand. With a gentle flick, it ignited. Li Muchen muttered a few incantations, then cast the burning talisman into the car. A sudden explosion of crimson flames enveloped the entire vehicle, filling the air with a foul, charred aroma. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the car remained intact, while the snakes had been reduced to charred remains. Li Muchen exhaled softly, and a gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 25. Sorcerers of the South. Zhou Na and Ma Shan stood dumbfounded, having never witnessed such mystical abilities. It felt surreal, akin to watching a movie. All is well now. Let us depart, Li Muchen reassured. However, Zhou Na adamantly refused to drive that car again. The thought of the earlier scene left her weak in the knees. I don't want it. Ma Shan lamented the loss. Such a fine car. And you want to keep it? Zhou Na tossed the keys to him. If you want it, take it. Without another word, she marched towards the parking lot exit. I would rather walk than ride in that car, Zhou Na declared resolutely. Ma Shan called after her. Be careful. There may be snakes on the road. Ma Shan chuckled heartily. Zhou Na realized he was teasing her and retorted angrily. You think you can scare me, Ma Shan? Despite her irritation, she clung to his arm. Then you two will accompany me as I walk. Regardless of how assertive or mature a woman may be in critical moments, she has a way of employing her charm, and men often find it hard to resist. Ma Shan was reluctant to part with the Porsche, but Zhou Na's insistence left him no choice. What about you? She asked. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, and hand me that stone. Ma Shan, sensing his intent, produced the mysterious stone and handed it to Li Muchen, saying, be careful. Li Muchen nodded, escorting them to the parking lot exit and watching as they entered a taxi. Come out. A small figure emerged from the shadows, speaking in a stiff, eerie Mandarin. Little boy, you have some skill, using a talisman to incinerate my snakes. The speaker was none other than Lai Shigong. Li Muchen weighed the mysterious stone in his hand. Isn't this the stone you desired? Lai Shigong sneered. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Why would I give away 500,000 for nothing? Li Muchen remarked. What, do you wish to snatch it away? You would attempt to seize a stone worth 2,000? How laughable. 2,000. Lai Shigong chuckled heartily. Do you even comprehend what you hold? Do you realize how much it would fetch if fashioned into a talisman? Upon hearing the term talisman, Li Muchen finally discerned Lai Shigong's origins. Zhou Na had mentioned connections with sorcerers from the South Seas, and there was no doubt that Lai Shigong was one of them. South Sea sorcerers excelled in dark arts such as voodoo and the raising of curses. In truth, both the 5 poisons and voodoo originated from the shamanistic practices in the Sichuan and Yunnan regions, which in turn derived from ancient witchcraft. The ancient shamanic traditions were initially aligned with the orthodox teachings, yet they gradually morphed over time, being appropriated by various malevolent sections. Once they reached the South Seas, devoid of righteous guardianship, they transformed into sinister arts. How much would it fetch? Li Muchen imitated his accent. You seek death. Lai Shigong roared in anger. Do not assume that a few talismans can safeguard your life. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a dark light surged forth. Li Muchen observed intently. It was a centipede. Lai Shigong wore short sleeves, so it could not have emerged from his cuff. Thus, there was only one possibility. The centipede had been birthed from his very arm, indicating it was a creature he had nurtured with his own vital essence. Li Muchen chuckled lightly, placing his thumb against his middle finger, a tiny spark illuminating at his fingertip, which he flicked gently. This small burst of light darted forth, colliding with Lai Shigong's dark energy. In midair, an explosion of brilliance erupted, accompanied by numerous delicate arcs of electricity. Lai Shigong gasped in astonishment. Finger lightning. Who exactly are you? As the words escaped his lips, the centipede plummeted to the ground, exuding a plume of green smoke, twisting for a moment before succumbing to death. Ugh! Lai Shigong spat blood, staring incredulously at Li Muchen, his eyes wide with terror. Li Muchen approached slowly. I had no intention of killing you, but your malicious actions were too egregious. Had we been mere mortals, the outcome would have been far worse than death. You possess extraordinary abilities and should align with the will of heaven, yet you rely on dark sorcery, indiscriminately taking lives. Such transgressions warrant death. Since you have studied your arts in the South Seas, you ought to remain there, to act so brazenly in the mainland. Do you truly believe my great nation has no one to contend with you? Today, I shall reveal to you what true celestial arts entail. With that, he raised his right hand and grasped at the void. Come forth, thunder. The parking lot reverberated with deep, rolling thunder. Suddenly, a sharp crack of thunder split the air. A bolt of lightning manifested from the void, striking Lai Shigong squarely in the chest. A gaping hole appeared instantly, leaving only charred edges around the cavity. Lai Shigong's body gradually collapsed, his face frozen in an expression of sheer horror. To his last breath, he could not fathom the reality of his demise. In the ensuing days, Li Muchen worked as a laborer at the People's Restaurant during the day and refined the mystical stone at night. Ma Shan continued his employment at the Blue Bridge Bar, but his title had elevated from floor manager to assistant general manager. Every time Zhou Na caught sight of that car, visions of snakes danced before her eyes. That vehicle now belonged to Ma Shan, who drove the red Porsche with great pride. This convenience greatly aided Li Muchen in his endeavors. After 3 nights of labor, he had refined the stone into 4 protective talismans. The remaining scraps were just enough to restore the copper mirror. He gifted the first talisman to Ding Xiang, as it was made of the finest materials and bore the most potent effects. Li Muchen personally adorned Ding Xiang with it, reminding her to keep it close and never remove it. The talisman warmed against her skin, bringing a comforting sensation to her heart. I will cherish this gift from you forever, Brother Muchen, Ding Xiang declared. The second talisman was bestowed upon Ma Shan, while another was given to him to present to Zhou Na. Had it not been for Zhou Na leading them, they would not have earned 20,000, nor acquired the mystical stone. Besides, Zhou Na had endured a fright that day, losing a vehicle, yet Ma Shan had reaped the benefits. Ma Shan, ever brash, did not regard the talisman with much seriousness. Conversely, Zhou Na, upon learning it was crafted by Li Muchen himself, eagerly donned it. The last talisman was intended for Lin Manqing. After all, she had gifted him a phone, and it was only fitting to reciprocate. Moreover, their bond was formalized by a marriage contract, albeit unbeknownst to Lin Manqing. Additionally, with the Lin family overshadowed by dark clouds, if she remained at home, she too would be affected. This talisman would serve as a safeguard against impending misfortune. Li Muchen texted Lin Manqing, requesting a meeting to deliver her the talisman. Hospital? Are you unwell? Li Muchen was taken aback. Had he delayed the gift? That could not be, as the ominous situation was not so dire. Oh, it's not me. It's my grandfather. He's gravely ill, and our whole family is at the hospital. Lin Manqing's tone was laced with urgency. Which hospital? I will come right away. Chapter 26. Prepare for the aftermath. Li Muchen was unaware whether Lin Shangyi had met with an accident or if his time was drawing near. Regardless, he felt compelled to meet the old man, to inquire about matters from years past. How could a mere scavenger be acquainted with the elder of the Lin family? And why would the elder consent to such a marriage arrangement? Li Muchen had always found his grandfather's death suspicious. Perhaps the elder Lin possessed some knowledge. Furthermore, the marriage contract had been signed by Lin Shangyi and his grandfather, bearing their signatures and seals. If Lin Shangyi were to pass, the contract would become null and void. Even if they were to annul the engagement, it must be done before the elder Lin. Otherwise, the matter would remain unresolved, which was contrary to Li Muchen's character and would leave him unable to offer an explanation to his grandfather in the afterlife. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Muchen sent a message to Lin Manqing, and they met at the entrance. Lin Manqing appeared quite haggard. What do you need from me? She inquired. Li Muchen produced the talisman and said, I crafted this with my own hands for you. Lin Manqing was taken aback. As she held the talisman, warmth radiated from it. Thank you, she said, touched by the gesture amid her exhaustion. Li Muchen asked, what ailment afflicts your grandfather that he suddenly requires hospitalization? Lin Manqing shook her head. The hospital cannot determine the cause. They merely stated it is due to old age and severe organ decline. Li Muchen furrowed his brow. This did not sound like something a professional doctor would say. How has his health been generally? Surely your family must have a personal physician? Lin Manqing's spirits were low. The elder was the Lin family's anchor. Without him, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, he had always cherished her deeply, and their bond was strong. Has anything unusual occurred in your family recently? Li Muchen probed. What do you mean? Lin Manqing responded, puzzled. For instance, family disputes or business troubles. I do not concern myself with family matters, but it seems my father's business has been struggling lately, and his temper has worsened. Why do you ask? Has it been around 3 months? Lin Manqing thought for a moment and replied, about that, yes. Li Muchen could ascertain that the ominous situation had been set in motion roughly 3 months prior, which aligned with the typical methodology of such schemes. Altering a family's fortune, even the most potent of divination, requires time. Yet, the elder Lin's sudden illness was illogical, as the orchestrator of this plot would seek to undermine the Lin family subtly. Should they strive for immediate results, they would easily attract scrutiny. In a family like the Lins, discovery would inevitably lead to retaliation. May I see your grandfather? You? Lin Manqing, bewildered, asked, grandfather's situation is dire. What do you intend to do? Li Muchen replied, I possess some medical knowledge, and perhaps I could assist the old gentleman. You understand medicine? Lin Manqing's heart leapt with joy, but then she hesitated, recalling that this was the best hospital in Muchen, with experts summoned from Qiantang and Shenzhou, all of whom had been unable to heal her grandfather. What could Li Muchen possibly do? She forced a sad smile and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but do you truly believe you can help? Li Muchen gazed into Lin Manqing's eyes and asked, do you trust me? For reasons she could not fathom. Lin Manqing felt an inexplicable trust in him. I do, she replied. Then let me take a look. Perhaps it was the sincerity she perceived in Li Muchen's gaze or the memory of his miraculous performance that day. Despite knowing the futility, she still held a glimmer of hope. After all, her grandfather's condition could not worsen, so why not allow him to try? Very well. Lin Manqing led Li Muchen into the hospital. This was a branch of Muchen First Hospital, also known as the Cadre Healthcare District. The area was small yet beautifully maintained, with few visitors. Those who came here for treatment were either affluent or influential. The Lin family had reserved nearly an entire floor of special care wards, fearing that the hospital's environment might disturb the old gentleman. The medical team comprised the chief physicians led by the hospital director of Muchen First Hospital, along with specialists from the first affiliated hospital of Nanjing University and Shenzhou Huajin Hospital. Security on the floor was stringent. In addition to the hospital's security personnel and nurses, bodyguards arranged by the Lin family were present. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Manqing faced no obstruction. Li Muchen followed her, seamlessly arriving at Lin Shangyi's hospital room. The room was spacious, equipped with advanced medical apparatus. The old gentleman lay in bed, an oxygen tube inserted in his nostrils, connected to numerous medical devices. His eyes were closed, his brow furrowed, and he appeared to be in great pain. 3 doctors in white coats were quietly discussing the condition, occasionally shaking their heads. The Lin family stood nearby, listening in silence. Li Muchen trailed behind Lin Manqing, unnoticed as all attention was focused on the old gentleman and the doctors. This was not an illness nor a sign of impending death. It was a malevolent affliction, more specifically, a curse. The anger had been siphoned away, and his 3 souls were fading. If no remedy were found, within 3 days at most, the old gentleman would perish. After a period of discussion, the doctors seemed to reach a conclusion and summoned the Lin family to the waiting room outside. The lead doctor shook his head at Lin Xiaoxing, saying, Mr. Lin, you should prepare for the worst. Director Yao, is there truly no other option? I would pay any price to save my father, Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed anxiously. Director Yao sighed. I understand your distress. If it were solely my opinion, you might not believe it, but Professor Sun from Qiantang and Director Zhong from Xinzhou are both here, and we are genuinely powerless to help your esteemed father. Lin Xiaoxing realized that pressing further was futile. If such a distinguished medical team, including the director of Huqing First Hospital, Professor Sun from Nanjing University, and Director Zhong from Xinzhou Huajin Hospital, could not cure the old gentleman, there would be no better outcome abroad. The room fell into a dreadful silence. Lin Manqing hesitated before speaking. Dad, I brought a friend. Lost in his sorrow, Lin Xiaoxing merely grunted in acknowledgement, not paying attention to his daughter's words. Dad, my friend wants to see grandfather. What? Lin Xiaoxing finally reacted, realizing the gravity of the situation. How can we allow someone to disturb him now? At that moment, everyone became aware of Li Muchen's presence, a young man, spirited yet unremarkable. Lin Manqing explained, my friend has some medical knowledge and may be able to assist grandfather. Lin Xiaoxing cast a glance at Li Muchen, questioning how such a young man could possess any medical expertise. His mood already somber, he did not treat his daughter kindly. Sternly stating, do you not see where we are? Director Yao and the two experts are here, do not embarrass me. Lin Manqing understood that bringing someone to treat her grandfather in front of Director Yao would be disrespectful. Yet, her grandfather's life was paramount, and she clung to a sliver of hope. Dad, how much worse can grandfather's condition get? Let my friend give it a try. Lin Xiaoxing hesitated. Yes, how much worse could it really get? He turned to Director Yao. Director Yao, my daughter is young and impulsive. Please forgive her. As you can see, she has brought someone. Director Yao forced a stiff smile. No worries. Miss Lin is simply acting out of filial piety. It is understandable. He then turned to Li Muchen, inquiring, may I ask which esteemed institution you hail from and where you practice? Director Yao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. You have not attended school, are not a doctor, yet dare to offer treatment? Preposterous. Lin Xiaoxing was furious. At that moment, Lin's wife suddenly exclaimed, You are Li Muchen. Chapter 27. A reasonable proposition. What? The Lin family was astounded. Yes, it is indeed him. Lin's wife pointed at Li Muchen, saying, he changed his clothes and styled his hair. I did not recognize him at first, but I recognized his voice just now. Lin Manqing was puzzled. Mom, you know him? Yan Huimin looked at Lin Manqing, demanding, you do not know who he is? Lin Manqing shook her head. I just met him 2 days ago. Oh, you scoundrel Li Muchen. So you have set your sights on my daughter. Mom, what are you talking about? He is a good person. He saved my life just a few days ago. A good person? Do you know who he is? Who? What? Lin Manqing could hardly believe it. She stared blankly at Li Muchen. This man was, in fact, her fiancé. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. At that moment, no one noticed the butler, Luo Mingsha, quietly slipping away. Manqing, do not be deceived by him, Lin's wife cautioned. He did not gain anything from our family, and now he has set his sights on you. You are innocent and kind-hearted. It is too easy for you to trust others. He may have set a trap for you. Lin Manqing shook her head. She wanted to believe otherwise, but her mother's words were difficult to refute. Unaccountably, her eyes moistened, tears brimming. Tell me, is this true? She asked. Do you believe it? Li Muchen countered. If Lin Manqing affirmed her belief, he would turn and leave. He cared not for the fate of the Lin family. Let them be shrouded in darkness and slowly decline. Lin Manqing took a deep breath, shaking her head. I do not believe it. Li Muchen smiled faintly. It is well that you do not. But why did you not inform me of my identity? Lin Manqing inquired. If I had told you, how would we interact? Would you still regard me as a friend? Li Muchen replied. Lin Manqing fell silent. Manqing, Lin's wife was furious. Even now? You still allow yourself to be swayed by his sweet words? He is a fraud. A scoundrel. Mom. Lin Manqing felt her mother's words were excessive. You may dislike him, but you cannot insult his character. Insult his character? Lin's wife scoffed. Ask him how I have insulted him. Li Muchen, were you not quite defiant the other day? Did you not say you would come to annul the engagement? Did you not disdain even 200,000? Yet you accepted the money afterward. Since you took it, you ought to honor your word and cease bothering our family. Now you return to seduce my daughter. Truly, I have never encountered such a shameless person. What 200,000? Lin Manqing exclaimed. I did not take any money from the Lin family, Li Muchen stated. Did not take any? Huh. Manqing, listen to him. He lies with his eyes wide open. It was I who instructed Uncle Luo to personally deliver it to him. Lin Manqing looked at Li Muchen, while he turned his gaze toward Lin's wife. I have not received the payment, but I have encountered several assassins. I initially thought it was Steward Luo acting on his own accord, but it turns out it was instigated by Madame Lin. Li Muchen's face was shrouded in frost. His gaze icy. Yan Huimin was taken aback. Assassins? Impossible. I merely asked Steward Luo to teach him a lesson, not to. She suddenly covered her mouth, realizing her slip of the tongue. She hadn't mentioned this that day, and the old master was already furious. If he learned that Li Muchen had nearly been assassinated, she would certainly find it impossible to remain in the Lin family. Yan Huimin shook her head, insisting, it's impossible. Old Luo has been with us for so many years, he wouldn't deceive me. Where's old Luo? Steward Luo turned to look, but Luo Mingsha had already vanished from sight. At this moment, Even a fool could guess that Luo Mingxia had likely embezzled the 2 million and then arranged for someone to silence him. Upon recognizing Li Muchen and realizing his cover had been blown, he fled. If word of this got out, it would undoubtedly become a scandal for the Lin family. Recently, Lin Xiaoxing had been overwhelmed with business troubles, and with the old master's condition deteriorating, this incident would surely incite his wrath. He shot a glare at Yin Huimin. Yet ultimately, as husband and wife, he could not bring himself to act against her. Li Muchen coldly remarked, "If you do not wish to pursue this matter, must it be so easily dismissed?" Lin Xiaoxing's pupils constricted. "What do you intend to do?" The atmosphere became tense and fraught with animosity. Lin Manqing tugged at Li Muchen's sleeve. Li. Now aware of his identity, she found herself at a loss for how to address him. "Mr. Li, there must be a misunderstanding. You mentioned you possess medical skills. How about you first take a look at my grandfather? However, it seems your family does not wish for the old master to recover," Li Muchen retorted. This statement ignited Lin Xiaoxing's fury. "What did you say?" He rose, pointing at Li Muchen, shouting, "Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing." Madame Lin hurriedly interjected, "Do not stoop to his level. Your blood pressure has been high lately. You must be cautious." Li Muchen regarded them with cold indifference. "Security," Madame Lin called out, "have this person removed." 2 security guards entered, approaching Li Muchen, gesturing for him to leave. Should he refuse, they would unhesitatingly escort him away by force. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Lin Chanming, who had been accompanying the old master, stepped out. "You are Li Muchen?" Lin Chanming inquired. Upon seeing him, Li Muchen recognized at once that he was a martial arts expert. "Indeed," Li Muchen replied. Lin Chanming nodded, saying, "Let him give it a try." "Second uncle," Madame Lin exclaimed. "Xiaoxing, this cannot be. He is so young and has not even attended school. How can he treat the old master? What if something goes awry?" Lin Xiaoxing interrupted. "Since the second uncle has spoken, let him try." Nearby, Director Yao commented, "Mr. Lin, allowing him to try is acceptable. But we must clarify that if anything happens once he begins, our hospital will not be held liable." Li Muchen understood this was an attempt to absolve responsibility. "Director Yao, if I fail to treat him, I will certainly take responsibility. But if I succeed? Impossible." Director Yao blurted out, then quickly regained his composure, adding with a smile, "If you cure the old master, I shall present you with a banner of commendation. I am not a charlatan. What would I do with your banner?" "Then what do you desire?" Li Muchen pondered for a moment before responding. "You may craft a banner for yourself, inscribed with 'I am a quack doctor.'" Director Yao bristled but refrained from expressing his displeasure in front of the Lin family, snorting softly and falling silent. Professor Sun nearby remarked, "Young man, if you succeed, I shall take you as my master." Director Zhong from Xinzhou added, "Count me in as well. If you can cure him, I shall also take you as my master." "Are you both serious?" Li Muchen asked with a smile. He found these 2 individuals more agreeable than Director Yao. Though they did not fully believe him, at least their attitudes were sincere, and their offer of mentorship held far more sincerity than a mere banner. "Of course, we are serious," both experts affirmed simultaneously. On the other side, Madame Lin Yin Huimin scoffed, "Li Muchen, if you truly manage to cure my grandfather, I will personally sweep the dust at the entrance of the Lin residence, welcome you in, serve you tea, and apologize to you." Li Muchen chuckled. That was a tempting proposition. In the hospital room, Li Muchen sat at the bedside. Lin Chanming stood beside him, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. The Lin family, Director Yao, and the 2 experts watched from behind. Lin Shangyi lay on the bed, eyes closed, already in a state of coma, even in unconsciousness. His brow was furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. Li Muchen gently placed his hand on Lin Shangyi's pulse. It was faint. A thread of spiritual energy flowed into the pulse, traveling through the meridians of Lin Shangyi's body. Li Muchen's expression shifted. "This is an arrow of the nail-headed book. No wonder the old master's soul energy is waning. This arrow of the nail-headed book requires the elderly man's birth date." The practitioner sets up an altar, constructs a straw effigy, inscribes the person's name and birth date upon it, and then, using talismans to bind the soul, recites incantations, shooting arrows at it. After 7 days, the cursed individual's soul dissipates. This is an ancient witchcraft. How could it appear here? Could it be that the ancient witch sect has resurfaced? Before descending the mountain, my master Yangzi had instructed me to be wary of the movements of witchcraft. Little did I expect that upon arriving in Muchen, I would encounter clues regarding the ancient witch sect. Observing Li Muchen furrowing his brow in deep thought, Director Yao sneered lightly. "So, young brother, have you discerned anything?" What could he discern? It was merely a facade. Madame Lin had no faith in Li Muchen's ability to heal. Only Lin Manqing felt a sense of trepidation. She certainly wished for her grandfather to recover, but also recognized the slim chances of that happening. Regarding Li Muchen, she felt profoundly conflicted. She hoped he could truly heal her grandfather, yet if he succeeded, how would she face him? If he failed, or if he were truly a fraud? No, that cannot be. Lin Manqing quickly shook her head, banishing the dreadful thought. Li Muchen remained unaffected by the thoughts of those behind him. At present, he needed to ascertain how to treat Lin Shangyi. To awaken Lin Shangyi would be simple. A single infusion of true energy would suffice. However, to ensure his complete recovery, he must locate the sorcerer and dismantle the altar they had set up. Otherwise, regardless of relying on magical powers or medicinal remedies, it would only prolong the old master's life, and not for long. "Does your hospital have acupuncture needles?" Li Muchen inquired. Director Yao affirmed, "Certainly. Let the nurse fetch them." Madame Lin gasped. You cannot possibly intend to perform acupuncture. Indeed, Li Muchen confirmed. No, you cannot perform acupuncture. Just a glance is sufficient. How could you haphazardly pierce my grandfather's precious body? Do you not wish for him to awaken? I certainly wish for that. But do you know how to perform acupuncture? At this moment, it was Lin Xiaoxing who interjected. Enough. My father is in this state. Let him try. I want to see what he can accomplish. With Lin Xiaoxing's endorsement, Madame Lin ceased her objections. The nurse swiftly brought in a large box of needles. The needles were stainless steel, far inferior to the golden needles Li Muchen typically used. However, he was unconcerned. He could use fishing line as a needle, let alone stainless steel. Anything within reach could serve as a weapon, signifying a martial arts master. Anything at hand could become a needle, denoting a master of medicine. Li Muchen had long surpassed the level of a master. He was merely a step away from entering the innate realm. This mundane world was merely a place for his trials. Once he comprehended it, he would no longer be entangled in its trivialities. In truth, Lin Xiaoxing's ailment did not require acupuncture. However, if a mere infusion of true energy could awaken the old master, others might dismiss his prowess. They might even claim it was a divine miracle that the old master simply awoke. Thus, a skilled warrior does not seek renown, and a true physician does not seek fame. The true master of medicine possesses the extraordinary ability to heal ailments before they manifest, leaving one to wonder at his prowess. People tend to revere only those heroes whose feats are visible to their eyes. Thus, Li Muchen decides to employ acupuncture, showcasing his remarkable technique to conquer the prideful and arrogant. With a deft motion, he pinches a needle, and with a sudden force, the steel needle pierces the old gentleman's brow. Gasps of astonishment erupt from the onlookers, for none had witnessed such an audacious method of acupuncture. Who would dare to penetrate the brow so deeply? Yet, before questions could arise, Li Muchen grasped the second needle, this time targeting the divine court. He swiftly moved his hands, each wielding a needle, and simultaneously struck the old man's left and right forewhites. This maneuver left Professor Sun from Qiantang in awe. However, before he could fully express his admiration, Li Muchen's next action astonished everyone further. He deftly held 4 needles with 5 fingers, a total of 8 needles in all. You've lost your mind, Lady Lin exclaimed. Even Lin Manqing found Li Muchen's actions excessively reckless. Undeterred, Li Muchen waved his hands, sending all 8 stainless steel needles into the 8 acupoints on the old man's face. The spectators were left in a state of disbelief. Li Muchen did not pause. His hands danced rapidly, creating a blur, leaving no one able to discern how many needles he wielded or how many acupoints he had targeted. The old gentleman was now adorned with needles across his head, face, shoulders, arms, chest, and down to his legs. The room fell into an eerie silence, as if one could even hear the sound of needles piercing flesh. After a brief moment, Li Muchen finally ceased his actions. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, akin to the curtain falling on a grand performance. He then resumed his position, delicately taking the old gentleman's pulse and quietly channeling a thread of true energy. This energy coursed through the meridians, allowing the multitude of needles to enhance its efficacy. Suddenly, the old gentleman's lips moved, and he exhaled a breath. Gradually, he opened his eyes. Father, Grandpa, Dad. The Lin family erupted in a mix of astonishment and joy, their voices filling the air. At this moment, no one dared to question Li Muchen's medical expertise or show him any disrespect. Li Muchen rose, sweeping his hand to extract a cluster of needles from the old man's body. With a series of swift movements, he effortlessly removed every needle, leaving none behind. In his hands, he held a substantial collection of needles, which he then placed into a needle box. After gently patting the old gentleman's chest twice, the man coughed twice, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. He glanced at the crowd and exhaled deeply, prompting jubilant cheers from all present. Lin Manqing, with tears welling in her eyes, found herself unable to cry. Professor Sun from Qiantang marveled. A miracle. Truly a miracle. Director Zhong from Xinzhou expressed his admiration, and the fervor in their gazes toward Li Muchen intensified. However, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Director Yao's face, while Lady Lin felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground. The old gentleman's awakening would undoubtedly unveil the truth, and she was at a loss for how to face his wrath. Chapter 29. Taking apprentices. Are you Li Muchen? Though Lin Xiaoxing lay unconscious, he was not entirely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard the commotion. I am, Li Muchen replied. I never expected it would be you to save my life. Lin Xiaoxing chuckled, recalling something amusing. His laughter turned to coughs. Li Muchen gently pressed on his chest, stimulating his Zhongwan acupoint with a thread of true energy. You are still unwell, very weak. It would be best to speak less, Li Muchen advised. Lin Xiaoxing felt warmth spread through his chest, finding it much more comfortable. He nodded. All right, I will heed your words. Li Muchen stood and addressed the Lin family. Allow the old gentleman to rest. I will write a prescription, and you must procure the medicine immediately. With that, he exited the ward, followed closely by the Lin family and the 3 hospital experts, leaving only Lin Xiaoming behind. In the reception room, Li Muchen took a seat, while the Lin family and the experts stood, no one daring to voice dissent. At that moment, they regarded Li Muchen with reverence akin to that of a deity. Li Muchen picked up a pen and paper, inscribing a prescription. He glanced at the Lin family before ultimately passing it to Lady Lin. She was taken aback, feeling both honored and surprised. Madam, I apologize for the trouble. But please ensure the medicine is prepared precisely according to the prescription. No names or dosages can be altered. Additionally, you must supervise the entire process from gathering to brewing. He instructed gravely. Li Muchen's choice to entrust the prescription to Lady Lin was also a test of her character. He intended to investigate the matter of Luo Mingxia. And should it indeed be at her behest, he would not hesitate to confront her. Understood, she replied solemnly, realizing the significance of this opportunity. Being entrusted with the task of preparing the medicine for the old gentleman meant that even if she had previously erred, he would not hold it against her too harshly. This young man possesses a remarkable understanding of human relations, she mused, unknowingly letting go of her initial impressions of Li Muchen. Changing one's perspective can be so simple. One need only showcase their capabilities to win over others. At that moment, Director Yao emerged, exclaiming, "Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, Mr. Li. I did not expect such remarkable medical skills at such a young age. I would like to invite you to our hospital's acupuncture department as an expert, offering you the salary of a top-tier specialist. What do you think?" Li Muchen smiled. "I lack the qualifications to practice medicine. How could I serve as an expert? Are you not concerned about potential repercussions?" Director Yao reassured him, "Rest assured, I will handle the qualification issue. You need only attend to your patients." Li Muchen remained noncommittal. Suddenly, Professor Sun from Qiantang stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Mr. Li, today I have truly broadened my horizons. Your acupuncture skills are nothing short of miraculous. The fray-skilled hands of the apricot forest must surely refer to someone like you. If you do not mind my age, I humbly request to be your apprentice." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Although there had been a prior bet, Professor Sun was a distinguished academic at Nanjing University, highly respected in the medical field. And at over 50 years old, he sought to apprentice under a youth in his 20s, unbothered by the potential ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Zhong from Xinzhou stepped forward alongside Professor Sun, stating, "Count me in as well. I am even older than Professor Sun, but I wonder if Mr. Li would consider taking me on as a disciple." Director Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Both men held higher positions in the medical community than he did. If they chose to apprentice under Li Muchen, what would that mean for him? "Ah, gentlemen, why must you do this? You are both of advanced age and respected seniors in the medical field. This is rather unbecoming. The earlier wager was merely a jest, Mr. Li surely does not take it seriously, does he?" Professor Sun shook his head, stating, "A gentleman does not speak lightly. Having made a wager, we must accept the outcome. Furthermore, Mr. Li's remarkable medical skills warrant our desire to learn from him. Why should we be judged by age?" Director Zhong concurred. Professor Sun is correct. Mr. Li's expertise is more than sufficient to guide us as students. We would be the fortunate ones, and my reputation pales in comparison to the art of medicine. The Lin family observed the three men as if watching a theatrical performance. Together, they nearly amounted to 2 centuries of life. Eagerly vying to apprentice under a young man, news of such an event would surely be extraordinary. Li Muchen slowly rose to his feet and approached Professor Sun and Director Zhong, smiling as he said, "Very well, I shall accept both of you as my disciples." Overjoyed, Professor Sun and Director Zhong expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." They were about to perform a formal apprenticeship ceremony right there. However, Li Muchen gently stopped them, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Nor must you address me as Master. Healers possess a benevolent heart, united in the noble pursuit of saving lives and alleviating suffering, transcending the boundaries of sectarianism." Professor Sun and Director Zhong were further impressed, repeatedly praising, "Your insight is remarkable, esteemed teacher." Meanwhile, Dean Yao felt a twinge of awkwardness and inquired, "What about me? You?" Li Muchen chuckled, "Didn't you present a banner? Oh, and do not forget to prepare one for yourself. Inscribed with the words, 'I am a mediocre doctor.'" Dean Yao's face flushed crimson. Lin Xiaoxing cleared his throat and adjusted his voice, asking, "Mr. Li, may I inquire about my father's condition? What ailment afflicts him?" Li Muchen then asked, "Are you the head of the Lin family?" Taken aback by the question, Lin Xiaoxing glanced at his cousin Lin Lifeng and replied, "In modern society, the concept of a family head is somewhat outdated. I primarily manage the family's affairs." "He is my father," Lin Manqing added, feeling slightly embarrassed, as she sensed the oddity of the situation. Li Muchen nodded and said to Lin Xiaoxing, "Let us proceed to the hospital room." Lin Lifeng interjected, "What about us?" Li Muchen responded, "It is best for the others to wait outside. The elder is still quite weak, and too many people would not be beneficial." Lin Lifeng's expression shifted subtly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction, though he refrained from saying more. Turning to Lin Manqing, Li Muchen instructed, "Manqing, when your mother prepares the medicine, bring it in with her." The mere mention of her name sent her heart racing. "Oh," Lin Manqing replied. Li Muchen and Lin Xiaoxing entered the hospital room, where Lin Shangyi was already able to sit up, propped against the headboard, conversing with Lin Shanming. Upon seeing Li Muchen enter, he smiled and waved, "Muchen, come, sit with me." Li Muchen was momentarily taken aback by the elder's warm familiarity, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Lin Shanming naturally made way for him to sit down. Li Muchen glanced at Lin Shanming, recognizing that despite not knowing him personally, the man held a significant position within the Lin family and had earned the elder's trust. "Mr. Li, my father's illness?" Lin Xiaoxing still pondered the question he had previously asked, but felt hesitant to inquire further in the elder's presence. Li Muchen directed his gaze toward Lin Shangyi. "Speak freely. There are no outsiders here. Do not worry about my ability to handle the truth. If I cannot endure this, then I am unworthy of my years in this life. Every day I live as a gain. Li Muchen shook his head. The elder is not suffering from a mere illness. He has been cursed by someone. Cursed? Both Lin Xiuxing and Lin Chanming were taken aback. Li Muchen chose not to elaborate, but instead posed another question. Within your family, how many are aware of the elder's birth date and time? Our family is quite large and prosperous. We fear being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. Hence we manage our family members' birth details meticulously, especially my father's. Only those closest to him are privy to this information. Outsiders can at most ascertain the year and month of birth, but not the precise hour or direction of birth, Lin Xiuxing explained. Could you be more specific? Which individuals know? Li Muchen pressed on. Myself, my wife Huimin, daughter Manqing, my cousin Lin Lifeng, and his son Lin Xiaoing. That should be everyone. Even my son Lin Yun is unaware. My cousin has a younger son studying in Japan, who is likely also uninformed. And I, Lin Chanming added. What about the steward? Li Muchen inquired. Lin Xiuxing replied. The steward does not know, but if they have the intent, acquiring the information would not be too difficult. He added. The steward of the Lin residence has been with our family for generations. As for Gua, there may be some misunderstanding regarding your relationship with him. Li Muchen dismissed the notion of misunderstanding, disregarding Gua Mingsha as a trivial character. The elder has been cursed using a method akin to the nail-headed arrow book sorcery. Nail-headed arrow book? Lin Xiuxing had never even heard of such a thing. Indeed, the practitioner sets up an altar, constructs a straw man, writes the elder's birth information on it, and daily pierces it with needles or shoots arrows. Generally, within 7 days, the cursed individual will lose their soul. Ah! Lin Xiuxing gasped in astonishment. Lin Chanming furrowed his brow in concern, yet Lin Shangyi burst into laughter. Who would have thought that my life was nearly pinned to a straw man? Having lived a lifetime, encountering such extraordinary sorcery is not in vain. Li Muchen found himself regarding Lin Shangyi with newfound respect. It seemed this elder was not an ordinary individual. Lin Xiuxing asked, So, is my father out of danger now? Li Muchen shook his head. I merely extended the elder's life with my vital energy. To resolve this thoroughly, we must locate the individual who cast the curse and break their spell. Where shall we find them? Lin Xiuxing felt utterly lost. Your time is limited. I can continue to extend the elder's life, but at most for 3 to 4 days. If the elder remains well, the perpetrator will become aware. Li Muchen cautioned. What will happen then? Ah! Lin Xiuxing exclaimed. Can you prevent it? Li Muchen shook his head. That is uncertain. If you cannot even find the person, how can you stop them? Lin Chanming remarked. It seems we must begin by investigating potential insiders. Lin Shangyi waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. Do not let it unsettle you. Focus on what you can control. I am already content to have regained my breath. Now, I have matters to discuss with Muchen. Chanming, Xiuxing, please step outside for a moment. Li Muchen reminded them. Both of you, do not mention our earlier conversation to anyone. The elder's true situation is for us 4 to know alone. If others inquire, direct them to me. Once Lin Chanming and Lin Xiuxing exited, Li Muchen's heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that some long-standing mysteries would soon be unveiled. Lin Shangyi regarded him, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Li Muchen was in no rush. After years of cultivation, he possessed a measure of composure. Lin Shangyi nodded slightly. You must have many questions for me, am I correct? Indeed. Then please ask away. Li Muchen momentarily faltered, realizing he did not know where to begin. After a long pause, he finally asked the question that weighed most heavily on his heart. How did my grandfather die? Lin Shangyi was taken aback by the directness of the inquiry, responding, shouldn't your greatest curiosity lie in the marriage agreement I made with your grandfather? Are these two matters connected? Li Muchen's gaze sharpened. Lin Shangyi, sensing the misunderstanding, sighed. I bear some responsibility for your grandfather's death. I have felt guilty about it for many years, especially after your disappearance. Li Muchen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze firmly on Lin Shangyi. If his suspicions were correct, and his grandfather had met his demise due to a scheme involving Lin Shangyi, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance. This story is lengthy, Lin Shangyi said, staring at the ceiling, his gaze distant as if traversing through the corridors of time. Over 40 years ago, the Lin family faced a great calamity, and I fled to the capital to escape my enemies. Yet, my foes found me even there. In my desperation, when my life hung by a thread, I was rescued by Li Tiance, the head of the Li family in the capital. At that time, the Li family was one of the 4 great families of the capital, and Li Tiance was renowned as the wealthiest man in the world. With the Li family's protection, my enemies were powerless against me. I always sought to repay the Li family for their life-saving grace, but their wealth was beyond my reach. However, Lin Shangyi continued, unexpectedly. 20 years ago, the Li family underwent a sudden upheaval, and within a single night, the entire clan vanished from the capital. Li Muchen sensed that Lin Shangyi's mention of the Li family was significant, yet he hesitated to believe it entirely. What happened to the Li family? I do not know. Lin Shangyi shook his head. In those years, I sought information regarding the Li family, but the accounts were varied and confusing. No one could clarify what truly transpired. I had resigned myself to the belief that I would never have the chance to repay the Li family's immense kindness. This changed one day when your grandfather arrived in Muchen. My grandfather? Indeed, your grandfather, Li Yuquan, appeared in tattered clothes, resembling a beggar, accompanied by a child, who was none other than you, Li Muchen. You, Lin Shangyi, looked solemnly at Li Muchen. He belonged to the Li family of the capital. Your father, Li Yanhua, was once the most esteemed young master in the capital, and Li Tiance is your biological grandfather. Even with his remarkable composure, Li Muchen's heart raced at this revelation. My grandfather? Then who is my grandfather? Li Yuquan is not your grandfather. He was a trusted aide to your grandfather, Li Tiance. According to Brother Yuquan, your grandfather had a premonition of the calamity that would befall the Li family and instructed several reliable aides to take the Li children to safe havens among relatives in different locales. You were taken by Yuquan to the Lin family in Muchen. So, does that mean I have siblings elsewhere? Brother Yuquan was exceedingly cautious. Although I had no dealings with the Li family, those with the discerning I could uncover my past connections to them. Thus, he brought you to live in the outskirts, surviving by scavenging. This has always weighed heavily on my conscience. Eventually, I arranged this betrothal, promising that when you grew up, you would become a son-in-law of the Lin family. 17 years ago, I had already established a will through a lawyer, stipulating that upon your marriage to Muchen, you would inherit half of the Lin family's assets. Chapter 31. Reviving the Li family. Half of the Lin family's wealth is indeed tempting. Yet, what astonished Li Muchen even more was his own lineage. In his childhood, he scavenged with his grandfather, often going hungry and inadequately clothed. He would gaze enviously at his well-dressed peers, fantasizing that perhaps his parents were affluent and would someday arrive in a car to rescue him from the rubbish yard, leading him to a life of comfort. Yet reality was harsh. Fantasies never shielded one from the storms of life. He could only toil in the refuse, striving for a meal sufficient to stave off hunger, hoping to ease the burden on his aging grandfather. He could never have imagined that he was indeed born into a wealthy family. Regrettably, that family was no more. Some truths are better left undiscovered. He finally comprehended his grandfather's sorrow. He had repeatedly questioned his grandfather why others had parents while he did not, but his grandfather remained silent. In moments of solitude, his grandfather would shed tears. He recalled the day of his grandfather's death. That autumn, his grandfather, who had never left Muchen, suddenly announced his intention to embark on a journey. Before departing, he presented the marriage contract to Li Muchen, instructing him to keep it safe and to marry into the Lin family when he grew older. That journey lasted several months. When he returned, it was amidst a heavy snowfall. His grandfather was gravely injured, arriving home barely clinging to life. It was said that he had been struck by a vehicle, and the driver fled. Yet some elders, with their experience, claimed that his injuries bore the marks of an assault, not an accident. How did my grandfather truly die? This question had lingered in Li Muchen's heart for 13 years. He said nothing. No, but I suspect it is related to the massacre of the Li family. He must have uncovered some clue. Li Muchen clenched his fists, pondering who it was that had caused this calamity for the Li family. Lin Shangyi remarked, over the years, I have conducted my own investigations, yet I have found no leads. The Li family in the capital was prosperous and extensive. To annihilate the Li family was no simple feat, as it would inevitably leave traces. Logically, the greatest beneficiary is the prime suspect. After the Li family's downfall, their assets were gradually consumed by other prominent families. However, those families or forces that devoured the Li family's wealth did not possess the strength to annihilate them. What if they were to unite? That would be impossible. Lin Shangyi shook his head. You must understand, the extermination of the Li family occurred almost overnight. Consider the scale of the Li family, their numbers, their assets, their connections to the outside world. For such a family to vanish from the capital overnight, as if they had never existed, I cannot fathom what kind of force could accomplish that. Even if the other three great families of the capital united, they could not achieve it. I have pondered this question for a long time and have contemplated it deeply. Li Muchen frowned. Is there a conclusion? Lin Shangyi hesitated, contemplating for a moment before responding. My conclusion is that such a force does not exist within the mortal realm. Li Muchen was taken aback, instantly grasping Lin Shangyi's implication. The force that obliterated the Li family was not of this world. Beyond the mortal realm, indeed, there exist many powers, celestial beings, sorcerers, Buddhas, and demons. For instance, the Wanxian sect atop Tiandu Peak, which governs the celestial gates of the world. Could it be that they had offended the sorcerers or demons? If it were a powerful sorcerer sect, it would indeed be easy to eradicate a family in the capital overnight. Lin Shangyi said, I am aware that there are many realms unknown to us mortals. And you come from one of those places, do you not? Li Muchen nodded. Lin Shangyi continued, when you went missing all those years ago, I feared you had fallen victim to an enemy's treachery. For years, I have felt immense guilt. Had I brought you into the Lin family sooner, perhaps such tragedies would have been averted, and Brother Yuquan would not have died. Yet I hesitated, paralyzed by fear. That invisible enemy is too terrifying. If they could annihilate the Li family overnight, dealing with the Lin family would be as easy as crushing an ant. I owe you and Brother Yuquan an apology. You need not blame yourself. I am grateful for your care over the years, Li Muchen replied, fully aware that without Lin Shangyi's covert support, he and his grandfather would not have survived in Muchen. A force capable of making the Li family vanish overnight was indeed formidable. Li Muchen paused, then said, Grandfather Lin, let us discuss the marriage contract at a later time. Oh, Lin Shangyi inquired, puzzled. Do you not find Miss Muchen appealing? Not at all. Miss Lin is exceptionally talented and admirable. Then is it because you have learned of your heritage, believing the Lin family unworthy of the Li family? That is certainly not the case. Then why, pray tell? After a moment of contemplation, Li Muchen replied, in truth, it is nothing more than a feeling. I find the betrothal arranged by you and my grandfather to be rather hasty, unfair to both myself and Miss Lin. Lin Shangyi chuckled, so you wish for a love match? That is certainly feasible, We need not rush into marriage. We can simply be engaged for now, allowing you both to take your time to develop your relationship. You could wed after Muchen graduates from university. Li Muchen felt overwhelmed. How could this old man be so obstinate? Grandfather Lin, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am burdened by a deep-seated vendetta until I avenge my grievances. I truly cannot focus on such matters. This reasoning was delivered with conviction, and he believed the old man would relent. However, to his surprise, the elder suddenly asked, "Do you wish to seek revenge?" Of course, Li Muchen affirmed, setting aside the Li family of the capital and his parents whom he had never met. The memory of his grandfather, Li Yuquan, dying before his eyes was a debt he felt compelled to repay. How do you intend to go about it? Li Muchen found himself at a loss for words. With no leads, only the knowledge that his enemies were entwined with otherworldly forces. He pondered how to seek vengeance amid the myriad hidden paths and ancient sorceries. Lin Shangyi smiled faintly. Actually, I have already devised a plan for you. Finding the enemy may prove challenging. Why not allow them to seek you out instead? Allow them to seek me out? The Li family was exterminated without any apparent financial loss, implying that their motives were not monetary, but rather rooted in fear of certain entities. It was only when the Li family was entirely eradicated that they would feel secure. What do you mean? Revive the Li family. Revive the Li family? Li Muchen nodded fervently. Grandfather Lin, that is indeed brilliant. What must I do? Lin Shangyi replied with a smile. Reviving the Li family requires two essential elements. What are those two? The first requisite is capital. Without it, no matter how skilled you are, it is implausible to recreate the glory of the Li family in a short span of time. The second is to have a wife. One who can bear children and ensure a prosperous lineage. Chapter 32. A bold move. Li Muchen wore a solemn expression. This old man, after all his talk, still intended to marry off his granddaughter to him. By becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family, he would gain half of their wealth, thus reviving the fortunes of the Li family. Marrying Lin Muchen would naturally facilitate his aspirations for a flourishing family. Yet, how could Li Muchen resign himself to being a mere son-in-law? Even if he were to wed Lin Muchen, he would do so through his own merit, openly and honorably, rather than relying on a mere contract to live off her family's fortune. Grandfather Li, let us discuss this matter at another time. The priority now is to uncover those who wish to harm you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shangyi furrowed his brow. Li Muchen was right. If the culprit remained unfound, the Lin family would forever dwell in shadows. Today, it could be Lin Shangyi in danger. Tomorrow, it could be Lin Qiuxing. Do you have any enemies, grandfather? Of course. I do. After a lifetime of business, sustaining a vast family, it's hard to believe there aren't those who wish for my demise. Just consider the prominent families in Muchen. While they may appear amicable on the surface, they could very well be cursing me behind my back. Lin Shangyi chuckled self-deprecatingly. I suppose we must start from within. I will have Chanming investigate. Li Muchen replied. Let us avoid alarming the snake in the grass. You needn't concern yourself. I will handle this. However, until I identify this individual, it would be prudent for you to continue feigning illness to avoid arousing suspicion. Lin Shangyi nodded. Very well. I shall follow your arrangements. My life is in your hands. Li Muchen was about to offer him some comforting words when the old man interjected. Are you truly not considering hastening the marriage? Li Muchen was momentarily speechless. Just then, the hospital door swung open, and Madame Lin entered alongside Lin Muchen. Yan Huimin carried a thermos, smiling as she said, Dad, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's warm. She poured the concoction into a bowl. Li Muchen picked up the bowl, sniffed it, and inquired, Were you present during the preparation? Yan Huimin chuckled. As per your instructions, I oversaw the entire process. I personally ensured each ingredient was checked, and I brewed it myself, even washing the pot without letting anyone else touch it. Li Muchen smiled and set the bowl down. Yan Huimin and Lin Muchen assisted the old man in sitting up and personally fed him the medicine. Lin Shangyi remarked, You have a kind heart. Yan Huimin replied, It is my duty. Fortunately, you had the foresight to find a good husband for Muchen. Once your health is fully restored, I shall arrange their wedding. Lin Muchen blushed. Mom, what are you saying? I speak only the truth, Yan Huimin responded, glancing at Li Muchen, whose vitality and handsomeness only grew more appealing to her. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Li Muchen said, Grandfather, please rest well. I will come to see you every day for the next few days. Lin Muchen caught his eye, and as their gazes met, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but quickly lowered her head. Her heart raced with anticipation, and when she heard Li Muchen's footsteps retreating, a sense of loss washed over her, leaving her feeling empty. Back at the Qingmen restaurant, it was the peak of the lunch rush. The miraculous doctor who had just displayed his skills in the hospital now transformed into a busy waiter. People envision celestial beings as ethereal, yet the reality often reveals that the unassuming janitor or doorman may be the true masters hidden in plain sight. Perhaps the server at your local eatery could very well be a sorcerer capable of extraordinary feats. Li Muchen seized a moment to call Ma Shan, instructing him to arrange a visit to Kai Tu's dog farm as he sought to uncover who was plotting against Lin Muchen. This individual was likely the same person threatening the life of the Lin patriarch. After lunch, the proprietress, Sister May, donned her bag and swayed her curvaceous figure as she exited. Li Muchen called out, Sister May, I will be taking the afternoon off. Granted. Li Muchen knew she was off to get her hair done. He found himself curious about what was so compelling about daily hair appointments. Later that evening, as he prepared to masquerade as a young gentleman to meet Huang San, Li Muchen decided to also refresh his hairstyle, one must at least appear somewhat refined. After wrapping up his tasks at the restaurant and exchanging pleasantries with Ding Xiang, he made his way to a barber shop on the corner. To his surprise, he encountered Sister Mei there. Upon seeing Li Muchen enter, she exclaimed, "Little Li, are you following me?" Flushing with embarrassment, he replied, "I came to get a haircut." Sister Mei shot him a sidelong glance, clearly skeptical, before breaking into a smile. "Come upstairs to find me in room 3 shortly." With that, she gracefully ascended the stairs in her high heels. The barber was skilled and quickly fashioned a simple yet elegant style for Li Muchen. Satisfied, he inquired about the cost. The barber replied, "As Sister Mei's friend, you need not pay." Recalling Sister Mei's invitation to find her upstairs, Li Muchen wondered what she could want. After all, he was merely an employee under her. Upon reaching the second floor, he located room 3 and gently knocked on the door, calling, "Sister Mei, come in." "The door is unlocked," she replied. Pushing the door open, he found Sister Mei reclining on a narrow bed, barebacked, with a large expanse of skin exposed, covered only by a piece of white cloth at her waist. A girl was pouring oil into her palm and applying it to Sister Mei's back, which gleamed with smoothness enhanced by the oil. Sister Mei turned her head, admiring Li Muchen's freshly cut hair. "Not bad, very handsome." She gestured for the girl to leave. The girl smiled at Li Muchen, set down her bottle, and exited the room. Li Muchen stood there, bewildered, questioning what was about to transpire. Was this what his master referred to as the bitterness, toxicity, and consuming nature of the mortal world? "Why are you just standing there?" Sister Mei questioned. Li Muchen remained motionless. Having endured the harshness of the Kunlun Mountains, he had long since fortified himself against worldly temptations. It was not that he lacked an appreciation for the mortal realm. He understood the distinction between affection and desire. His master taught him that a celestial being entering the world should possess emotion without desire, embodying both gentleness and strength, achieving a harmonious balance to avoid extremities and madness. "Quite serious, aren't we?" Sister Mei observed, noticing his lack of movement. She gracefully descended from the beauty bed, her towel slipping away. Li Muchen, standing to the side, neither gazed intently nor averted his eyes. "Sister Mei, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Why the rush? Accompany me somewhere," she replied, quickly dressing before exiting the barbershop and heading toward the nearby Alu Mahjong Hall. Upon seeing the sign for Alu Mahjong Hall, Li Muchen recalled the 2 thugs he encountered while collecting protection fees a few days prior. Boss Wang mentioned they were affiliated with Scarface Liu. As Sister Mei glanced at Li Muchen, laughter sparkled in her eyes. "Today, let us make things interesting." Chapter 33. Bringing the 6th master to his knees. The Mahjong Hall was modestly sized, yet the playing area was expansive, spanning 2 floors with numerous tables and several private rooms. Sister Mei was well acquainted with the patrons and swiftly secured a table. She asked Li Muchen if he wished to join in a game, but he merely shook his head and chose to observe from the sidelines. Sister Mei's fortune was quite favorable. After a series of games, she had won around 700 to 800. However, Li Muchen was aware that Sister Mei was exhibiting considerable restraint. Given her skill level, it was nearly impossible for her not to win, for she was cheating. Although Li Muchen did not understand the art of cheating, he recognized that, much like magic, it relied heavily on technique. Sister Mei's hands were swift, yet they did not escape his keen observation. Over the course of 2 hours, she accumulated nearly 10,000. As Sister Mei pushed the cards aside and prepared to leave with her winnings, she was suddenly blocked by a group of individuals. At the forefront stood a man with a scar on his face, who was referred to as Lu Yi by those around him. Li Muchen surmised that this man was indeed Scar Lu. "Sister Mei, you're just going to leave after winning money?" "Oh, Lu Yi. The amount I've won is hardly enough to cover a day's worth of your rake." "Why the fuss?" "Winning was not measured by the amount, but rather by the fairness of the game. In my establishment, if you wish to play, you may come and go as you please. However, there are allegations of cheating against you, and everyone is aware of it. I, Scar Lu, do not tolerate dishonesty. Unless you clarify this matter, you shall not leave today." Sister Mei, indignant, shouted, "Who dares to accuse me of cheating? Come out, you scoundrel." Scar Lu sneered, "Sister Mei, stop pretending. You come here every day and win. Even a fool can see you're cheating." Sister Mei retorted, "Huh, I win a mere 300 to 500 daily. Is that too much for your establishment to allow? It's only because you've overlooked my smaller wins that you haven't acted before. But today, your winnings have exceeded the norm, and if I remain silent, the rules of this place are at risk. What evidence do you have to claim on cheating?" "You must catch a thief with the stolen goods," Sister Mei argued. "Evidence, you say?" Scar Lu narrowed his eyes. "You're hiding cards on you. Don't think I'm unaware. Remove your clothing." Li Muchen understood that Sister Mei did indeed hide cards, and once her clothes were off, she would surely be exposed. He was curious to see how Sister Mei would respond. Several burly men behind Scar Lu stepped forward to block their escape route. The crowd began to jeer. "Hurry, take off your clothes. Cheating warrants punishment. Strip and let us see if you're a cheat." "Yes, strip, quickly." The men were salivating at the prospect. Scar Lu said, "Sister Mei, if you're reluctant to undress in front of so many, you may do so in my office." Sister Mei spat, "Pa, you wish. You just want to see my body. Fine, I shall undress." She began to remove her clothing. Li Muchen stepped forward, saying, "Wait." Scar Lu's pupils dilated. "What are you trying to do?" Sister Mei looked at Li Muchen with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Li Muchen stated, "If you claim she is hiding cards, must she then strip? Does this mean anyone who plays here will be subjected to such treatment at your whim?" The crowd, upon hearing this, began to see the reasoning. It concerned their own interests. Once this precedent was set, Scar-Lu could demand anyone to strip at his suspicion. In public, even men would lose face. Scar-Lu, his face darkened with malice, asked, "What do you propose?" Li Muchen replied, "If she is indeed hiding cards, she should face punishment. But what if she is not?" Sister May added, "Yes, if I am not hiding cards, how will you compensate me? If you haven't hidden cards, I shall double whatever you won today. From now on, whenever you come to my establishment, I shall no longer question your winnings," Scar-Lu declared. Li Muchen found this condition inadequate. The terms were not equal. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Sister May interjected, "Add another condition. Ensure your thugs don't come to my establishment to collect protection fees." Li Muchen couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Sister May was thinking about her business. "Fine, no problem." Scar-Lu acquiesced to Sister May's terms. Sister May steeled her resolve. "Look, see for yourselves." She proceeded to remove her jacket and skirt, leaving only her undergarments. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Her figure was undeniably alluring. Standing confidently, she glared at Scar-Lu. "Open your eyes and see where I've hidden cards." Someone shouted, "Take off your undergarments too." Yet anyone with a discerning eye knew that such tight-fitting lingerie could not conceal mahjong tiles. Demanding her to strip further would be excessive. Scar-Lu frowned, turning to Li Muchen beside her. "Kid, did she hide the cards on you? You too shall strip." Sister May panicked, scolding, "Scar-Lu, don't involve my young friend." Li Muchen, unperturbed, responded, "I'll strip as well, but what if I have nothing on me either?" Sister May urgently cautioned, "Li, don't heed him. You haven't even played. Why should he search you?" Scar-Lu replied, "The conditions I stated were for both of you." Li Muchen countered, "Those were your terms with Sister May. She has complied. Now it's my turn. You rely on gambling for a living. Let us wager." "What kind of wager?" "I've heard the rules of your establishment dictate that cheating results in losing a hand. If I'm found hiding cards, then you may cut off one of my hands. But if I am not hiding any cards, it would mean you've misjudged, and in that case, I shall take one of your eyes. What say you? Are you brave enough to wager?" Li Muchen stood there, nonchalant, as if discussing someone else's gamble. "You're trying to deceive me?" Scar-Lu's face darkened, filled with menace. Li Muchen smirked, "Consider it a deception, then. Let us begin. If you do not dare to gamble, step aside." The venue fell silent. All mahjong tables ceased play. Even Sister May's captivating figure was forgotten. To gamblers, the game was everything. Scar-Lu's scar twitched. "Fine, you've got guts. Kid, we'll see." With that, he turned and left with his men. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. "Young man, tell us, did you cheat?" "Bravo. You made Scar-Lu concede." Sister May donned her clothes and linked her arm with Li Muchen, laughing, "Little Li, brotherly, today you are my hero." Chapter 34. Young Master Li exiting Scar-Lu's mahjong parlor. Sister May pulled out 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Li Muchen. "What is this for?" "This is for you." "I don't want it." Li Muchen shook his head. Sister May insisted, determined to stuff the money into his pocket. "You've earned this." "Sister May, why do you cheat?" Li Muchen inquired. I don't cheat." Li Muchen retrieved 2 mahjong tiles from his pocket. One bamboo and 1 9 dots. "Here. Take them back. You knew I hid the cards on you?" "Yes." "Then why did you gamble with Scar-Lu?" "What else could I do? Let him search me?" "But what if Scar-Lu had accepted your wager?" Sister May's eyes filled with concern. "He wouldn't gamble." "How can you be so sure? What benefit is there for him to win a hand from me? He risks losing an eye, and that's a far greater loss for him." Scar-Lu was not a desperate gambler. He ran the casino. Sister May regarded Li Muchen with newfound respect, realizing his youth belied a wisdom akin to an experienced gambler. "You're not from the streets, are you?" Li Muchen replied, "I scavenged for scraps as a child." Sister May chuckled. "Scavenging hardly counts as running the streets." Li Muchen added, "With your nimble hands, you must have been a magician in your youth." "You have keen eyes." Sister May shot him a playful glare. "As a child, I was a beggar, occasionally stealing. So, do we match in our backgrounds?" Li Muchen chose not to engage further and asked, "Sister May, how much did you actually win at Scar-Lu's? He seems to have a personal vendetta against you." Li Muchen did not believe Scar-Lu would create such a ruckus over a small sum. However, Sister May was unwilling to divulge, and he did not press further. Sister May expressed her concern. "Scar-Lu holds grudges. You embarrassed him today. He won't let this go. Be cautious." Li Muchen was certainly unperturbed. However, Mei Jia's words instilled a flicker of concern for Dingxiang within him. "Not at all," he reassured himself. Scarface Lu, a man of pride, had vowed not to disturb our establishment today, and thus he would not. Yet, Li Muchen found it hard to believe. Could a man like Scarface Lu truly uphold his word? Noticing his furrowed brow, Mei Jia playfully tugged at his arm and leaned closer, sweetly whispering, "Li Yi. My dear Li Yi, fret not. With me around, Scarface Lu cannot harm you." As the lingering scent of essential oils from Mei Jia enveloped him, Li Muchen was reminded of the ever-smiling Boss Wang at the restaurant. A sudden worry crossed his mind. What if Boss Wang came at him with a kitchen knife? "Mei Jia, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." He had arranged to meet Ma Shan and Huang San there. Huang San, also from a humble background of scavenging, was often encountered, albeit from a different neighborhood. Like Ma Shan, he was notorious for his dealings in second-hand goods. The two frequently clashed. Li Muchen's impression of Huang San had been limited to his petty thievery and his tendency to bully him and Dingxiang when he couldn't best Ma Shan in a fight. Once, in defense of Dingxiang, Li Muchen had engaged Huang San in a brawl, blinding him momentarily with quicklime. What transpired thereafter was a mystery to him. According to Ma Shan, Huang San continued his scavenging business but had expanded significantly, establishing a recycling station. They had agreed to meet at a bustling food stall. Huang San arrived adorned in designer labels, a large gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist. Genuine or not, it was hard to tell. Ma Shan, playfully tugging at the gold chain, remarked, "Does it float when submerged?" Huang San, squinting with disdain, retorted, "Am I that kind of person?" Ma Shan continued, "I know you've made some money. Don't be so stingy. Let your brothers earn a little too." Huang San replied, "I deal only in big money. If you have capital, I'll bring you along. If not, stay out of it." Ma Shan pointed at Li Muchen, saying, "I'm broke, but he has money." Huang San glanced over and noticed Li Muchen's freshly styled hair, giving him an air of sophistication. "Who is this?" He pondered, vaguely familiar yet unable to place him. Ma Shan exclaimed, "This is young Master Li, a man of wealth." "Oh, how wealthy?" Huang San scoffed, considering himself worldly. "So wealthy it might frighten you," Ma Shan replied. "Are you familiar with the Lin family in Muchen? He is their son-in-law." Li Muchen was baffled by Ma Shan's fabrication, as he had never disclosed his relationship with Lin Manqing to him. A son-in-law of the Lin family? Huang San erupted with laughter, nearly doubling over. "If he is a son-in-law of the Lin family, then I must be the patriarch." With a swift motion, Li Muchen delivered a sharp slap to Huang San's face. "You have a sharp tongue. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place." Huang San jumped up, cursing, "What was that for?" Li Muchen, his expression stern, warned, "Mind your words, boy. Hitting you is lenient. If my father-in-law hears you, you might lose your tongue." Huang San's eyes widened with disbelief. "You're truly the Lin family's son-in-law." Ma Shan nearly burst into laughter, surprised by Li Muchen's convincing act. "What can I say about you, Huang San? You've always had a sharp tongue. It's one thing in front of us, but before young Master Li, TSK. Ma Shan shook his head, exuding a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Huang San, still skeptical, wondered why a son-in-law of the Lin family would be dining at a food stall with them. Li Muchen reclined in his chair, crossing his legs. "I simply enjoy life and the thrill of the streets. As long as you take me to exciting places, I assure you, you won't be disappointed." With that, he produced 10,000 yuan from his pocket, tossing it in front of Huang San. That slap was merely a token of compensation. Huang San accepted the money, his face instantly lighting up with joy. He would gladly endure a slap for 1,000. Eager for more, Ma Shan was taken aback, watching the cash pass into Huang San's hands, feeling a pang of regret. After all, it was merely a temporary loan to Huang San. "What does young Master Li enjoy?" Huang San lowered his voice. "Anything. Red, white, black. If it exists in the underworld, I can procure it for you." "I'm quite bored of those," Li Muchen replied. "I heard you have a dogfighting arena. Is that true?" Huang San affirmed, "Indeed. But it isn't mine. If you're interested, I can take you there." "Then let us not waste time. Let us go," Ma Shan declared, rising first and starting up a red Porsche parked nearby, respectfully opening the door for Li Muchen. Witnessing this scene, Huang San no longer doubted. This young Master Li truly was the Lin family's son-in-law. Huang San drove his van, leading the way while Ma Shan followed in the Porsche. The two vehicles soon arrived at a dilapidated factory near the southern overpass of the city. As they parked, the sounds of barking dogs echoed from within. Chapter 35. Dogfighting. The parking lot held numerous vehicles of various makes and models, including several luxury cars. Ma Shan had initially thought this was merely an underground dogfighting venue, and his Porsche was quite impressive. However, upon arrival, it paled in comparison to the nearby Rolls-Royce and Bugatti Veyron. "Is this place a hub for smuggled cars?" Ma Shan questioned. Huang San, with a hint of pride, replied, "Don't underestimate this place. Big bosses from Qiandang and Xinzhou often come to play here. That Rolls-Royce belongs to Boss Zhou from Wuzhou, who has a purebred Tibetan Mastiff that's been here for days. Without him, Kaitu wouldn't be here every day." Li Muchen feigned casual interest. "Who is Kaitu?" Huang San explained. "Kaitu is the owner of this venue. To run such a place, he must be someone significant." Huang San raised his thumb, momentarily remembering Li Muchen's esteemed status as the Lin family's son-in-law, and smiled awkwardly. "Of course, compared to your Lin family, he is a bit lacking. But in our Muchen underworld, Kaitu is quite a character." "Are you close with Kaitu?" Huang San replied, "We're bros." As he tossed his hair back, Li Muchen pointed to a nearby Xinzhou licensed Bugatti Veyron. "Whose car is this?" Huang San shook his head. "I genuinely don't know. I haven't seen it before. Probably a new guest." Not far from the parking lot, a large factory had been converted into a dogfighting arena. Two security guards stood at the entrance. Huang San greeted them casually as they entered. "There are security guards for dogfighting?" Ma Shan inquired, intrigued. "Oh, they're just ticket collectors. If trouble breaks out, they won't be able to handle it," Huang San replied. "They even sell tickets here?" 100 each, but since you're my guests, the tickets are on me." Inside the factory, the area had been transformed into a dogfighting ring, enclosed by iron railings in a 3-meter square. Two dogs were currently engaged in a fierce struggle within. Surrounding them were tiered seating for several hundred spectators. A significant crowd had gathered, filling about a third of the seats. The factory was air-conditioned, yet due to its size and the number of people, it remained quite warm. Many were shirtless, cheering loudly for the battling dogs. Huang San led them deeper into the crowd, seeking a comfortable spot. The two dogs continued to fight, bloodied and weary. After a while, the black dog seized the neck of the yellow dog. Initially, the yellow dog struggled fiercely, but after a few minutes, it grew exhausted. The black dog began to shake its grip, trying to tear the yellow dog's throat apart. Amidst the chaos, A man at the railing shouted anxiously, "I concede. I give up." A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Someone brought a high-pressure water gun, spraying the dogs to separate them. The man who had called for surrender hung his head in defeat as he entered the ring to retrieve his nearly lifeless dog, leading it away. The victorious dog, though battered and bruised, sat there in a daze, while its owner rushed in, beaming with joy and waving at the surrounding audience. A server approached with a tray laden with a pile of money and a medal. A middle-aged man, around 40, came over and draped the medal around the dog's neck, handing the money to the owner. The venue erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. The dog, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, lowered its head to lick its wounds. The owner, visibly elated, clutched the money and pumped his fists in celebration. Once they exited, the cleaning crew arrived to tidy up the area. Seizing the opportunity, Huang San began to briefly Muchen on the situation. Throughout the night, there would be around 5 matches, sometimes even 7 or 8. Dog owners from various regions could register to compete, with the potential to win between 50 to 100,000 yuan. Spectators purchased tickets to enter and could place bets on the spot, only accepting cash, counted on-site, and then receiving a betting chip after registration. Once the dogfight commenced, the bets were final, awaiting the outcome. Li Muchen glanced in the direction Huang San indicated and noticed a square betting table surrounded by numerous individuals. Piles of bright red cash adorned the table, alongside several cash verification machines. The middle-aged man who had just presented the awards was seated behind the table. "Is that Kai too?" Li Muchen inquired. "No," Huang San replied. "This is the outer arena, just minor matches for entertainment. Kai too should be in the inner arena with boss Zhou from Wuzhou." Ma Shan interjected angrily. "What do you mean there's an inner arena and you didn't take us?" Huang San looked troubled. "Young Master Li is a newcomer. The inner arena is for VIPs." Before he could finish, Ma Shan seized him by the collar. "Huang San, do you know what you're playing at?" Li Muchen raised a hand to intervene. "Enough. If they don't trust us, let's leave. A few tens of thousands in a minor game isn't worth it." Ma Shan realized his companion was quite the performer, speaking with such confidence as if he were truly the son-in-law of a wealthy family. Huang San immediately put on a smile. "Young Master Li, please don't be upset. How about this? You stay here, and I'll go have a word with Kai too." Li Muchen nodded. "That sounds good. Please, take your time." Huang San departed, and at that moment, 2 more dogs were let in. A young lady approached, holding a sign detailing the breed, name, and weight of the dogs. People were calling out from the betting table, urging others to place their bets. Staff members began washing the dogs by the enclosure. Ma Shan found it puzzling. Why wash them before a fight? He overheard someone explain, "It's to prevent anyone from applying drugs on the dogs." "Drugs? To poison them?" Ma Shan asked. "Not poison. Generally, it's a sedative, so the dog doesn't feel pain when bitten. If the opposing dog gets drugged, it loses its fighting spirit." Ma Shan finally understood. "So, there are so many intricacies to dog fighting." The person laughed heartily. "This business runs deep." Li Muchen then noticed a young man in his 20s seated not far from them. Earlier, the crowd had separated them, but now, with many gathered around the betting table, he was more visible. The spectators were generally rough characters, adorned with tattoos and fierce expressions. However, this individual was quite different, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement that felt out of place in the dogfighting arena. As they locked eyes, the young man spoke. "This is your first time here, isn't it?" Li Muchen countered. "Do you come here often?" "Not really, just occasionally." "This is my first time at this venue," he replied. Li Muchen nodded. "You seem rather refined, unlike the others." The young man chuckled. "Just a cultured rogue." He added, "You appear quite refined yourself." Li Muchen remarked. "But I am not a rogue." The young man burst into laughter, and Li Muchen joined in. "You are quite an interesting person. My name is Chen Wenxue. May I ask yours?" Li Muchen. Li Muchen was surprised that a mere introduction could evoke such reflections, indicating Chen Wenxue harbored some grievances about his background. Unexpectedly, Chen Wenxue moved closer. "Are you not going to place any bets?" Ma Shan, feeling a bit restless, said, "I wonder what the betting rules are here." Chen Wenxue explained. "Nothing special. Just bet on the dog you believe will win. The minimum bet is 1 brick, capped at 20 bricks. Here, a brick refers to a bundle of cash amounting to 10,000 yuan. So, 20 bricks equate to 200,000. However, this match is a fight to the death." Chen Wenxue cautioned. "What does that mean?" Ma Shan asked. "It means the fight continues until one dog is dead. Sometimes, dogs that seem less aggressive can surprise you and turn the tide." The dogs had been thoroughly washed, and the betting table called for final bets to be placed urgently. Ma Shan asked Li Muchen, "Shall we place a small bet? Which one do you think will win?" "The yellow one," Li Muchen replied. "All right, I'll bet on the yellow one," Ma Shan said, heading to place the bet. "How much should I wager?" Li Muchen casually mentioned, 20,000. Ma Shan was taken aback. They had brought a total of 200,000, and going all in on this bet felt excessively risky. He wondered if his companion had fully embraced the persona of young Master Li. "Are you serious about wagering 20,000? If you have an aversion to money, you can bet less." Seeing Li Muchen's resolute demeanor, Ma Shan chose not to press further. "Fine, I'll place the bet." He decided to trust his friend. Chen Wenxue watched Li Muchen with keen curiosity. "Do you know how to assess dogs?" Li Muchen had never heard of such a skill and shook his head. "No, I don't." "Then how can you be so certain the yellow dog will win?" Li Muchen replied. "I may not know how to assess dogs, but I can read people. The owner of that yellow dog has a calm demeanor. He is a skilled fighter. A martial artist is innately attuned to strength and speed, and his dog should be no exception. Chun Wenxue turned to observe the yellow dog's owner, who indeed seemed more composed than the other. Yet, he still found it a stretch to determine the outcome of the dog's match based solely on that observation. He glanced at Li Muchen and shook his head. I don't believe it. Li Muchen remarked, you need not believe it. Chun Wenxue paused, then laughed. All right, I'll match your 20,000. Li Muchen replied, feel free. Chun Wenxue, sporting a backpack, playfully followed Ma Shan to the betting table. Li Muchen was intrigued. This individual did not resemble a typical gambler, as gamblers usually did not place bets so casually. Of course, he knew that this 20,000 would not be lost. Dogfighting, in essence, was akin to combat between humans. It was rare for there to be a true stalemate where victory hinged on a hair's breadth. More often than not, there were clear disparities between the contenders, though the average observer might not discern them, and even the fighters themselves might be unaware. Only true experts could instantly perceive the victor. As the saying goes, a seasoned practitioner knows the outcome upon making their move. Li Muchen could easily identify the injuries on Qian Kuan and discern whether a piece of jade was genuine merely by glancing at it. Naturally, he could also recognize which of the two dogs was superior. For ordinary individuals, this would be challenging, but for him, it was a simple task. A crisp bell chimed, signaling the commencement of the dogfight. The two dogs were released into the arena, and under the urging of their owners, they quickly engaged in a fierce struggle. The fight lasted approximately half an hour, culminating in the yellow dog killing the other. Ma Shan leaped up in excitement. 20,000. We just won 20,000. Chun Wenxue wore an expression of disbelief. Li, how did you manage to figure that out? I genuinely suspect you might be cheating. He was equally astonished, never anticipating that Li Muchen would wager 200,000 right off the bat and emerge victorious. This only strengthened his conviction that he had unearthed a veritable cash cow. There's no way they could be cheating, Huangsen confidently asserted. No one dares to cheat in this place. Those who do never leave unscathed. Ma Shan exchanged the winnings, transforming his 200,000 into 400,000, his bag now bulging, and his ego inflated. Huangsan, are you capable of leading us to the inner circle for some play? If not, just forget it. The sudden deflation of Ma Shan's inflated confidence was palpable as he winked at Li Muchen and suggested, how about we play a bit outside first, young masterly? The two had no bank cards, only the 40,000 in cash. Given the cap of 200,000 per bet here, they could place separate wagers and simply needed to win 2 more rounds. After contemplating, Li Muchen conceded to this course of action, pondering how to sidestep Huangsan's inquiries. Huangsan sensed something amiss, inquiring, you two don't have just this amount, do you? Ma Shan retorted, don't spout nonsense. Does our young masterly lack funds? We simply rushed out without our cards. Without a card, you must have your phone, right? Huangsan countered. Ma Shan was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Muchen interjected, I apologize, I prefer cash. This is my first time here, and I'm wary of using cards or phones. This reasoning, while grandiloquent, was sound. But you don't have enough money, Ma Shan protested. No problem. If we win 2 more rounds, we'll have $1 million. Huangsan chuckled. Can you guarantee you'll win? Besides, the big players in the inner circle might leave before you finish your 2 rounds. Realizing the time-consuming nature of dogfights, Ma Shan was momentarily stumped until Chun Wenxue unexpectedly spoke up. I have 400,000 here, and with the 200,000 you helped me win earlier. That makes 600,000. You can take it. Everyone was taken aback simultaneously. We just met, and you're offering 600,000 in cash? Huangsan queried. Chun Wenxue replied, can I not trust young masterly? Just return it to me when you're done. Li Muchen was puzzled by Chun Wenxue's motives, but found no reason to decline. Moreover, he was unperturbed by any potential traps. Very well, I appreciate it, he said. Gesturing for Ma Shan to take the money, Huangsan assumed young masterly had encountered an acquaintance and said nothing further as he led the two out. The factory complex was expansive. The previous dogfighting arena had been transformed from one of the workshops. Now, Huangsan was guiding them to another factory building. Navigating through numerous workshops and storage areas, it would have been challenging to find their way without a guide. Should any disturbance arise outside, they could swiftly retreat from the back. Several lookout points lined the path, and they were allowed through only after Huangsan revealed his identity. This factory was considerably smaller than the outside, but far more elegantly decorated. Upon entering, they were met with security checks, and Ma Shan's 2 daggers were confiscated. Following that was a financial verification, which, likely due to Huangsan's influence, was rather lax. They merely glanced at the money without counting it meticulously. Inside, the arena was circular, surrounded by 2 rings of sofas, resembling a high-end roundtable meeting. There were few people present, around 10 in total, aside from the staff, all intently focused on the 2 dogs inside the enclosure. The 2 pit bulls were locked in a brutal struggle, blood splattered everywhere, with chunks of flesh already torn away from their bodies. The scene was harrowing, yet no one called for a halt. Huangsan leaned in to whisper to Li Muchen. That man in the floral shirt sitting in the center is Kai Weiman, and the chubby fellow beside him is Boss Zhou from Wuzhou. The others are either local gang leaders or wealthy patrons from elsewhere. It seemed Huangsan either didn't know many of them or deemed them insignificant, as he did not introduce them to Li Muchen. However, to Li Muchen's surprise, he recognized someone among the crowd, not someone he knew well, but rather a man he had just met that afternoon, Scarface 6. Chapter 37. Playing Big Huangsan approached Kai Weiman and whispered a few words. Kai merely waved his hand, not even glancing toward the entrance. Huangsan then led Li Muchen and Ma Shan to a spot to sit. As time passed, it became evident that one dog was gaining the upper hand. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. Scarface 6, in particular, had his scar twitching, his expression indicating that he felt as if he were the one fighting. Li Muchen found it amusing how people tensed over a dogfight. After about 10 minutes, one dog finally collapsed, whimpering before losing consciousness. Scarface 6 slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "Damn it, useless creature." Kai Weiman let out a whistle. The victorious dog limped over, lying at his feet, awaiting its reward. Kai Weiman produced a piece of beef from a nearby box and tossed it to the dog. Scarface 6, your dog is pathetic. In my pack, Barton wouldn't even make the top 3. If you can't even win against Barton, what do you think you can do against Czar? Scarface 6, visibly agitated, exclaimed, how could something that was supposed to win lose? Suddenly, he caught sight of Li Muchen. Taken aback, he erupted in fury, pointing at Li Muchen. What the hell? Why is this little brat here? No wonder I've had such bad luck. All eyes turned toward Li Muchen. Huang San, startled, quickly interjected, this is young Master Li. It's his first day here, so please be accommodating. Young Master my ass. Scarface 6 shouted, he is just a freeloader, working as a waiter in a restaurant. How can he be a young master? I'm telling you, Kai Weiman. Your establishment is going downhill if you're allowing such people into the inner circle as VIPs. Huang San was bewildered. 6 Master, there must be some misunderstanding. He truly is young Master Li, the son-in-law of the Lin family. The Lin family's son-in-law? Which Lin family? Scarface 6 inquired. Which Lin family is there in Hucheng? Huang San replied. Ha. Scarface 6 suddenly burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. The Lin family's son-in-law? If he is the Lin family's son-in-law, then I must be their ancestor. Kai Weiman slammed his hand on the table. Scarface 6, watch your words. Scarface 6 ceased his laughter, glaring at Kai Weiman, big radish. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I know you have the Lin family backing you, but so what? Who doesn't he have a powerful ally? Li Muchen was taken aback, realizing that Kai Weiman had connections to the Lin family. Why then had he sent someone to abduct Lin Manqing? Kai Weiman's pupils contracted. His gaze icy. Scarface 6, are you here to play, or to stir up trouble? If you can't handle losing, then don't come here. I'm here to play, and I can afford to lose a couple of million. But I don't want to see such an ill omen. Scarface 6 declared, pointing at Li Muchen, what Lin family son-in-law? Nonsense. This afternoon, he was cheating with a woman at my place. A freeloader. He spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground. What did you say? Ma Shan's veins bulged, and he stood up, ready to fight. Just then, several figures emerged from the corners, clad in black, each wielding a crossbow with glinting, deadly arrows. I advise you not to make any sudden moves, Kai Weiman warned. These crossbows are for dealing with dogs, to prevent them from going berserk and harming anyone. The arrows are coated with cyanide, and I wouldn't want to accidentally hit a person. Li Muchen gently tugged on Ma Shan's arm, shaking his head to signal him to sit down. He was unperturbed by the crossbows, but he needed to clarify the situation. As for Scarface 6, he had already devised a method of retribution. Kai Weiman inquired of Scarface 6, is what you said true? Scarface 6 replied, of course it's true. That woman runs a small restaurant on our street. And she has quite the piece of work. Go ask around, everyone knows her. Kai Weiman cast a sidelong glance, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed at Li Muchen. Li Muchen smiled faintly. Scarface Lu, while you may insult me without consequence, do you comprehend the repercussions of insulting the Lin family? You dare to invoke the Lin family. Are you truly one of them? Scarface Lu retorted angrily. Are you pretending to be a big shot? Just because you claim otherwise, does it mean you aren't? How about a wager? Are you bold enough? What are we betting on? Li Muchen inquired. If I am not the son-in-law of the Lin family, then I shall cut out my tongue for you. Conversely, if I am, then it denotes your blindness. I shall have your eyes scooped out to feed the dogs. What say you? Are you willing to wager? Ma Shan, upon hearing this, was startled. He thought to himself that his brother was playing a dangerous game. What if Scarface Lu was not intimidated and took the bet seriously? He glanced around. There were 2 doors, both guarded by men wielding crossbows, their arrows tipped with cyanide, rendering an escape nearly impossible. Li Muchen coldly regarded Scarface Lu. So, do you accept the wager? Zhou, the onlooker from Wuzhou, clapped his hands in delight. How amusing. This is far more entertaining than dogfighting. Kai, wouldn't you like to set odds for us to partake? Instantly, others echoed, indeed. Such an exhilarating event should not be observed passively. Kai Weiman pondered briefly. I have no objections, as long as you all enjoy yourselves. Scarface Lu, what is your stance? I accept the bet. I am not intimidated by a mere freeloader. Scarface Lu declared, recalling the events of the afternoon that had infuriated him. He was convinced that Li Muchen was attempting to deceive him. Kai Weiman nodded. All right, since there are no objections, we shall proceed with the agreed stakes. I will set the odds. Everyone may place their bets. I wager 200,000 on Scarface Lu winning. He is a notable figure in Hucheng, and I trust he won't deceive us. I too bet on Scarface Lu, 50,000. The group, consisting of around a dozen individuals, began to place their bets, the majority siding with Scarface Lu. He crossed his legs, sneering. Kid, did you think you could outsmart me? You're still too green. Kneel and call me sir. And when it comes time to cut your tongue, I'll make it quick to spare you some suffering. His confidence swayed those who had yet to wager, and they began to place their money on Scarface Lu's side. Only Zhou from Wuzhou remained without a bet. Zhou, you proposed this wager. What about you? Kai Weiman asked. There must be 3 million at stake. How can it all be one-sided? How will this play out? Zhou chuckled. How about I place a modest bet of 2 million on Scarface Lu as well? Kai, I trust you can afford to lose. Suddenly, 5 million was wagered on Scarface Lu. If he won, not only would Li Muchen have to cut out his tongue, but Kai Weiman would incur a loss of 5 million. Kai Weiman's expression darkened, clearly unprepared for such a lopsided betting scenario. After all, Scarface Lu was known in their circles, while Li Muchen had appeared out of nowhere, and no one had previously heard of a son-in-law of the Lin family named Li. Kai Weiman shot a fierce glare at Huang San, who looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. He had brought Li Muchen. If he turned out to be an imposter, and Kai lost millions, his days of comfort would be over. Li Muchen suddenly asked, "May I wager on myself?" "Of course," Kai Weiman replied, somewhat surprised. "How much do you wish to bet?" "I only have 1 million. I shall wager that." "Ma Shan, fetch the money." Ma Shan stood, carrying a bag of cash, and poured it out before Kai Weiman, who didn't even glance at it. "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? If not, I shall close the betting." "Wait. Such an exhilarating game cannot proceed without me." 2 individuals entered, an elderly man, around 60, vigorous and dignified, accompanied by a younger man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Li Muchen recognized them as Chen Wenxue, who had borrowed 60,000 from him earlier. Upon Chen's arrival, Zhou from Wuzhou burst into laughter. "How could I miss a game you organized?" Chen Wenxue took a seat beside Li Muchen. "I bet on this young Master Li to win. I shall cover the difference to balance the stakes." He then tilted his head towards Li Muchen. "What do you think? Am I timely?" Everyone was taken aback, not merely by the size of his wager, but by his words to Li Muchen. "Chen, you know him?" Kai Weiman asked. "Indeed." Chen Wenxue nodded. Zhou slammed his hand on the table. "Then what is there to gamble? If Chen knows him, he must be the real deal." "Scarface Lu, are you toying with us?" Scarface Lu's confidence faltered. "No way. This kid was just at my mahjong parlor this afternoon, cheating and nearly getting caught." "Are you foolish? Chen from Xinzhou holds a significant status. How could he know a mere freeloader?" Zhou retorted, displeased. Li Muchen hadn't anticipated Chen Wenxue's esteemed status. The others clearly held him in high regard. He observed Chen, who maintained his composed demeanor, while the elderly companion exuded a calm, restrained aura, suggesting he was a master of internal martial arts. Chen Wenxue smiled slightly. "Please, do not misunderstand. I have only just met this young Master Li outside. We clicked and decided to befriend each other. As for his identity, I know nothing of it. Then why the substantial wager? For fun, a mere few million." Scarface Lu exhaled in relief. "I knew this kid couldn't he possibly be a son-in-law of the Lin family." Zhou laughed heartily. "Chen, you truly are generous. Wagering lavishly for a fleeting acquaintance. It's merely for the excitement," Chen Wenxue replied. "Ah, the excitement. I hope you haven't forgotten to bring your dog. Let us not lose sight of our primary objective in pursuit of amusement," Zhou said with a sly smile. "Rest assured, I won't forget," Chen assured him. "Before we commence our match, shall we indulge in a little appetizer?" "What appetizer?" "In this round, let us each add 10 million to the stakes, shall we?" Zhou shrugged. "I'm indifferent. 10 million is just a bit of fun." They both produced their bank cards to make the transaction. Kai Weiman's face lit up with glee. Regardless of the outcome, as the house, he would net a guaranteed profit of 1 million. After the cards were processed, Chen Wenxue leaned in and whispered to Li Muchen. "All eyes are on you. Should you be a fraud, my losses will be substantial." Li Muchen smiled but remained silent. Meanwhile, Scarface Lu began to feel a twinge of unease. This game had escalated significantly. While others wagered money, he was wagering his very eyes. Initially confident, the arrival of Chen Wenxue, who seemed familiar with Li Muchen and had placed a hefty bet, made him uncertain. He did not believe Li Muchen was truly the Lin family's son-in-law, but he questioned whether there was some hidden trap involved. "Kai, how do you plan to verify this kid's claims?" Kai Weiman responded, "It's quite simple. We can just ask someone from the Lin family." "Who will ask?" "Who to ask? If you lean towards him, you could easily make a call and declare him one, and I would not accept that," Scarface Lu argued. Kai Weiman frowned. "Scarface Lu, are you unaware of who I am? With so many acquaintances present, including Zhou and Chen, how could I possibly deceive you regarding his identity?" Scarface Lu fell silent, unable to conceive how such a matter could be fabricated. Li Muchen, perceiving Scarface Lu's hesitation, sneered. "If you are afraid, you may concede. Kneel and admit your mistake, and I might spare you one eye." Scarface 6 roared in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even now, you dare to deceive me. You are as good as dead." At this juncture, Scarface 6 found himself in a predicament. Backing out was no longer an option. However, he remained skeptical about the claim that Li Muchen was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Among those present, with the exception of Chen Wenxue, no one believed him, including Kai Weiman. The Lin family, a prominent household, was located not far away in Muchen, and everyone in attendance was acquainted with the social dynamics of the city. Having heard no mention of such a son-in-law, "Is there anyone else willing to place a bet? If not, the bets are closed," Kai Weiman announced. Glancing at Chen Wenxue and Boss Zhou, "You two must know someone from the Lin family. Who will make the call?" Chen Wenxue shrugged. "I don't know anyone." "Don't ask me." Boss Zhou replied. "Kai, I know you have connections to the Lin family. You should make the call." Kai Weiman turned to Li Muchen and Scarface 6. "Do either of you have any objections?" Both men shook their heads in agreement. "May I ask your full name?" "Young Master Li." "Li Muchen," he replied. Kai Weiman smiled slightly, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The name displayed on the screen read Lin Xiaoing. Upon seeing this name, Li Muchen surmised many things. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, the air thick with anticipation, interrupted only by the prolonged ringing of the phone. After several rings, the call connected, and a voice came through. Hello? Hello, Xiaohong, it's Kai. What's the matter? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to confirm whether there is a son-in-law of the Lin family named Li Muchen. How do you know? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Yes, right here with me, Kai Weiman replied. Did he tell you himself? Yes, he did. There was a brief silence on the line. If he says he is, then he is. And the call ended. With the call disconnected, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, Boss Zhou picked up a nearby phone and hurled it at Scarface 6's head. You scoundrel, Scarface 6. I'll make you pay? Scarface 6 swiftly dodged the phone and leapt up from his chair, pointing at Li Muchen. Impossible. He cannot be genuine. The young master on the line did not deny it, did he? Kai Weiman's gaze sharpened. Scarface 6, do you take us for fools? A bet is a bet. I advise you not to cause a scene in my establishment. Scarface 6's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he flipped over the sofa and dashed toward the back door. 2 crossbows were trained on him as he approached. Don't do anything rash. Scarface 6 cautioned as he retreated slowly. Seize him, Kai Weiman commanded. 2 burly men came forward and pinned Scarface 6 back onto the sofa, his head resting against the armrest. You treacherous lot. You've conspired against me. Scarface 6 shouted. Kai Weiman sneered. Scarface 6, no one is conspiring against you. This is your own folly. A bet is a bet. You shall keep your eye. Scarface 6 appeared visibly frightened. Touch me and see what happens. If anything happens to me, young Master Cha will not let you off. Kai Weiman frowned, seemingly torn. Young Master, this man is connected to the Cha family of Haiqing. What do you think? Upon learning that Li Muchen was indeed the Lin family's son-in-law, Kai Weiman's demeanor shifted to one of respect. The Cha family, once again. Li Muchen shook his head and approached Scarface 6, lowering his gaze upon him. The young master you speak of isn't Cha Minghui, is it? Yes, it is indeed Cha Minghui. Scarface 6 Scar twitched nervously. He had finally conceded. Li Muchen smiled faintly. Cha Minghui, you say? Suddenly, he reached for a small fork from the dessert plate and plunged it into Scarface 6's eye. Chapter 39. My surname is Li. I hail from the capital. Li Muchen's movements were swift and precise, not a drop of blood staining his hands. Scarface 6 howled like a slaughtered pig, blood splattering across his face. No one expected Li Muchen to strike so suddenly, though all present were hardened individuals. Such brutality was a rare sight. The onlookers regarded Li Muchen with newfound awe, except for an elderly man beside Chun Wenxue, whose eyelids fluttered at the display of skill. Li Muchen picked up another fork and aimed at Scarface 6's remaining eye, drawing back slightly as Scarface 6, filled with terror, forgot to resist or plead. Scarface 6, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, attempted to flee while clutching his injured eye, only to collapse to the ground, his legs giving way. A damp patch formed beneath him, releasing an unpleasant odor. He had soiled himself. Those nearby covered their noses in disgust, cursing. I thought he was tough, but he's just a coward. Kai Weiman ordered his men, get him out of here. Someone came over to drag Scarface 6 away, while others began to clean up the mess. Chun Wenxue looked at Li Muchen with a knowing smile, his eyes gleaming. Brotherly, I knew I had not misjudged you. This one move has netted me 10 million. Boss Zhou laughed heartily. What is 10 million? Just pocket change. Chun Wenxue replied. Zhou, I've told you before. Don't gamble with me. I never lose. 10 million might be mere pocket change to you, but soon, it will be different. You can still back out now. It's wise to cut your losses in business. Boss Zhou's expression darkened as he said sternly. Chun, this isn't Shenzhou. Don't think you can do as you please. When our game starts, let us see if you'll still be smiling. I await your challenge. Chun Wenxue replied nonchalantly. Li Muchen was curious about the nature of their wager. A casual bet could yield 10 million, and they seemed unfazed by the stakes. Were the wealthy truly so cavalier? A man from Wuzhou and another from Shenzhou had arranged to gamble on dogfights in the underbelly of Haiqing. After Scarface 6 was removed, Kai Weiman wore a broad smile. An unexpected gamble had netted him $1 million as the house. How could he not be pleased? He began to tally the bets for payout. In truth, it was unnecessary, as few had placed wagers, with only 2 betting on Li Muchen to win. Once the counting was finished, Kai Weiman prepared 2 million in cash, placing it into a small leather case and presenting it to Li Muchen. Young Master Li, this is for you. A smile adorned Kai Weiman's face, half ingratiating and half reverent. Ma Shan was overjoyed. He was thoroughly impressed with his brother. With an initial capital of 10,000, he had turned it into 200,000 at the stone gambling venue, and now, at the dog fights, it had transformed into 2 million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was the richest man in Haiqing. As for Li Muchen's status as the Lin family's son-in-law, Ma Shan had lost interest. With Li Muchen's reminder, Ma Shan recalled that among the 2 million was 60,000 belonging to Chun Wenxue. He took out the 60,000 to return to him. Li Muchen accepted without hesitation, saying, thank you. Chun Wenxue smiled, saying thanks feels mundane. I believe we can collaborate more in the future. Li Muchen replied nonchalantly, whatever you say. You know. Kai Weiman hesitated before speaking. Scarface 6 is vengeful. Having blinded him in one eye, he surely will not let this go. You may not fear him, but as the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who harbors resentment. Additionally, I know he has a close relationship with young Master Cha from the Cha family of Haiqing. The Cha family is involved in some unsavory dealings in Haiqing, and he is often the one they employ. The Cha family of Haiqing, you say? Li Muchen chuckled lightly. Such a family, entangled with the sorcerers of the southern seas, is hardly to be esteemed. If he chooses not to seek me out, I shall not mind. However, should he dare to approach, I shall ensure that the Cha family becomes non-existent in Haicheng. Kai Weiman was taken aback, uncertain how to respond to such words. While the Cha family may not rival the Lin family in business acumen, their deep-rooted heritage and genuine strength are not to be underestimated. Traditionally, the two families have maintained a respectful distance from one another. Even the legitimate heir of the Lin family would not speak so boldly, let alone a mere son-in-law. Kai Weiman, who relies on the Lin family for his livelihood, could only frown at Li Muchen's reckless declarations. Nevertheless, he had issued his warning. Whether it was heeded was no longer his concern. Others, however, were less forgiving, except for Chun Wenxue and Ma Shan. The rest regarded Li Muchen as if he were a fool. To declare that the Cha family would cease to exist in Haicheng? Such audacity transcended mere arrogance. Boss Zhou chuckled coldly. The Cha family in Haicheng is not inferior to the Lin family. You might inquire of your father-in-law whether he dares to speak in such a manner. As a son-in-law who has merely won 100,000, it would be wise to know when to retreat, lest you risk losing it all. Li Muchen's gaze snapped to Boss Zhou. Do you presume my support comes from the Lin family? Is it not? Zhou retorted. Then enlighten me. Who is your patron? My patron has always been myself. Li Muchen declared. Remember this. My surname is Li, as in the character for wood. I hail from the capital. The elder beside Chun Wenxue raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Muchen with a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, Boss Zhou erupted in laughter, joined by several others. His words bore no resemblance to those of a refined scion. Rather, they conveyed the naivety of an inexperienced youth. How could the Lin family have welcomed such a son-in-law? Many among them had heard whispers of the Lin family's recent misfortunes and business troubles, and the news of the elder's hospitalization was hardly a secret. Was this the harbinger of the Lin family's decline? Boss Zhou continued to chuckle, while Li Muchen remained unfazed. His words had already served their purpose. This was merely the first step in reviving the Li family. He intended to make his mark in Southern River, and these individuals were the perfect conduits for his message. It would not be long before both the legitimate and illicit circles of Southern River learned of the arrival of the young Master Li from the capital. Chapter 40. I wagered 140,000. The wager between Scarface Liu and Li Muchen was but a mere interlude. The most significant event of that evening was the confrontation between young Master Chun from Xinzhou and Boss Zhou from Wuzhou. Li Muchen later discovered that they were vying for control over certain businesses at the Xinzhou port. These ventures, undoubtedly, were of a clandestine nature. Boss Zhou, known as Zhou Lijun, was a prominent figure in Wuzhou, with business interests spanning half of Southern River Province. He had set his sights on the smuggling operations at the Xinzhou port, which had long been under the dominion of the Qin family, a powerful entity in Xinzhou that would not relinquish its holdings easily. Following an altercation with the Qin family, Zhou suffered a setback. Recognizing that he could not compete with the Chun family directly in Xinzhou, he sought alternative means and engaged negotiators to parley with them. Somehow, their discussions culminated in a decision to resolve the matter through dogfighting in the neutral territory of Haicheng. In the interest of fairness, or perhaps to secure the Chun family's consent, Zhou offered a trade route he controlled, connecting Wuzhou to Xinzhou and the southwest, as the wager. Of course, this route also dealt in illicit goods. The representative sent by the Qin family was none other than Chun Wenxue, the self-proclaimed cultured rogue. Li Muchen found it puzzling why they had chosen dogfighting as the method of resolution. If the focus was on combat, perhaps martial arts would have been a more direct reflection of their respective strengths. Conversely, if it was a matter of chance, dice would suffice to leave fate to the heavens. Allowing two dogs to battle over business rights seemed a peculiar decision, indicative of the eccentric thinking that often accompanies wealth. Kai Weiman regarded the upcoming match with utmost seriousness, spending the days leading up to it at the dog arena. Boss Zhou's dog was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, trained by an expert brought in from the Tibetan region. The trainer, with dark skin and clad in traditional attire, adorned himself with an array of necklaces and bracelets, his fingers bedecked with rings. In contrast, Chun Wenshue's dog was a Japanese Tosa, with a trainer who was a striking beauty from Japan. This stark contrast added an intriguing dynamic to the competition. Chun Wenxue quietly inquired of Li Muchen, "Which do you think will prevail?" Li Muchen replied, "If this were in the highlands, your Tosa would surely succumb to his Mastiff. However, given the oxygen-rich plains here, if it can withstand 5 minutes, your Tosa will undoubtedly win." Li Muchen was taken aback, unsure why Chun Wenxue placed such faith in him. Kai Weiman commenced the announcement of the rules. "Gentlemen, before we officially begin, there are certain matters to clarify. First, both dogs have been entrusted to me, and upon inspection, I can confirm that neither has been administered any stimulants or sedatives. Both are in prime condition and meet the standards for dogfighting. Do either of you have any objections?" "None," Zhou Lijun affirmed. "We trust your expertise in this field, Boss Kai." "I have no objections either," Chun Wenxue added. Secondly, Kai Weiman continued, "This match will be fought between you two as the gamblers. Should either party concede, the match will end. Otherwise, it will result in a fight to the death until one dog is killed, and the surviving dog will be deemed the victor." "Any objections?" "None," they replied in unison. Thirdly, your stakes are the rights to operate at Xinzhou Port and the commercial rights along the Wuzhou trade route. Should Boss Zhou emerge victorious, he may conduct business freely at the Xinzhou Port, and the Qin family shall not interfere for any reason. Conversely, if young Master Qin prevails, the Qin family shall have unfettered access to the Wuzhou trade route, with no interference from Boss Zhou. Do either of you have any dissent?" "I do not," Chun Wenxue responded. "Young Master Qin, shall we consider raising the stakes?" Chen Wenxue furrowed his brow slightly, but inquired, how so? I possess a parcel of land in Wuzhou, which, while not particularly valuable, serves as a crucial transit point for private merchants. To traverse the Wuzhou trade route without a stopover would prove exceedingly difficult, even if I do not impede your business. This offered wager was tempting. Control over this land would not only facilitate trade, but also solidify Zhou Lijun's position in Wuzhou. What do you desire? I am aware that the Chuan family possesses a rather unique vessel at sea, and I wish to wager that ship as a counterbalance. Chen Wenxue adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, seemingly deep in thought. The elder beside him interjected, Third young master, our family has only consented to the matter of the port. That ship, I am aware. Chen Wenxue waved a hand dismissively, contemplating for a moment before agreeing. Very well, I consent. Young Master Chen, are you authorized to make such a decision? Indeed, I am here representing the family. Excellent. Zhou Lijun exclaimed, leaping with excitement. We must draft a written agreement. He promptly retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his bag. Young Master Chen, please review it, and if there are no objections, kindly sign. Chen Wenxue hesitated, glancing over the document. So this is your true intention. It was evident to any discerning eye that Zhou Lijun had orchestrated this scheme well in advance. However, they remained oblivious to the source of Zhou Lijun's unwavering confidence that his mastiff would triumph over the Tosa brought by Chen Wenxue. Li Muchen, too, found it curious. The mastiff was indeed an excellent choice, yet as the king of the mountains, its combat effectiveness would significantly diminish on the plains. While the Tosa was slightly smaller, its muscular build and robust skeleton suggested it had been bred specifically for combat. If it could withstand the mastiff's initial onslaught, victory would certainly belong to the Tosa. Yet, Zhou Lijun remained inexplicably self-assured. Li Muchen was confident in his judgment. If the dog was sound, then the issue must lie with the dog trainer. The elderly man once again cautioned Chen Wenxue, Third young master, this is clearly a trap, do not fall for it. Chen Wenxue appeared to waver, glancing at Li Muchen. Is what you said earlier true? Absolutely, replied Li Muchen. Very well, I trust you. Even if it is a trap, I shall dive in. Chen Wenxue clenched his teeth and, having said that, took out a pen and signed the contract. The elder sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Young Master Chen is quite decisive. Zhou Lijun laughed heartily. Boss Kai, let us commence. Wait, Chen Wenxue suddenly interjected. Boss Kai, for such a significant bet, why not open a betting pool for everyone to participate? Kai Weiman responded. We can open the pool. As per the usual practice, everyone is free to place their bets. Chen Wenxue grinned at Li Muchen, saying, Brotherly, since you have such faith in my dog, why not wager your entire one? For a million on my victory? Li Muchen was taken aback, chuckling softly. Isn't that akin to coercion? He shook his head with a rueful smile. Very well, I shall wager it all. Chen Wenxue was thrilled, as though Li Muchen's stake guaranteed his victory. Once Li Muchen placed his bet, others followed suit. This time, the betting was more balanced, with supporters on both sides. Zhou Lijun's Tibetan Mastiff had been nurtured here for several days, and many had witnessed its formidable presence. Thus, it garnered more admirers due to its imposing stature. With Li Muchen's one, for million included, the stakes were evenly matched. For the bookmaker, it was yet another assured profit. The two dogs, led by their respective trainers, approached the arena. The female trainer from the east, poised and graceful, crouched down to whisper in the ear of the Tosa. She was fair-skinned and petite, reminiscent of a heroine from certain martial arts films. Under her influence, the Tosa appeared even more robust. In contrast, the indigenous trainer from Tibet merely stood, gently stroking the mastiff's head with one hand while the other rested on his chest, murmuring incantations as if in prayer. No one understood his words, yet they evoked a sense of unease. The Tibetan Mastiff grew increasingly restless, emitting a low growl. Chapter 41. The Eastern Trainer and the Tibetan Shaman. The competition commenced. The Eastern Trainer delivered a firm slap to the Tosa, commanding, go. Meanwhile, the Tibetan Trainer emitted a series of strange calls. Yilawala. The two dogs sprang into action almost simultaneously. The enclosure closed. This would be a battle of life and death. Everyone understood that one dog would not leave this arena alive. One was the deity of the plateau, the other the king of Asian dogs. Upon their encounter within the enclosure, a fierce confrontation erupted. The Tibetan Mastiff was ferocious, leveraging its size advantage to quickly gain the upper hand. However, the Tosa was remarkably agile, managing to evade lethal attacks even after being knocked to the ground multiple times. The Eastern Beauty occasionally shouted commands or expressions of astonishment from the sidelines. Gambati, Soga, Yamaida, Haiku, Baga. The Tosa seemed to comprehend her words, drawing some form of psychological support from them. Even when at a disadvantage, the moment the trainer's voice rang out, it surged forward with renewed vigor. Approximately 10 minutes passed. The Mastiff's fierce momentum began to wane. The high oxygen levels of the plains had caused it to inhale too much oxygen. If it continued to attack relentlessly, its lungs might rupture. Gambati. With the trainer's shout, the Tosa mounted a counteroffensive. As Li Muchen had anticipated, withstanding the initial onslaught allowed the Tosa to seize the advantage. It soon found itself backed against the enclosure. The trainer standing behind the enclosure appeared anxious, reaching out to pat the Mastiff's head while emitting a series of distressing calls. The sound was maddening. The Mastiff seemed to react to the stimulus, letting out a howl and lunging forward, pinning the Tosa to the ground. Yamaida. The female trainer gasped. Hearing her voice invigorated the Tosa, which kicked fiercely and escaped from beneath the Mastiff. Yet, The mastiff did not afford it a moment's respite and pounced again. The Tosa fought back valiantly, and the two dogs became entangled once more. Li Muchen narrowed his eyes. Something was amiss with this mastiff. While it was indeed ferocious, its endurance paled in comparison to that of professional fighting dogs, especially in the plains. Logically, having weathered the initial wave of aggressive attacks, the Tosa should now dominate. Recent events had corroborated this assessment. However, just as the mastiff appeared to falter, it resurrected its ferocity, as if reborn. This was illogical. The issue undoubtedly lay with the trainer. The battle intensified. The Tosa bore visible injuries, blood streaming from its face and shoulders, while the mastiff remained vigorous. Chun Wenxue watched the unfolding situation intently, a frown creasing his brow. The Eastern beauty's voice had grown hoarse, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Despite her frantic commands, she could not alter the tide of battle, as the mastiff grew stronger while the Tosa began to falter. The Tosa's wounds deepened, and blood flowed freely. The trainer's voice began to break with emotion. According to the rules, only if Chun Wenxue conceded would the fight conclude, otherwise, it would persist until one dog was killed. Chun Wenxue turned to Li Muchen, who remained unmoved. Chun Wenxue maintained a stoic expression, his silence stretching. Amidst the Eastern beauty's increasingly tearful pleas, he finally sighed. Separate them. I concede. A high-pressure water cannon sprayed, forcing the two dogs apart. The Eastern beauty rushed forward, embracing the injured Tosa, weeping softly. The Tosa hung its head, seemingly racked with guilt for failing its master. The mastiff, perhaps exhausted from the earlier exertion, lay on the ground, panting heavily. Zhou Lijun laughed heartily. Young Master Chun, I told you long ago that you would not prevail. My dog is an undefeated champion, never having tasted defeat. He waved the signed contract. That vessel of the Chen family at sea now belongs to me. Ha! Chun Wenxue looked dejected, casting a resentful glance at Li Muchen before turning away. Refusing to look back, Kai Weiman stepped into the enclosure. I declare that in the wager between young Master Chun and Boss Zhou, the victor is, wait. Kai's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Muchen. Boss Kai, may I inquire about your regulations regarding cheating in dog fights? Kai Weiman replied, if cheating is discovered, the offender is deemed the loser, and the other party is declared the victor. In my establishment, no one who cheats has ever walked away unscathed. Li Muchen nodded. Then let me ask you, administering injections to the dogs, does that constitute cheating? Certainly, Kai Weiman affirmed. What are you implying, Mr. Li? I wish to assert. Li Muchen pointed at the Tibetan trainer. He is cheating. Gasps filled the arena. Chun Wenxue looked surprised, his eyes glimmering with hope. Even the elder beside him displayed a flicker of interest. Nonsense. Zhou Lijun shouted. You lost money and are spouting nonsense. Who is cheating? My dog has been here for 3 days, under constant supervision by Boss Kai. Where could it have received an injection? If you can't handle losing, then don't play. What a soft-handed son-in-law of the Lin family. I see that Scar 6 was right. You are just a freeloader. Kai Weiman frowned slightly. The Lin family was his backing, and Zhou Lijun's words had already offended them. However, Zhou Lijun was not Scar 6. He was a big shot from Wuzhou, and even if Lin Xiaoheng were present, he might hesitate to offend him. Unless he is truly cheating, Kai Weiman cannot take action against him. Young Master Li, one must speak with evidence. Indeed, Boss Zhou's Tibetan Mastiff was delivered 3 days ago, and I have been overseeing its care, ensuring its diet and daily activities are attended to. And I conducted a pre-match examination, finding no abnormalities. He did not cheat during the match. Are you suggesting it occurred during the competition? Kai Weiman nodded. This does raise suspicions of a violation, though it is not entirely outrageous. After all, a dog is still a dog. Sometimes it needs encouragement from its owner to regain its fighting spirit. Boss Kai, if you have doubts, you may inspect the back of that dog's neck. The needle should still be there. As soon as Li Muchen finished speaking, before Kai Weiman could react, the two dog trainers sprang into action. The Tibetan Mastiff trainer was close to the dog. However, the seemingly delicate beauty from the east swiftly stepped in front of the Mastiff. The dog growled at the sight of a stranger approaching, ready to attack. In a flash, the Eastern beauty seized the fur at the back of the Mastiff's neck. Suddenly, the Mastiff became still, as docile as a puppy. The Eastern beauty flicked her right hand behind the Mastiff's head, revealing a slender needle. Chapter 42, Summoning Souls and Demands for Justice. The Tibetan Mastiff, held firmly by the Eastern woman, became completely docile, losing all ferocity. Confident in her dog training skills, the Eastern beauty did not even glance at the Mastiff, focusing solely on the needle between her fingers. The Tibetan dog trainer appeared unperturbed, not rushing to intervene. Li Muchen shook his head, sensing this woman's impatience. That needle should have been extracted by Kai Weiman. As the owner of this venue and the referee of this wager, only he could rightfully act, ensuring the thief was caught with the goods. Alternatively, if the Tibetan dog trainer extracted it himself, it would constitute a clear case of guilt. Now that the woman had taken the needle prematurely, if the opposing party insisted it was a frame-up, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. As expected, Zhou Lijun began to play tricks. Boss Zhou, you know the rules of my establishment. Your status is esteemed, yet cheating here cannot go unpunished. It must be dealt with. I only know that this woman rushed in, seized my dog, and brandished a needle. Is it that the dog cannot win, and the human must step in? If there is cheating, it should be attributed to her. You ought to address her actions. Kai Weiman's expression darkened. Boss Zhou, do not presume we are fools. If you do not clarify this matter, do not expect to leave this room today. He raised his hand slightly. The 4 subordinates at the entrances readied their crossbows, aiming them at Zhou Lijun. Zhou Lijun's expression shifted. Whoever makes the claim must provide evidence. You accuse me of cheating, you must present proof. Chen Wenxue interjected. Boss Zhou. Surely you wouldn't stoop to such deceit. The material evidence is already in Miss Qiandai's possession. What further proof do you seek? Zhou Lijun shrugged. It's merely a needle. What can it prove? Moreover, it's in that woman's possession. How can you not accuse her of framing me? It was rare for anyone to engage in such deceit at a dogfighting venue. Had it been an ordinary individual, Kai Weiman would have acted swiftly. Yet Zhou Lijun was a notorious figure from Wuzhou, bold enough to venture into Shenzhou to compete with the Chun family for business. Kai Weiman merely relied on the Lin family's influence to make a living in Hucheng. However, if he allowed cheating to go unchecked in his own venue, his standing in the underworld would be compromised. More critically, offending the Chun family of Shenzhou could lead to dire consequences. This predicament left him in a bind. Unless there were irrefutable evidence that left Zhou Lijun no room for denial, Kai Weiman would find it difficult to act. Li Muchen chuckled softly. That needle is concealed within the ring on the middle finger of that dog trainer's right hand. If you ask him to remove the ring, you should be able to see the hole where the needle was inserted. If I am not mistaken, his ring also contains a substance capable of stimulating the dog's nervous system. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lijun's expression changed dramatically. The Eastern beauty, Qiandai, had already dashed forward, intent on seizing the ring from the Tibetan trainer's finger. Li Muchen smirked, noting her eagerness. No wonder she was so boisterous during the dog fight. The Tibetan dog trainer remained calm, and upon seeing Qiandai approach, a glint of lustful mischief appeared in his eyes. Qiandai, clearly skilled in martial arts, moved with agility and strength, immediately grasping the trainer's wrist and attempting to remove the ring. However, the Tibetan trainer grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his smile imbued with a peculiar, unsettling allure. As Qiandai locked eyes with him, she felt a sudden wave of weakness wash over her, her body growing weak and numb. The Tibetan trainer reached out, pulling her waist closer. In broken Mandarin, he spoke. Bold. Chen Wenxue shouted. Zhou Lijun, command your man to release Qiandai at once. Zhou Lijun shrugged. I cannot dictate what Master Gongbu intends to do. Chen Wenxue, furious, turned to the elder beside him. The elder frowned but remained impassive. Kai Weiman was compelled to act. Boss Zhou, this is going too far. He waved his hand. The four subordinates, with their crossbows, all aimed at the Tibetan trainer, Gongbu. Gongbu ignored them, his lewd smile fixed on Qiandai. Enraged, Kai Weiman thought Zhou Lijun was showing him no respect. He hesitated to act against Zhou Lijun, but felt no psychological burden in eliminating a dog trainer. Fire! Kai Weiman commanded. The four crossbows were about to pull their triggers when, at that critical moment, the heavenly bead bracelet on Gongbu's wrist suddenly shattered. For heavenly bead shot out, striking the wrists of the four men. The crossbows fell from their grasp. Gongbu swiftly grabbed all four crossbows, smashing them down onto the ground. Kai Weiman was taken aback. He had not anticipated this Tibetan to be an expert in concealed weapons. Chen Wenxue turned to the elder beside him and said, Uncle Gu, if you do not intervene, the Chen family will truly suffer disgrace. The elder sighed, slowly lifting his eyelids. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with intensity. With a gentle press of his palms on the table, he soared into the air, landing directly in front of Gongbu. His feet twisted in midair, kicking towards Gongbu's shoulders. Aware he was facing a master, Gongbu did not dare to underestimate him, pushing Qiandai away and blocking the elder's legs with his arms. The elder flipped his palms, grasping Gongbu's arms. In midair, he performed a graceful maneuver, flipping over Gongbu's head and landing behind him. With a twist, he turned Gongbu sideways, extending his right leg forward to press against Gongbu's lower back. With another swift motion, he seized the ring from Gongbu's hand. With a flick of his leg, he sent Gongbu sprawling away. The series of movements was swift and decisive, leaving onlookers astounded. The elder, calm and collected, did not even glance at Gongbu. Instead, moving forward to pat Qiandai a few times. As if awakening from a dream, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The elder handed the ring to Kai Weiman, who examined it closely before coldly remarking, Boss Zhou, do you have anything to say? Zhou Lijun's expression fluctuated. What do you intend to do? You cheated in my establishment, and with the evidence in hand, I cannot be held accountable. Given your status, I shall not demand much. I will simply sever one of your fingers, as a gesture of accountability to the underworld. You dare? Zhou Lijun glared. The two Kai? Call your master behind you, and see if he dares to chop off my finger. Kai Weiman's face darkened as he bellowed. Bring him here. Hold him down. Several men approached, restraining Zhou Lijun in his seat, placing one hand on the table. Kai Weiman drew a military dagger and approached Zhou Lijun step by step. Zhou Lijun finally began to feel fear, shouting, Master Gongbu, why do you not act? Slowly rising from the ground after being kicked away by the elder, Gongbu addressed Zhou Lijun, double the payment. Zhou Lijun quickly nodded. Double, double. Gongbu then turned his gaze to Qiandai. This woman, she is mine. Zhou Lijun proclaimed. I shall provide you with wealth and women. Gongbu chuckled and responded with a simple, all right, as he retrieved a seemingly broken bowl from his person. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was not a mere bowl, but rather a fragment of a human skull. Suddenly, Gongbu emitted a peculiar cry, raising the skull high. An unearthly chill swept through the room, plunging the temperature to freezing levels. Faint sounds of barking echoed from every corner. As the chilling wind passed, The silhouette of a dog materialized, emerging from the shadows, its body battered and blood oozing from gaping wounds on its neck. Muchen stared in shock at the creature. Was this not the dog that had perished in the earlier match? With the dog's appearance, numerous dark figures began to manifest in the corners of the room. The most astonished among them was Kai Weiman, who alone understood that these were all the souls of dogs that had died in his arena. They whimpered and howled, seeking vengeance. Chapter 43, The Spectre of the Soul Summoning Technique. Li Muchen squinted, fixating on the bowl held by the Tibetan Gongbu. It was a meticulously refined piece of skull, revered by certain sects in the Tibetan region and necromantic traditions in the West for its ability to communicate with the human soul. The skull is indeed the closest part to a person's spirit. Skilled sorcerers utilize such artifacts to establish contact with souls. It can also bind spirits, often employed for nefarious purposes. At this moment, the lingering souls of the dogs that had perished in this arena were being summoned. These dogs had met their ends in tragic ways. They had placed their unwavering trust in their masters, bravely fighting on despite grievous injuries, never retreating. Yet, when severely injured, most owners would abandon them, discarding them like a used bandage. Some dogs died on the spot, while others languished in the arena's storage, slowly succumbing. Alternatively, they were slaughtered by butchers, their flesh exchanged for a final semblance of value. Consequently, the spirits of these dogs were suffused with resentment. Such vengeful spirits were the preferred quarry of necromancers. The old man beside Chun Wenxue turned pale. Third young master, run. He grasped Chun Wenshue's hand. Leaping over the sofa towards the door, two spectral dogs blocked their path. The elder unleashed a surge of internal energy, his palm radiating a force that reverberated with a sonic boom. The obstructing spirits were pushed aside, their forms dimming significantly. Just as they reached the threshold, the elder halted, positioning himself protectively in front of Chun Wenxue. Chun Wenshue's scalp prickled as he beheld the multitude of dog apparitions outside, each grotesque and wounded, baring their teeth. In the depths of his mind, the mournful howls of the dogs resonated, echoing as if from the depths of hell. How many dogs have perished in this place? No matter how skilled he was, he could not contend with such a multitude of phantoms. These entities could not be vanquished. Only the vital yang energy within him could dispel the surrounding yin aura. A dozen might be manageable, but hundreds or thousands posed an insurmountable challenge. Alone, he might have escaped, but protecting Chun Wenxue rendered it nearly impossible. Capture the leader. This was the best and only strategy he could conceive. The number of spectral dogs summoned into the room was still limited. If he could rush forward and incapacitate Gongbu, the phantoms would surely dissipate. The elder was confident in his abilities and indeed possessed the strength to accomplish this. He pulled Chun Wenxue beside Li Muchen, imploring, "Young Master Li, please take care of my young master." With that, he soared into the air, dispersing two dog spirits with a single strike and landing directly in front of Gongbu. Gongbu remained unfazed, forming a peculiar hand seal with one hand while tapping the skull with the other. The collective consciousness of those present wavered as a door to an abyss of darkness opened. From this void emerged countless grayish-white shadows, emitting piercing, agonizing wails. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these shadows bore the visage of human faces. The spectral figures swirled, conjuring gusts of chilling wind within the room. None had ever witnessed such a scene, and fear drained the color from their faces. "I, Gu Yanzhou, am not one to cower in fear," the elder declared. "Young master, do not be afraid. These dogs are not corporeal and can only assail the soul, not harm your flesh. Focus your mind using the breathing technique I taught you. As long as you maintain righteous thoughts and a strong spirit, they cannot harm you." Upon hearing this, Chun Wenxue felt as if awakening from a dream. He promptly assumed a stance for meditation, legs slightly apart, chest out, and back straight. He even urged Li Muchen, "Follow my lead. It may prove beneficial. Pay attention to my breathing." Li Muchen understood that such efforts were in vain, yet this young master demonstrated a kind heart, thinking of others even in dire circumstances. Gu Yanzhou's expression grew grave as he stepped into a bagua stance, his palms weaving in intricate patterns, his clothes billowing as if caught in a tempest. His gaze fixed on the drifting specters and Gongbu. Suddenly, one of the faces lunged at him, revealing a mouth filled with jagged, white teeth. Gu Yanzhou responded with a forceful strike, sending the visage reeling, yet it continued to snap in the air. Another face surged forward, prompting Gu Yanzhou to strike again. Repelling it as well, he stepped forward, seeking to exploit the moment to penetrate the throng of phantoms and confront Gongbu. However, at that instant, a chilling cry erupted, and a horde of faces descended upon Gu Yanzhou. He parried and struck, keeping the specters at bay to prevent them from overwhelming him. As the number of ghostly faces multiplied, Gu Yanzhou's expression grew increasingly solemn, his movements sluggish. He realized that if this continued, his internal energy would be depleted, leaving him vulnerable to their insatiable hunger for his soul, transforming him into a mere husk. The only recourse was to unleash a self-destructive surge of internal energy, detonating a lifetime of cultivation in a single moment to carve a path and subdue Gongbu, causing the vengeful spirits to dissipate. Yet, the consequences of such an act would leave him powerless, perhaps even fatal. "Young master, I can no longer accompany you. If I survive, please convey to the elder that I, Gu Yanzhou, will repay the Chun family's kindness in my next life." With that, he thrust his arms forward, unleashing two powerful strikes that forced the spectral faces back. Suddenly, his body swelled, his garments puffing as if filled with air. Though Chun Wenxue was oblivious to the unfolding events, he sensed something was amiss and cried out, "Uncle Gu, don't." He attempted to rush forward, but was halted by a hand on his shoulder. Li Muchen shook his head. "Do not approach, it is deadly." "But Uncle Gu," Chun Wenshue's face was etched with concern. "Allow me." Li Muchen gently patted his shoulder, stepping forward. Chun Wenxue opened his mouth as if to speak, but fell silent, gazing in stunned disbelief. Li Muchen moved deliberately, unhurriedly, seeking death. Zhou Lijun sneered at his approach, barking, "Master Gongbu, eliminate this one first." A spectral dog blocked Li Muchen's path, whimpering with a low growl. Yet, it did not advance, seemingly fearful. Gongbu muttered incantations, tapping the skull artifact once more. Several more dogs appeared, encircling Li Muchen. Undeterred, he continued his steady advance. Step by step, as the onlookers held their breath in apprehension. Muchen. Ma Shan dashed forward to shield Li Muchen, sweat beading on his forehead. Faced with these entities, even the most seasoned fighters were at a loss. Yet, he resolutely refused to retreat. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "If it comes to it, I would rather perish alongside my brothers." Observing Li Muchen's unwavering confidence, Ma Shan nodded in agreement. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he remained rooted in place, anxiously watching. Should his comrades fall into peril, he would rush to their aid without a moment's hesitation. Li Muchen pressed forward, with the spectral hounds still encircling him. Yet they maintained a wary distance, as if something about him instilled fear within them. Approaching Gu Yanzhou, Li Muchen gently patted him. Gu Yanzhou was channeling his inner energy, teetering on the brink of self-detonation. The moment Li Muchen's hand made contact, his energy dissipated, and his body deflated like a punctured ball. Chapter 44. Let there be light. Gu Yanzhou felt a flicker of doubt. However, with his energy now spent and his combat prowess significantly diminished, he had no choice but to place his trust in Li Muchen. Chun Wenxue quietly inquired, "Uncle Gu, are you all right?" Gu Yanzhou shook his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Muchen. The drifting phantoms now encircled Li Muchen, yet, like the spectral hounds, they too seemed to fear something, maintaining a cautious distance. "Uncle Gu, do you think young Master Li can prevail?" "It's hard to say. Young Master Li must possess some talisman to ward off evil spirits, preventing them from approaching. However, to break this stalemate, he must subdue the hidden sorcerer. This individual is formidable, skilled not only in sorcery, but also in the use of concealed weapons." "Young Master Li may." Gu Yanzhou shook his head, acknowledging that despite everything, he had not fled alone, demonstrating commendable loyalty. Upon hearing Gu Yanzhou's words, those surrounded by the pack of spectral hounds felt their spirits plummet. Resigned to their impending doom, they perceived Li Muchen's approach as merely a futile sacrifice. Only Gu Yanzhou discerned that Li Muchen had some form of support, albeit believing it to be merely a protective talisman. Zhou Lijun grinned malevolently. "Chun, I initially sought only to win a single vessel from your family, hoping to conduct some business at the Shenzhou docks, but you have forced my hand. Ha ha ha. If you wish to save yourself, call your father now and have him surrender half of the Chun family's business to me, and I shall release you." "Ha ha ha." Gu Yanzhou urged, "Young master, make the call. Zhou is after money. If your father intervenes, we might have a slim chance of survival." Chun Wenxue hesitated, then resolutely shook his head. "No. Even if I die, I cannot disgrace my mother." Hearing this, Gu Yanzhou sighed and ceased to press the matter. Zhou Lijun sneered. "Still clinging to your pride, even in the face of death? Do you not realize how gruesome your end will be? When I present the signed wager to your father, he will hand over the ship and the docks. You will be dead, and he will never know you were trying to uphold the Chun family's honor. To him, you will merely be a pathetic failure, dead and still a failure." Ha ha ha. Chun Wenshue's face turned ashen, trembling with fear. He recognized the truth in Zhou Lijun's words. Nevertheless, he remained resolute against making that call, silently lamenting, "Mother, I could not bring you honor. I am sorry. Master Gongbu, quickly eliminate these people. The women and riches are all yours." Zhou Lijun shouted. Master Gongbu stood less than 2 meters away from Li Muchen, surrounded by numerous pale, spectral visages. The vengeful spirits of dozens of hounds were densely clustered around him. Gongbu continuously chanted incantations, his fingers forming various mudras. He struck the bone bowl several times, producing a clear sound as the portal to the void widened further. More vengeful spirits surged forth from the abyss of darkness. "Do you not fear retribution from the spirits you summon?" Li Muchen questioned. "You unafraid of ghosts?" Master Gongbu lifted his gaze to meet Li Muchen's, confusion evident in his eyes. Li Muchen smiled faintly. "Only those with a guilty conscience fear the spirits. Why should I fear them? I desire your death." Gongbu's eyes gleamed with malice as he removed a string of large beads from his neck. Each bead was the size of a child's fist, intricately carved into skull shapes, polished to a sheen by countless touches. Grasping one bead, he crushed it with force, releasing a cloud of white mist. The mist quickly coalesced into a human form, floating eerily in the air, though it lacked a head. Soon, a face drifted over and fused with the neck of the headless specter, forming a complete entity. The ghostly figure shuddered, emitting a piercing wail as it lunged toward Li Muchen. Seeking death, Li Muchen raised his hand, his palm slicing through the air like a blade. A flash of light severed the specter in twain. The blade's energy continued onward, striking the marble floor with a resounding thud, leaving a 2-meter-long, several-inch-deep scar. Blade energy. Gu Yanzhou gasped in astonishment. Having trained in martial arts for decades, he had finally broken through to a significant level of mastery. Yet, compared to a true master, he was still leagues away. The young man before him, no more than in his 20s, how could he possibly be a master? Yet, his eyes did not deceive him. The blade energy was executed with such grace and ease that only a true master could wield it. Even the head of the Gu family would struggle to replicate such effortless prowess. Gongbu was equally taken aback. Although he was not from the Central Plains and unfamiliar with the term master, one who could wield a blade with such finesse was certainly no ordinary individual. His expression twisted into one of rage as he crushed the remaining skull beads, enveloping the room in a dense white mist that morphed into dozens of headless specters. Merging with the drifting faces, let us see how many you can defeat. The multitude of specters surged toward Li Muchen. This time, Li Muchen refrained from using blade energy. Instead, he gently extended his hand, gathering the spectral horde into his palm, condensing them into a thick ball of white mist, which seeped from his fingertips. You! Panic flickered in Gongbu's eyes. Who are you? Have you heard of the heavenly ladder in the highlands? Li Muchen countered. The heavenly ladder. Gongbu gasped. You came from the heavens? He quickly shook his head. No, it's impossible. No one can ascend the heavenly ladder. These souls, you are responsible for their demise, aren't you? Li Muchen slowly opened his fist, revealing a white misty sphere in his palm. Shadows writhed within the mist, struggling. I have heard their lamentations, the depths of their resentment. They must have suffered terribly before their demise, hence their overwhelming hatred. If the ancestral sorcerer knew of your misdeeds, using his sacred arts for such abominable acts, I wonder what he would think. As Li Muchen spoke, he advanced step by step toward Gongbu. Gongbu, both astonished and fearful, protested. No, it's not like that. They will receive my protection, they will never die, and they will be grateful to me. Is that so? Then allow them to express their gratitude shortly. Now, witness the light of righteousness and the true essence of sorcery. With that, Li Muchen raised his right hand. Let there be light. Suddenly, from all directions, brilliant flashes surged toward him as if the very light of the sky was being drawn into his palm. Then, the void darkened, and illumination vanished, plunging the room into utter darkness, save for the radiant sphere in Li Muchen's palm. He gently clenched his fist, shattering the light sphere. A thunderous sound echoed in the minds of those present, akin to thunderclaps. Brilliant light erupted, and from the center of Li Muchen's fist, innumerable bolts of lightning surged forth, all directed toward the boundless darkness of the void that Gongbu had just opened. In the darkness, the anguished wails of demons echoed, akin to the lamentations of hell. A blinding white light erupted, and the void's gate sealed, dispelling the boundless darkness. The skull on the ground, fashioned into a bowl, shattered into 4 pieces with a resounding crack. Chapter 45. The divine. Upon witnessing this scene, Gongbu collapsed onto the ground, his strength utterly sapped. The vast factory plunged into a profound silence, a stillness so deep that not even the air dared to stir. Only the white mist in Li Muchen's palm swirled restlessly. The figure within the mist seemed to sense something, twisting and struggling as if yearning to escape. Gongbu, do you understand the meaning of reaping what you sow? No, please. Looking at Li Muchen's hand, terror filled Gongbu's eyes. I beg you, celestial being on the ladder, have mercy on me. Gongbu knelt, his head striking the ground repeatedly. Your sins are unforgivable. Li Muchen turned his wrist, and the white mist cascaded down like a waterfall. The mist erupted, transforming into dozens of spectral figures that emitted piercing wails. No, Gongbu cried in terror as he was instantly surrounded by these phantoms. Simultaneously, the dog spirits around seemed to receive some form of signal and pounced upon Gongbu. Hundreds of dogs and dozens of specters created a scene of formidable grandeur. They growled and tore at him. Although they lacked physical form, it appeared as though Gongbu's flesh was being shredded piece by piece. Even a ruthless figure like Kai Weiman was left aghast, while Zhou Lijun was already pale with fear. Time became an abstraction, and eventually, silence enveloped the scene. The spirits and dogs stood there in a daze. Li Muchen retrieved a talisman and spoke. You are not to blame for your suffering. Yet you bear this grievance in the mortal realm, which is a torment upon torment. I shall now liberate you from your suffering, dispelling your resentment and restoring you to the universe. Remember, your anguish is not the fault of the heavens, but rather the result of human folly. Should you be reborn, always act with kindness and refrain from causing harm. With a flick of his hand, the talisman transformed into radiant golden light. The room filled with this brilliance, akin to countless stars descending from the heavens, enveloping the resentful spirits and dog souls in a shimmering golden attire. They collectively gazed at Li Muchen, humans kneeling and dogs prostrating, their faces expressing gratitude. After a moment, the golden light dissipated and the spirits vanished. The room was once again filled with the vitality of the mortal realm, yet Gongbu lay lifeless on the ground, transformed into a mere desiccated husk, an eerie sight. The onlookers felt as though they had awakened from a dream, unable to believe the reality of what had just transpired. At last, it was Gu Yanzhou who broke the silence. Young Master Li, today you have saved the lives of this old man and the young master. From now on, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, Gu Yanzhou, will spare no effort. Chen Wenshu's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a new world. Thank you, brother Li. While I cannot guarantee the Chun family of Xinzhou, my life is yours from this day forth. Li Muchen smiled. You are both being too modest. Kai Weiman finally regained his composure. understanding why Li Muchen had boldly proclaimed that if the Zhao family dared to confront him, they would find no reprieve in Haiqing. A man who wielded thunder and controlled the light, unafraid of even gods and demons, surely had the right to make such statements, regardless of the Zhao family's might. They could not contend with life and death. If all were dead, what was left of noble lineage? Kai Weiman felt fortunate that he had not foolishly trusted Scarface Lu's words, but instead had called Lin Shaoing. Although Lin's attitude was indeed peculiar, it had spared him from the folly of expelling Li Muchen or opposing him like Scarface Lu. He could not afford to offend the son-in-law of the Lin family, nor being capable of controlling life and death. Young Master Li, today you have saved my life, and from now on, your affairs will be my affairs. In Huqing, should you require anything, I will gladly brave fire and water, Kai Weiman declared, casting a meaningful glance at those around him. These individuals, all of whom were entrenched in the underbelly of Huqing, collectively represented a significant portion of its underground forces. They were astute, understanding Kai Weiman's intentions. Despite the fright they had just experienced, aligning themselves with a figure like Li Muchen was an opportunity rarely found. They all bowed in unison, declaring, today, thanks to young Master Li's salvation, your affairs will be ours. In Huqing, you need only command us. Li Muchen nodded, turning to Kai Weiman. You are Kai Weiman? Yes. You are aligned with Lin Shaoing? Yes. Kai Weiman felt a surge of pride upon hearing Li Muchen mention Lin Shaoing. If Li Muchen was the Lin family's son-in-law, and he was aligned with Lin Shaoing, they were effectively family. However, Li Muchen suddenly demanded, who instructed you to target Miss Lin? Kai Weiman was taken aback. And no, he stammered. As he uttered the first two words, he was met with Li Muchen's fierce gaze, causing his legs to buckle, and he fell to his knees. Yes, it was Lin Shao who commanded me. In comparison to Lin Shaoing, Kai Weiman was far more reluctant to offend Li Muchen. Lin Shaoing possessed wealth and influence, but Li Muchen was a force of nature, a divine entity. One could offend a man, but never a god. Preposterous. Miss Lin is Lin Shao's sister. Why would he act against her? You are clearly harboring ill intentions and attempting to shift the blame onto Lin Shao. Li Muchen seized Kai Weiman by the collar. Kai Weiman hastily protested. And no, young Master Li, I am not lying. It was truly Lin Shao's orders. He instructed me to keep an eye on Miss Lin, looking for an opportunity to abduct her. Why abduct her? I cannot say. I am merely a subordinate, and I dare not disobey Lin Shao's orders. Kai Weiman began to comprehend why Lin Shaoing's attitude over the phone had been so strange. This young Master Li's wife, or perhaps fiancée, was likely Miss Lin, and the eldest son of the Lin family intended to do her harm. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. It was fortunate that his two subordinates had failed. At the time, he had been furious, believing them to be incompetent for not only failing but also leaving him with a disability. In hindsight, surviving was a blessing. Young Master Li, I truly had no knowledge of this. It was all arranged by Lin Shao. I implore you to grant me mercy. Li Muchen's heart was resolute. Understanding that Kai Weiman spoke the truth, it appeared that internal conflicts plagued the Lin family. However, it was not his place to intervene directly. The pressing matter was to discern Lin Shaoing's true intentions and what actions he had taken. With the Lin family shrouded in turmoil, could it be connected to him? And had the old Lin patriarch's secrets been divulged? If so, he would be beyond redemption. Li Muchen released Kai Weiman, helping him to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothing. I may spare you, but do you understand what you must do? Yes. I will cease all dealings with the Lin family. No, you are still part of the Lin family. You may continue to follow Lin Shaoing, Li Muchen instructed, but you will solely be my subordinate. Kai Weiman was overjoyed. Young Master Li, I understand what I must do. Li Muchen nodded, saying, very well. Should you require anything, you may find me at the Qingmen restaurant or at Blue Bridge Bar with my brother Muchen. Yes, young Master Li. Now, let us return to our respective duties. Oh, and you should cease operations at this dog breeding facility. Accumulate some good karma. Yes. Even without your prompting, I would have closed this place down. Kai Weiman was genuinely terrified. If he continued, he feared the dogs would come seeking vengeance. Young master, what shall we do with him? Kai Weiman indicated Zhou Lijun, who lay slumped in his seat. Li Muchen glanced at him and replied, deal with him according to your customs. Understood. Kai Weiman, as if granted a royal decree, seized a cleaver from the side. With the formidable support of Li Muchen, he harbored no fear of the notorious tyrant of Wuzhou. Zhou Lijun, will you choose to keep your left hand or your right hand? Zhou Lijun fell to his knees, pleading, Master Li, I was blind to your greatness. Please, spare me. Li Muchen did not even cast a glance his way, and simply replied, once you have concluded your affairs, hand the person over to young Master Chen. The wails of Zhou Lijun echoed behind him, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 46, meeting at the old place emerging from the dogfighting arena. The night was already deep. Muchen was particularly exhilarated, laughing heartily as he drove. Brother, no, Li Gu, from now on I shall call you brother. Muchen was thoroughly impressed by Li Muchen. With such a remarkable friend, anyone would feel a sense of pride. Brother Muchen, you jest. You have always been the elder brother to both me and Dingxiang since childhood. If you call me that, it would diminish our brotherly bond, Li Muchen replied. Muchen chuckled. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Brother, what were those skills you displayed earlier? Were they martial arts or sorcery? Both, perhaps. Li Muchen replied with a smile. Truly impressive. Muchen exclaimed, filled with envy. Li Muchen added, in truth, brother Muchen, your skills are not to be underestimated either. You have never lost a fight since childhood. With some guidance, you could become formidable. Ma Shan slapped his thigh and turned to Li Muchen. Indeed. Why didn't I think of this? With your prowess, I shall take you as my master. Teach me your skills. Li Muchen had been contemplating this very notion. His descent from the mountain was uncertain in duration, and with deep-seated enmities to contend with, remaining in Muchen was not feasible. Most concerning was Dingxiang. She was far too innocent. In his absence, only Ma Shan could protect her. Ma Shan possessed a solid foundation, a material ripe for martial training. Although he had passed the optimal age for cultivation, Li Muchen, as a disciple of Tiandu, would find it a trivial matter. Furthermore, his high-profile actions today were, in fact, paving the way for Ma Shan. Individuals like Kai Weimin often proved useful. However, Li Muchen could not engage with such figures daily. Ma Shan would take over their management in due course. Brother Ma Shan, I can impart my skills to you, but let us remain brothers. Do not speak of taking me as your master, or I shall refuse to teach you, Li Muchen stated. Agreed, I understand. We shall always be brothers. Ma Shan laughed heartily. His impulsive nature led him to ask, when will you begin to teach me? Martial training requires considerable preparatory work. I must first concoct some elixirs to compensate for your foundational deficiencies from youth. Additionally, we will need a suitable training space. When we purchase a house, we should seek one with a yard or rooftop, Li Muchen explained. Suddenly, Ma Shan smacked the steering wheel. Oh no. What's wrong? Li Muchen inquired. Our funds. Ma Shan exclaimed. 140,000 is staked on your victory, and the money is still with Kai Weimin. Li Muchen chuckled. Why the rush? The money is with Kai Weimin. It won't disappear. Rest assured, he will willingly return it to us. Ma Shan remained uneasy, having never encountered such a sum. He felt unsettled with it out of reach. What if that rascal plays tricks? I know he fears you, but what if he decides to abscond? Li Muchen replied confidently. He won't be able to run. Are you deliberately withholding the money? Ma Shan began to understand, but was still somewhat puzzled. Li Muchen smiled. Kai Weimin has Lin Shaoheng backing him. I am still unaware of the Lin family's current situation, but there is certainly trouble with Lin Shaoheng. Kai Weimin has been under his wing for quite some time. It requires courage and insight to suddenly switch allegiances. His agreement today stems not from bravery, but from fear of me. By leaving the money with him, I aim to observe his next moves. Should he conspire against us or hide away, he shall not escape my wrath. Ma Shan grasped the situation. I see. So you intentionally handed that Zhou boss over to him. If Kai Weimin harms Zhou, retribution will surely follow. If he is wise, he will align with us. For Lin Shaoheng cannot protect him. Li Muchen suddenly recognized that aside from loyalty and fighting prowess, Ma Shan possessed a keen intellect as well. Brother Ma Shan, I have many matters to attend to. Please take charge of the house hunting. Leave it to me. I'll handle these trivialities. As for Kai Weimin and Huang San, their backgrounds are questionable. I will liaise with them. You are young Master Li. Focus on your grand endeavors and do not tarnish your reputation. Ma Shan quickly established his role. Upon returning to their residence, it was already the early hours of the morning. Ma Shan parked the car, and together with Li Muchen, they headed home. From a distance, a delicate figure stood in the night, bathed in moonlight, resembling a hazy fairy. Dingxiang. Li Muchen hurriedly jogged over. Why are you still awake at such a late hour? You'll attract mosquitoes out here. Are you here waiting for us? Why didn't you call me? She responded. I feared you might be occupied with something important. I didn't want to disturb you, so I only sent a WeChat message, she explained. You sent me a WeChat message? Li Muchen pulled out his phone to check. Indeed, there were several notifications on the WeChat icon. He had only begun using a smartphone and had not yet formed the habit of checking it regularly. The events at the dogfighting arena had consumed his attention. There were 3 messages in total. 2 were from Dingxiang. Brother Muchen, where are you? Li Muchen replied. Silly girl, don't wait up for me so late. Dingxiang brightened. I bought some roasted lamb hooves. Do you remember, when we were children, there was a Northwest barbecue place near where we lived? Their roasted lamb hooves were the best. You and Brother Ma Shan saved up for ages to buy 3. Each of us had 1. And that flavor. Oh, how fragrant. I still remember it vividly. As they walked, Dingxiang rambled on about their childhood memories. Li Muchen and Ma Shan exchanged glances and smiled. Those 3 lamb hooves were hardly bought with saved money. They could not afford such luxury. The truth was, they had stolen them. Yet, they dared not confess, fearing Dingxiang's anger or their grandfather's reprimand. Afterward, they ceremoniously used a broken basin to wash their hands, vowing under the moonlight to gather many scraps and earn enough money to indulge in roasted lamb hooves without guilt. How pure the world seemed back then. Over a decade had passed, and they had long since forgotten their vows. Times changed, people changed, and dreams evolved. Yet Dingxiang remained as innocent as ever, akin to a freshly bloomed flower. Back in Dingxiang's quaint abode, Li Muchen savored the delectable roasted lamb hooves while perusing his WeChat messages. Apart from Dingxiang's notes, there was another message from Lin Manqing, consisting of just 2 words. Are you there? Enjoying barbecue, he replied. I want in, came her response. Let us meet at the usual place, he continued, relishing the lamb hooves. Upon returning to Ma Shan's residence, Li Muchen informed him, I have arranged to meet Miss Lin for barbecue. Ma Shan, astonished, gave a thumbs up. Muchen, you truly are impressive. Li Muchen added, you have Huang San's number, right? Find a way to let Kai Weimin know about my date with Miss Lin. Chapter 47. Literature to stabilize the nation, martial arts to establish the state. Li Muchen and Lin Manqing arranged to meet at the familiar venue. By the late hours, the barbecue stall was nearly deserted. From afar, Li Muchen spotted Lin Manqing seated at the same table they had occupied previously. He approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Lin Manqing was noticeably less at ease than during their last meeting. She glanced at him momentarily before lowering her gaze. Li Muchen found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Lin Manqing remained silent, he inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Lin Manqing finally lifted her head and replied, "Just like last time." Li Muchen then called out to the proprietor, "Boss, the same as last time." By the time Lin Manqing attempted to intervene, it was already too late. "Huh." The boss looked bewildered. "Who are you?" Lin Manqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, remarking, "Foolish, how could the boss remember what we ate?" Li Muchen wore an expression of grievance. "I can't recall either, it's all been consumed." Lin Manqing burst into laughter and said, "Let me handle it." She stood up, grabbed a basket, and made her way to the selection of dishes. As Li Muchen observed her silhouette, a smile crept upon his face. He could not deny that Lin Manqing was the epitome of beauty. It was nearly impossible to pinpoint any flaws in her. Her features, physique, and demeanor were nothing short of perfection. Her poise seemed innate and was not merely a result of being the daughter of the Lin family. Even dressed in simple denim shorts and white sneakers, her unparalleled beauty remained unmasked. Her long, fair legs and cascading black hair resembled a cloud flowing down her back. From just her profile, she could ignite the imaginations of men. Most of the male patrons at the street-side eatery were transfixed by her presence, including the boss who was busy grilling skewers. As smoke billowed from the grill, a charred scent permeated the air. The boss's wife delivered a sharp slap to his bare arm, producing a sound that was painful to hear. Startled, the boss hastily flipped the skewers and applied some oil to mask the unpleasant smoky odor. Li Muchen inhaled the essence of life. He began to grasp what the mundane world truly entailed. The aroma of barbecued meat, the scent of beer, the foul odor of street-side refuse, the alluring woman, the intoxicated man. Lustful, envious, and tangled gazes, the neon lights of the signboard and the twinkling stars above. Beauty and ugliness, kindness and wickedness, eternally intertwined. This was life. His master had once said that the world was bitter, yet people reveled in it, entranced and consumed. Li Muchen now understood that people found joy not because they were oblivious to the suffering, but because the mundane world ensnared them in an inescapable web. Knowing the pain yet unable to escape, they could only find delight amidst the sorrow. On a summer night in the early hours, the heat lingered. Yet a sudden cool breeze brought a refreshing respite. Those still drinking and seeking solace in the night market were all, in their own ways, finding joy amidst their struggles. "Look at you," Li Muchen remarked. "Me? What is so appealing?" Lin Manqing was momentarily taken aback, only then realizing that many eyes were upon her. She glanced down at her attire, confirmed she was not improperly dressed, leaned over the table, and whispered, "Is there anything wrong with me?" Li Muchen replied, "Yes." "What?" "Your beauty." Lin Manqing's face flushed, and she shot him a glare, saying, "You're so kitsch." This is the mundane world, also known as the secular realm. How can one avoid being ordinary? Li Muchen shrugged. "I would prefer to remain in the mountains, carefree, but alas, I am bound by a marriage contract that I cannot escape." Upon hearing this, Lin Manqing's face reddened even further. "Why didn't you mention it last time?" "Mention what?" "The marriage contract. Didn't I tell you that day that I was your fiancé?" "Huh." Lin Manqing was taken aback, recalling that Li Muchen had indeed made such a jest. "You were truly there to annul the engagement?" Li Muchen nodded earnestly, "Yes." "Why? We have never met. Yet we are to be tied together because of a piece of paper. That is unfair. A promise made by two old folks decades ago should not dictate the happiness of two young lives. Can you accept that?" She suddenly burst into laughter. "However, I never imagined that person would be you. What if it weren't me? Would you have fought against it? To the very end. And if that person were handsome, charming, eloquent, capable of ruling the nation, and of noble descent? Uft, where could such a person exist? Just a hypothetical. No matter who he is." Lin Manqing said earnestly, "I would never be with someone I do not like, no matter how perfect he might be, even if my grandfather forced me." Li Muchen sighed. "Ah, it seems you will never come to appreciate me." "What do you mean?" Lin Manqing inquired, perplexed. Li Muchen propped his chin in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "Can you not discern that I was describing myself?" Lin Manqing couldn't help but laugh, her amusement growing as she gazed at him. "Stop teasing me." She giggled. "You could have said anything. But claiming to be capable of ruling the nation is a bit much, don't you think? Then does that mean you acknowledge my charm and allure?" Li Muchen chuckled. Lin Manqing suddenly realized that his audacity was remarkable. "What did you do before?" "I used to collect scraps." "Uft. Just now you spoke of noble lineage." At that moment, the boss approached with the grilled skewers, overhearing their conversation. Noble lineage and collecting scraps are not mutually exclusive. Renouncing a privileged status to survive by scavenging is what defines extraordinary. Just like me, I also come from an extraordinary background, yet I don't mind selling barbecued skewers. Right? The boss winked at Li Muchen as he walked away. Li Muchen gave him a thumbs up, while Lin Manqing pondered thoughtfully. Not wishing to disturb her, Li Muchen picked up a skewer from the table and began to eat, declaring, "In this world, only food must never be forsaken." Lin Manqing cast a glance at him, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She picked up a skewer herself, gently bringing it to her lips, but not eating. It seemed she was deep in thought. After a long pause, she asked, "So, do you still wish to annul the engagement?" Li Muchen countered, "Now that you know your fiancé is me, would you still oppose it?" Lin Manqing contemplated for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know." Li Muchen smiled. Then let us not dwell on it or question it. Let everything unfold naturally, shall we? Lin Manqing nodded. Yes, naturally. Just don't be constrained. Let it flow naturally. Just like the lyrics say, Li Muchen softly began to hum. Let us love freely and unrestrained. Hearing the whimsical tune, Lin Manqing burst into laughter. Is this the song of a great hero capable of ruling the nation? Ha ha ha, who wants to date you? A sweet aroma suddenly filled the air. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, the night shimmering like silver, and the smoke rising from the grill seemed to possess a spirit. Everything felt light and dreamlike. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered this reverie. Li Muchen glanced at the unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, is this young Master Li? This is Kai Wei Min, young Master Li. Are you currently at the Wei Yi Road Eatery? Yes. Young Master Lin is aware that you and Miss Lin are there, which could pose a risk to you both. Li Muchen was well aware that Kai Wei Min had relayed this information to Lin Xiaohong, but he chose not to confront it. Did he not instruct you to take action? He did, but I declined, claiming there was an issue at the dog racing venue that prevented me from dispatching anyone. Did he believe you? Yes, I mentioned Zhou Lijun's situation. Li Muchen smiled faintly. Zhou Lijun was a big shot in Wuzhou, and with Kai Wei Min's intervention, Lin Xiaohong would likely be troubled. Aside from you, who would Lin Xiaohong typically call for such matters? That's uncertain. As long as there's money, there's never a shortage of willing hands. All right, I understand. Li Muchen hung up the phone. Kai Wei Min's performance was within his expectations, even slightly better than he had anticipated. After he instructed Ma Shan to relay the message to Kai Wei Min through Huang San, most individuals, unable to discern the situation, might choose to remain passive, feigning ignorance of this information. In doing so, they offend no one and simply observe the ensuing conflict, ready to support the victor. Such individuals may appear astute, yet they are fundamentally foolish. Should Kai Wei Min adopt this stance, he would undoubtedly lose Li Muchen's regard in the future. If he were to act even more foolishly by reporting to Lin Xiaohong while neglecting to inform Li Muchen, or worse, assisting Lin Xiaohong in confronting Li Muchen, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Naturally, Li Muchen would not let him off the hook. However, Kai Wei Min first discreetly informed Lin Xiaohong and subsequently conveyed the news to Li Muchen. On the surface, he seemed to align with Lin Xiaohong, yet in reality, he was aiding Li Muchen. This was precisely the outcome Li Muchen desired. Kai Wei Min exhibited remarkable intelligence by choosing the optimal solution. Li Muchen was quite pleased with Kai Wei Min's performance. After ending the call, Li Muchen inquired of Lin Manqing, "Is Lin Xiaohong your cousin?" Lin Manqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he suddenly posed this question, and replied, "Yes, he is my uncle's son." "What is your relationship like?" "Relationship? It's just as it is, after all. We belong to the same family, bound by mutual interests. In truth, my uncle is the son of my grandfather's elder brother, and he and my father are also cousins. We should ideally be considered two families, but my grandfather places great importance on this, saying that only when we are together can we be called a family." "Are there other members of the Lin family?" "I have two aunts who are married off. There are also some descendants of my grandfather's siblings who manage various businesses. Thus they are also regarded as part of the family. However, they seldom visit. They only come during the annual family reunion." Li Muchen nodded. The Lin family had become a prestigious lineage, rather than mere nouveau riche, and its expansion was inevitable. "What is Lin Xiaohong like?" "Why do you ask?" "Perhaps it's because of my grandfather. I hear that the head of the Lin family was originally supposed to be my grandfather's elder brother, my great-uncle. Later, when the Lin family fell into hardship, my great-uncle passed away, while my grandfather survived. My grandfather felt a deep sense of indebtedness and treated my uncle like his own son, naturally doting on my cousin as well." "Is that so?" Li Muchen remarked, realization dawning upon him. Given this information, the situation appeared somewhat complicated. Initially, Li Muchen had intended to approach matters directly, clarifying Lin Xiaohong's motives and identifying the individual responsible for the misdeed against old Master Lin, leaving the remainder for the Lin family to handle. Yet, with this newfound understanding, the issue seemed more intricate. Even if old Master Lin were to learn that Lin Xiaohong was behind it, as long as no substantial harm had occurred, he would likely show leniency. Furthermore, this incident would likely be a significant psychological blow to the old master. Li Muchen, now aware of his own lineage, recognized that had it not been for Lin Xiaohong, he and his grandfather would have struggled to survive in Hucheng. Lin Xiaohong not only provided them with covert support, but also promised to bequeath half of the Lin family's assets to Li Muchen, facilitating his efforts to restore the Li family. Grateful to old Master Lin, Li Muchen naturally wished to shield him from harm. In the absence of concrete evidence, it would be prudent not to take action against Lin Xiaohong. Striking a snake, but failing to kill it could lead to future repercussions. As he fiddled with his phone, he asked, "Does your uncle know about these matters?" "He should be aware," Lin Manqing replied. "My uncle is quite protective. Lin Xiaohong often bullied me and Lin Yun during our childhood, yet my uncle always defended him and never reprimanded him." "Does your uncle have only one son?" "He has another, named Lin Xiaoping. He is quite remarkable, exceptionally intelligent, excelling in his studies, and is regarded as the genius of the Lin family. A few years ago, he went to study in the East and is now an assistant manager at a renowned corporation, achieving this through his own efforts without relying on the Lin family's background. Consequently, my brother is under immense pressure." "What does this have to do with your brother?" Li Muchen inquired curiously. "Because of the family inheritance," Lin Manqing explained. "Everyone has high hopes for Lin Xiaoping, including my grandfather, who may very well designate him as the future heir of the family. My father is quite distressed." constantly monitoring my brother's studies and berating him for being slow. My mother, too, is always bringing home brain and health supplements for him, and I'm worried she might end up making him foolish. Li Muchen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Being born into a wealthy family is not necessarily a blessing. As time passed, the night deepened. At this hour, the night market would typically be closing. Most patrons congregated around this barbecue stall. The owner was, of course, elated, as it was rare to sell out all his inventory in a single day. He brought a large plate of skewers to Li Muchen's table. Li Muchen remarked, "It seems we didn't order any additional dishes. This is on the house." The owner generously stated, "Since you arrived, my business has improved significantly compared to usual. Consider this my way of expressing gratitude." Being attractive has its perks. It draws people in, even turning rogues into patrons, Lin Manqing mused, momentarily perplexed. Li Muchen, however, discerned the underlying message. The owner was subtly warning them that among the patrons were individuals with ill intentions. After all, in the dead of night, the sudden influx of customers could not escape the notice of a seasoned street vendor like him. These individuals were clearly targeting the two of them. Li Muchen discreetly observed the surroundings and estimated that there were around a dozen of them. Yet, they were evidently not the main players, as there was a conspicuous lack of a leader among them. Lin Manqing remained oblivious, glancing at the unexpectedly abundant plate of skewers and questioning. "Why did he send us food?" Li Muchen smiled. "As I mentioned, your beauty serves as a means of attracting customers." Lin Manqing laughed. "You're quite quick to learn, even using such internet lingo as traffic generation. How do you know they aren't here because of you? Aren't you charming and handsome? Capable of bringing peace to nations and securing a state?" The mere thought of those phrases made Lin Manqing chuckle uncontrollably. Li Muchen replied, "At this late hour, with only a few groups around, all of them men, how could they possibly be here to see me?" At last, Lin Manqing sensed something amiss. Just then, two sports cars sped into view. Four individuals emerged, one of whom was Lin Xiaohing. Chapter 49. Lacking strategy and courage, Lin Xiaohing strode directly towards Li Muchen and Lin Manqing. Approaching their table, he placed a foot on a chair, looking down on them. "How romantic, a late-night rendezvous here," he sneered. Lin Manqing frowned. "What are you doing here? Why can't I come?" Lin Xiaohing retorted coldly. "Are you afraid I might catch you in an affair? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Lin Manqing was visibly displeased. "Nonsense? So many witnesses are present. How could I be lying?" Lin Xiaohing raised his hand, and the surrounding crowd stood up, closing in around them in a large circle. Many were filming with their phones. Clearly, this was a scheme Lin Xiaohing had orchestrated well in advance. Once edited, the footage would surely make a sensational story online. The few passers-by who witnessed this scene had long since fled. Even the barbecue stall owner had retreated to a corner, quietly dialing for help. Lin Xiaohing stated, "Manqing, as the eldest daughter of the Lin family, you should have some shame. Do you not realize that if news of you meeting a rogue man in such a place at this hour gets out, it will tarnish our family's reputation? What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Lin Manqing was baffled, unable to comprehend Lin Xiaohing's motives. With astonishment written all over her face, she struggled to grasp the situation. "Yet, Lin Xiaohing seemed to have forgotten that I am Manqing's fiancée. What shame is there in dining with one's betrothed?" Li Muchen interjected. The onlookers, confused, exchanged glances before reluctantly lowering their phones. Lin Xiaohing's expression shifted as he pointed at Li Muchen, saying, "Li, you truly are something. Let's see if you can still be so defiant when I leave you searching for your teeth." "Lin Xiaohing, have you had enough of this nonsense?" Lin Manqing retorted angrily. "Cousin, I am merely looking out for you, warning you not to be deceived by such a man." Lin Xiaohing feigned a tone of earnest concern. "Do you even know what kind of person he is? Just a moment ago, he was at the dogfighting arena, masquerading as a member of the Lin family, nearly soiling himself from fear of losing." "That's impossible," Lin Manqing exclaimed. Lin Xiaohing shrugged, "Believe it or not. However, I must teach this man a lesson today." "You dare," Lin Manqing declared, pulling out her phone. "I'll call my father right now. Go ahead. Tell him you were out on a date, and I caught you in the act," Lin Xiaohing said with a rogue grin. Fuming, Lin Manqing was about to dial. But Li Muchen intervened. He understood that making that call would play directly into Lin Xiaohing's hands. The Lin family valued their reputation above all, especially Lin Xiaoxing, who had become the de facto head of the family after the elder's retirement. Lin Xiaoxing would likely compromise for the sake of his daughter's honor, giving Lin Xiaohing the opportunity to impose conditions that would be hard to refuse. In that scenario, Li Muchen would merely become a pawn in the family feud. He was determined not to let Lin Xiaohing succeed. "Manqing, there's no need to involve your father. We should be grateful for Lin Xiaohing's misguided intentions." Lin Manqing looked at him in confusion. "What intentions?" "Well, you see, I was uncertain about whether to withdraw from the engagement, and your family didn't know whether to accept me. But with this ruckus today, if the news spreads, your parents won't have a choice but to accept me. I initially thought today was merely the first step in a long journey, but it seems the flag has already been raised at the presidential palace before the three major battles even commenced. Now, Lin Xiaohing," Li Muchen turned his gaze towards him, "will soon be fleeing with his tail between his legs." Lin Manqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Fuming, Lin Xiaohing turned pale with rage and shouted, "Get him! Knock his teeth out!" As his companions moved to act, the sound of sirens pierced the air as a police car approached. Two officers emerged, frowning at the crowd. "What is going on here?" Upon seeing the police, Lin Xiaohing's expression changed. He assumed Li Muchen had called them and sneered. "So you know how to call the cops, huh? The officers approached you. What are you doing? Show your ID," Lin Xiaohing boasted, Which precinct are you from? I know Director Yi at the City Bureau. Sorry, knowing the director doesn't change our duties. The officer pointed to his badge and the body cam. Lin Xiaoheng felt humiliated. As the Lin family's young master, he had never faced such indignity. Wait, I'll call and have your skins peeled off, he shouted, stepping aside to make a call. The officers continued their work, diligently recording the events. Everyone, please present your IDs. They collected identification from everyone, including Li Muchen and Lin Manqing. Everyone insisted they were just there for a late-night snack. The officers asked Li Muchen and Lin Manqing, what about you two? We're just here for a late-night snack too, they replied. Did anyone bully you? No bullying, just a bit of a mood disruption, Li Muchen said. The officer glanced at him and asked, who called the police? I did. The trembling barbecue shop owner stepped forward. Why did you call? Nothing. It's just that at this hour, we usually close up, and suddenly so many people came in. It was a bit frightening. The officer nodded. At that moment, one of the officers received a call. He answered, responding with a few affirmatives, then glanced at Lin Xiaoheng with a hint of disdain and resignation. Hanging up, he said to the owner, just run your business. If anything happens, call us immediately. Now please sign this. The owner signed the police report. The officers signaled to each other and headed back to their vehicle. Lin Xiaoheng watched coldly, his face contorted with contempt. Suddenly, Li Muchen spoke up, officer. You haven't checked this man's ID yet. Lin Xiaoheng's expression darkened as he spat. Li Muchen, are you looking for trouble? Li Muchen feigned innocence. I'm merely responding to the government's call and cooperating with the police. How can you accuse me of causing trouble? The officers, now aware of Lin Xiaoheng's identity, had initially planned to let the matter slide, but Li Muchen's words compelled them to take action. ID, please. The officer approached Lin Xiaoheng and extended his hand. I don't have it, Lin Xiaoheng responded angrily. Furious, he barked, you know who I am. Should I call Director Yi again? Mr. Lin, I know your name. But we're enforcing the law. Please cooperate, the officer replied. How dare you? Lin Xiaoheng cursed, storming to his car, retrieving his ID from a bag. Once registered, the officers left. Li Muchen recorded the entire exchange on his phone. What are you filming this for? Lin Manqing asked with a suppressed smile. Just for fun. I haven't had the chance to use the camera on the smartphone you bought me, he replied. At that moment, Lin Xiaoheng approached, slamming his hand on the table. Li, today you're finished. Li Muchen smiled. Is that so? Hasn't young Master Lin forgotten that the police just recorded your ID? If anything happens to us tonight, you'll be implicated. Lin Xiaoheng's face turned a shade of fury. Li Muchen realized that the so-called young master of the Lin family was not nearly as formidable as he had imagined. This man lacked both cunning and courage. Such a person would never mastermind an attack against the elder Lin. Chapter 50. Self-inflicted misery. Muchen, Lin Manqing called softly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she addressed him for the first time in such an intimate manner. Let us go, she said. Li Muchen had initially intended to deal with Lin Xiaoheng that night, but now he was certain that Lin Xiaoheng had no ties to the plot against the elder Lin. He wasn't even a conspirator. After all, a mastermind would never allow such a fool to be his accomplice. Li Muchen dismissed the idea of confronting such a person. Hearing Lin Manqing say it was time to leave, he nodded. All right, let us go. There are still many strategies to unfold, though it seems they won't be necessary now. Where are you two going? Lin Xiaoheng demanded, seeing them stand to leave. To continue our date, of course. Why would we stay here sulking with you? Li Muchen replied, shaking his head as he took Lin Manqing's hand and walked away. Lin Manqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not resist his pull. Watching the two walk side by side in a familiar manner sent Lin Xiaoheng into a rage. And he overturned the table. Pointing at the barbecue shop owner and his wife, he bellowed, Did you call the police just now? The owner, trembling, dared not answer. Smash it all. Destroy his shop, Lin Xiaoheng ordered. Tables were overturned, and dishes shattered across the ground. The group surged into the shop, wreaking havoc and demolishing everything in sight. Stop, please, the owner's wife cried, trying to intervene. But the owner restrained her, signaling her to remain silent. Lin Xiaoheng, clearly unsatisfied and still seething, approached the owner and slapped him sharply across the face. Did you call the police? Another slap followed. Dare you do it again? I'll be right here waiting. I want tea. I promise I want tea. The owner lamented, his face a mask of despair. Lin Xiaoheng, however, would not let them off so easily. He raised his leg and said, Crawl through my legs, and I'll spare you. The boss initially refused, but Lin Xiaoheng's companion advanced with a swift kick, pinning the boss to the ground and beating him mercilessly. Lin Xiaoheng then pointed at the boss's wife and said, If your husband wants tea crawl, then you shall. The boss's wife shook her head vigorously. The battered boss, with a bruised face, mumbled, I will, and crawled through Lin Xiaoheng's legs. Lin Xiaoheng burst into laughter, as if the grievances he had suffered at the hands of Li Muchen and Lin Manqing had finally been avenged. He had initially intended to confront Li Muchen today. This unexpected son-in-law of the Lin family posed a threat to his standing within the family and his future inheritance. Although the identity of Lin Xiaoheng's son-in-law was not of great importance, the fact that he had cured the old master's illness significantly elevated Lin Xiaoheng's family status. Upon learning of Li Muchen and Lin Manqing's rendezvous, he immediately gathered his men. Initially, he considered calling Kai Taotao, who had more experience in handling such matters. However, due to an incident at Kai's dog breeding facility, he could not summon anyone. Lin Xiaoheng was concerned upon hearing that Kai Taotao had severed Zhou Lijun's hand, unsure whether to distance himself from the situation. After all, Zhou Lijun was a notorious figure in Wuzhou, wielding considerable influence throughout Nanjing province. Though the Lin family was not afraid of him, offending such a person could impact his and his father's standing in the family. Thus, he hurriedly gathered a few others, who were rather inexperienced compared to the true underworld figures like Kai Taodao. What Lin Xiaoheng did not anticipate was the arrival of the police before he could even make a move. The situation escalated when Li Muchen intervened, leading the police to register his identification. As Li Muchen had stated, should anything happen to him or Lin Manqing tonight, he would bear the responsibility. While he was unafraid of the police, he dreaded the scrutiny of the Lin family's elders, particularly the old master. Consequently, Lin Xiaoheng directed his ire towards the one who reported the incident. He could not overtly harm Li Muchen and Lin Manqing, but he had no qualms about retaliating against the barbecue shop owner. Even if the owner were to be severely harmed, he believed he could manage the aftermath without issue. After the owner crawled through his legs, Lin Xiaoheng's anger subsided only partially. One of his subordinates suddenly pointed at the boss's wife and remarked, "Lin Xiao. This woman is quite appealing." Only then did Lin Xiaoheng notice the boss's wife, who, although somewhat older, still possessed a degree of charm. However, he was not interested in women of her age and replied, "You all can indulge if you wish." His subordinates, overjoyed, responded, "Then Lin Xiao, we shall not hold back." They advanced, beginning to manhandle the boss's wife. She desperately covered herself, pleading, "Please, I beg you, spare me." The more she pleaded, the more the men laughed. Suddenly, the boss sprang up from the ground, grabbed a kitchen knife from inside the shop, and charged out, his eyes filled with rage as he shouted, "Ah! I will kill you bastards." His sudden outburst startled the group, causing them to retreat. In his frantic flailing, the boss nearly struck Lin Xiaoheng. Taken aback, Lin Xiaoheng shouted angrily, "Damn it, you useless fools, you can't handle just one person?" In the past, Kai Weiman had always handled such matters for Lin Xiaoheng, efficiently dealing with fights and confrontations. Each time, Kai Weiman executed tasks with remarkable precision, leading Lin Xiaoheng to believe such matters were straightforward. Today, he had brought along 2 wealthy second-generation companions and several sycophants, who normally boasted of their exploits. Yet, when faced with real confrontation, they could only hurl chairs and scatter in fear upon encountering someone wielding a knife. Hearing Lin Xiaoheng's displeasure, they stopped retreating and began using tables and chairs to fend off the barbecue shop owner's knife. Ultimately, their numerical advantage allowed them to overpower the owner once more. Lin Xiaoheng stepped forward, stepping on the owner, and picked up a broken chair leg, poised to strike the owner's head. However, just as his weapon was raised, it was suddenly seized with a firm grip. Lin Xiaoheng struggled, but the weapon remained immovable. Looking up, he met the fierce gaze of Li Muchen, with Lin Manqing standing beside him, her eyes filled with shock and disgust. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaoheng felt a twinge of fear, especially from Li Muchen's penetrating stare. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed to freeze the very air around them. Unconsciously, he loosened his grip on the weapon and took 2 steps back. "Lin Xiaoheng, you have gone too far," Lin Manqing exclaimed, as she helped the trembling boss's wife, who had cowered in the corner. Li Muchen then attended to the fallen boss, assessing his injuries, which were severe, 2 broken ribs and signs of internal bleeding. He had initially assumed Lin Xiaoheng's targets were himself and Lin Manqing, believing that once they departed, Lin Xiaoheng would also leave or send someone to follow them for another opportunity. However, he was taken aback by this fool's decision to unleash his fury on the owner and his wife, and with such brutality, Li Muchen was infuriated. The shop owner was a kind man who had previously warned Li Muchen and Lin Manqing about the potential danger posed by those around them. After Lin Xiaoheng's arrival, he had even taken the initiative to call the police. In essence, the owner had shown them kindness. If they were merely ordinary individuals, the owner's actions might have saved their lives. Li Muchen pressed several acupoints on the boss to stop the internal bleeding, helped him into a chair, and then turned to face Lin Xiaoheng with a cold stare. "Lin Xiaoheng, had it not been for the old master, you would already be dead." Lin Xiaoheng was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Before he could issue a command, a violent cramp seized his stomach, propelling him forward. With a thud, Lin Xiaoheng crashed to the ground, landing right beside the chair where the barbecue shop owner had been seated. Before he could rise, he found Li Muchen standing before him once more. "What do you want?" Lin Xiaoheng's eyes widened in terror, momentarily forgetting his pain. "You will crawl through the owner's legs now, just as you demanded of him earlier. I will count to 10, and if you have not crawled through by then, I shall break one of your legs." Chapter 51. A price must be paid. Furious, Lin Xiaoheng shouted, "Li Muchen, you will not get away with this. Are you all dead? Come here." His subordinates finally reacted, surrounding him. Li Muchen remained calm, coldly observing how Lin Xiaoheng would dig his own grave. Initially, Lin Xiaoheng felt a pang of fear, but seeing that Li Muchen made no move and his men were protecting him, he began to relax. After all, one person could not withstand the onslaught of multiple attackers. "Ha ha ha, Li, weren't you just so arrogant? Dare to strike me. I will make you wish you were never born." Lin Xiaoheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and commanded, "All of you, go for it. Beat him mercilessly, but do not kill him. I want to enjoy torturing him." "Stop," Lin Manqing cried out. "Lin Xiaoheng, have you gone too far? Aren't you afraid of Grandpa finding out?" "Humph. Do not think you can intimidate me with that old man." Lin Xiaoheng's expression twisted with malice. "You won't leave here today either. Brothers, once we deal with Li, this woman will be yours. My sister is the most beautiful woman in Hucheng. If it weren't for that old fossil, I would have wanted her myself." His companions leered at Lin Manqing, their eyes gleaming with lust. You. Lin Manqing's face turned pale with anger, yet she felt a hint of fear. Just then, a hand tightly grasped hers, the warmth providing her with a sense of security. Li Muchen shook his head and coldly declared, "Heaven's sins can be forgiven. Self-inflicted sins are unforgivable." Lin Xiaoheng laughed heartily, still being stubborn. "Everyone, attack. Bring him down." In an instant, a throng surged forward, engulfing Li Muchen and Lin Manqing. Terrified, Lin Manqing shut her eyes and pressed tightly against Li Muchen's shoulder. She heard a cacophony of sounds, followed by a chorus of wails. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of bodies strewn across the ground, some clutching their stomachs, others nursing their legs. Not a single person was able to rise. Previously at the bar, Lin Manqing had been aware of Li Muchen's formidable fighting skills, yet she found it hard to fully believe it. Even more astonished was Lin Xiaoheng. Dozens had rushed in, and with a single move, they were all sent flying. What kind of combat prowess was this? Stay away. Lin Xiaoheng trembled. The bravado he had just displayed evaporating, leaving only fear in its wake. Kneel, Li Muchen commanded. At the sound of that authoritative voice, Lin Xiaoheng collapsed to the ground in terror. Do as I said. Li Muchen's tone was icy. Lin Xiaoheng glanced at the barbecue shop owner seated nearby, desperately shaking his head. No, please. 10. Li Muchen began to count. 9. No, please. Lin Xiaoheng grasped the meaning of digging his own grave. In that moment, the only lifeline he could think of was his father, Lin Lifeng. Trembling, Lin Xiaoheng took out his phone and shouted into it, "Dad, Dad, come save me." 8, 7. Li Muchen continued counting. "Dad, help me. Hurry." Lin Xiaoheng's voice escalated into a frantic cry, tears streaming down his face. Li Muchen remained unfazed by his plea for help. Given the actions he had just taken against the barbecue shop owner and his words to Lin Manqing, a price had to be paid today. 6-5. Li, don't be so arrogant. My dad is on his way. Lin Xiaoheng seemed to regain some confidence. However, Li Muchen paid him no mind, continuing his count. 4-3. As he reached 3, he began to advance towards Lin Xiaoheng. 2. Lin Xiaoheng desperately retreated. Don't come any closer. My dad will be here any moment. Just wait for your demise. 1. Li Muchen's voice cut off abruptly. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Even the insects hiding in the grass ceased their chirping. Li Muchen stepped before Lin Xiaoheng and delivered a swift kick to his calf. With a resounding crack, Lin Xiaoheng's leg snapped. The air was then filled with his agonizing scream. The insects and cicadas joined in a cacophony, as if they were a chorus awaiting this moment of harmony. The once somber summer night transformed into a raucous celebration. Li Muchen regarded Lin Xiaoheng coldly, stating, "I will count to 10 again. If you do not get up, I will break your other leg." Lin Xiaoheng was so terrified he forgot the pain in his leg. I'll get up. I'll get up." He dragged himself, sidestepping, towards the barbecue owner. The owners, having been rendered dumbfounded by fear, stood frozen, watching Lin Xiaoheng crawl past. Lin Manqing felt no pity for Lin Xiaoheng, yet the scene before her had an almost surreal quality. The Lin family was known for their strict upbringing, yet this particular young master was brazen and unruly. Unchecked by anyone, Uncle Lin Lifeng had always been protective, indulging this young lord, while the elder had turned a blind eye, feeling indebted to them. But today, Lin Xiaoheng had fallen into Li Muchen's hands. His actions were intolerable in Li Muchen's eyes. Concerned, Lin Manqing cautioned, "Muchen, my uncle is very protective and has several bodyguards, some of whom are former mercenaries, quite formidable. Be careful." Li Muchen smiled faintly. "Rest assured, your fiancé can maintain peace through intellect and establish order through strength." Suppressing a laugh, Lin Manqing shook her head. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to accept his self-proclaimed title of fiancé as a matter of course. As Lin Xiaoheng crawled past the barbecue shop owner, he whimpered, "Can I leave now?" "Leave?" Li Muchen's expression darkened. "You think you can just walk away after causing such havoc in their shop? What do you want?" "Compensation." "Fine, I'll pay. How much do you want?" Lin Xiaoheng, unafraid of monetary loss, inquired eagerly. Li Muchen turned to the shop owners. "Calculate your total losses." "No need for compensation." The owner quickly shook his head, hoping these intruders would leave soon. "Indeed, no compensation is necessary," the shop owner's wife echoed. Li Muchen questioned, "How can that be? Why refuse payment?" Understanding dawned on Li Muchen. They feared retaliation from Lin Xiaoheng. "Lin Xiaoheng, they refuse your money. I suppose I must then break your other leg," Li Muchen stated. Horrified, Lin Xiaoheng quickly replied, No, I'll pay. I'll pay. You don't need to calculate. I'll handle it. 500,000. No, 1 million. 1 million should suffice." He then scanned the payment code affixed to the wall. The shop owner's phone chimed with a notification, 1 million received. The couple stood in shock. Their small shop hardly required such a sum. Li Muchen remarked, "You injured the owner. Shouldn't you cover some medical expenses?" I'll pay. Lin Xiaoheng ready to make another payment. But Li Muchen interjected, "Not just you, but everyone here. How about this? Each person contributes 500, marked as payment for medical expenses. Of course, it's not mandatory. If you choose not to pay, then each of you will lose a leg. We'll pay. The individuals on the ground, hearing this, scrambled to their feet and retrieved their phones to scan. The notifications on the shop owner's wife's phone rang incessantly. Ding, ding, ding. Chapter 52. A worthless scoundrel listening to the relentless notifications. The barbecue shop owners were once again left dumbfounded. Normally, such sounds would bring them joy, yet now they were filled with trepidation, fearing retaliation the next day. Li Muchen, aware of their worries, smiled. Do not fret. No one dares to seek revenge against you. Keep the transaction records from today, should anything happen. Every person who transferred money is a suspect. If the police do not assist, come find me, and I will take care of it. The owners finally grasped his intent. While they feared revenge, these individuals were even more afraid of Li Muchen's retribution. Thank you. Thank you. You are truly a hero in real life. Lin Manqing smiled knowingly, surprised to find Li Muchen possessed such cunning. In the distance, the roar of a car engine grew louder, followed by the screech of brakes piercing the still night air. A sleek black sedan pulled over, flanked by 2 Range Rovers. From the sedan emerged 2 figures, a driver and a middle-aged man in a suit. Appearing to be in his 30s, the man stood upright, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while the driver bent down to open the rear door. From the back seat stepped Lin Lifeng, the elder of the Lin family, with a solemn demeanor and unassuming stature, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Though Lin Xiaoxing was the head of the family, nominally overseeing the Lin family's enterprises, Lin Lifeng wielded significant influence within the family, controlling substantial assets of his own. From the following Range Rover, 7 or 8 robust men leaped out, quickly dispersing to form a protective perimeter around Lin Lifeng. Lin Xiaoxing, upon seeing the convoy come to a halt, erupted with excitement. Haha, Dad is here. Dad is here. Li Muchen, you're finished. Father, I'm here. Hurry, save me. Dad, Uncle Yang, help. Lin Xiaoxing shouted from the ground, where he lay with a broken leg. Lin Lifeng rushed over and was startled to see Lin Xiaoxing in such a state. A middle-aged man beside him took a step forward, crouched down, and pinched Lin Xiaoxing's leg, causing him to cry out in agony. The young master's leg is broken, the man announced, looking up. Lin Xiaoxing pointed accusingly at Li Muchen, exclaiming it was him. He broke my leg. Lin Lifeng finally noticed Li Muchen. It's you? Why would you harm my son? He asked, somewhat shocked. That is something you should ask your precious son, Li Muchen replied coolly. Lin Lifeng's expression darkened. No matter what he did, you had no right to hurt him. In Hucheng, no one dares to touch the son of Lin Lifeng. Lin Manqing stepped forward, pleading, Uncle, let me explain. It was my cousin who first brought trouble to us, even vandalizing this store and injuring the owner. That's when Muchen intervened. Enough. Lin Lifeng interrupted. Intervened? Huh. What a joke. When has it been the case that someone from the Lin family needs an outsider to intervene? Manqing, you've always been well-behaved and cautious. How is it that you have become so reckless since this boy arrived? Uncle, what are you talking about? I have not been reckless at all. Still denying it? It's the middle of the night, and instead of being at home, you're here on a date with a man. What will people say about the Lin family's upbringing? I'm embarrassed for you. If your father knew, how could he face being the head of this family? Lin Manqing blushed with shame, feeling anger rise within her, but unable to counter his words. Li Muchen chuckled softly. So, the Lin family's morals allow for their sons to run wild while they attempt to control others' daughters? Lin Lifeng was taken aback by Li Muchen's audacity, rendered momentarily speechless with rage. Dad, why are you wasting time with them? Help me take revenge. I want this kid's life. Lin Xiaoxing growled, his face contorted with fury, pointing at Li Muchen. You're done for. You'll see the consequences of opposing me. Li Muchen suddenly turned, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoxing, who flinched back, reassured only when he saw Uncle Yang standing nearby. Uncle Yang, Yangzi, was a bodyguard hired by Lin Lifeng, a man skilled in martial arts and a veteran of overseas mercenary groups. The guards surrounding Lin Lifeng were all trained by Yangzi and were formidable fighters. Compared to them, Lin Xiaoxing's companions were utterly insignificant. Though Li Muchen had displayed remarkable combat prowess, Lin Xiaoxing believed that with Yang Zihua's intervention, even 10 Li Muchens would be no match. Uncle Yang, kill him. Lin Xiaoxing yelled. Calm down, young master. First, let me set your leg, Yang Zihua said, focusing entirely on Lin Xiaoxing's injury without sparing Li Muchen a glance. Lin Lifeng looked on with concern until Yang Zihua finished, asking, how is it? Will there be any lasting damage? It's just a fracture. I've realigned the bone. A trip to the hospital will suffice. Yang Zihua replied before finally turning his gaze toward Li Muchen, a glint of menace in his eyes. What should be done with this person? Lin Lifeng asked, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Li Muchen had just saved the old man's life, a rarity given the old man's typically gentle demeanor. Killing Li Muchen in front of Lin Manqing was out of the question. Lin Manqing felt a surge of dread. As she contemplated how to refuse, Lin Xiaoxing interjected, Dad, why not eliminate both of them? That old man is in such poor health that without Li Muchen's help, he won't last long. When he has gone, the Lin family's business. Before he could finish, Lin Lifeng struck him across the face. You useless son, why would you voice such thoughts in public? Lin Xiaoxing looked hurt and bewildered. Lin Lifeng sighed, feeling that he was too lenient. He glanced at Li Muchen and Lin Manqing, his expression hardening with resolve. Li Muchen took a step back, saying, Lin Xiaoxing, do you truly intend to kill us both? Lin Xiaoxing, mistaking Li Muchen's retreat for fear, cackled, you're finally scared. Aren't you? You've broken my leg. Now you'll pay with your life. Lin Xiaoxing, if I must die, could you at least grant me a clear understanding of why? If you wish for my demise, I can comprehend that. But why harm Manqing, your own cousin? Lin Xiaoxing sneered. She asked the daughter of Lin Xiaoxing. The Lin family is rightfully ours. The head of the family should be my father, not Lin Xiaoxing. So you sent people to follow Manqing? The ones who attempted to kidnap her were under your orders, weren't they? Li Muchen pressed, observing Lin Lifeng's reaction. Lin Lifeng's face betrayed shock, He realized Lin Xiaoheng had acted independently. What a foolish son. Lin Xiaoheng, seeing his father's displeasure, lowered his head but then steeled himself. Lin Lifeng shook his head, exhaling deeply. Do it. Chapter 53. I do not wish to die. Yangzi rose, waving his hand slightly. 8 bodyguards stepped forward, encircling Li Muchen and Lin Manqing. Li Muchen ignored them, fixing his gaze on Lin Lifeng. Are you truly prepared to act? Lin Lifeng's eyelids twitched. While eliminating Li Muchen held little consequence, Lin Manqing was different. She was Lin Xiaoxing's daughter and the old man's cherished one. However, with Lin Xiaoheng's remarks, retreat was no longer an option. He pondered how 2 sons could be so drastically different, one astute and capable, the other foolish as a pig. It was time to emerge from hiding after so many years. When you broke Xiaoheng's leg, you should have anticipated this outcome, Lin Lifeng stated coldly. Is that so? Have you considered what comes next? Seeing Li Muchen's unconcerned demeanor, Lin Lifeng felt a twinge of unease. What do you mean by the next step? Nothing, Li Muchen replied. I only wish to ask you one more question. Did you disclose the old man's birth information? Lin Lifeng's body trembled slightly. Zihua, take Manqing to the Linjiang villa. Handle this. I'll leave the rest to you. He glanced at Lin Manqing before turning away, striding toward the car with the driver alongside him. Li Muchen understood. The traitor within the Lin family was Lin Lifeng. By casting a shadow over the family, he aimed to orchestrate the Lin family's downfall. Naturally, the family would contemplate whether he was fit to lead. With the old man's declining health, the question of succession became paramount. While Lin Xiaoxing faced challenges in his career, Lin Lifeng had steadily built his position, bolstered by a son considered a genius. Perhaps the emergence of Li Muchen threatened Lin Lifeng's ambitions. If Lin Xiaoxing gained a son-in-law designated by the old man, Lin Lifeng's chances of success would dwindle. Thus, he adjusted his strategy, hoping for the old man's swift demise to seize victory amidst the chaos. It is likely that he never anticipated that Li Muchen would heal Lin Xiaoheng's ailment. Thus, Lin Xiaoheng's visit to Li Muchen may have been a deliberate act of indulgence on his part. If successful, he could smoothly eliminate his lingering concerns. If things went awry, he could shift the blame onto his foolish son, as everyone in the Lin family was well aware of Lin Xiaoheng's arrogant demeanor. Li Muchen could not help but admire Lin Lifeng's cunning. Even at this juncture, he intended to have Yangzi incapacitate Li Muchen while sparing Lin Manqing's life. This was likely not out of any familial affection, but rather because Lin Manqing posed no threat to him. Keeping her around could serve as a valuable card to play against Lin Xiaoxing in the future. Truly, a master of scheming. As Lin Lifeng turned to leave, Yangzi inquired of Li Muchen, how do you wish to meet your demise? Li Muchen shook his head, replying, I have no desire to die. Lin Xiaoheng scoffed. Li Muchen, were you not quite audacious just now? Have you suddenly turned timid? If you wish to live, then plead for mercy, kneel before me, bow your head a few times, and perhaps I shall be in a generous mood and spare you. Li Muchen could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him. Instead, he glanced at his phone, noting the time. It is nearly time. They should be arriving soon, he muttered to himself. Yangzi gestured act. The bodyguards surged forward. A figure descended from the heavens like a deity, interposing itself between Li Muchen and Lin Manqing, effortlessly sending 8 bodyguards sprawling. The moment this figure appeared, Yangzi sprang into action. With lightning speed, he stepped forward, launching a straight punch aimed at the stranger's temple. The individual pivoted, meeting Yangzi's fist with an open palm, resulting in a resounding clap as their forces collided. Yangzi's punch was caught in a firm grip, and with a twist, he lost his balance. However, Yangzi was no novice. As he spun, his other hand drew a dagger, which he swung towards the assailant's neck. The figure evaded, releasing Yangzi, who deftly drew a handgun, aiming it at the intruder. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, the stranger seized the weapon, swiftly disassembling it with a flick of his wrist, leaving Yangzi with only the grip in hand. With a powerful motion, Yangzi was lifted off the ground. He executed a backflip, landing while holding the dagger in his left hand and the gun grip in his right, barely stabilizing himself and preparing to attack once more. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he was taken aback, exclaiming, Second uncle. Lin Xiaoheng and Lin Manqing shared his astonishment, both exclaiming, Second granduncle. The difference in their reactions was stark. Lin Manqing's face shone with joy, while Lin Xiaoheng trembled with fear. The arriving figure was Lin Xiaoming, who had long been by Lin Xiaoying's side. At this moment, Lin Lifeng had just reached the roadside, preparing to enter his vehicle, when he heard the commotion and felt a profound shock. Although Lin Xiaoming was not a true member of the Lin family, he was Lin Xiaoying's most trusted confidant and the only person who instilled fear in Lin Lifeng. The car door swung open. The summer night wind was unexpectedly strong, more biting than the chill of late autumn. Standing there for mere seconds felt like decades to Lin Lifeng. Second uncle. He approached Lin Xiaoming, asking, What brings you here? If I hadn't come, how did you plan to resolve tonight's situation? Lin Xiaoming's voice was calm, yet carried an invisible weight that pressed heavily upon Lin Lifeng. Second uncle. It's merely a bit of youthful playfulness. There's nothing serious at hand. Playfulness? Lin Xiaoming glanced at Yangzi. Is this what you call playfulness? Guns have been drawn. Second uncle. It's just that things got a bit out of hand. I called Zihua over to teach them a lesson, Lin Lifeng explained. Lin Manqing recounted the events that had transpired, being careful not to mention the disgraceful words spoken by Lin Xiaoheng. Even so, her narrative drew a frown from Lin Xiaoming. While Lin Xiaoheng was utterly terrified, Lin Lifeng continued, Indeed, second uncle, I initially did not wish to say much. After all, he is the grandfather's chosen son-in-law and has just cured the grandfather's illness. I should give him some leeway. But look at what happened. Xiaoheng made a mistake. He merely spoke out of turn, a spoiled brat, as everyone knows. Yet, he has been beaten to this extent. What am I to do? Are you implying that Manqing lied to me? Lin Qiangming pressed. Manqing has always been a good child. However, this Li fellow may not be a decent person. Surely, Manqing has been swayed by his influence. Otherwise, how could our Lin family daughter be out at such an hour with a man? I could not stand by. I reprimanded her earlier, but she turned against me, despite our care for her. Lin Manqing had never encountered such unabashed audacity and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Qiangming furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was Lin Xiaoheng who had been injured. That was a fact. The rest of the situation hinged solely on Lin Manqing's word, lacking any evidence. Manqing, you must take responsibility for what you just said, Lin Qiangming reminded her. I swear on my character. What I say is the truth. Nonsense. What can you guarantee? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you are merely slandering. Lin Xiaoheng shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation and knowing he could not admit to his previous statements. Suddenly, Li Muchen interjected, you seek evidence? Quite simple. Huang San, come forth. Coming. The crowd turned to see a figure emerging from the throng. He had initially mingled among the ruffians brought by Lin Xiaoheng, pretending to be incapacitated by Li Muchen, groaning on the ground. Now he held a mobile phone. Young Master Li, Huang San approached Li Muchen, bowing slightly as he handed over the phone. As per your instructions, I have recorded everything that transpired. This was a scheme Li Muchen had meticulously orchestrated from the moment he arranged to meet Lin Manqing for a barbecue. He had initially tasked Ma Shan with leaking information to Kai Weiman, gauging the potential of the situation through Kai's reactions. Kai informed Lin Xiaoheng, who subsequently contacted Li Muchen. Given Lin Xiaoheng's intentions towards Lin Manqing, he would undoubtedly come. This presented a rare opportunity for Li Muchen to ascertain whether Lin Xiaoheng had been the victim of a nefarious plot involving a cursed arrow, and if Lin Xiaoheng was behind it. However, given Lin Xiaoheng's familial ties to the Lin family, especially after Lin Manqing had revealed the grandfather's lingering feelings of indebtedness towards the Lin Lifeng family, Li Muchen recognized the need for a formidable witness. Thus, he turned to Lin Qiangming. By chance, he had added Lin Qiangming on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers during his hospital visit for the sake of direct communication with Lin Xiaoheng. The unfolding events had initially disappointed Li Muchen, as he was convinced that Lin Xiaoheng was a fool, a complete wastrel, and that the cursed arrow incident had no connection to him. Therefore, he had planned merely to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Lin Lifeng had arrived in person, and Li Muchen was now certain that Lin Lifeng had ties to the cursed arrow incident. Even if he were not the mastermind, he was undoubtedly an accomplice. Seeing Huang San emerge with the phone, a smile spread across Li Muchen's face. This was a plan he had devised well in advance. The role was originally intended for Ma Shan, but he was too conspicuous and easily recognizable. Huang San was a perfect fit, already fitting in with the crowd and delivering a natural performance. Huang San indeed took his role seriously. In his eyes, Li Muchen was akin to a deity, one who wielded thunder and controlled life and death. With such a splendid opportunity to perform, how could he not give it his all? Li Muchen instructed Huang San to play the video. Huang San, displaying remarkable intelligence, deftly fast-forwarded the inconsequential parts of the video, pausing only at pivotal moments. When he heard Lin Xiaoheng, with a sinister grin, proclaim his intention to bestow Lin Manqing upon a group of ruffians, Lin Qiangming's expression shifted subtly. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and continued to watch. It was not until Lin Xiaoheng confessed to the abduction of Lin Manqing and ominously remarked that the old man had only a few days left to live that Lin Qiangming snatched the phone away. Lin Xiaoheng, now pale with fear, stammered, "Uncle, let me explain," while Lin Lifeng was still making his final attempts. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Li Gongzi declared, "You take Manqing and leave. I have some matters to settle with this young Master Lin." Lin Qiangming paused, saying, "They have their own family rules to deal with him. You need not intervene." Li Muchen smiled slightly. "The Lin family has its rules, but I, Li Muchen, have my own principles." Nodding silently, Lin Qiangming turned to Lin Manqing. "Then let us depart." A flicker of worry crossed Lin Manqing's mind, though she could not discern whether it was for Li Muchen's safety or the fear that he might act too ruthlessly. Casting a lingering glance at Li Muchen, she cautioned, "Be careful." With a knowing smile, Lin Manqing followed Lin Qiangming away, their figures vanishing at the intersection. Only then did Li Muchen turn his attention to Lin Xiaoheng. "What do you intend to do? I believe I mentioned that if you tried any tricks, I would break your other leg." Lin Xiaoheng, trembling, replied, "What tricks? I have done as you instructed. However, is it not a trick to have called your father here? Moreover, you spoke many inappropriate words to Manqing, my fiancée. Your tongue is foul. I detest such foulness, so I pondered how to silence you to prevent your further pestilence." As he stepped forward, Lin Xiaoheng recoiled in fear. Yangzi swiftly moved to shield Lin Xiaoheng, glaring coldly at Li Muchen. "Do not overstep, Li. If you dare to harm Xiaoheng again, I shall kill you. Do not think that just because my uncle is here, I am afraid to act." Huang San's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a prominent figure from the Lin family, a well-known individual in Muchen. He eagerly awaited to see whether this illustrious personage would prove more formidable than the one wielding such power. Li Muchen chuckled softly. "You may kill me if you can." Lin Lifeng, filled with rage, felt his long-planned ambitions about to be thwarted by this young man. Luckily, he had prepared an escape route. You bring this upon yourself. He seethed, directing all his resentment toward Li Muchen. Zihua, kill him. Yang Zihua, already prepared, lunged at Li Muchen at the command, launching a lethal strike. His dagger emitted a flash of white light, its tip imbued with a hint of sword intent, slicing through the air toward Li Muchen's throat. However, unexpectedly, the dagger stopped mere inches from its target, caught between Li Muchen's fingers. Yang Zihua could not fathom how Li Muchen had executed such a maneuver. Despite his forceful thrust, he could advance not even a fraction further, as if held fast by an iron vice. Breathless, Yang Zihua marveled at the sheer power of Li Muchen's grip. In that moment, Li Muchen subtly shifted his fingers, and the steel dagger shattered into several pieces, clattering to the ground. Yang Zihua stood stunned. Li Muchen then deftly grasped Yang Zihua's wrist, giving it a gentle shake before sending him sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. Yang Zihua gazed at Li Muchen in disbelief. Your skills are commendable, yet you have strayed onto a perilous path, finding pleasure in taking lives while neglecting the essence of martial arts. You have merely grazed the surface of dark energy, while Lin Er Yi has reached its pinnacle, poised to step into the realm of transformation. You must feel the vastness of your disparity. Lin Er Yi disarmed you with the same technique I employed to push you away. Yang Zihua was aghast. You are a master of transformation. Yet he shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Impossible. Li Muchen offered no further explanation, instead advancing toward Lin Xiaoying. The latter, now in tears, cried out, Dad, save me. Dad. Lin Lifeng's demeanor shifted dramatically as he implored, Wait. Spare my son. I will give you anything you desire. Li Muchen shook his head. What I seek, you cannot provide. With a gentle wave of his hand, he brushed his fingers across Lin Xiaoying's cheek. The latter sputtered incoherently, calling out for his father before dissolving into childlike sobs. Yang Zihua stood by, paralyzed by fear. Li Muchen raised his foot and placed it upon Lin Xiaoying's other leg. Lin Lifeng's fear escalated as he helplessly watched his son suffer, enduring an unprecedented humiliation. Li Muchen, what must I do to spare my son? He cried in desperation. Li Muchen calmly replied, Then tell me, where is the sorcerer who inscribed the cursed arrow? Chapter 55. Born to it the cursed arrow? Lin Lifeng clearly had never encountered this term before, his expression one of confusion. Li Muchen began to doubt his own judgment. Who did you give the old master Lin's birth date to? He rephrased. Lin Lifeng hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing his son lying on the ground, he sighed. If I tell you, will you spare my son? Li Muchen let out a cold laugh, sending a shiver down Lin Xiaoying's spine. Certainly. To me, you are but ants. As long as you do not court death, you shall not perish. However, should you dare deceive me, it will cost more than just your son's life. This remark struck a nerve within Lin Lifeng. Having lived half a lifetime, he had never endured such indignity. Very well, I will tell you, it is Zhao Qinyang. Lin Lifeng trembled slightly, striving to maintain his composure. Who is Zhao Qinyang? Li Muchen inquired. Lin Lifeng was taken aback. Li Muchen did not know Zhao Qinyang. Was the pursuit of reputation so paramount? It is not merely reputation. Whoever is deemed the best in Hucheng wields greater influence over policy and urban development, controlling the majority of resources and securing more from the province and beyond. So, you have betrayed your own family to assist the Zhao clan against the Lin family? Would I willingly aid the Zhao family? I merely seek to think long-term. Lin Lifeng hesitated, lamenting the squandered opportunities during his tenure as head of the family. In recent years, in real estate and the photovoltaic industry, we held the advantage. Yet ultimately, both families ended up equal, allowing the Feng family to take a share. The massive development project at Lingshan Lake was seized by them. Lin Lifeng huffed in frustration. If I were at the helm, the Lin family would undoubtedly be the foremost in Hucheng. The Zhao family would be of no consequence. Observing Lin Lifeng's exasperation, Li Muchen became convinced of the veracity of his claims. Lin Xiaoxing possessed a more earnest nature than Lin Lifeng. He was a gentleman by fair measure, yet somewhat pedantic. Li Muchen may not grasp the intricacies of business, but he understood human nature. Much like cultivation, the pursuit of immediate gains, while momentarily successful, ultimately leads to ruin. Should Lin Lifeng manage the family's affairs, the Lin family might rise to prominence in Hucheng for a time, yet inevitably, they would decline. Thus, the elder Lin chose Lin Xiaoxing as the family head. Not out of favoritism toward his son. In Lin Lifeng's eyes, the old man is undeniably biased. He perceives himself as superior to Lin Xiaoxing in every aspect, yet feels perpetually overshadowed. This perception of unfairness has warped his psyche over time, breeding resentment towards both Lin Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxing. Li Muchen has seen through Lin Lifeng's facade. Do you know what Zhao Qinyang intends to do with the old man's birth date? Yes, they have consulted a feng shui master, reputed to possess knowledge of yin and yang, capable of predicting destinies. They have taken the old man's birth date to ascertain how many days he has left to live. Is it really that simple? What else could it be? Li Muchen shook his head. You have been used as a pawn without your knowledge. They indeed sought someone. But he is not a feng shui master. He is a shaman. The purpose of obtaining the old man's birth date is to employ a curse known as the nail-headed arrow spell. This is a form of sorcery that guarantees the afflicted will meet an untimely demise within a week at the earliest, or at most, 49 days. How can this be possible? Lin Lifeng exclaimed in disbelief. How could mere mortals comprehend such arcane arts? Let me ask you. When Zhao Qinyang acquired the old man's birth date, Did he not also take yours? Did he not say he would help you determine if you are destined to become the head of the Lin family? Lin Lifeng's expression turned to one of shock. Having navigated the business world and encountered countless individuals, he was not oblivious to the implications. If what Li Muchen said was true, and if such a sorcery as the nail-headed arrow spell indeed existed, then Zhao Qinyang could, through the shaman's hand, eliminate the old man today and could just as easily take Lin Lifeng's life in the future. The realization that his life was already in someone else's grasp sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. No, it cannot be. Such sorcery cannot exist in this world. Even at this moment, he remained unable to believe it. He could not fathom that such magic was real, nor could he accept that he had been deceived by the son of Zhao Sihai. The following day, Li Muchen went to work at the Qingmin restaurant as usual. The business was unexpectedly thriving, with many unfamiliar faces among the patrons. Some arrived in pairs, while others came in groups of 3 or 5. These individuals were generous, ordering the restaurant's most expensive dishes. The kitchen staff had to make several trips to the market to replenish supplies. With insufficient manpower, even the boss became a server. Bustling about in a frenzy, the boss lady, behind the bar, was busy tallying the accounts and collecting payments, her face beaming with joy. She had forsaken her hairdo and set aside mahjong, working tirelessly until 3 in the afternoon before finally catching a break. When Chef Rong and his assistant Xiao Yang emerged from the kitchen, they were drenched in sweat, looking like drowned rats. Chef Rong fanned himself with his hat, complaining, "Boss lady, what day is it today? If we continue like this, I demand a raise." His apprentice, Xiao Yang, chuckled beside him. "Raise, raise, raise." The boss lady, beaming with delight, responded, "If every day is like this, I will definitely give you a raise. Look at how exhausted our Chef Rong is." Chef Rong was a stout man with a large head and thick neck, the quintessential cook. Yet, his skin was remarkably fair, even whiter than the boss lady's. After sweating, he resembled a jade submerged in water. "Hey, Xiaoli, why aren't you sweating? I've seen you bustling about, not slacking off." Li Muchen smiled. "It's natural." "Ah, a deity." Chef Rong marveled. "I once heard my master say that when one becomes immortal, their skin resembles congealed fat, and their blood turns to white cream. Even when thrown into a stove, they do not sweat." The boss lady chimed in, "I don't sweat either. Does that mean I'm becoming immortal too? Come on. You've been sitting behind the bar with the air conditioning blowing on you. How could you possibly sweat?" The boss lady shot a glance at Chef Rong. Chef Rong laughed heartily. "I'm just a cook. You pay me, and I earn my keep. How could I dare to criticize you?" Li Muchen, intrigued, asked Chef Rong, "I can tell by your accent that you hail from the capital?" "Ah, I've always spoken this way." After decades, the accent is hard to shake off. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Chef Rong's eyes. "How long have you been away?" "Oh, quite a while. Over 20 years, I reckon. When I first left the capital, I was just as dashing as you, with long hair and a kitchen knife slung over my shoulder, more stylish than those rock stars with guitars. Ah, time is relentless." Chef Rong chuckled, patting his nearly bald head. "Please, Chef Rong, share some stories of the old capital." Li Muchen feigned great interest. "There are countless tales of the old capital, tricks and deceptions at Liuli Workshop, tales of the underworld beneath the bridge, romances in the 8 alleys. Which would you prefer? If you seek stories of the imperial city, you have come to the wrong person. You should ask a eunuch instead." "Ha!" Li Muchen urged. "Tell us about the affluent families in the capital." Chapter 56. The True Aristocracy. Ah! Xiao Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "I wonder what kind of delicacies these wealthy elites indulge in. Do they dine on dishes worth thousands each meal?" Chef Rong replied, "The wealthy are still human. They can only eat so much. If they consume half a gene of meat, they will surely vomit 3. It's not as if they dine like Empress Dowager Cixi. However," he continued, "I have indeed seen true wealth. In my lifetime, apart from the years of the emperor, I have never heard of anyone as extravagant as them. Master, please don't keep us in suspense. What makes them so extravagant? Do they consume bear bile or tiger paws?" "Huh, what does that count for?" Chef Rong scoffed. Back in the day, the Li family in the capital hosted a distinguished guest, laying out a banquet that was truly magnificent. When it comes to aristocracy, that's the real deal. Li Muchen perked up, ears attentive. "Come on, master, please tell us. Don't keep us hanging." Xiao Yang urged. "When others hold banquets, the utmost they can manage is a Manchuhan imperial feast, maybe 108 dishes. That requires at least 5 renowned chefs, and if one is particular about it, a dozen or more chefs to prepare." But the Li family invited the chefs from all 36 famous restaurants in the capital, along with their apprentices, summoning over 100 chefs to prepare every notable dish from the 8 major cuisines. Just imagine such a spectacle. Who among you has ever witnessed anything like it? Xiao Yang was left speechless, his mouth agape. Even Maid Jie listened intently, captivated. Only Boss Wang maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, resting behind the bar. "How much did that cost?" Xiao Yang marveled. "Cost?" Chef Rong retorted. "Not to mention those 800 dishes. Just the expenditures for ingredients and the 100+ chefs. Consider the losses incurred when all 36 restaurants closed for a day. How much do you think that amounts to?" "Wow." Xiao Yang gasped. "How could those restaurants agree? Now that's what you call true aristocracy. Some matters aren't merely about wealth. Let the current tycoons try to throw money around and see if those restaurants would dare to close for them. Remember, those 36 restaurants are not just any eateries. They are backed by substantial groups and forces. Countless luminaries from the capital dine at those establishments daily." "Chef Rong, how come I've never heard of this before?" Mei Jie inquired. Back then, information wasn't as developed as it is now. The media didn't report on it. So outsiders naturally remained oblivious. Such a significant event. Why didn't the media cover it? The Li family forbade any reporting. Who would dare to publish it? And how do you know so much? Me? Hee. Chef Rong beamed with pride. My master was one of the chefs from those 36 restaurants. I was fortunate enough to assist him. I witnessed firsthand the artistry behind those 800 dishes, crafted by the 36 chefs. Wow, master, you are truly remarkable. Xiaoyang praised. Li Muchen then asked, Chef Rong, do you know who the guest of honor was at that Li family banquet? How would I know? We cooks don't concern ourselves with who the diners are. He shrugged. But I do know that the guest was a woman. As the Li family steward specifically instructed us to consider the unique tastes of female palates while preparing the dishes. A woman? Li Muchen pondered, his mind racing. It must have been a person of great significance. If we could locate this individual, we might uncover some clues. Master Rong, how much do you know about the Li family? Inquired Li Muchen. I'm merely a cook. Once I finish my tasks with my master, I gather my utensils and depart. How would I know about their affairs? Moreover, I must tell you, the aristocratic families in the capital are exceedingly discreet. It was only during that occasion that I became aware of the existence of the Li family. Just as Master Rong finished speaking, Boss Wang, who was behind the bar, interjected, Master Rong, since you had the rare opportunity to visit a prominent household, didn't you take anything while you were there? Master Rong's expression shifted, and he retorted angrily, Hey, you, Wang Laowu, what are you saying? Do you know what is most vital for a chef? Reputation. Do you understand? Speak out of turn again, and I shall slice you. Although Boss Wang was called Wang Laowu, he remained unfazed, still grinning as he replied. If you didn't take anything, then you didn't. Why the rush? You seem so angry, as if you had stolen something. Hey Wang Laowu, are you looking for a fight? Master Rong stood up, his beard bristling. Do you believe I would really strike you? Come on, do it. Boss Wang still laughed. Master Rong was about to storm into the kitchen to fetch a knife, when Xiaoyang swiftly embraced him. Master, calm down. Calm down. Li Muchen found the interaction between the two rather peculiar. Sister Mei winked at him with a smile. Don't mind them. They often act this way. Li Muchen seemed to grasp the situation. Unable to extract any information from Master Rong at that moment, he took leave from Sister Mei, as he needed to visit the Lin family. Lin Shangyi had already been discharged from the hospital. Since it was now known that the Zhao family was behind the mischief, there was no longer a need to feign illness at the hospital. After being released, Lin Shangyi called Li Muchen, insisting that he come by before 5 in the afternoon. As Li Muchen was to assist Lin Shangyi with acupuncture, he readily agreed. Upon arriving at Beishi Villa, he spotted Madame Lin, Yan Huimin, and Lin Manqing waiting at the entrance. The moment Li Muchen appeared, Yan Huimin exclaimed, Here he comes. Suddenly, she picked up a broom from nearby and began sweeping the ground outside the door. Li Muchen stood in astonishment, bewildered by her actions. He approached to greet them. Madam Manqing, Muchen is here. Madame Lin responded with a smile, yet her hands did not cease their work, sweeping toward Li Muchen's feet. He hastily stepped aside, moving 2 paces away. To his surprise, as he moved, Madame Lin followed suit, sweeping wherever he went. As she swept, she called out, Muchen, come here, walk with me. She continued to retreat while sweeping, effectively clearing a path for Li Muchen. Madam, what are you doing? Li Muchen inquired, perplexed. Don't call me madam, call me aunt. Yan Huimin cheerfully waved the broom. Her awkward movements indicated that she was unaccustomed to such chores. Li Muchen glanced at Lin Manqing, who could no longer contain her laughter. Have you forgotten? Before you treated my grandfather, you made a bet with my mother. Li Muchen suddenly realized, then looked again at the beaming Yan Huimin and quietly remarked, Seeing your mother so happy, I can't help but feel as though I have lost. Lin Manqing shot him a glance. You're taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. Li Muchen chuckled. Under Madame Lin's diligent sweeping, Li Muchen walked along a pristine path into the Lin residence. This scene left the security guard at the entrance utterly dumbfounded. Not only had Madame Lin personally come out to greet him, but she also swept the path as if welcoming a guest in a grand manner. She appeared genuinely delighted, as though she had won a first-class lottery. What sort of young man is this? Chapter 57. A deep-seated grudge. Madame Lin's enthusiastic sweeping was not solely due to losing the bet. No one would feel joyous after losing a wager, even if Li Muchen had displayed miraculous medical skills by curing the elder's ailment. Her elation stemmed from the events of the previous night. Upon hearing that Li Muchen had broken Lin Xiaoheng's leg, Yan Huimin nearly leapt with joy. This was an act she had long desired but felt powerless to execute. Lin Xiaoheng, that scoundrel, not only caused trouble outside, but had also bullied Lin Manqing and Lin Yun since childhood. Yan Huimin had long harbored disdain for him, yet found herself unable to act against him. With Li Muchen avenging her grievances, how could she not feel joy? The key concern was that Lin Lifeng had also encountered misfortune. This cousin from the Lin family had always been a source of anxiety for Yan Huimin. She was acutely aware that Lin Lifeng was an ambitious individual, constantly eyeing the position of family head. While the elder was alive, he would not dare to act. But once the elder passed, no one could predict his actions. What worried her most was that Lin Lifeng had a prodigious son who was currently in Japan and supposedly thriving. Yan Huimin certainly opposed this, but her voice carried little weight, leaving her powerless. Meanwhile, her husband, out of brotherly affection, remained entirely unsuspecting of Lin Lifeng. Now, however, Lin Lifeng had encountered trouble. Although the specifics were still unclear to Yan Huimin, she knew that with Lin Lifeng's downfall, he could no longer vie for the position of family head. The greatest threat to her husband's status had been eliminated. Yan Huimin regarded Li Muchen with newfound respect. The elder's discernment was indeed exceptional. In this regard, she felt inadequate. This son-in-law not only possessed great skill, but also served as a blessing for their family. The only lingering concern was that during Li Muchen's last visit, he had mentioned he was there to call off the engagement. At that time, she assumed it was a young man seeking an easy way out, but now, reflecting on it, she feared it might have been genuine. Yan Huimin realized she must secure this future son-in-law tightly and not let him slip away. As she continued to sweep, she welcomed Li Muchen into the home. The living room was already filled with several guests, including Lin Xiaoxing and two couples. Everyone was curiously observing Li Muchen. Lin Manqing informed him that these were her aunts and uncles. The younger one was her aunt, Lin Xiaofeng, who was her father's biological sister. The man sitting beside her was her uncle, Shun Mingchun, from the Shun family of Guqing. Li Muchen surmised that the Shun family of Guqing must also be a prominent clan, as Shun Mingchun exuded an air of innate nobility that was evident even while seated. In contrast, the other man sitting nearby was entirely different. His name was Sun Guangfu, the husband of Lin Manqing's fourth aunt, Lin Yue. The couple's attire and demeanor starkly contrasted with those of Shun Mingchun and his wife. Sun Guangfu wore a gloomy expression, clearly displeased with the atmosphere. Lin Manqing explained that the elder had summoned all members of the Lin family. This couple was relatively close to her father, Lin Xiaoxing, while several others who were closer to her uncle, Lin Lifeng, were in another villa. Muchen has arrived, come sit. Lin Xiaoxing warmly invited. Good day, uncle. Li Muchen replied as he settled into the sofa next to Lin Xiaoxing. Lin Manqing took a seat beside Madame Lin. Just as she sat down, Madame Lin remarked, "Why are you sitting here? I still need to brew tea. Go sit next to Muchen." She promptly sent Lin Manqing over. Lin Manqing's cheeks flushed, and realizing only Li Muchen had an available spot, she moved to sit beside him. Madame Lin instructed someone to set out the tea set and began to boil water herself. The first cup of tea was handed to Li Muchen. "Muchen, here. Drink this tea." Watching Li Muchen accept the cup and take a sip, Madame Lin then cheerfully proceeded to serve tea to the others. Lin Xiaofeng took the cup, mentioning Manqing, yet her gaze was fixed on Li Muchen. "Muchen, you mustn't mind. Your aunt here just loves to chatter," Madame Lin said. Li Muchen felt a bit embarrassed, wondering how he had suddenly become the subject of conversation. Lin Xiaofeng added, "According to tradition, when a son-in-law enters the family, we must present a red envelope. Mingchun, do you have any cash on you? Let us prepare a red envelope." Shin Mingchun responded, "In this day and age, who carries cash? How much do you need? I can have someone bring it over." Yan Huimin hurriedly said, "Oh, no need to give any red envelope. It's not like we're hosting a banquet." Lin Xiaofeng replied, "How can that be? The new son-in-law visits. A red envelope is a must. Otherwise, people will say the Lin family lacks manners. Let us do a mobile transfer. Muchen, let me add you on WeChat." Li Muchen wore a grim expression, pondering the absurdity of the situation. This sister-in-law of Manqing was indeed overly enthusiastic. He also noticed that his fourth uncle, Sun Guangfu, appeared somewhat displeased. Li Muchen was reluctant to add Lin Xiaofeng on WeChat, but found it difficult to refuse. Just as he was caught in an awkward moment, the front door swung open, and a man and a woman entered. The woman, in her 50s, had a plump figure adorned with extravagant jewelry. The man, of similar age, was tall and exuded an imposing presence. Upon their entrance, Lin Xiaoxing immediately stood and exclaimed, "Elder sister, brother-in-law." Yan Huimin's expression soured, yet she rose as well. Others followed suit to greet them. Lin Manqing called out, "Aunt, uncle." Only Li Muchen remained seated. Lin Manqing gently tugged at him, but he remained unmoved. His inertia stemmed from two reasons. First, he had no habit of standing for others unless it was his master. Second, he sensed that the intentions of the newcomers were far from benevolent. What a lively gathering. The woman, referred to as elder sister, sneered. "We are all descendants of the Lin family, residing at Beishi Mountain Villa, yet it feels so desolate over there. Sitting there, I truly understand the fickleness of human nature. The warmth and coldness are known to oneself." "Elder sister, that's not true. The younger siblings just arrived. They should have come to invite you earlier," Lin Xiaoxing interjected. "Yes. Elder sister, brother-in-law, please sit down and join us for tea," Yan Huimin added. "Tea is unnecessary. I heard the new son-in-law has arrived, so I came to take a look. This must be him." The woman's gaze fell upon Li Muchen, who still did not budge. Her expression darkened. "The new son-in-law visits, and I haven't prepared any gifts, so according to tradition, I'll give a red envelope." The woman pulled out a thick stack of cash from her bag. "A total of 44,004, just a token of my sincerity." With that, she flung the money toward Li Muchen. Bills flew through the air, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Being struck with money was a profound insult, especially with such an inauspicious number. How much animosity lay behind that gesture? The bills drifted down like autumn leaves, but not a single one touched Li Muchen. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, forming a circle around him. The woman scoffed. "The envelope is given. The custom is fulfilled. Now we must settle your account. I heard you broke my nephew's leg last night." Chapter 58. Always at your service. Lin Xiaoxing's expression shifted slightly. "Elder sister, there are reasons for this matter." "Silence." The woman shot him a glare. "I am not questioning you now. If you defend him, I will deal with you as well." Lin Xiaoxing's countenance darkened, anger simmering within him, yet he held his tongue out of respect for her status. "What? Are you afraid to admit it? Weren't you quite the hero last night? Now you're acting like a coward?" Li Muchen looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" The woman was taken aback, then laughed mockingly. You dare to ask who I am? Ask them who I am. Lin Manqing whispered to Li Muchen. This is my aunt, Lin Lai, the elder sister of my uncle. The man beside her is my uncle, Yuan Guocheng. What do you want? Li Muchen was not particularly interested in her identity. He simply needed to know who was throwing money at him. Nothing much. I just want to ask you one question. Did you break my nephew Xiaoheng's leg? Yes. Humph, quite candid, aren't we? Now tell me, who instructed you to do this? Lin Lai's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoxing. Lin Xiaoxing frowned slightly, while Yan Huiman's expression changed dramatically. No one instructed me, Li Muchen replied. Yan Huiman let out a sigh of relief. She was genuinely concerned that Li Muchen might, in fear, implicate Lin Xiaoxing as his instigator. Lin Lai was not to be underestimated. She was bold and decisive. The elder had said that had she been a man, she would undoubtedly be a fierce general of the Lin family. Moreover, her husband, Yuan Guocheng, hailed from the Yuan family of Qiantang. Though he was not the head of the family, he held a significant position. The Yuan family was a prominent clan, second only to the Qian and Gao families in Qiantang. While the Lin family was a prestigious lineage in Huqing, they still paled in comparison to those illustrious families of Qiantang. This elder sister was already a formidable character, and with the Yuan family backing her, she was even more formidable. Lin Lai was the biological sister of Lin Lai Feng, and Lin Xiaoheng was her nephew. Lin Xiaoheng's arrogance stemmed not only from his father's excessive pampering due to the early death of his wife, but also from his aunt's influence. Now that her nephew's leg had been broken by Li Muchen, how could she remain indifferent? However, Yan Huiman did not expect her to confront Li Muchen so directly, and it seemed she was holding Lin Xiaoxing accountable for the matter. No one instructed me. Lin Lai laughed heartily. You think you can act against my nephew? I'd be a fool to believe you. Boy, don't let yourself be used as a pawn without realizing it. Elder sister, aren't you being a bit excessive? Lin Xiaoxing finally spoke up. This is my home. Today, the fourth sister and younger sisters are all here. It's a rare gathering. If you've come for tea, we welcome you. But if it's for something else, it's best to wait until the elder has finished his family meeting. Lin Lai snorted coldly. What? Are you trying to use the elder to intimidate me? My brother may fear you, but I do not. Yuan Guocheng chuckled beside him. We are all family here. What is this about? Xiaoxing, it's south not my place to criticize you, but this matter is indeed your fault. Everyone is aware of the situation between you and Lai Feng, but you shouldn't have let the younger generation get involved, especially to the extent of causing injury. Your sister is understandably upset, wouldn't you agree? Yan Huiman recognized Yuan Guocheng as a cunning man. His words were eloquent, and as the younger brother, Lin Xiaoxing found it difficult to respond. However, if he remained silent, all the pressure would fall on Li Muchen alone. Yan Huiman felt a pang of sympathy for her son-in-law. It was supposed to be a joyous first visit, yet they were confronted by this fierce woman. Li Muchen leaned back on the sofa, looking at Lin Lai and said, I hit him. If he is unsatisfied, I can oblige him with another beating. Lin Lai erupted in anger, pointing at Li Muchen. Very well, you have guts. Just wait. You will reap what you sow. My nephew has suffered immensely, and I will make you pay double. With that, she turned and left. Yuan Guocheng shrugged at Lin Xiaoxing. Alas, Xiaoxing, I can't help you here. Shaking his head, he followed Lin Lai out. Just then, Li Muchen called out, wait. The two turned around to face him. What? Are you scared? It's not too late to be afraid now. Just tell me who the mastermind is, and I won't make things difficult for you. I can even offer you a considerable sum. Li Muchen bent down and began picking up the money from the floor. Lin Lai watched coldly, a slight smile creeping onto her lips, while everyone else frowned. Muchen Yu, Yan Huiman felt ill at ease, as if she had swallowed a fly. Even Lin Manqing was perplexed. Li Muchen diligently collected the scattered bills, stacking them neatly in his hands. He then stood up and walked over to Lin Lai. The person who instructed me is yet to be born. If you wish to take revenge on your nephew, feel free. I am always at your service. As for this money, I am returning it to you, 44,000 for every single bill. With a flick of his wrist, he scattered the cash into the air. Lin Lai was taken aback, whether in shock or unable to dodge, and simply watched as the money rained down upon her face. The living room fell into a deathly silence. The sound of cash rustling filled the air, cascading down to the ground in a flurry. Lin Lai stood in shock. Throughout her life, she had always been the strong one, and no one dared to confront her in such a manner. A whirlwind of emotions, anger, shame, and resentment, overwhelmed her heart. She could no longer bear it, and let out a piercing scream. Even her husband, Yuan Guocheng, was taken aback. Madam, are you all right? I want him dead. Lin Guocheng furrowed his brow. He held little regard for Li Muchen, and even less for Lin Xiaoxing. Yet this was Huqing, and the Lin family's patriarch was still alive. He pointed a finger at Lin Xiaoxing, then at Li Muchen, saying, You little brat, you have quite the nerve. He then supported Lin Lai and exited the room. Silence enveloped the living room for several minutes until Yan Huiman, wearing a worried expression, finally spoke up. Oh dear, what are we to do? Lin Xiaoxing's brow was also furrowed, but he reassured her, It will be fine. My elder sister is just angry. She will calm down. Lin Xiaoxing scoffed. Come on, brother. You know what kind of person she is. When has she ever suffered such humiliation? With her temperament, if it weren't for our grandfather still being alive, would she not have torn her son-in-law apart right here? Oh dear, my new brother-in-law, why engage in a battle of wills with her? She's just an old witch. Beside them, Shen Mingchun interjected, Xiao Feng, don't speak nonsense. My elder sister is capable of following through on her threats. If she says she wants the son-in-law dead, She will indeed act on it. Our grandfather can keep her in check, but once outside, no one can control her. Then what shall we do? Yin Huimin asked anxiously. The group wore solemn expressions, struggling to devise a plan. It was Lin Yue, the fourth aunt, who suggested, when soldiers come, we shall fight. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Why be so fearful of her? Is it not just her reliance on the Yuan family's power? Lin Xiufeng rolled her eyes. Fourth sister, you speak lightly, but do you comprehend how powerful the Yuan family is in Qiantang? Aside from the Qian and Gao families, who would dare to confront the Yuan family? If they wish to deal with Muchen, it would be as simple as a snap of their fingers. I believe we should devise a strategy, otherwise, we will suffer greatly. The Lin family began to exchange ideas on how to shield Li Muchen from the wrath of Lin Lai and Yuan Guocheng. Lin Manqing could no longer remain silent. She exclaimed, Mother, aunts, it seems you speak as if this is solely Muchen's affair. He offended aunt because he was acting for our family. Thus, we are indeed helping him. Lin Xiufeng retorted. What was the point of throwing money in aunt's face? It was merely to vent her anger. Now he's offended the Yuan family, and while we may be fine, he still has to study in Qiantang. Yin Huimin suggested, perhaps he should go abroad. Shen Mingshun added. If it were just a matter of dealing with Muchen, that would be manageable. He could simply avoid going to Qiantang. But what concerns me is if the Yuan family uses this as an excuse to unleash their family power against the Lin family. Surely not. My brother-in-law is not a core figure in the Yuan family. They wouldn't mobilize their clan for something trivial. That is uncertain. The Yuan family has long wished to extend their influence into Huqing, but out of respect for their familial ties with the Lin family, they have refrained from direct competition and have avoided cooperation with the Lin family's rivals. This situation provides them with an opportunity to invade Huqing. If they join forces with the Zhao and Feng families, the Lin family will be in peril. Shen Mingshun articulated the business landscape with clarity. I even suspect that my sister's uproar was incited by my brother-in-law, Shen Mingshun said. What? The others were taken aback, finding his reasoning compelling. So what now? Yin Huimin recalled her husband's recent business misfortunes and the old patriarch's declining health. If the Yuan family were to stir trouble in Huqing, it would be disaster upon disaster. Sister-in-law, I believe the only solution now is to have Muchen temporarily leave the Lin family and find somewhere to hide. Did you not mention going abroad? That could work well, Lin Xiufeng suggested. Yin Huimin nodded. Very well, let us send them both abroad. Mother, that seems rather hasty. I am doing well at Nanjing University. Lin Manqing protested. What do you know? This is for your own good. Yin Huimin implored. Li Muchen listened in silence, feeling utterly disregarded, as if he were invisible amidst the family's chatter. You all carry on, he said, rising without regard for their opinions and moving toward the exit. The Lin family looked on with furrowed brows. How ungrateful. Lin Xiufeng expressed her discontent. Yin Huimin defended Li Muchen. He grew up in a different environment than us. Do not take it to heart. What different environment? Lack of discipline is just lack of discipline. Not only is there a lack of discipline, but he also lacks sense. Do you think my sister refrained from acting against you just now because of your presence here? It is only because you are the Lin family's future son-in-law. Once you step outside this room, you are nothing. Lin Xiufeng regarded Li Muchen with a hint of pity. I truly do not understand where you found the courage to throw money in my sister's face and offend the Yuan family. You can only hide here to preserve your life. Xiufeng, Lin Xiufeng reprimanded. Do not speak so recklessly. Brother, I'm looking out for you. He is a junior. Can a mere aunt not speak a few words? Besides, he is not yet fully married into the family. Li Muchen smiled faintly, his steps unwavering. I appreciate your goodwill, but I require no protection from anyone, for you cannot shield me. As for the Yuan family, they do not intimidate me. Lin Xiufeng was taken aback. Sister-in-law, is there something wrong with the son-in-law you found? She pointed to her head. The silent fourth uncle, Sun Guangfu, observed the retreating figure of Li Muchen and felt a twinge of envy. What a fine young man, unperturbed by material wealth or personal misfortune, undaunted by authority, facing danger with a sense of independence. This is the essence of a true hero. Ha, such pretentiousness. Lin Xiufeng scoffed, turning her head away dismissively. Only Lin Yue, the fourth aunt, maintained a composed demeanor, casting a fierce glare at Sun Guangfu. He sighed softly, bowing his head. Ah, young man. I hope you can endure and not be crushed by the burdens of life. In my youth, I was much like you, full of ambition, critiquing the world, and viewing the elite as mere dust. Alas, I now find myself seated here, unable to raise my voice. Sun Guangfu felt a surge of impulse to rise and leave, just as Li Muchen had done, abandoning the clamor of women, including his own wife. Yet he understood that he could no longer do so. After years of studying the classics, he ultimately learned the harsh lessons of life. Even Confucius cannot match the capitalist. Li Muchen remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the villa. He was indifferent to their opinions. Strolling along the garden path, he wandered through the estate. Beishi Villa was vast. In a typical real estate project, such a plot of land would yield at least 100 luxurious villas. Yet here, there were only 17 homes, with the rest dedicated to greenery and pavilions. Rather than a residential area, it resembled a grand garden. Li Muchen gazed up at the sky. The faint gray clouds lingered, casting a somber hue over the heavens, yet ordinary people would hardly notice. Breaking through the cloud cover was a simple task, but Li Muchen had no intention of doing so at present. Firstly, he was unaware of the individual who had cast the spell. Breaking it would alert them. Secondly, he felt that the internal strife within the Lin family could serve as a beneficial trial. Were it not for his desire to repay the old patriarch's kindness, he would not have intervened at all. The one who set the cloud cover was likely the same individual who practiced the sinister art of the nail-headed arrow. That person was probably still within the Zhao family. Muchen, Lin Manqing called out as she chased after him. Oh, it's nothing. When Lin Manqing found herself alone with him, she noticed her heart racing inexplicably. What could this mean? She herself was at a loss. The first time she encountered him, there were no feelings at all. Yet, upon discovering that he was her grandfather's designated fiancé, everything changed. Could that betrothal possess such extraordinary power to transform one's perception? Lin Manqing seemed to grasp the notion, yet remained somewhat bewildered. I fear you may lose your way, she murmured, casting her gaze downward to her toes. Li Muchen indeed was unfamiliar with the route. Then you shall guide me, he proposed. Very well, Lin Manqing replied, a smile breaking upon her face as they strolled side by side beneath the verdant canopy. Do not take it to heart. My aunts can be rather brusque in their speech, though they harbor no ill intent, she cautiously explained, concerned that Li Muchen might feel discontent. I am indifferent, he replied. Truly indifferent? She pressed. Indeed. Lin Manqing then regarded him earnestly. What do you care about? Me? Li Muchen returned her gaze with equal seriousness. I care about you. As long as you remain distinct from them. Lin Manqing erupted into laughter. I see you are merely flattering me. In truth, you care for nothing. Yet I find joy in your words. They exchanged smiles, seated upon a stone by the artificial hill, gazing at the sunset on the horizon. A distant chime echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. The family meeting is about to commence. I must take my leave, Lin Manqing announced. Just then, Lin Haiming approached. Young Master Li, he addressed with that peculiar title. The elder requests your presence for acupuncture. But isn't the family meeting about to start? Li Muchen inquired, puzzled. For the elder was not truly ill. He merely required vital energy to prolong his life until the curse of the nailed arrow spell was broken. The acupuncture and medicine offered limited benefits, serving more as a fade for others. Lin Manqing's heart leaped with delight. Grandfather wishes for you to attend the family meeting as well. Since you are not a member of the Lin family, this is the only way to rightfully enter the ancestral hall. Chapter 60. Clearly. It is grandfather. The Lin family ancestral hall is situated at the southwestern corner of Beishi Villa, housed within a standalone building meticulously crafted in the style of ancient family shrines. The hall is spacious, featuring a main chamber for ancestral tablets, alongside a lounge and a conference room. Lin Shangyi reclined in a wicker chair in the lounge, his eyes gently closed. Li Muchen sat beside him, his fingers resting on the elder's pulse point. Lin Shangyi's energy appeared stable. After the infusion of vital energy, his life signs had steadied, though his spirit remained exceedingly weak. It was evident that the sorcerer who had cast the nailed arrow curse had not yet relinquished hope. Li Muchen understood well that without locating that individual, Lin Shangyi would inevitably perish within 3 days. A thread of vital energy flowed into Lin Shangyi's body, and he slowly opened his eyes, releasing a long sigh. Ah, how refreshing. It seems this old body may yet endure a few more days. Li Muchen smiled. Your health is quite robust. Barring unforeseen circumstances, living beyond 100 years poses no issue. Lin Shangyi laughed heartily. Thank you for your well wishes. I am already over 80. Whether I reach 100 is of little consequence. Life spans a century, often accompanied by the worries of 1,000 years. A few extra years merely add to one's burdens. At this stage, I wish only to arrange my affairs so that no chaos ensues after my passing. Li Muchen refrained from commenting on this matter, for he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Lin family and felt it inappropriate to interject. However, the elder seemed undeterred. Muchen, my eldest nephew is indeed somewhat debauched, having lacked proper guidance from a young age. For my sake, do not hold his actions against him. He is my brother's son, and had it not been for him during the family's time of peril, I would have perished long ago. Li Muchen comprehended the elder's intentions and responded, I have not taken Lin Xiaohing to heart, but should he provoke me again, I cannot promise what will transpire. Lin Shangyi nodded, exhaling deeply. Very well, if they persist in their misdeeds, I shall not be able to protect them. Please proceed to the conference room. I shall converse with Haiming shortly. The family conference room was located on the 2nd floor of the ancestral hall, and by the time Li Muchen entered, it was already brimming with attendees. All eyes turned towards him, whispers erupted among the gathered. Upon seeing him alongside Lin Manqing, those unfamiliar with him surmised that he was indeed the new son-in-law designated by the elder. However, they were taken aback by Lin Manqing's audacity in bringing him directly into the Lin family ancestral hall. According to family customs, only after formal marriage could a spouse or fiancé partake in such high-level family meetings. The conference room was expansive, and Li Muchen noted the evident division among the Lin family members, clearly separated into 2 factions. One side rallied around Lin Xiaoxing and his family, including Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Yue, consisting of many faces he had yet to recognize. The opposite faction was centered around Lin Lifeng, comprising Lin Lai and Yuan Guocheng, though their numbers were fewer. At that moment, Lin Lifeng, seated amidst a group, wore a troubled expression, and upon seeing Li Muchen enter, his demeanor darkened further. Lin Lai, spotting Li Muchen, erupted in fury, standing to vociferously question, what are you doing here? This is the Lin family ancestral hall, a family meeting. What right do you have to attend? It is grandfather who invited him. Lin Manqing attempted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Lai. Do not invoke the elder so casually. The Lin family's rules were established by our ancestors. even if the elder has arranged a betrothal for you. Until you are wed, he is not a member of the Lin family and thus lacks the right to enter the ancestral hall. Lin Lai, being the eldest daughter of the Lin family, was known for her assertiveness, wielding considerable influence due to her husband's standing in Xiantang. Moreover, she spoke truthfully. The Lin family indeed had such customs, and Li Muchen's presence in the ancestral hall violated these traditions. The crowd began to murmur, indeed. How can he come before marriage? Today's youth truly lack understanding of traditions. Those ignorant of the situation inquired, is he Manqing's boyfriend? Which family does he hail from? I do not know. It seems the elder arranged a betrothal long ago. What sort of gentleman is he? I've heard he used to scavenge. One wonders how much the elder had to drink to make such a match. Scavenger? That cannot be true. Listening to these discussions, Lin Manqing felt profoundly embarrassed. Yet, as a younger member of the family, she had no voice in such matters and was unsure how to clarify. Lin Yan Huimin, feeling for her daughter, stepped forward. Eldest sister, such words are uncalled for. The younger generation may be unaware, but it is not so severe. Yan Huimin, unaware that it was Lin Shangyi who summoned Li Muchen, mistakenly believed Lin Manqing had independently decided to bring him. Thus her tone carried a hint of trepidation. Lin Lai scoffed. The younger generation is unaware, but do you lack understanding as well? Breaking ancestral rules is not a trivial matter. It seems your Yin family's upbringing is lacking. Yet she did not forget to remind them. This is the Lin family ancestral hall, not your Yin family's. Yan Huimin's face flushed as Lin Lai's words struck a nerve, not merely attacking her, but implicating her maternal lineage. Yet she felt powerless to retort. As her daughter had indeed acted improperly, she cast a glance at Lin Manqing, inwardly chiding her for her impatience. Lin Lai's cold gaze swept over Yan Huimin and Lin Xiuxing. What? Has the head of the Lin family grown so dismissive of ancestral customs? Should we discuss changing the rules, or perhaps even the family head? Lin Manqing, growing anxious, interjected. Father, it was grandfather who sent for him. Lin Lai smirked. Whom do you think you are deceiving? The elder values customs above all. How could he allow an outsider to enter the ancestral hall for a family meeting? I suspect you are merely infatuated with this man. A person raised without a father or mother has no right to enter the Lin family. If you were to marry him, I wonder what face your father would have to sit in the family head's position. Lin Manqing's face flushed crimson. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Muchen's eyes. He disregarded the gazes of mockery and pity from the crowd. Firmly grasping Lin Manqing's hand as they navigated through the throng, approaching Lin Xiuxing and Yan Huimin. Manqing, please take a seat. And what about you? Lin Manqing seemed to sense Li Muchen's intentions, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Me? Li Muchen chuckled lightly. Some individuals appear to be less than welcoming. He turned and slowly walked towards Lin Lai. Who were you referring to when you spoke of those without a father or mother to guide them? The words had scarcely left his lips when, without warning, he slapped Lin Lai across the face. Gasps of disbelief filled the room. Within the Lin family, Lin Lai held the position of the eldest sister, feared by all but the patriarch. Even he had never laid a hand on her. Lin Lai stood there, frozen, unable to comprehend how a mere son-in-law, yet to be formally welcomed into the family, could possess the audacity to strike her. Yuan Guoqing trembled. Pointing a shaking finger at Li Muchen, Lin Laiqi rose abruptly, glaring at Li Muchen. You dare to lay a hand on my sister? Li Muchen met his gaze with icy indifference. I promised you yesterday that I would let your son go. Today, I have just assured the patriarch that I would not hold your family accountable. However, should you provoke me further, do you think the patriarch can protect you? Lin Laiqi glared at Li Muchen, fury burning in his eyes. After years of restraint, his plans had nearly come to fruition, only to be thwarted by this young man. Ultimately, he slumped back into his seat, realizing he had no chance of turning the tide. Today might very well be his last family meeting. Lin Xiuxing stood, his voice sharp. Muchen, what are you doing? This is the ancestral hall. Do not act recklessly. Li Muchen replied, it's nothing. This woman has a foul mouth. If the Lin family cannot manage her, allow me to intervene. Lin Xiuxing felt his anger rising, not merely due to Li Muchen's actions against Lin Lai, but also because of Li Muchen's demeanor. He was not merely a son-in-law. He was acting like a master. At this moment, members of the Lin family could no longer remain seated, rising in unison to glare at Li Muchen. In the ancestral hall, before the ancestral tablets, striking the eldest sister of the Lin family was not only an affront to Lin Lai, but a humiliation to the entire clan. Get out. Who do you think you are to strike our eldest sister? Lin Xiuxing shouted. Are you deliberately bringing someone here to disgrace us? The crowd was incensed. Most were unaware of the events from the previous night and the reasons behind Lin Lai's animosity towards Li Muchen. They had always held themselves in high regard. And upon hearing that this son-in-law hailed from humble beginnings, they looked down upon him even more. How could they tolerate a scavenger striking the esteemed eldest sister of the Lin family? Some even directed their ire towards Lin Xiuxing, demanding he step down from his position as head of the family. Lin Xiuxing's expression darkened. He was at a loss for how to explain the situation. He also felt that Li Muchen's actions were excessive, leaving him utterly humiliated. Yan Huimin was equally distressed. Although Lin Lai's slap had provided a sense of relief, doing so in the ancestral hall meant offending the entire Lin family, jeopardizing any future access to the family. If it endangered her husband's position, it would be a grave miscalculation. Alas, this child has indeed never seen the world, lacking understanding and acting impulsively. Only Lin Manqing comprehended that Li Muchen was not naive nor impulsive, He simply did not care about the attitudes of the Lin family, including her father, Lin Xiaoxing. The Lin family had always believed themselves to be a prestigious lineage, never conceiving that someone would disregard them. In truth, such a figure had never emerged in Huqing, until today, when Li Muchen made his entrance. Aside from Lin Manqing, her younger brother Lin Yundong was perhaps one of the few present who did not find Li Muchen detestable. He observed Li Muchen with curiosity, even harboring a hint of admiration. Still in high school, Lin Yun was at a rebellious age. He had long disliked his aunt, who was domineering and reminiscent of an old witch. However, as a member of the Lin family, he could do nothing about it, despite his disdain. He had to greet her respectfully. Today, Li Muchen had accomplished what Lin Yun could only dream of. To him, it was more heroic than any character he had seen on television defeating a powerful foe. At that moment, Lin Yun accepted Li Muchen as his brother-in-law. He discreetly tugged at Lin Manqing's sleeve, giving her a thumbs up and making a face, whispering, "Sister, brother-in-law is amazing." Lin Manqing, anxious, shot him a glare. "Stop fooling around. Sister, brother-in-law is becoming the enemy of all. Won't you say something for him?" Lin Yun urged. Lin Manqing wished to defend Li Muchen, but in the ancestral hall, with so many elders present, she had no opportunity to speak. She could only seek her mother as assistance. Yet Yin Huimin was also at a loss. In such a situation, she could not overly protect him, for she was merely a daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Moreover, she believed Li Muchen's actions were problematic. While he had vented his anger, he had also placed himself in a dire predicament. How could a man with only medical skills and no substantial background, upon marrying into a prominent family, expect to navigate such waters without consequence? Yin Huimin did not wish for her daughter to endure hardships alongside a reckless youth. She hesitated, contemplating whether to endorse this union. Today, with Li Muchen inciting widespread ire, perhaps it would be an opportune moment to call off the engagement. The patriarch would likely not oppose. Of course, this was merely her thought. Ultimately, the decision rested on her husband's judgment. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoxing found himself in a particularly precarious position. Supporting Li Muchen would mean facing the fury of the entire clan. Yet, if he capitulated to the pressure and expelled Li Muchen, it would reflect poorly on his authority as patriarch. Everyone was aware that Lin Lai had consistently supported Lin Liqi, subtly challenging Lin Xiaoxing. The loudest voices against Li Muchen belonged to those closely aligned with Lin Liqi. Meanwhile, others, like Lin Xiaofeng and Lin Yue, though they felt embarrassed, chose to remain silent. At this juncture, Lin Lai snapped back to reality, shouting, "Security! Security!" Several guards rushed in. "Break his hand," Lin Lai commanded, pointing at Li Muchen. The guards, uncertain of the situation, hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. After all, this young man had only recently been personally welcomed into the Lin family by Lin Huimin. The incident had spread quickly among the guards. Yet, witnessing the furious expressions of the Lin family, they gradually moved towards Li Muchen. "Wait." Lin Xiaoxing finally spoke up. He could no longer remain silent. Allowing Lin Lai to command the guards to harm Li Muchen would utterly disgrace him as patriarch. "Sister, this is the ancestral hall. Striking someone in front of our ancestors seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" The moment the words left his mouth, it became evident that today could not end amicably. If Lin Lai summoned the guards, the Lin family would descend into chaos. In the ancestral hall, Li Muchen, as an unwelcomed son-in-law, was already facing criticism for his presence. How much worse would it be if her guards intervened? Lin Lai's guards, aligned with Yuan Guocheng, typically would not even step through the Lin family's threshold, let alone the ancestral hall. Yuan Guocheng's face betrayed excitement. If the Lin family fell into discord, he could seize the opportunity to gather their power and assets, propelling Yuan family into the Huqing market, thereby elevating his status within the Yuan family and perhaps even positioning himself to compete for the head of the family. "This foolish young man might just be my lucky star," Yuan Guocheng mused as he regarded Li Muchen. Lin Xiaoxing's eyelids twitched. He could not permit Lin Lai to bring the bodyguard inside. At this juncture, he could only take Li Muchen away to quell the situation. After all, without his orders, the security personnel would never dare to interrupt Li Muchen. "Take him out first," Lin Xiaoxing commanded. "No, his hand must be broken here, before our ancestors," Lin Lai insisted. Yuan Guocheng whispered something in Lin Lai's ear. She nodded and declared loudly, "If you, Lin Xiaoxing, allow this boy to leave unscathed today, I will shatter our ancestral tablet." The Lin family has already lost its face. What do we need the ancestral tablet for? Lin Xiaoxing's face darkened. He never expected such harsh words from Lin Lai. Just then, a voice from outside shouted, "I dare anyone to try." It was Lin Chanming, pushing a wheelchair occupied by the family patriarch, Lin Shangyi. Upon their entrance, the ancestral hall fell into an eerie silence. Lin Shangyi's expression was icy. He had been outside long enough to hear everything that transpired within. "Muchen, you have struck the Lin family's face today," he said. Chapter 62. Establishing authority and virtue. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Manqing and all those standing alongside Lin Xiaoxing felt a chill. Meanwhile, Lin Laifeng felt a surge of hope. Perhaps today would bring a turning point for him. The others looked at Li Muchen with mocking expressions, as if they could already envision the boy's dismal fate. Aspiring to be a son-in-law of the Lin family was now impossible. Preserving his life would be the best outcome. Li Muchen clasped his hands and said, "Elder, I meant no offense to the Lin family ancestors. My reprimand of this woman was purely in response to her foul words. If you deem my actions as striking the Lin family's face, I apologize." His words drew a chorus of derisive laughter. Weren't you quite formidable earlier? Is this all you've got? Who do you think you are? Just a ragpicker? Manqing is a fine girl, the pride of the Lin family. How could she marry him? Indeed, the elder must have been momentarily confused but has now awakened, seizing this opportunity to expel him. Is it that simple to expel him? Just wait and see how the eldest sister handles him. If he can breathe, he is lucky. As the crowd anticipated Li Muchen's humiliation, Lin Shangyi's next words left everyone in shock. Well done. The elder suddenly raised his voice, casting a cold gaze over the astonished crowd. Under his penetrating stare, the onlookers seemed petrified. Not a soul dared to speak. Only the sound of their racing hearts could be heard. How many years had it been since the Lin family had suffered such humiliation? They had lived too comfortably. Uncle. Lin Lai's face shifted between white and red. Despite her authoritative demeanor within the Lin family, she dared not overstep in front of the elder. I merely spoke a few words, and he struck me. I may not mind losing face, but what about the Lin family's dignity? Lin Shangyi exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. The crowd was bewildered. They could not comprehend the source of the elder's fury. Only Lin Lai Feng felt a pang of anxiety, realizing he could no longer escape today's reckoning. Uncle, I meant no such thing, Lin Lai protested, her voice tinged with grievance. Father, Lin Xiaoxing lowered his head. I have failed to be a proper head of the family, causing you worry. Lin Shangyi waved his hand. Enough, I do not blame you. The issues of our nation cannot be resolved in a day. I share responsibility for the Lin family's problems. Thus, today, I shall announce several matters to ensure accountability to the Lin descendants. The elder's words bore the weight of finality. Casting a heavy pall over the ancestral hall, the atmosphere grew stifling, and no one dared to breathe. Lin Shangyi sighed deeply and beckoned to Li Muchen. Muchen, come. Assist me with acupuncture. Lin Shanming produced the pre-prepared acupuncture tools. Li Muchen stepped forward and, before the gathered assembly, began to administer acupuncture to Lin Shangyi. This time, he did not employ any extraordinary techniques. It was simply a conventional acupuncture session. Having already infused his vital energy in the lounge, there was no need for further infusion. He merely used acupuncture to aid the elder in circulating the vital energy within, nourishing his aged limbs and organs. In a brief span, Lin Shangyi's complexion became rosy, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Li Muchen withdrew the needles. Lin Shangyi stood up from his wheelchair. Though aged, he was still tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority even without anger. The assembly began to believe that Li Muchen had indeed been invited by the elder to heal him. The elder's health had been precarious. Just days prior, he had nearly crossed over to the other side, a fact known to the family. However, aside from close relatives, few were aware of Li Muchen's involvement in the elder's treatment, and even those who had heard only thought it was an exaggeration. With this, many began to reconsider their stance towards Li Muchen. Although Lin Lai was still irked, she found it imprudent to express her frustration at this moment. To trouble Li Muchen further would jeopardize the elder's treatment. Should anything happen to him, she would become the Lin family's pariah. Father, whatever you wish to say, please do so. We are all listening, Lin Xiaoxing said. Lin Shangyi nodded and began. Today, I have two primary matters to address. The first is to deal with the family traitor. A family traitor? Most in the assembly were unaware of the events of the previous night, and thus found the elder's accusation perplexing. Chanming, please make the announcement, Lin Shangyi said wearily. Lin Chanming stepped forward and, in front of everyone, pointed at Lin Lai Feng, stating, Lin family traitor Lai Feng, colluding with outsiders, consorting with sorcerers, and endangering the elder's life. The evidence is irrefutable. Today, in the presence of our ancestors, we shall execute family law. Lai Feng, do you have anything to say? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone knew that Lin Lai Feng was one of the elder's most trusted individuals and a formidable contender for the head of the Lin family. Rumors had even circulated that the elder intended to pass the leadership to Lin Lai Feng. What could he possibly gain from colluding with outsiders? Seated in the front row, Lin Lai Feng initially harbored a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing Lin Chanming's stern words and the impending execution of family law, fear gripped him, and he fell to his knees. Uncle, I was wrong, I confess, but I truly did not collaborate with outsiders, nor did I intend to harm you. Lin Shangyi spoke solemnly. Since you recognize your faults, articulate them clearly before everyone in the presence of our ancestors. Yes. Lin Lai Feng knelt before the ancestral tablets and recounted how he had been deceived by the Zhao family, who tricked him into revealing the elder's birth date under the pretense of fortune-telling, and how he had invited a sorcerer to examine their home, ultimately leading to the elder being afflicted by sorcery that almost cost him his life. He did not conceal any details, knowing it would be futile to do so. Better to be forthright and adopt a sincere attitude, perhaps garnering a modicum of sympathy. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the ancestral hall. It was Lin Lai Feng striking his own face. Enough, Lin Shangyi interrupted. Before our ancestors, there is no need for theatrics. Chanming, according to family rules. How shall we dispose of him? Lin Chanming replied. According to Lin family rules, those who betray the family shall be drowned in the river. Lin Lai Feng felt his body weaken, collapsing onto the ground. Uncle, for my father's sake, please spare me. From the crowd, several began to plead on Lin Lai Feng's behalf. Elder, this cannot all be attributed to Lai Feng. It was the Zhao family's machinations. Yes, Lai Feng was deceived by the Zhao family. Let us forgive him this once. However, the elder appeared unfazed, weary as he slightly closed his eyes. Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brow. As the head of the family, second only to the old master, his words carried significant weight at this moment. Yet, he found it difficult to discern his father's intentions. Was he truly wishing for Lin Lifeng's demise, or was he inclined to show him mercy? If the former were the case, the process need not be so convoluted. Lin Chanming could simply carry out the family punishment without delay. Conversely, if mercy was intended, it was illogical to announce such matters publicly at the ancestral hall, awaiting the pleas of others on his behalf. At that juncture, the old master opened his eyes and turned to Li Muchen, inquiring, "Muchen, how do you believe I should handle him?" Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxing comprehended that the old master's theatrics were entirely orchestrated for Li Muchen's benefit. With an 18-year betrothal in hand, having saved the old master's life, and having publicly humiliated the eldest daughter of the Lin family, the fate of Lin Lifeng now rested upon his words. A mere utterance from him could grant Lin Lifeng reprieve, ensuring that no one in the Lin family would dare speak against him henceforth. It was a display of both authority and virtue. Yet, Lin Xiaoxing could not shake the feeling that this was less about selecting a son-in-law and more akin to choosing a successor. Chapter 63. A proper proposal. All eyes turned to Li Muchen. Although most were oblivious to why the old master sought his opinion, they could discern the gravity of his importance in the old master's eyes. His forthcoming statement could very well determine Lin Lifeng's fate. Within the Lin family, Lin Lifeng ranked third, a position of considerable influence, yet his destiny was now in the hands of a young outsider, which struck many as peculiar. Nevertheless, no one dared voice their doubts. Lin Lifeng's gaze held a glimmer of desperation, yet he could not muster the courage to meet Li Muchen's eyes. Even Lin Lai felt a tremor of anxiety, her body involuntarily shaking. She had never anticipated that her brother's life would hinge upon Li Muchen. Li Muchen remained composed. In the adjoining room, he had already assured the old master that he would spare Lin Lifeng and his son provided they ceased their provocations. At this moment, he certainly would not exploit their vulnerability to demand a life. However, as a disciple of Tiandu, his actions were guided solely by his principles. Even with an understanding of the old master's intentions, he had no desire to ingratiate himself with the Lin family. "This is your family's affair. I will leave it to the old master to decide," he declared. "Not your concern." Lin Shangyi observed him with a bemused expression. "Are you not a member of the Lin family? Or do you not wish to be one?" Li Muchen smiled gently, replying, "My surname is Li. I belong to the Li family." Some lamented his missed opportunity, noting how the old master had made his intentions abundantly clear, while others reveled in his folly, deeming him a simpleton for dismissing such prospects. Lin Lai scoffed, "A fine member of the Li family you are. Spare us the pretense of seduction. If you wish to be a son-in-law of the Lin family, then simply embrace that role. Do not speak of being a Li. We hold no respect for those who masquerade as virtuous while engaging in base conduct." Li Muchen did not even cast her a glance, choosing to ignore her entirely. Lin Lai felt slighted, her anger boiling within, yet the sting of her earlier humiliation restrained her from uttering anything too extreme. She swore silently that she would never allow Li Muchen to become a son-in-law of the Lin family. Without the old master's protection, he would soon find himself as vulnerable as a grasshopper in autumn, easily crushed beneath her heel. Just as the onlookers anticipated the old master's wrath in response to Li Muchen's apparent lack of insight, Lin Shangyi erupted into hearty laughter. "You bear the surname Li? Huh, excellent, excellent. You possess a hint of your grandfather's former spirit. I knew I had not misjudged you." The old master's laughter left others bewildered. Li Muchen felt a surge of curiosity. Was the grandfather he referred to Lin Yuquan from Hucheng? Or the former head of the Li family, Li Tiance, from the capital? Though your surname is Li, do not forget that you possess a marriage contract bearing the handprints of both your grandfather and mine. By agreement, you are at least half a member of the Lin family. Lin Shangyi continued, 18 years ago, I made a pact with an old friend, the grandfather of this gentleman, Li Muchen. According to our arrangement, once my granddaughter Lin Manqing reaches adulthood, she will be promised to Mr. Li Muchen as his bride. Although many in the Lin family were already aware of this arrangement, hearing it from the old master himself carried a weight of gravity. Lin Lai furrowed her brow, contemplating how to thwart this engagement. Manqing, Lin Manqing heard her grandfather call her. Bowing her head, she felt a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Yan Huimin gently tugged at her, reminding her, the old master is calling for you. Only then did Lin Manqing raise her gaze, meeting the warm eyes of the old master and, beside him, Li Muchen, whose gaze was equally warm, yet laced with an unsettling thrill. Manqing, come here, Lin Shangyi beckoned. Standing before the entire family, Lin Manqing approached Lin Shangyi and joined Li Muchen at his side. She sensed countless eyes upon her, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Never before had she experienced such a sensation. Lin Shangyi looked upon the two, a smile gracing his aged face. They are truly a match made in heaven. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his decision from years prior. Dad, Lin Xiaoxing hesitated for quite some time before finally voicing. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss marriage while Manqing is still in school? Lin Shangyi nodded. I understand, which is why I intend for them to become engaged first. I am old, and I do not know how many days I have left. While I still draw breath, I wish to host a grand engagement banquet for them, scheduled for 3 days hence. What say you? No one opposed. It was evident that this was a plan long contemplated by the old master. Additionally, I wish to announce another matter. I have drafted my will, and upon their marriage, I shall entrust half of the Lin family fortune to them for management. Lin Shangyi proclaimed. This revelation astonished everyone present. Although managing the fortune differed from outright ownership, the fact remained that it constituted half of the Lin family's wealth. Even the current head, Lin Xiuxing, had never wielded control over such a portion of the family's assets. Moreover, it was implausible that the old master would grant management rights without also providing a measure of ownership. Even Lin Xiuxing was taken aback by the old master's decision. He was uncertain whether to feel pleased or concerned. With their access to half of the Lin family fortune, Lin Manqing and her fiancé would possess unparalleled influence within the family, unassailable by others. Moreover, the old master's arrangement suggested he would no longer afford opportunities to his nephew from the east. However, this left Lin Xiuxing in a precarious position. The family assets he could command paled in comparison to those of his daughter and son-in-law. If they aligned against him, his authority would be undermined. Almost everyone present felt a sense of dissent regarding this matter, including Lin Xiuxing and Yan Huimin. Yet, confronted with the old master's resolute gaze and the ancestral tablets, no one dared to voice their objections. What, do you all disagree? Lin Xiangyi scoffed. I anticipated your opposition, which is precisely why I am declaring this rather than seeking your counsel. The old master's tone brooked no argument. Muchen, you are now a member of the Lin family, he said with a jovial smile directed at Li Muchen. Nay, Li Muchen replied firmly, old master. I cannot comply with this decree. A murmur of disbelief swept through the crowd. No one had expected Li Muchen to voice dissent. Becoming a member of the Lin family was a dream for many, yet this man, hailing from humble beginnings, dared to refuse. Oh, Lin Xiangyi was evidently taken aback. Do you oppose this? Is it because you look down upon the Lin family, or perhaps Miss Lin Manqing? Lin Manqing bit her lip, lowering her head. For reasons unknown, her nose felt a twinge of anguish, and her eyes began to moisten. Li Muchen shook his head and replied, neither. Then what is the reason? The old gentleman pressed. I have previously conveyed to you, esteemed elder, that I came to Huching with the intention of calling off the engagement. Li Muchen paused, continuing under the astonished gazes of the Lin family. The reasoning is straightforward. I do not wish to be a son-in-law of the Lin family. I am of the Li lineage. No matter how much you offer me, in terms of money or shares, I cannot accept it. If I were to marry Manqing, I would do so with dignity, allowing her to enter the Li family, rather than becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Xiangyi nodded. Young man, ambition is commendable. Yet one must also confront reality. In this era, without capital, even the most talented individuals find it challenging to realize their potential. To marry my daughter with honor may not be as simple as you imagine. Li Muchen smiled slightly, saying, just grant me a little time, and I will certainly achieve it. Lin Lai laughed heartily. Ignorant fool. Time. How much time do you think you need? 3 years, or perhaps 10, or 30? Do you have any notion of the Lin family's wealth? Are you aware of our standing in Huching, and even in the entire Nanjing province? Uncle, this person is exceedingly arrogant and utterly unworthy to be our son-in-law. He has publicly humiliated me, as well as the Lin family. He cannot be allowed to leave here today. Lin Xiangyi concurred, saying, indeed, Muchen, if you refuse to be the Lin family's son-in-law, I cannot defend you in this matter. Li Muchen's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, no need to concern yourself. I am presently focused on one matter. He turned to Lin Manqing. Manqing, are you willing to wait for me? Huh. Lin Manqing was startled, unprepared for such a direct question. Not for long, Li Muchen continued, if you are willing, wait for me for 3 months. After that, I will come to formally propose, and I shall orchestrate a grand engagement banquet through my own means. Lin Manqing's heart raced, her fingers trembling. I am willing. Chapter 64. I will provide you with an explanation 3 months? No one believed Li Muchen's words. What a jest. Lin Lai scoffed. Do you think this is child's play? Do you have any idea how many generations the Lin family has toiled to achieve our present glory? I understand you have some medical skills, which may earn you a fair sum, but that amount pales in comparison to the wealth of a noble family. What can you accomplish in 3 months? Are you planning to open a clinic or produce a batch of medicinal plasters to sell? Her words elicited laughter from the crowd. Indeed, no one could transition from rags to riches in a mere 3 months. Noble families are built on a foundation of accumulated wealth, even if one were extraordinarily fortunate. Winning the lottery repeatedly, 3 months would only suffice to deplete the prize pool. Such sums would mean little to a noble family. Lin Xiangyi furrowed his brow. This young man was far too presumptuous. He had initially admired Li Muchen, including his decision to call off the engagement, which indicated he was not a greedy person. However, it now appeared that this lad was rather oblivious to the realities of life. The Li family, once illustrious, now faced a daunting task of revival. Revitalizing a family, much like a nation, requires discretion and patience. Presently, the Li family had only him left. He should leverage every possible resource and ally to harbor even a glimmer of hope for resurgence. With such an arrogant disposition, it seemed unlikely he would achieve great things. Lin Xiangyi, who owed much to the Li family, could not bear to witness Li Muchen stray from the right path. Muchen, one must possess self-awareness. You have abilities and aspirations, and I believe you will achieve success in the future. However, 3 months is far too short. Furthermore, becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family does not necessitate a name change. You remain a Li, a scion of the Li family. This does not impede your capacity to restore it, and in the future, you could certainly take Manqing away. The elder's words were a testament to his goodwill, even hinting at a plea. If Li Muchen were to refuse now, he would be seen as ungrateful. Yet, he held firm to his convictions. As a disciple of Tiandu and now aware of his origins, he could never become a mere son-in-law of the Lin family. Thank you, esteemed elder. But my mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Are you truly resolved to rely solely on yourself? Indeed, Li Muchen affirmed firmly. If I cannot conduct a proper engagement and rely on others for a banquet, what hope is there for revitalizing the family business? Lin Muchen could not help but feel anxious. Could he truly accomplish this in 3 months? Yet, his countenance and gaze radiated such confidence that she found no reason to doubt him. The moment she uttered, "I am willing," she understood that she must unconditionally trust this man. Simultaneously, she unconditionally chose him. Regardless of what transpired in 3 months, she would follow him without hesitation. Thus, her gaze grew resolute. Li Muchen sensed her change and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, akin to the harmonious convergence of sun and moonlight, gentle, fervent, and intertwined. From this union, clouds were born, and the night sky brightened. However, apart from the two of them, others believed this engagement had already faltered. Lin Muchen, the daughter of the Lin family patriarch, was a jewel within the upper echelons of Muchen society. Without the elder's support, Li Muchen had no chance of marrying her. Many began to ponder whether to introduce eligible suitors to Lin Muchen, thereby seizing the opportunity after 3 months. The prospect of managing half of the Lin family's assets was a temptation no one could resist. It was inconceivable that Li Muchen should be the one to inherit. Surely they could find another suitor. Even if they did not offer half, a third, or even a tenth would be substantial. Even Lin Xiaoxing contemplated this, considering who would make a suitable son-in-law to align with his interests. Even Yuan Guocheng began to entertain similar thoughts, quietly suggesting to Lin Lai, "I believe this young man has little hope. Why not introduce Shiji to Muchen? What do you think?" Lin Lai replied, "That could work, but your nephew lacks ambition. My cousin's family may not regard him highly." The Lin family may be prominent in Muchen, but they pale in comparison to the Yuan family. Besides, Shiji is my brother's son. What could they possibly find unworthy? Yuan Guocheng sneered. Lin Lai found her husband's reasoning sound. If a union between Yuan Shiji and Lin Muchen could be facilitated, it would be advantageous for both her and Yuan Guocheng. Casting a glance at Li Muchen, Lin Lai felt a surge of resentment. The assembly concluded that Li Muchen was exceedingly arrogant, failing to respect the Lin family, and they grew increasingly resentful. Echoing Lin Lai's sentiments, "There's no need to be too harsh. If he is left wounded, how can we relish the spectacle in 3 months? What spectacle do you wish to see? He'll flee within 3 weeks. Do you believe that? What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoxing barked. At the sight of the elder's fury, the crowd fell silent, though their faces betrayed their unwillingness to concede. Lin Xiaoxing sighed, addressing Li Muchen, "Muchen, should you refuse to acknowledge your position as the Lin family's son-in-law, I can no longer protect you. Today, you have humiliated the Lin family, and you must answer for it. Of course, since you just saved my life, while you remain in this household, I shall ensure no one harms you. However, once you step beyond the Lin family's threshold, I cannot guarantee your safety." Lin Lai rejoiced. Without the elder's protection, this young man was akin to meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. She gently caressed her cheek, the humiliation and anger within her transforming into a powerful desire for vengeance. "You, of the Li family, are doomed," she thought to herself. Li Muchen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Old sir, I am thankful for the care you bestowed upon my grandfather and me in the past. However, I cannot rely solely on your protection for eternity. To revive the Li family, I must depend on my own strength. As for the Lin family's dignity, as I mentioned earlier, I have no intention of causing offense. Out of respect for your kindness, I shall provide you with an explanation." "What explanation could you possibly offer?" someone inquired derisively. The audience waited with bated breath, eager to see how he would respond. Any sign of dissatisfaction could incite a collective backlash. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Indeed, it would be a tremendous embarrassment if the head of the family were to be schemed against. "Let us declare war on the Zhao family," someone shouted. This proclamation ignited the crowd. "War! War!" echoed the chorus of voices. Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brow. Engaging in conflict with the Zhao family was no trivial matter. The two families had been rivals for decades, and neither possessed a guaranteed advantage. Observing the fervor of his kin, Lin Xiaoxing shook his head in concern. He feared that without his leadership, such a vast enterprise could not thrive under the stewardship of these impassioned individuals. His son, Lin Xiaoxing, showed some promise, yet he was merely a custodian of legacy. Moreover, he had only one son, Lin Yun, who was still young and of average talent, with no remarkable abilities evident thus far. Lin Xiaoping, a nephew residing in Japan, was indeed gifted, but following the recent events, his prospects for inheriting the family business had vanished. It was not that the old sir refused, but rather that it would be difficult to rally support. As for Li Muchen, he had no desire to marry into the Lin family. "Enough!" Lin Chanming, standing beside the old sir, bellowed. "War? What do you intend to wage war with? The old sir's life remains in their hands. If we do not capture that sorcerer within 3 days, the old sir shall perish. Then we shall demand the Zhao family surrender him." Do you think the Zhao family would admit to such a thing?" Lin Chanming scoffed. "To catch a thief, one must catch the goods. Who among you has the capability to retrieve him from the Zhao family?" At this question, silence enveloped the room. Engaging in war with the Zhao family was a matter of commercial rivalry, involving strategic plans and financial investment. However, To confront the Zhao family and seize someone was to risk one's life. The Zhao family, like the Lin family, was a prestigious clan in Muchen. Without concrete evidence, who would dare provoke them? If the roles were reversed, and the Zhao family sent someone to the Lin family to capture someone, the Lin family would certainly not acquiesce. What nonsense is this? You intend to confront the Zhao family alone? Someone mocked. I believe he is merely boasting, seeking an excuse to flee. Indeed, I can guarantee that the moment he steps out of the Lin family door, he will vanish without a trace, let alone approach the Zhao family. Li Muchen coldly observed them, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Lin Shangyi furrowed his brow and said, Muchen, we have numerous ways to resolve our grievances with the Zhao family. To confront them alone may not be the wisest course of action. Li Muchen replied, Old sir, once this night passes, the events here will inevitably reach the ears of the Zhao family. If they become alert, locating that individual will become exceedingly difficult. You have shown kindness to my grandfather and me, and I undertake this endeavor as a means of repaying your benevolence. However, Lin Shangyi remained unconvinced, stating that the Zhao family was a den of danger and that he should not venture alone. Rest assured, I have my methods, Li Muchen said, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. But what methods? Lin Shangyi inquired. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I am not a member of the Lin family and cannot rightfully act on my own. Therefore, I need a member of the Lin family to accompany me. After all, you are not worried about my escape, are you? It would be more prudent to send someone with me. Li Muchen grinned, casting his gaze over the assembly. Those who met his eyes quickly lowered their heads, akin to students caught off guard by a teacher's inquiry. What a joke. Accompanying this fool to the Zhao family would be tantamount to courting death. The hall fell silent, the tension palpable. Lin Xiaoxing rose to his feet. He had to take a stand, for if he did not, the Lin family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I shall accompany you. Yet, Li Muchen shook his head. You are the head of the family. Your presence would complicate matters and would unduly grant the Zhao family an advantage. We are merely seeking a cunning rogue. There is no need for the family head to intervene. Lin Chanming suggested, then let me go. This was also Lin Shangyi's inclination. Lin Chanming was a skilled warrior, capable of protecting Li Muchen should a conflict arise with the Zhao family. However, Li Muchen shook his head once more. Your esteemed reputation is too high. Your mere presence would cause the Zhao family to become wary. They may well hide or flee before we even arrive. However, you could arrange for others to be positioned around the Zhao family to prevent the main perpetrator from escaping. Lin Xiaoxing inquired, if neither I nor Uncle Chanming can go, then who do you intend to bring? Li Muchen smiled, surveying the crowd. At this, the heads of the assembly sank even lower. He deliberately lingered his gaze on Lin Lai for a moment, causing her discomfort. Her husband, Yuan Guocheng, worried that Li Muchen might harbor a desire for revenge and insist on bringing Lin Lai along. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, should she be chosen, refusing would be out of the question. He interjected, Lai has married me and is now part of the Yuan family. Her involvement would be inappropriate. While this remark served to shield Lin Lai, it also drew a chorus of disdain. The status of the Lin family's eldest daughter diminished in the eyes of the assembly. Li Muchen inwardly scoffed. Yuan Guocheng seemed rather protective of his wife. Yet, he would not relinquish such a chance for recognition. He continued to scan the faces of those present. In truth, Li Muchen had already settled on his choice. Lin Manqing's fourth aunt, Lin Yue, and her husband, Sun Guangfu. This couple held a unique position within the Lin family. Their status was esteemed, yet due to their lack of wealth, they occupied a lower rank and bore a certain sense of inferiority. Nevertheless, Li Muchen held a favorable impression of them, as they were not the type to be overly calculating. As he surveyed the room, this couple was among the few who did not avert their gaze. Li Muchen intended to assist them. Capturing the sorcerer at the Zhao family and saving the old sir's life would yield a glory far surpassing mere financial gain. Lin Manqing, unaware of Li Muchen's intentions, saw that no one from the Lin family dared to respond and declared, then I shall go. Before Li Muchen could respond, a youthful voice interjected. Why should my sister go? Does the Lin family lack men? I shall go. The speaker was Lin Xiaoxing's son, Lin Yun, Lin Manqing's younger brother. He stood with a sense of righteous resolve, contrasting sharply with his youthful visage. This disparity, under normal circumstances, would have elicited laughter, but in this tense moment, no one dared to chuckle. Nonsense, Lin Xiaoxing scolded. You have no place to speak here. Yan Huimin quickly tugged at her son, urging, Yun'er, sit down. This is a matter for the adults. Do not meddle. Yet, Lin Yun remained resolute. Father, mother, I am serious. I am the only son of the Lin family head. I must take on the responsibilities of our family. Nonsense. Lin Xiaoxing retorted angrily. What responsibilities can you possibly shoulder? Why can't I bear responsibility? I am the third-generation heir of the Lin family. By birthright, I sufficiently represent the Lin family. However, due to my youth, I would not attract the attention of the Zhao family. Thus, I am best suited to accompany my sister-in-law. It would be unthinkable for my sister to go alone when there is not a single man in the vast Lin family. Lin Yun's declaration caught Li Muchen's attention. Lin Xiaoxing and Yan Huimin were naturally opposed to Lin Yun's involvement, viewing it as a death sentence. In a fit of anger, Lin Xiaoxing slapped him, exclaiming, He is not yet your brother-in-law. What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Huimin, alarmed, protested, Why are you hitting him? Son, sit down and do not act foolishly. Initially, Lin Yun had spoken impulsively, but the slap ignited his rebellious spirit, and with a flushed face, he declared, I want to go. Though Lin Xiaoxing was the family head, He could not overstep too far in this moment and glanced toward Lin Shangyi for guidance. Meanwhile, Yan Huimin turned her gaze to Li Muchen, hoping he would intervene to prevent Lin Yun's reckless decision. Li Muchen smiled faintly and remarked, "I believe Lin Yun is capable. Let it be him." This statement startled Yan Huimin, while Lin Xiuxing's eyes flashed with anger, perceiving Li Muchen's words as intentional provocation. Lin Manqing, concerned for her brother, urged, "Muchen, my brother," and beckon Lin Yun. "What are you waiting for? Come with me." Chapter 66. You are responsible for defeating 10. The garden within the Zhao family's western courtyard had been meticulously cleared, and a wooden stake was erected in the center, to which a straw man was bound. The straw man's forehead and chest bore talismans inscribed with Lin Shangyi's name and birthdate. In front of the straw man stood a rectangular zetan wood table, upon which lay offerings of 3 fresh sacrifices and a large bowl filled with uncoagulated blood. A long-haired elder clad in black danced fervently before the table, muttering incantations. After a moment, he halted, waved his hand, and a cold light shot from his fingertips, piercing the straw man's brow. He resumed his frantic movements, repeating the incantations 7 times. The 3 sacrifices visibly shriveled as if baked under the sun for days, and the once vibrant blood turned black. The elder exhaled deeply, and a long stream of white mist materialized before him. This elder was Wu Xian, the feng shui master summoned by the Zhao family. Footsteps approached. "Mr. Wu, the family head requests your presence." "Understood. I shall go at once," Wu Xian replied indifferently, gazing towards the northwest with a slight furrow in his brow. He turned and left the western courtyard, heading to the Zhao family's main building. Zhao Sihai, the family head, was seated in the living room. Upon Wu Xian's entrance, he stated, "Mr. Wu, are you aware that Lin Shangyi has been discharged from the hospital?" Zhao Sihai's expression was serious, tinged with reproach. Wu Xian's complexion shifted slightly as he responded, "I sensed something amiss during my work today. I just calculated and confirmed that someone has intervened to prolong Lin Shangyi's life. However, rest assured, family head, it is merely a prolongation. No fundamental laws have been broken. Regardless of his discharge, he will still meet his demise in 3 days. Can you guarantee that?" Zhao Sihai's expression softened. Wu Xian scoffed, "If the family head does not believe me, I can simply take my leave. Your family's grievances are not my concern." Zhao Sihai chuckled, "Mr. Wu, do not take offense. I am merely inquiring." At that moment, Zhao Sihai's son, Zhao Qinyang, hurried in. "Father, Mr. Wu, we have just discovered that the Lin family patriarch has indeed been discharged. And the one treating him is the Taoist named Li whom they have been searching for. Such a person truly exists?" "Indeed. I also heard that the Lin family intends to recruit him as their son-in-law. Is the news reliable?" "Absolutely. It was personally confirmed by Director Yao from the hospital." "Mr. Wu," Zhao Sihai inquired with evident concern, "what is your perspective?" Wu Xian lifted a teacup from the table and took a delicate sip, responding nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? Whether it is Taoist Li or Taoist Zhang, they have yet to disrupt the clouded layout I established. Such individuals do not warrant concern. The Lin family's decline is inevitable." Zhao Sihai cautioned, "It is wise to remain vigilant." Wu Xian asserted, "To be on the safe side, I have already strengthened my spells. As long as my altar remains undisturbed, Lin Shangyi will undoubtedly perish in 3 days. Prepare to feast." Both Zhao Sihai and Zhao Qinyang erupted into laughter. "Mr. Wu is truly a living deity." Wu Xian, with a touch of pride, replied, "Deity is an exaggeration. My master is the true divine being. In any case, as long as you prevent the Lin family from discovering this place and destroying the altar, all will be well." Just then, a servant reported, "A member of the Lin family has arrived, stating they wish to visit the family head." "A Lin family member?" Zhao Sihai exclaimed, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Who is it? How many have come?" "Lin Yun?" Zhao Sihai momentarily faltered. Zhao Qinyang clarified, "Lin Yun is Lin Xiuxing's son. He is still in high school." "Oh," Zhao Sihai burst into laughter. "Is the Lin family so devoid of options that they send a mere boy?" Zhao Qinyang chimed in. "I have always said the Lin family is a paper tiger." Zhao Sihai declared, "Since he is Lin Xiuxing's son, he qualifies as a young master of the Lin family. Qinyang, go and receive him." "Understood." Zhao Qinyang smirked, "I shall extend a proper welcome to young master Lin." Li Muchen and Lin Yun stood outside the gates of the Zhao family estate. Lin Yun had lost the bravado he possessed upon his arrival. The cool summer breeze brought clarity to his mind. "Brother-in-law, will a fight break out? What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Li Muchen chuckled. "Not afraid." Lin Yun inhaled deeply. "But I feel that just the 2 of us charging into the Zhao family seems a bit. Then why were you so impulsive to come with me earlier?" Lin Yun pouted. "I simply cannot tolerate those people. They bicker amongst themselves yet cower outside. Even my sister has stepped forward, and the men dare not make a sound. Pathetic." Li Muchen couldn't help but laugh. "Your words have certainly offended the Lin family members." "I don't care," Lin Yun retorted. Li Muchen gently shook his head, admiring Lin Yun's defiance. This was not the typical arrogance of a wealthy heir. It was not about bullying the weak. On the contrary, true pride dares to scorn the powerful and resist oppression. Genuine pride is the ability to look down upon all, much like Li Muchen himself. "Brother-in-law, if we go in, what shall we do?" Lin Yun asked. "We shall do as necessary," Li Muchen replied. "You are the young master of the Lin family. Your purpose today is to seek justice for your grandfather. Remember these 2 points. I believe you will perform better than I could teach you." Lin Yun nodded, clenching his fist with determination. "Brother-in-law, if a fight breaks out, I will protect you." "Oh, You know martial arts? Li Muchen inquired with interest. I am the champion of the youth division in the Huqing Taekwondo competition, and my second grandfather has also taught me internal martial arts and Qigong. How many can you take on? Lin Yun pondered and replied, 10. Li Muchen nodded. Excellent. Then you shall be responsible for defeating 10. At that moment, a steward from the Zhao family emerged, addressing them. Young Master Lin, my young master requests your presence. Lin Yun paused for a moment, quickly adapting to his role, standing tall and proud as he followed the Zhao family's steward inside, with Li Muchen closely behind him. On the roadside a few miles from the Zhao family estate, a row of luxury cars stood parked. Lin Xiaoxing sat in the middle vehicle, listening to reports from those around him. They have truly entered? Yin Huimin displayed an anxious expression. Xiaoxing, you must think of a way. Our Xiao Yun is our only son. What if something happens to him? Lin Xiaoxing maintained a composed face. This is his own doing. Yin Huimin retorted angrily. That Li Muchen is too excessive. Mother, we cannot place all the blame on Muchen. Lin Manqing interjected. You are truly something. That is your brother. Why are you siding with him? Yin Huimin chastised. If Xiao Yun does not emerge unscathed, do not expect to marry that Li fellow. 3 months. Let us see what he can come up with in 3 months. Lin Manqing bit her lip, softly asserting. I believe in him. In another vehicle behind them, Lin Lai and Yuan Guocheng occupied the back seat. Have they really entered? Lin Lai's face lit up with joy. Now they are finished. Yuan Guocheng replied. It won't be that easy. The Lin family's young master dying in the Zhao family estate would be untenable. At most, he will receive a lesson. Lin Lai, visibly dissatisfied, thought for a moment and said, Guocheng, aren't you acquainted with someone from the Zhao family? Yuan Guocheng was taken aback. What are you implying? Yuan Guocheng suddenly understood, exclaiming joyfully, Madam, you truly are my Zhuge Liang. Chapter 67. The rest is up to brother-in-law Lin Yun, and Li Muchen followed the steward into the Zhao family's reception hall. Zhao Qinyang reclined on the sofa, making no effort to rise, grinning as he observed the youthful, yet pretentiously mature Lin Yun. Master Lin, are you not attending school today? How are your grades lately? He inquired mockingly. No need for young Master Zhao to worry, Lin Yun retorted, striving to maintain the demeanor befitting a scion of the Lin family. So, what brings you here today, young Master Lin? Zhao Qinyang pressed. I have come to seek an explanation, Lin Yun declared boldly. You have used sorcery against my grandfather. Hand over the sorcerer at once. Preposterous. Zhao Qinyang scoffed. Your grandfather is already half buried in the ground. His illness has nothing to do with us. As for sorcery, one must present evidence. Otherwise, I could easily report you for defamation. Humph. You dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge it. The Zhao family is nothing but a cowardly turtle. Lin Yun shot back defiantly. What did you say? Zhao Qinyang roared, rising from the sofa and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yun. Say that again, and let us see if you can leave this door. Do you dare let us search your estate? Lin Yun countered. The Zhao estate is not something you can simply search at will. Zhao Qinyang jeered. Your refusal to allow us a search indicates guilt. I stand by my assertion that you are a coward. Lin Yun exclaimed loudly. These exchanges had not been pre-discussed with Li Muchen. They were entirely Lin Yun's spontaneous retorts. Li Muchen stifled a laugh. This boy seemed to think he was engaged in a high school debate. However, to enter the Zhao household alone and confront Zhao Qinyang without flinching was already quite commendable. How could Zhao Qinyang tolerate being insulted by a mere child? Someone seize him. I shall teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. With that command, 4 burly men emerged from a side door of the parlor, clearly henchmen of the Zhao family. They charged directly at Lin Yun. As the confrontation escalated, Lin Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having trained in martial arts and having won a youth championship in Taekwondo, he had never experienced real combat. As a young master of the Lin family, he had been meticulously protected, leaving little room for practical experience. The 4 men approached from different angles, attempting to restrain Lin Yun. Perhaps underestimating his resolve due to his youth, the first burly man was swiftly dispatched by a well-aimed kick from Lin Yun, who then followed up by striking the second with a palm thrust to the ribs, throwing him to the ground. As 2 assailants lay defeated, the remaining 2 finally reacted. Yet, the third was also caught off guard, as Lin Yun executed a swift chokehold. He lunged forward, pinning the man against the wall, while simultaneously elbowing the 4th attacker who had attempted a sneak attack from behind. His movements were decisive and displayed a hint of mastery. Yet Li Muchen shook his head in dismay. Taekwondo, while visually impressive, was riddled with flaws. It was effective against novices, but against seasoned fighters, it would prove disadvantageous. Oblivious to the dangers, Lin Yun ceased his assault, dusting off his hands and casting a proud glance at Zhao Qinyang. Li Muchen found it amusing. Did this child truly believe he had won? The opportune moment to strike and subdue Zhao Qinyang had slipped away, leaving Lin Yun with little chance of success should he attempt it again. Indeed, more bodyguards had joined Zhao Qinyang's side, their fierce gazes indicating their professional demeanor, far surpassing that of the previous thugs. Ah, so you know a few moves. No wonder you're so arrogant, Zhao Qinyang mocked. If you can walk out of the Zhao residence today, I shall take your surname. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Qinyang had not spared a glance at Li Muchen. Bolstered by his recent success, Lin Yun, brimming with bravado, declared, bring it on. Suddenly, dozens of individuals poured in from the adjoining doors, some wielding rubber clubs. At Zhao Qinyang's command, they surged toward Lin Yun. Initially, he attempted to fend them off using Taekwondo, but after enduring several blows from the clubs, he recognized the limitations of his training and shifted to the internal martial arts taught by Lin Chanming. Li Muchen nodded in approval. Lin Yun indeed had the capability to take on 10 at once. His internal martial arts were authentic, his physique honed to perfection, and he had cultivated a robust energy flow, hinting at the emergence of internal strength. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate for martial arts training. However, Lin Yun's lack of combat experience soon became evident. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents, he began to falter. After knocking down 3 or 4 assailants, he had sustained numerous blows himself, leaving him in considerable pain. As he began to retreat, he maintained his composure. "Brother-in-law, we should flee. I can't hold out much longer." Lin Yun gasped as he fought and retreated. In that critical moment, Li Muchen smiled. "How could I possibly run when you call me brother-in-law?" Before he finished speaking, he was already at Lin Yun's side. With a series of resounding thuds, the henchmen before them were sent flying. Lin Yun stared in astonishment. "Wow, brother-in-law. How did you do that?" Li Muchen replied with a grin. "As we agreed, you handle 10, the rest are for me. Watch closely, and I shall teach you what it truly means to fight." With that, he plunged into the fray. The assailants could hardly lay a finger on Li Muchen. Wherever he went, they were sent sprawling. In no time, the parlor was littered with groaning, incapacitated figures, leaving only Zhao Qinyang and his closest bodyguard standing. "You, who are you?" Zhao Qinyang stammered, his face drained of color due to Li Muchen's astonishing display. His bodyguards appeared equally apprehensive. "I am Li," Li Muchen stated calmly. "You are the renowned Taoist Li," Zhao Qinyang exclaimed, incredulous. He had envisioned the esteemed Taoist as a man in his 40s or 50s. How could he be so young? Yet, the reality before him compelled belief. "Taoist Li? He is my brother-in-law," Lin Yun interjected, rubbing his sore shoulder. "Brother-in-law, teach him a lesson." Li Muchen replied, "Very well." As soon as the word left his lips, he became a whirlwind, appearing before Zhao Qinyang in the blink of an eye. The bodyguards near Zhao were dispatched with the same ease as the others. "Now, tell me, where is the sorcerer? Did you summon him? Or will you lead us to him?" Li Muchen inquired coldly. Zhao Qinyang trembled. "Don't come any closer. If you touch me, you won't leave here alive." "Is that so?" Li Muchen replied nonchalantly. Zhao Qinyang screamed, "Butler! Butler! Call for help! Summon the White Tiger Hall." Li Muchen remained unhurried, allowing Zhao Qinyang to call for reinforcements. Eventually, the sorcerer would be brought forth. This way, he could avoid the trouble of searching for him personally. Lin Yun felt a jolt of alarm and cautioned. "I've heard that the White Tiger Hall is a group of mercenaries that the Zhao family has invested heavily in. They consist entirely of desperate individuals. Brother-in-law, you must be careful." Chapter 68, White Tiger Hall. What? The Zhao family has mobilized the White Tiger Hall. Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed in shock upon receiving the news. What does the Zhao family intend to do? Do they truly seek to take Xiaoyan's life? Yan Huimin's voice trembled with concern. "No, that can't be true," Lin Xiaoxing replied, shaking his head. Zhao Sihai has always been cautious. Unless he is certain, he would not openly declare war on the Lin family. Xiaoyan may face hardships, but his life is not in danger. But what if? Yan Huimin pressed. What if they decide to strike with lethal intent? And then there's that Li Muchen. He seems utterly unhinged. "Qiusheng, you must think of a way. We have only one son, Xiao Yun. If anything were to happen to him, I would not wish to live." Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brows tightly, rolling down the car window. He commanded the bodyguard outside, "Gather all our men and wait for my orders. If they dare to harm a single hair on Xiao Yun, I will ensure the Zhao family is thrown into chaos." The Zhao family has mobilized the White Tiger Hall. Lin Lai in the car behind gasped in surprise. "Guocheng, you truly have a knack for this. With just one phone call, you have summoned the White Tiger Hall. Now, that Li is as good as dead." Yuan Guocheng frowned and replied, "I cannot take credit for this. I have not yet activated the full force of the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall. This is peculiar. Only 2 individuals were sent, yet the White Tiger Hall has been deployed? As far as I know, the White Tiger Hall was established at great expense by Zhao Sihai, composed entirely of experts, many of whom are notorious outlaws." Lin Lai remarked. "Regardless, this works to our advantage. It seems that a confrontation between the Lin and Zhao families is imminent. Guocheng, shouldn't you prepare as well?" Yuan Guocheng nodded. "Rest assured. I have already informed my family and am arranging for reinforcements to come to Hucheng." The White Tiger Hall. Lin Shangyi held the phone, his brow furrowed deeply. "Old master, should I go in now and bring them out?" On the other end of the line, Lin Xiaoming was atop a building not far from the Zhao family estate. Following Li Muchen's plan, he was stationed at the periphery of the Zhao family to prevent any transfer of the sorcerer. Lin Shangyi pondered. Over the years, the Zhao family has only deployed the White Tiger Hall once, and even the second son of the Feng family avoided confrontation. Why would they mobilize it now? Simply because Li Muchen and Xiao Yun went to seek an explanation? Lin Xiaoming replied. "The specifics are still unclear, but the information from our insider should be reliable." "Xiaoming, are you confident? I have trained personnel specifically for the White Tiger Hall over the years. If it were outside, I would be confident in a fight. However, within the Zhao family estate, I cannot guarantee success. If you lack confidence, do not act recklessly. Observe the situation first. Xiao Yun is merely a child. Zhao Sihai would not harm him. If you intervene, things could become difficult to manage. And what of Li Muchen?" Lin Shangyi fell silent for a moment. Since he does not wish to become a member of the Lin family, he must take responsibility for his actions. If he cannot even withstand the Zhao family's challenge, then his dreams of reviving the Li family are mere folly. May his ancestors protect him. In the Zhao family's reception hall, 10 men dressed in matching black attire and white sneakers entered. Each bore a striking white tiger emblem on their chests. The moment they stepped in, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Each of them exuded a calm, yet menacing aura, filled with an undeniable bloodlust. Their mere presence was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Yun, having trained in martial arts, though not yet having achieved true qi, could sense the formidable presence of these warriors. He recognized that they were all highly skilled fighters. Just moments ago, he had been eager to take on 10 opponents. Yet now he felt a cold dread creeping into his heart. These 10 men were not adversaries he could contend with. If faced with them, he would likely be defeated without a chance to fight back. He cast a worried glance towards Li Muchen. Could his brother-in-law handle so many experts alone? The previously frightened Zhao Qinyang suddenly laughed arrogantly. Li, aren't you supposed to be tough? Let me see just how tough you are. Come, take him down first. Then we can play with young Master Lin. Upon hearing Zhao Qinyang's command, the men from the White Tiger Hall surrounded Li Muchen. The first attacker struck, launching a powerful punch towards Li Muchen's temple while simultaneously aiming a kick at his groin, a lethal combination. The tension in Lin Yun's heart tightened. This attacker was faster and stronger than him. He could think of no other option but to retreat, yet there were enemies surrounding him. In Lin Yun's eyes, there was no way to evade this onslaught. It was highly likely that with just one move, he would be left severely injured. He anxiously watched Li Muchen, worried for his safety. The assailant's fist and foot were already en route, yet Li Muchen remained still, unyielding. The other 9 members of the White Tiger Hall attacked simultaneously. Brother-in-law, be careful, Lin Yun shouted in terror. To him, what was already a challenging situation had transformed into a chaotic melee. How could he fight back? Each of the 10 experts possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. In this moment, Li Muchen would surely be reduced to pulp. Fear began to grip Lin Yun, for he was still just a high school student. He felt a pang of guilt for having shown off at the family meeting. If he had not been there to support, perhaps Li Muchen would not have confronted the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall. Dai Li, Zhao Qinyang cried out with excitement. But in that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. It was as if a silent landmine had been buried in the center, exploding at that instant, sending them flying. The 10 men fell, radiating outward from Li Muchen, forming a scattering circle. Then, without granting them a moment to recover, Li Muchen circled around, delivering 10 swift kicks, each striking an ankle. The air filled with their cries of agony as none were left standing. Lin Yun's eyes widened in utter shock. How was this possible? In that moment, a thought blossomed within him. I want to learn martial arts from my brother-in-law. Zhao Qinyang, meanwhile, was left utterly dumbfounded. This was the White Tiger Hall. The Zhao family had invested immeasurable resources and effort into cultivating this pride of theirs. A whole squad of 10 members vanquished by a single individual, and defeated so thoroughly that they had no chance to retaliate. Someone, Zhao Qinyang shouted. Yet this time, Li Muchen did not afford him any opportunity. What? Did you not instruct them to incapacitate me? Li Muchen stepped up to Zhao Qinyang, picked up a fruit knife from the table, and pressed it against his neck. Zhao Qinyang's face turned pale with fear. What were you doing? Nothing much, Li Muchen replied calmly. Just tell me where the sorcerer is. What sorcerer? I don't know. Zhao Qinyang stammered in denial. You don't know? Then you hold no value. Li Muchen pressed the knife against Zhao Qinyang's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Ah! Zhao Qinyang screamed in terror. I know. In the west courtyard. Then please lead the way. Li Muchen turned to Lin Yun and nodded. Xiao Yun, this person is in your hands now. Lin Yun jumped up, delighted, and agreed. All right. He put one arm around Zhao Qinyang's neck and took the knife from Li Muchen's hand. Let us go, young Master Zhao. Chapter 69. My brother-in-law is a monster. What? Defeated? Zhao Sihai stared in shock at the butler reporting to him. He had invested 10 years, personally selecting and training the White Tiger Hall. Thus far, the White Tiger Hall had only been deployed once when contending with the Feng family for shipping rights. It was during that encounter that the second son of the Feng family had suffered losses at the hands of the White Tiger Hall, compelling them to withdraw from the maritime transport business. That time, only 10 men were sent out. In truth, Zhao Sihai had understated their strength. The White Tiger Hall had developed to 36 members, arranged in groups of 10, capable of dispatching 3.5 teams. He had intended to reveal their true power only when the moment was ripe for the decisive battle against the Lin family. He even aspired to rival the families of Qiantang. Yet now, to think they had lost an entire squad simply to deal with a child from the Lin family. How did they lose? I do not know. It seems the individual only made one move and was defeated just like that, the butler responded. One move? How could that be possible? Zhao Sihai nearly roared, his eyes bulging with intensity. Where are they now? He demanded. They have coerced the young master to the western courtyard. The western courtyard? Zhao Sihai turned to Master Wu Xian. Wu Xian replied, this is dire. My altar remains set in the courtyard. Zhao Sihai ordered. Send Zhao Shan with all the members of the White Tiger Hall, along with every available bodyguard and security personnel from the estate, to the western courtyard. They must be stopped. Understood. The butler responded as he turned to leave. Wu Xian clasped his fists and said, Zhao family head, since they are targeting me, I shall go. He added. That individual subdued the White Tiger Hall with something beyond mere martial prowess. It was likely sorcery. Zhao Sihai nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Mr. Wu. With that, he and Wu Xian proceeded outside. However, feeling uneasy, he turned back to retrieve a handgun from his desk drawer. Lin Yun was escorting Zhao Qinyang toward the Zhao family's western courtyard. Surrounding them were the estate's security guards, yet none dared to approach. Whether out of fear for Zhao Qinyang's safety or trepidation of Lin Yun's companion, Li Muchen, the guards watched with apprehension. Seeing their fearful expressions, Lin Yun felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of unyielding pride welled within him. In all his years, he had never encountered such a situation. With merely 2 individuals on his side, they stood against the entirety of the Zhao family. It was more imposing than the legendary Zhao Zilong's daring incursions into Chao's camp. Glimpsing Li Muchen beside him, Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. His grandfather had truly possessed foresight, choosing the perfect husband for his sister 18 years prior. The bond between Lin Yun and his sister, Lin Manqing, was exceptionally strong. He had always believed no one was worthy of her, at least. None of the wealthy heirs he had encountered ever caught his eye. He thought his sister would eventually marry far away, perhaps to one of the famed gentlemen of the capital. Little did he expect that the ideal brother-in-law he envisioned would be right in Huching. Young Master Lin, be careful, Zhao Qinyang repeatedly cautioned, fearful that Lin Yun might inadvertently harm him. They soon arrived at the western courtyard, where Wu Xian's altar was displayed prominently. Lin Yun instantly spotted the straw man and the note affixed to it. It bears grandfather's name and birth date. Lin Yun exclaimed, filled with rage. Li Muchen furrowed his brow as he observed the straw man in the center, lowering his head to sniff the offerings on the table, along with the bowl that had dried blood. This transcends mere witchcraft, he mused. The ancient sorcery of the nail-headed arrow spell was not this complex, nor did it require such a large effigy. Typically, a small figure one could hold sufficed. This one was almost lifelike. From the changes in the sacrificial blood, it resembled dark sorcery. The sorcerer's intent was not solely to bring about death, but to capture the target's 3 souls and 7 spirits for their own use. Yet, Li Muchen was puzzled. Grandfather Lin was not a cultivator, and at over 80 years of age, his vitality had waned. What purpose could there be in capturing his soul? A chilling thought crossed Li Muchen's mind, his expression shifting as a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Exorcising evil and upholding righteousness was the duty of the disciples of Tiandu. The heavens are merciful to the living, but they show no leniency to malevolent forces. Li Muchen seized Zhao Qinyang, demanding, who set up this altar? Simultaneously, he exchanged a glance with Lin Yun. It was Master Wu, Zhao Qinyang replied. Which Master Wu? Be clearer, Li Muchen pressed, pointing the blade of his knife at Zhao Qinyang's eyes. I have little patience, you had best speak plainly. He is Wu Xian, a geomancer hired by my father. He claimed he could use the nail-headed technique to curse the Lin family patriarch to death if he had his birth date. Lin Yun, recording the exchange on his phone, silently commended the young man for his cleverness. Xiao Yun, find a bag to collect the straw man and the items on the table. He instructed. Okay, Lin Yun replied, scouring a corner of the courtyard for a burlap sack, stuffing the altar's contents inside. However, the straw man was too large to fit, so he simply slung it over his back. Brother-in-law, we have what we came for. Shall we leave? Suddenly, a voice interjected, do you think you can leave? As the voice rang out, the Zhao family security guard stepped aside, allowing a group of individuals to enter. These newcomers wore attire identical to that of the White Tiger Hall, adorned with a white tiger emblem on their chests. Only the one at the forefront donned a black and white striped tiger pattern jacket. Upon seeing them, Zhao Qinyang exclaimed, Uncle, save me. Li Muchen turned to Lin Yun, asking, Xiao Yun, do you know this person? Lin Yun shook his head, I do not. Haha, you don't even recognize my uncle? You're doomed. Zhao Qinyang taunted. Li Muchen admired Zhao Qinyang's courage, retorting, you're in my grasp. Aren't you afraid I might kill you first? Dare to lay a finger on him, and I'll make you wish you were dead. The middle-aged man in the tiger-patterned attire coldly warned. Li Muchen scrutinized him, feeling no aura of cultivation emanating from the man. Who are you? He inquired. I am Zhao Shan, the leader of the White Tiger Hall, the man replied. Li Muchen shook his head. I care not for your white tiger or black tiger. Bring forth the one who crafted the straw man. Feeling insulted, Zhao Shan's expression darkened as he assumed a battle stance. Then let us see if you have the ability to back that up. With that, he shifted his feet, propelling himself forward, raising a cloud of dust from the hard blue bricks beneath. His fists surged toward Li Muchen, the wind preceding them with a crackling sound. Dark energy. Lin Yun gasped in astonishment. His second uncle, Lin Chanming, had once demonstrated such power to him. The explosive force was overwhelmingly fierce. Lin Yun had witnessed Lin Chanming effortlessly shatter a solid wooden table with a mere touch. Judging by the intensity of the air's explosion, Zhao Shan's skill was on par with that of his second uncle. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Shan's fist was upon Li Muchen. Li Muchen reached out, grasping Zhao Shan's fist with surprising ease. Zhao Shan was taken aback. How could someone capture a punch capable of shattering stone? As Zhao Shan's body twisted, he was met with a force that sent him staggering backward, retreating several steps. He narrowly avoided colliding with his subordinates, forcing himself to halt. Though he stopped, the internal damage was evident as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Altogether, Zhao Shan bellowed, and over 20 members of the White Tiger Hall charged forward. Concurrently, Li Muchen shoved Zhao Qinyang toward Lin Yun and surged into the fray. In Lin Yun's eyes, Li Muchen's form became a blur, moving with a speed he had never witnessed before. The advancing members of the White Tiger Hall either fell immediately or were sent flying upon contact. Lin Yun's astonishment soared once more. Previously, it had been 1 against 10, now, it was 1 against dozens. Moreover, they faced the elite of the White Tiger Hall, including a leader as formidable as his second uncle. What kind of extraordinary being was this brother-in-law? In less than a minute, Every member of the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall, including the leader Zhao Shan, lay prostrate on the ground. Li Muchen stood there, brushing off his clothing lightly. You. Zhao Shan's eyes were filled with terror, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. For the sake of the White Tiger Hall, he had endured for over a decade. Throughout those years, the world remained unaware of his existence, and even within the Zhao family, many did not recognize him. He had hoped to rise dramatically from obscurity, yet now, the very White Tiger Hall he had founded lay in ruins. His future, along with all his ambitions, was utterly annihilated. How could he not harbor resentment? Who are you truly? I am surnamed Li. So you are the Taoist priest sought by the Lin family. Li Muchen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of when he had become a Taoist priest. The Kunlun school of immortals is distinct from the Taoist sections. The Tiandu Peak, where he practiced, is recognized as the foremost immortal sect in the world. Regardless of whether one cultivates martial arts, talismans, alchemy, or swordsmanship, every master aspires to ascend to Tiandu only by reaching Tiandu Peak and entering the array of 10,000 immortals can one be deemed a true immortal. Disciples from Tiandu are referred to as Xianchang by their peers, rather than Daozhang. The difference of a mere word signifies a disparity of immeasurable magnitude. Li Muchen gazed at Zhao Shan and remarked, although your martial arts may be somewhat lacking, once you embark on the path of martial arts, you are a bona fide warrior. How did you come to serve the evil sorcery? Zhao Shan, already injured, spat blood upon hearing this. What do you mean by somewhat lacking? He pointed at Li Muchen, rendered speechless by his anger. What about Master Wu? Li Muchen turned to Zhao Qinyang and inquired. Zhao Qinyang trembled as he replied. Wu suddenly looked delighted. Master Wu, father, save me. A voice echoed. Who is seeking this old man? As the words fell, a group emerged from the corridor of the western courtyard. Leading them was Zhao Sihai, the head of the Zhao family, accompanied by Wu Xian. Upon seeing Wu Xian, Li Muchen squinted. On the surface, this man exuded an aura of celestial elegance, yet in his consciousness, he sensed the malevolent energy that clung to him. Characteristic of those who practice dark arts. It was reminiscent of the sinister aura possessed by a practitioner named Lai Shigong he had encountered previously. However, Lai Shigong's malevolence was overt, easily sensed by ordinary people. In contrast, Wu Xian, with his long white hair and flowing robe, presented a facade of an otherworldly sage. No wonder the Zhao family referred to him as a master. You are Li Daozhang. Wu Xian scrutinized Li Muchen, his eyes filled with skepticism. He could not perceive the unique aura of a cultivator nor the vitality that marked a warrior, regardless of whether one practiced immortality or martial arts. At such a young age, what could one possibly achieve, even if they had trained since birth? The apprehensive Wu Xian, at that moment, finally felt reassured. He had always heard the head of the Zhao family boast of the prowess of his White Tiger Hall, but it appeared to be mere bravado. You may say whatever you please, Li Muchen replied nonchalantly. Wu Xian clasped his hands in greeting. Since you have discerned my arrow of nails, you must be of the same path. Pray tell, to which sect do you belong, and who is your esteemed master? We are not of the same path. Li Muchen said with a hint of disdain. Enough, considering the difficulty of cultivation, accompany me to the Lin family to clarify matters, and then self-destruct your cultivation. I shall overlook your previous misdeeds. Wu Xian was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Self-destruct my cultivation? Haha, young man, are you overly arrogant? I had considered letting you off the hook out of respect for our shared path, but since you have said so, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell. With that, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand, which he flicked, igniting it into a flickering flame that shot towards Li Muchen. The fire talisman struck Li Muchen, exploding into a brilliant fireball that engulfed him entirely. In the western courtyard of the Zhao family, flames blazed brightly, illuminating the scene like daylight, blinding all who gazed upon it. People recoiled in fear of being scorched by the inferno. Brother-in-law, Lin Yun cried out, attempting to rush forward to rescue him, but the flames were overwhelming. Resembling a miniature sun, even a slight approach brought a scorching wave, as if one's very body could be vaporized. Zhao Sihai looked on in terror at this conflagration. He had never anticipated that the feng shui master he invited could command flames. Thankfully, he had not been negligent. Had he offended such a person, the Zhao family might have faced annihilation. Amidst his fear, Zhao Sihai's heart surged with joy. With such a remarkable individual assisting him, how could he fail in his ambitions? The Lin family, the Feng family, henceforth, the Zhao family shall reign supreme in Huqing. Even upon reaching Qiantang, he would not fear the Gao or Qian families. Ha ha. Zhao Sihai laughed heartily. Mr. Wu is indeed a living deity. Wu Xian stroked his beard, chuckling. It is but a trivial skill. I hope the Zhao family master does not find it laughable. Seizing the moment, Zhao Qinyang approached, standing beside Wu Xian, enveloped in an unexplainable sense of security. He exhaled deeply, recalling the humiliation of having Lin Yun press a knife to his throat, and glared at Lin Yun, saying, Lin family brat, your brother-in-law has turned to ashes. What do you have left to rely on? Kneel and call me grandfather, and I shall spare you. Ha ha. Lin Yun stared blankly at the flames, uncertain of what to do. And what of grandfather's illness? The poor child, uncertain of his own survival, was still preoccupied with his sister's feelings and grandfather's ailment. Observing Lin Yun's inaction, Zhao Qinyang commanded, bring him to me. The security of the Zhao family, initially stunned by the inferno, responded to Zhao Qinyang's voice and prepared to rush forward. Suddenly, a voice interjected, truly a trivial skill. The fiery sphere abruptly intensified, then extinguished. The onlooker's eyes struggled to adjust, and the Zhao family's western courtyard was plunged into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. Until a tiny speck of light emerged. Gradually, they discerned that the light was a burning talisman, held in the hand of none other than Li Muchen, who stood calmly, his attire immaculate, unharmed in the slightest. "Brother-in-law," Lin Yun exclaimed in delight. "Brother-in-law, are you unharmed?" "Of course, I am unscathed," Li Muchen replied. "Since you have called me brother-in-law, how could I come to harm? If I were to be harmed, would your sister not be left a widow?" Lin Yun chuckled. Wu Xian, astonished, asked, "Who are you to have thwarted my divine fire of the heavens?" Li Muchen glanced at the half-burned talisman in his hand and shook his head. "This hardly qualifies as the divine fire of the heavens. It is merely thunder fire at best, scarcely suitable for cooking." "You," Wu Xian, enraged, felt his dignity undermined before the Zhao family. Cold light flashed in his eyes. "You seek death." With that, he formed hand seals, muttering incantations. Li Muchen remained unperturbed, still clutching the half-burning talisman, smiling at Wu Xian. Suddenly, Lin Yun let out a strange cry. "Ah!" The scarecrow behind him began to move, extending its hands to grip Lin Yun's neck. "Little Yun, I am your grandfather. I am hungry." Chapter 71. Brother-in-law helps you break through early. The scarecrow's voice was grating, akin to a dull sickle slicing through dry grass. Those who heard it felt a chill in their hearts. Not only Lin Yun, but the Zhao family members were equally startled. Lin Yun thrust his hand between the scarecrow's arms, attempting to free himself. But the seemingly weak creature coiled around him with surprising strength, akin to a constricting serpent. "Brother-in-law, save me." Lin Yun gasped for breath, his voice becoming hoarse. "Save you? What can he use to save you?" Wu Xian laughed heartily, his hands incessantly shifting hand seals. The grass on the scarecrow began to grow wildly, and in no time, it completely enveloped Lin Yun. He felt as though he were ensconced in a cocoon woven from straw, struggling to breathe. The once dry grass seemed to exude a liquid, becoming sticky, as if everything around him were coated in glue. "Little Yun, I am your grandfather. I am hungry." Lin Yun vaguely heard the old man's voice. He sensed a strange pull, as if something was being siphoned from him. His strength waned, and his consciousness began to fade. "Lin Yun, hold on. This is not your grandfather. This is a demonic soul. You are to confront it. This is an excellent opportunity for you to cultivate your spiritual power." "Brother-in-law?" Lin Yun was startled. "What is spiritual power?" Spiritual power is the force that arises from the union of thought and soul. In martial arts cultivation, without spiritual power, one remains merely a warrior. Only when true energy merges with soul power can one hope to break through to the level of transformation and achieve mastery. Transformation? Mastery? As a practitioner of martial arts, Lin Yun had certainly heard of these terms, albeit only in passing. Could it be that such individuals truly exist in this world? Brother-in-law, could it be that he is a master of transformation? Perhaps even a master? The more Lin Yun pondered, the more exhilarated he became. "Brother-in-law, what should I do?" "Banish distractions, harness your will, and confront it with your heart. Employ the internal martial arts techniques taught by your great-grandfather to circulate true energy and protect your meridians, allowing not a single inch to be eroded." Lin Yun attempted to comply, yet the voice of that elder lingered incessantly in his ears. The insidious, sticky straw tightened its grip around him. "Brother-in-law, I seem unable to do this." "You can do it." He heard Li Muchen's voice. "Remember, your strength is wholly contingent upon your inner self. A martial artist must eventually face their inner demons. Today, I shall assist you in overcoming this trial. Once you surpass this hurdle, as long as you do not grow complacent, the path to mastery will be smooth." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun hesitated no longer. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, ignoring the tightening straw and any surrounding sounds, concentrating solely on his inner self. The consuming force persisted. He circulated true energy to safeguard the 8 extraordinary meridians. At that moment, he realized that what was being drained from him was his very essence. And along with the loss of this essence, another aspect was also fading. This aspect, which he had not perceived before, he finally recognized today as his very soul. He struggled against the consuming force, protecting his meridians with true energy, his heart with spirit, and his soul with heart. The union of heart and soul was a formidable challenge. Just as he felt himself faltering, a mysterious force emerged, accompanied by a voice whispering in his ear. "Keep going." Lin Yun knew that his brother-in-law was by his side. Confidence and strength surged within him. The straw seemed to possess awareness, sensing Li Muchen's assistance to Lin Yun. And tendril-like extensions sprouted from Lin Yun, swiftly crawling towards Li Muchen. However, something seemed to frighten them, preventing them from approaching, as they circled around Li Muchen instead. Wu Xian was initially taken aback, but upon seeing Li Muchen standing motionless, without any means of counteraction, he relaxed. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "So, you possess a talisman for repelling evil. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life." The tenacious straw that bound Lin Yun continued to grow wildly, crawling from the ground towards Li Muchen. No matter how many there were, they all circumvented Li Muchen. A circle with a diameter of 1 meter formed around him. The straw, unwilling to yield, persisted in its frantic growth, spreading in all directions. Several nearby security guards were swiftly ensnared, tightly wrapped within the vegetation. The remaining guards rolled and crawled backward in retreat. One, who was slower, was caught by a strand of straw, ensnaring his ankle. The guard struggled valiantly, but the straw pulled him backward. Suddenly, with a tremendous force, he was flung into the air, and with a sickening sound, several strands of straw pierced his body, drawing forth his blood towards the straw figure's core. Soon, the straw figure enveloping Lin Yun and the creeping vegetation on the ground transformed into a vivid crimson. The guard fell to the ground with a thud, now a mere desiccated corpse. Fear gripped everyone, and they fled in terror. Master Wu, quickly stop. Do not harm our own. Zhao Sihai fought to suppress his inner dread. Ha! Everyone here shall perish. Wu Xian shouted, his eyes gleaming with madness. Li Muchen replied with a cold chuckle. You have finally revealed your true nature. You are neither of the righteous nor the shamanic path, but rather a practitioner of the demonic arts. And so what? You think that because you possess talismans, you can evade my soul harvesting ritual? Let us see how long you can endure. Li Muchen glanced at Lin Yun, who was ensnared by the straw figure, and sneered, talismans? Indeed, I possess a few. But for you, there is no need to employ them. The fire talisman in his hand was nearly extinguished, leaving only a small corner still alight, pinched between his fingers. Did you not mention the divine fire of the heavenly mist? Allow me to show you what true divine fire of the heavenly mist looks like. He then called out, Lin Yun, are you ready? Your brother-in-law will help you break through. With that, he flicked his hand, and the remaining talisman transformed into a shooting star, darting towards the straw figure. In an instant, the straw figure ignited. The flames were a pure violet, devoid of any impurities. They spread rapidly along the straw, consuming everything in their path. The encroaching vegetation vanished into violet flames, leaving not even ash behind. Before long, Lin Yun was revealed. At that moment, Lin Yun had his eyes tightly shut, maintaining a peculiar stance with his arms crossed, akin to a standing meditation. Yet, the original straw figure remained on his back, completely unscathed. The straw figure still burned with violet flames, yet these flames inflicted no harm upon Lin Yun or the straw figure. Moments later, Lin Yun abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Brother-in-law, I think I have succeeded. Li Muchen nodded, grasping at the remnants of the violet flames, which he then flung away. For points of flame shot towards Wu Xian. Wu Xian was astonished, attempting to evade, yet it was too late. The four flames landed upon his limbs, igniting into conflagrations in an instant. Wu Xian desperately tried to extinguish the flames, yet no matter his efforts, the flames on his hands and feet refused to be quelled. Strangely, these flames only burned him, causing no damage to anything else. Enveloped in flames, Wu Xian screamed in madness. Who are you? Who are you? His voice gradually diminished, his body slowly becoming still. The violet flames extinguished, leaving behind only a charred silhouette. A gust of wind swept by, and he was reduced to ashes. There was no longer a Master Wu in the world. Li Muchen turned to Lin Yun and said, let us go. Oh, Lin Yun nodded, carrying the straw figure and lifting the burlap sack, following Li Muchen out. You shall not escape. Zhao Sihai suddenly drew a handgun, aiming it at them. None of you shall leave. Upon seeing the gun, Lin Yun instinctively felt fear and panic. Li Muchen replied calmly, if you dare, go ahead and pull the trigger. Without faltering, he walked leisurely past Zhao Sihai's gunpoint. Lin Yun, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. Zhao Sihai trembled, aiming at their retreating figures. Chapter 72. Strike until he dares not offend. Fully aware that someone was pointing a gun at his back, Li Muchen continued to stroll at ease. This composure left Lin Yun feeling inadequate. In the Lin family ancestral hall, Lin Yun had only thought of Li Muchen as impressive. But now, his admiration had deepened to profound respect. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. For decades, the Lin and Zhao families have been in conflict, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet you alone could bring about the Zhao family's demise. How I wish I could possess such prowess. Brother-in-law, when will you teach me martial arts? Li Muchen smiled and replied, I have not destroyed the Zhao family. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Lin Yun said, that is merely because you have not done so. I believe that if you wished, the Zhao family would vanish from Muchen starting tomorrow. Li Muchen paused for a moment and said, Xiao Yun, remember, life is a journey of cultivation. Whether in martial arts or sorcery, it is never about extinguishing others, but rather about self-cultivation and achieving personal completeness. Only through the perfection of one's true nature can one transcend to the innate state, harmonizing heaven and humanity. In your future martial practices, avoid reckless bravado, otherwise, you shall surely meet defeat. It may not come at the hands of others, but rather from the turmoil within your own heart. Lin Yun listened, somewhat confused, and asked, so if someone bullies me, I shouldn't retaliate? Of course not, Li Muchen replied with a smile. If a person does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if they do, I will strike until they no longer dare to transgress. As Zhao Sihai watched the figures of Li Muchen and Lin Yun fade into the night, he dejectedly lowered the gun in his hand. What if I can't hit them? He pondered. Impossible. Can they truly evade a bullet? With a deep sigh, Zhao Sihai remarked, whether they can dodge a bullet is uncertain, but we cannot afford such a gamble. Zhao Qinyang lowered his head in silence, knowing his father spoke the truth. They could not risk it, for the man surnamed Li could eliminate their entire family at any moment. Zhao Sihai lamented, I never anticipated that the Lin family could enlist such a formidable figure. Father, are we to accept this? Zhao Qinyang protested, feeling unwilling to let the Zhao family suffer disgrace. If they did not retaliate, they would forever be under the thumb of the Lin family. After a moment of silence, Zhao Sihai ordered, disseminate the word. Today's events must not be spoken of. Whoever leaks a word shall face the family's punishment. From this day forth, we will steer clear of the Lin family. As long as that man surnamed Li is with them, we shall never compete with the Lin family. Understood. Zhao Qinyang answered glumly. Suddenly, Zhao Sihai inquired, does Master Wu have any fellow disciples? I heard that a few of his brothers are wandering in the martial world, gaining some renown in the feng shui circle. There seems to be one in Xiantang. Zhao Qinyang replied, his eyes lighting up. Father, are you suggesting we invite them to assist us? Zhao Sihai shook his head. Not to help us, but to avenge Wu Xian. Given they are his fellow disciples, their influence must not be trivial. Find a way to inform them of Wu Xian's demise. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with the Zhao family whatsoever. When they arrive for vengeance, whether against the Lin family or that man surnamed Li, we will remain uninvolved and watch from the sidelines. Zhao Qinyang admired, giving a thumbs up. Father, how astute you are. What? Xiaoyan has taken Zhao Qinyang hostage with a knife? Lin Xiuxing exclaimed, astonished at the report from his subordinate. Yin Huimin was equally alarmed, exclaiming, oh dear, what shall we do? The Zhao family will not let him go. Xiuxing, hurry in and rescue him. Lin Xiuxing hesitated, realizing that rushing into the estate would mean declaring war against the Zhao family. The crux of the matter was that, on the Zhao family's home turf, victory was uncertain. Just as Zhao Sihai would not triumph if he charged into Lin's North Creek villa, Lin Xiuxing felt the same about their own chances. Xiuxing, what are you hesitating for? Xiaoyun is in imminent danger. Yin Huimin urged. Finally, Lin Xiuxing made up his mind and commanded, let us move. As the vehicles ahead roared to life, Lin Lai became excited. It's about to begin. Lin Xiuxing had indeed summoned his men, indicating that a confrontation with the Zhao family was imminent. Guocheng, who do you think will prevail? In terms of business competition, the Lin and Zhao families are equally matched, with the Lin family perhaps having a slight edge. But in a brawl, the Lin family may not hold their own against the Zhao family, especially since this is an away game where the Zhao family holds all the advantages. Lin Xiuxing's impatience was likely due to his precious son being in peril. Yuan Guocheng nodded, saying, my men are already on their way. When the Lin and Zhao families clash, they will surely suffer mutual losses, leaving me as the sole victor. This is akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows, Lin Lai remarked, a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. Guocheng, that fellow named Li Muchen must be left for me to deal with. The Lin family's convoy sped through the night, soon arriving at the gates of the Zhao family's estate. The manor was eerily quiet, the night shrouded in mystery, resembling an enigmatic painting. Master, should we charge in? A subordinate inquired. Lin Xiuxing frowned slightly. Strange, why is there not even a guard at the gate? Yin Huimin urged. Xiuxing, stop pondering and rush in to rescue him. Lin Xiuxing nodded, steeling himself, and declared, all right, everyone in. Remember, our priority is to rescue him. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage the Zhao family directly. Once we retrieve Xiaoyan, we shall withdraw. And Muchen, Lin Manqing reminded. Yin Huimin scolded, you still think of him? This is all his fault. If it weren't for him, Xiaoyan would not have barged into the Zhao family and taken young Master Zhao hostage. He must have instigated this. Lin Manqing bit her lip, torn between believing in Li Muchen and the grim reality of her brother's peril. A subordinate suddenly exclaimed, it seems someone is coming out. Prepare for battle, follow my command. Lin Xiuxing ordered, and his men readied themselves. From the grand entrance of the estate, two figures emerged. The distance and darkness obscured their identities as they walked leisurely, occasionally conversing. As they approached the gate, Lin Manqing recognized one of them instantly, Li Muchen. His composed and confident stride, along with an air of nonchalance, were qualities she had only seen in him. Accompanying him was Lin Yun. Lin Manqing opened her mouth but made no sound, her nose tinged with a sudden sting, and her eyes glistening with tears. The emotions she had bottled up finally found release. In the entire Lin family, she was the sole supporter of Li Muchen, the only one who believed in his potential. Now, he had proven her right. Xiaoyan. Yin Huimin rushed forward, embracing Lin Yun. Lin Xiuxing, having confirmed that no Zhao family members were following, finally relaxed. Mother, father, sister, why are you all here? You foolish child, doing something so dangerous. How could we not come? Yin Huimin scrutinized Lin Yun, fearing he had been harmed. Are you all right? Oh dear, what is this on your back? Why is there a scarecrow? Father, mother, look. Lin Yun exclaimed, pulling the scarecrow down. I found this in the west courtyard of the Zhao family. It bears grandfather's name and birth date. They truly intended to curse him to death. And there are these. He opened a sack, spilling out pig heads, cow heads, and sheep heads, along with congealed blood. In the dead of night, such gruesome sights alongside a scarecrow were particularly chilling. Lin Xiuxing furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Muchen before nodding to him. Are you both unharmed? What of the Zhao family? Lin Yun proudly stated. They were too scared to fight back. Merely a bunch of weaklings. Lin Xiuxing shot him a glare. Silence. With your skills, how could you frighten the Zhao family? Li Muchen smiled faintly. Lin Yun performed admirably. He will surely achieve great things in the future. Yin Huimin quickly defended her son. Indeed, if not for Xiaoyan taking Zhao Qinyang hostage, they would not have escaped so easily. My son is the best. From a distance, another vehicle bore witness to this unexpected scene. Lin Lai stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How did they escape? What on earth transpired? Yuan Guocheng, holding a phone, shook his head. The Zhao family seems to have sealed off information. It's unclear what happened. This time, it appears your Lin family has triumphed. The roar of engines filled the air, accompanied by the screech of brakes. As a red Porsche sped onto the scene, Muchen stepped out, momentarily stunned by the unfolding situation. He had received a call from Li Muchen to come to the Zhao family estate. Muchen, shall we get in? Li Muchen nodded and approached the vehicle. As he passed by Lin Manqing, he offered her a gentle smile. Remember, 3 months from now, we shall be together. Lin Manqing's heart raced. Chapter 73. An uninvited guest. Do you truly intend to marry the eldest daughter of the Lin family? Muchen exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Li Muchen gazed out at the tranquil night beyond the window. The night was shrouded in darkness, with the streetlights casting a dim glow, and the road stretching endlessly into the distance, where scattered lights twinkled like stars. Within those lights flickered the myriad joys and sorrows of countless households. Such is the human realm, the bustling yet indifferent world. The essence of life is known through its own joys and sorrows, and the inevitability of life and death is a reality we must accept. There are matters I was previously unaware of, yet now that I am enlightened, I must take action, he stated. Muchen did not fully comprehend, but he paid it little mind. He was genuinely happy for his brother. Li Muchen smiled slightly and reassured him, rest assured, it will be accomplished. However, your assistance will be indispensable, brother Muchen. Muchen responded, your affairs are my own. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I shall brave any hardship without a moment's hesitation. If I so much as frown, then I am not your brother Muchen. Oh, by the way, Muchen suddenly recalled, Kai2 has delivered our funds, a total of 3 million. Should we purchase a house first, or will you invest it? Li Muchen exclaimed in surprise, wasn't it 280,000? Kai2 mentioned that the additional 20,000 was a gesture of goodwill towards you. Presumably, it was because you broke Lin Xiaoheng's leg yesterday, which frightened that young man greatly. Just look at his timid demeanor when he handed over the money, huh? Li Muchen could easily envision Kai Weiman's reaction upon hearing the news. For someone like Kai2, a figure of the underworld, the Lin family was a formidable entity. Lin Xiaoheng could command him without challenge, leaving him no room to voice dissent. Thus, the news of Li Muchen breaking Lin Xiaoheng's leg would undoubtedly leave him in shock. Kai2 is quite resourceful. Observe him closely, Li Muchen advised. As for the money, let us prioritize purchasing a home. Our original intent was to provide Ding Xiang with a stable abode. How about you find a 3-bedroom apartment nearby, listing the property deed in Ding Xiang's name? Afterward, we can rent a villa with a garden, ensuring good privacy, as I have my uses for it. The following morning, Li Muchen and Muchen took Ding Xiang to view properties. The agent showed them several neighborhoods, and they inspected no fewer than 20 apartments. When they inquired about her preferences, Ding Xiang was still in a daze, as if she were dreaming. Brother Muchen, can we really buy a house? Of course, we can, Li Muchen replied. But where will we find such funds? Muchen laughed heartily. Your brother Muchen is likely earning quite well, and soon he will be the son-in-law of the Lin family, or rather, engaged to the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Only then did Ding Xiang grasp the situation regarding Li Muchen and Lin Manqing. Understanding the cause and effect, she felt genuinely happy for him, though a tinge of melancholy lingered in her heart, leaving her unsure of its origin. Ultimately, the three of them unanimously settled on a particular apartment. The community was pleasant. The apartment situated on the top floor, with 1 unit per floor, offering excellent light and ventilation, along with a complimentary loft and terrace. The sole drawback was its elevation, which felt somewhat detached. As Ding Xiang inhaled the fresh air high above, she exclaimed in disbelief, I can hardly believe it. We have our own home. Li Muchen affirmed, indeed, this will be your home henceforth. Ding Xiang added, it is our home. The three of us will never be separated again, will we? Of course, we will remain together. Ding Xiang extended her hand, initiating a pinky promise. Li Muchen and Muchen exchanged smiles and joined her, their fingers interlocking tightly. Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changes allowed, Ding Xiang declared, shaking their hands. As she exhibited a childlike innocence, Li Muchen felt a surge of joy within him. The sky above was a brilliant blue, reminiscent of their childhood days. With the significant matter of purchasing a house resolved, Muchen hastily set off to rent a villa. Ding Xiang wondered why they needed to rent a villa, but refrained from inquiring. In her mind, her 2 brothers were destined for greatness. If the adults from the rubbish courtyard were still around, they would undoubtedly feel proud of them. After the arrangements were completed, Ding Xiang returned to her job at the local eatery. Originally, according to Li Muchen and Muchen's wishes, now that they had funds, she need not work part-time and could focus on her studies. Yet, Ding Xiang felt it inappropriate to abandon her job simply because of newfound wealth. She had committed to working for the summer, and suddenly withdrawing would cause inconvenience. In the sweltering summer, where would the restaurant find a replacement? Li Muchen could forego his position, as he had always been superfluous. It was only out of kindness for Mei Jie that he had a place to eat. However, today he had no other pressing matters and accompanied Ding Xiang to the restaurant to bid farewell to everyone. Perhaps because it was Li Muchen's final day at work, the proprietress surprisingly refrained from her usual hair appointments. Instead, she instructed Master Rong to prepare several delightful dishes, allowing everyone to gather for a farewell banquet. As they took turns to toast Li Muchen, wishing him boundless prospects, he felt deeply moved. These individuals had no ulterior motives. They were simply kind to him and Ding Xiang. As the drinks flowed, the conversation became more animated. Master Rong remained the centerpiece of idle chatter, sharing tales of culinary delights and intriguing anecdotes that imparted much knowledge to the listeners. Regarding matters of the capital, he spoke sparingly, And even when Li Muchen subtly steered the conversation, Master Rong would inevitably divert to other topics. Boss Wong listened with a perpetual grin, occasionally interjecting to provoke Master Rong, leading to lively banter between the two. Master Rong would often become incensed and fueled by the spirits. He would rush to the back kitchen to confront the boss. At such moments, Xiao Yang would tightly embrace Master Rong until he regained his composure. Regardless of Master Rong's impulsiveness, Boss Wong remained cheerful, his demeanor as sweet as honey. Mei Jia appeared oblivious, choosing to ignore the quarrel between the two. If outsiders were to witness such a scene, they would undoubtedly find it curious that the boss and the cook quarreled so vehemently while the restaurant continued to operate. Li Muchen, however, recognized the true backbone of the establishment, Mei Jia. It was apparent that Boss Wong and Mei Jia were not necessarily a genuine couple. Both he and Master Rong held affection for Mei Jia, resulting in their daily disputes, which were laced with sarcasm and mockery. Yet, it was precisely their shared affection for Mei Jia that brought them together. During dinner, a few unexpected guests arrived. The first was Lin Yun. Brother-in-law, you work in this place? Lin Yun peered around slyly. What's south wrong with this place? Li Muchen inquired with a smile. Lin Yun, visibly excited, replied, is this not a grand concealment within the city? Brother-in-law, are all the staff here experts in their fields? Brother-in-law, when will you teach me martial arts? Is that your sole reason for coming? Not entirely. Lin Yun chuckled. I also came to relay a message from my sister. Why didn't your sister come herself? She's embarrassed, I suppose. Lin Yun then discreetly revealed that his sister was currently under house arrest and unable to leave. Why is that? Isn't it because of you? Your refusal to become the Lin family's son-in-law has displeased the family. Do the daughters of the Lin family even recruit son-in-laws? Li Muchen asked in astonishment. But I thought your aunts were already married off? That is not the same. Their husbands come from prestigious families, some even more powerful than the Lin family. Lin Yun clarified. Right now, I am the only one in the family advocating for you. Is that so? Li Muchen chuckled. You haven't exposed what I did at the Zhao family, have you? I mentioned a little, but they didn't believe me and thought I was boasting. If I revealed everything, they would surely send me to a mental institution. Li Muchen had anticipated such an outcome and laughed heartily. Brother-in-law, when will you teach me martial arts? Lin Yun inquired again. Li Muchen replied, first, add me on WeChat, and I will get in touch with you. Lin Yun joyfully scanned Li Muchen's WeChat QR code, grinning. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will keep you updated on any developments regarding my sister. Li Muchen patted him on the head and said, all right, now tell me what message your sister wanted to convey. My sister remarked that one need not engage in actions that compromise one's principles for the sake of a mere 3-month agreement. What she truly appreciates is you, your distinctive character. She would gladly reside in humble quarters with you. However, should you cease to be yourself, even if you orchestrated the most extravagant wedding in the world, she would not accept your hand in marriage. Shortly after Lin Yun departed, a second unwelcome guest arrived at the establishment, Zhou Su, whom I had encountered at the Blue Bridge bar. Wasn't that rather impressive? It turns out he works in this modest little place. Zhou Su lounged with a leg crossed over the other, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Bring me the menu. Let me have a look. Chapter 74. Master of Southern Tai, Qi Li Muchen presented the menu to him. Zhou Su barely glanced at it, pointing instead at Ding Xiang, saying, call her over. Li Muchen replied coldly, this is a restaurant, not a brothel. You may order dishes, but you cannot summon people. Zhou Su glared, fuming. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you not realize the customer is king? If you cannot manage to serve properly, summon your boss. Manager may sashayed over, her waist swaying, and cheerfully inquired, oh, what seems to be the issue, sir? Zhou Su complained, the quality of your staff is unacceptable. I demand a different server. Surely that is not too much to ask. The manager retorted, not a problem. You pay, and you are indeed the king. We cannot disregard the king's demands. If you are dissatisfied with him, I shall dismiss him. With a wink at Li Muchen, she sternly instructed, you, go settle your bill at the counter. You need not return tomorrow. Zhou Su beamed with satisfaction, a smug smile creeping across his face. The manager added, I shall fetch another server for you. Lao Wang, please come and take this gentleman's order. Boss Wang, emerging from behind the bar, wore an exaggerated grin and bent over, eager to take Zhou Su's order. Zhou Su, taken aback, protested, I did not request him. I want her. The manager replied, oh, you are not satisfied with this one either? Shall I take your order myself? Zhou Su scrutinized the manager, suddenly perceiving a captivating allure about her, more entrancing than Ding Xiang's purity. You may serve me, and if you amuse me, I might just acquire both you and this little establishment. Zhou Su chuckled. Her voice rang loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant, even those outside. Zhou Su was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt change in demeanor, and as he began to fume, the kitchen door curtain lifted, revealing 2 men, one wielding a ladle, the other a kitchen knife. Manager, is everything all right? Master Rong inquired. All is well, she replied, grabbing a fly swatter from a nearby table. A fly has been buzzing around, driving me mad. If I hear it again, I shall swat it dead. With a vigorous smack on the table, she startled Zhou Su, causing him to flinch. The manager turned and pulled Ding Xiang away. May, thank you, Ding Xiang expressed. From behind the bar, Boss Wang chuckled, indeed. What's so great about a pretty boy? The manager shot him a glare. Away with you. This is none of your concern. Master Rong quipped. I thought someone was trying to dine and dash. Yang brandished his knife, declaring, whoever tries to skip out on their bill, I shall deal with them. Both glared menacingly at Zhou Su, who, feeling the pressure, slinked away, his pride wounded. You shall pay for this. Li Muchen regarded Zhou Su with indifference, viewing him as nothing more than a bothersome fly, as the manager had aptly described. However, Dingxiang's presence in the establishment, despite the manager's protection, could lead to troublesome encounters with such pests. The adage rings true: one fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. Thus, Li Muchen dialed Huang San. Huang San now revered him as a deity, obediently following his commands. Although Li Muchen held little fondness for Huang San, another bothersome insect, sometimes one must use a pest to eliminate another. Around 8 in the evening, a third uninvited guest entered the restaurant. This man appeared to be in his 50s, sporting a buzz cut, yet possessing long sideburns that were grizzled and merged with his beard, exuding an air of artistic flair. However, Li Muchen recognized him as a formidable figure. Since arriving in Muchen, he had encountered numerous martial artists, such as Tai Huang Hai, Tai Chi Master Hong Tianqing, and Lin Chanming of the Lin family, as well as Zhao Shan of the Zhao family. The most formidable had been Qian Kuan by Lingshan Lake, and the elder Gu Yanzhou, who accompanied Chen Wenxue. The prowess of this individual before him was certainly on par with theirs. After entering, the man chose a table, and Li Muchen approached, inquiring, Sir, what would you like to eat? The man shook his head, gesturing with his hand, call her over. Following his, Li Muchen noted that he was indicating Manager Mei. This tactic mirrored Zhou Su's, yet Li Muchen discerned that this man was entirely different from Zhou Su. Sir, this is a restaurant, not a brothel. You may order dishes, but you cannot summon people, Li Muchen reiterated. What if I insist on summoning someone? The man challenged. Li Muchen frowned, and Manager Mei approached, pulling him aside to sit opposite the man. Sir, do you wish for my company for dining or drinking? The man fixated on the manager, his gaze unblinking. Is there something on my face? Manager Mei teased. The man remarked, it is said that beauty possesses remarkable youth-preserving qualities. It appears to be true. Manager Mei's expression shifted slightly, and she replied, what beauty? We have no such dish here. The man chuckled, do not think that by hiding in this humble establishment, one cannot find you, E.G. Mei. Who are you? Manager Mei's demeanor shifted dramatically. Boss Wang, still behind the bar, cast a curious glance in their direction, his smile unwavering. Master Rong and Yang Yang peeked through the door curtain, resembling sentinels at the kitchen's entrance. In stark contrast to Zhou Su's encounter, Master Rong wielded not only a ladle, but also a kitchen knife in his other hand. The atmosphere in the restaurant turned palpably tense. Li Muchen cautiously retreated, positioning himself protectively beside Dingxiang. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to the surrounding tension, laughing heartily. Why so serious? I am merely a passing diner. He grabbed the menu, perusing it before stating, I would like an order of 8 delicacies tofu and a bowl of white rice. Manager Mei nodded at Master Rong. Before long, the 8 delicacies tofu was prepared and served. The man took a bite, savoring it, nodding in approval. Not bad. This is the flavor I sought. I never expected to find such authentic 8 delicacies tofu in Muchen. He dined leisurely, alternating bites of tofu and rice, while Manager Mei sat quietly across from him, patiently awaiting his completion. What is the cost? The man inquired. It is of little worth. Consider it my treat, Manager Mei replied. The man, not being coy, responded. Having not tasted such authentic 8 delicacies tofu in many years, I shall not trouble you for this meal. Manager Mei expressed her gratitude. I appreciate that. But you must at least tell me who you are and why you have come. I am Wang Zongxing. Upon hearing his name, Manager Mei's expression shifted noticeably. Master of Southern Tai Chi, Li Muchen felt a stir of recognition, recalling the encounter at the Blue Bridge Bar with Hong Tianqing, who was the head of Southern Tai Chi in Muchen, having been defeated by him. Zhona had warned him that Hong Tianqing sought assistance from his sect, and Southern Tai Chi might dispatch someone even more formidable. Yet, this man's presence seemed to indicate he was here for Manager Mei. Chapter 75. Uncle Ming's caution, haha. Merely flattery from friends in the martial world, Wang Zongxing chuckled. Tai Chi is all-encompassing. It knows no regional boundaries. As for the title of master, I dare not claim it. In the province of Nanjiang, there are only 2 universally acknowledged masters. Mei Jie remarked, I have no connection with Taiji men. May I inquire about Mr. Wang's purpose? Wang Zongxing replied, I have come to Muchen on some errands, and, coincidentally, I carry a message from an old friend. Oh, may I ask who your old friend is? Lu Jinsheng. Upon hearing this name, Mei Jie's countenance darkened considerably. Even the smile of Boss Wang, who stood behind the bar, faltered. Mei Jie fell silent, lost in thought. Wang Zongxing rose, saying, well, the message has been delivered. I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Mei Jie inquired, how does Lu Jin know I am here? He has always been aware. Wang Zongxing sighed, stepped out of the establishment, and vanished into the night. Mei Jie sat there, motionless, her eyes shimmering with tears. Li Muchen observed the distress reflected in her gaze. Master Rong stood silently at the kitchen door, holding a ladle. Dingxiang, oblivious to the complexities of the world, approached the proprietress cautiously, calling out, Mei Jie, we haven't done the cleaning yet, Dingxiang noted. We won't be doing it today, Mei Jie replied. Oh, right, old Wang, how much cash is in the register? Please settle their wages. If it's insufficient, transfer the remainder via Alipay. Dingxiang, puzzled, responded. But Mei Jie, I still need to work until the holiday ends. I don't even know if the shop will open tomorrow. For now, let's settle your wages. I can't let you work for nothing. Why? Dingxiang asked, confused. Mei Jie smiled faintly, a touch of melancholy in her expression. There is no banquet that does not disperse in this world. Dingxiang, you are a university student. Study diligently, and you shall surely achieve greatness. She suddenly stood up, pulling Li Muchen aside, whispering, Little Li, Dingxiang is a good girl, but she is too naive. You must take good care of her. If I find out you have wronged her, I will not spare you. Li Muchen was taken aback, saying, Dingxiang is my sister. Naturally, I will look after her. Just a sister? Mei Jie shot him a glance. You appear to have no interest in me. Is it not because your heart already belongs to Dingxiang? Li Muchen was speechless. Mei Jie continued, Never mind, I shan't listen. You certainly have nothing pleasant to say. Boss Wang counted the register and remarked, There is sufficient to cover the wages, with some left over. Give it all to them, Mei Jie insisted. Boss Wang hesitated. All of it? What purpose does it serve for you to keep it? Can you contend with Lu Jinshan? Boss Wang promptly fell silent, his smile still intact as he neatly folded the money and handed it to Dingxiang. Dingxiang adamantly refused, claiming it was too much, ultimately accepting only her due wages. In just a few days, Li Muchen had taken 200 yuan, returning the remainder to Boss Wang. Mei Jie did not press the issue further. Then, we shall take our leave, the two said as they exited the Qiming restaurant. Dingxiang lingered, asking, Brother Muchen, is Mei Jie truly closing the shop? Li Muchen surmised the situation, replying, Not necessarily, but even if the shop closes, we can still remain friends. Dingxiang nodded, That would be best. Mei Jie is a good person, and so are Boss Wang and Master Rong. Though Xiaoyang can be a bit chatty, he is good-hearted too. It's a pity I lack the ability to help them. Li Muchen reassured, Good people will be rewarded, they will be fine. The night was dim, and as they walked down the street, illuminated by the flickering street lamps, they appeared as two angels in tandem. In a nearby dark alley, Zhou Su leaned against the wall, fear evident in his eyes. What do you want? A dozen tattooed men surrounded him, their expressions menacing. The crowd parted, revealing Huang San, cigarette in hand, the glowing ember illuminating his brutish face. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police, Zhou Su stammered. Smack. A heavy slap landed on Zhou Su's face. Call the police. Huang San seized Zhou Su's hair, forcefully slamming his head against the wall. Go ahead, call. Zhou Su's face was wet, unsure if it was water from the wall or his own blood. You want money? I'll give you money, Zhou Su pleaded, pulling out his wallet. So you have money, huh? Huang San yanked Zhou Su's hair again, bashing his head against the wall. I detest wealthy people who flaunt in front of me. Zhou Su's head buzzed. The pain and dizziness drained his will to resist, leading him to surrender his dignity as he began to beg for mercy. Please, let me go. I am friends with young Master Zhang from Yongqing Group. Young Master Zhang? I might as well know Zhang Tian, sure. Huang San kicked Zhou Su in the stomach, causing him to double over. With a wave of his hand, his gang descended upon Zhou Su, delivering a brutal beating. Zhou Su's cries echoed through the alley. Enough, Huang San commanded, and the crowd retreated, leaving Zhou Su battered and sprawled on the roadside. If you ever harass Dingxiang again, I'll dig out your organs and feed them to you. How dare you touch our boss's woman? You must be tired of living. Huang San spat on Zhou Su's face, the sound of footsteps fading away. Boss. Since when did Dingxiang become his woman? Zhou Su's heart was engulfed by fear and despair. Ma Shan called, instructing Li Muchen to visit Lanshan Bar, mentioning that Na Jie needed to speak with him. Ma Shan had become a true executive at Lanshan Bar, with his own office. He escorted Li Muchen to the office, saying, Na Jie will be here shortly. Please have a seat. Li Muchen inquired, How is the house hunting going? Ma Shan replied, It's not that simple. Your requirements are a bit high. You want a large garden with good privacy, which is only found in affluent neighborhoods. However, houses in those areas are easy to buy but hard to rent. I did see a decent property today that meets all the criteria, but what? The house has a rather eerie reputation. What do you mean? Ma Shan scratched his head. I can't quite explain it. The moment I entered, I felt an unusual chill. It was hot outside, and the house is sunlit and well ventilated, but it felt cold inside. The agent seemed evasive. When I pressed him, he finally admitted that there had been deaths in that house, more than once. Oh, Li Muchen frowned. How did they die? I don't know the details. The house has been vacant for a long time, and the agents have changed several times, so no one can clarify. As for the landlord, I believe he is abroad. Just then, the office door swung open, and Zhou Na entered. What is this? Are you looking to rent a house? Yes. We're hoping for a villa with a large garden. Najia, do you have any connections? Ma Shan asked. I can inquire for you, Zhou Na offered. Knowing her extensive network, Li Muchen replied, Thank you, Najia. Zhou Na smiled. Why be so polite with me? Muchen, do you remember Hong Tianqing? The one you defeated last time at the bar? Of course, the head of the Southern Taiji in Huching, Li Muchen recalled, remembering Wang Zongxing from earlier that day at the restaurant. It seemed he was indeed the one. Uncle Ming said that the person coming is a true master. The Southern Taiji has connections with the Feng family, so he cannot intervene. He asked me to ask you, Zhou Na said, her caution evident. Should we step outside? Li Muchen chuckled, no need. Chapter 76. The house without a landlord. Lin Shangyi strolled along the shaded path within the villa, feeling invigorated. Beside him, Lin Chanming said, Congratulations, sir, on your full recovery. The Lin family can flourish for another 100 years. Upon hearing this, the elders suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. Lin Chanming reassured him. Lin Lifeng brought this upon himself. You have shown restraint by not employing the family's discipline. There is no need for further self-reproach. As for the successor, Lin Yun is quite capable as well. Lin Chanming shook his head. I am familiar with the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall. I find it hard to believe that little Yun single-handedly defeated the entire hall unless he has reached the peak of the transformation stage. The terms you mentioned elude my understanding. However, it is indeed perplexing that the two of them emerged from the Zhao family unscathed. Lin Shangyi suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking that it was rather strange that his life had been saved by the Li family on 2 occasions. Perhaps it was fate, he mused, for the Li family was indeed his benefactor. Then why does the master refuse to marry Manqing to him? Lin Chanming inquired, puzzled. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that he is reluctant to become a son-in-law of the Lin family, Lin Shangyi explained. He refuses to take on the role of a suitor. Given his current status, how could I possibly arrange a marriage with Manqing? Furthermore, he is overly arrogant and requires tempering. Restoring the former glory of the Li family is no easy feat. As they walked, they arrived at a pavilion, where a scarecrow stood in the open area outside. The family had suggested setting it ablaze, yet Lin Shangyi refused. He intended to use it as a constant reminder to himself. Footsteps approached, and Lin Qiuxing hurriedly arrived. Father. Second uncle, he greeted respectfully. What is it? Father, someone from the Yuan family has come to propose a marriage, Lin Qiuxing replied. A proposal? Lin Shangyi expressed mild surprise. For whom? The eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan Shiji. Oh, Yuan Naiwan's son. He indeed has strong roots and a promising future compared to Yuan Guoqing. Which of our daughters has caught their eye? Lin Qiuxing hesitated slightly before answering. It is Manqing. Manqing? Both Lin Shangyi and Lin Chanming were momentarily taken aback. Humph. Yuan Guoqiang has a clever scheme. You are the head of the family, and Manqing is your daughter. The decision rests with you, Lin Shangyi stated. Lin Qiuxing wished to decipher his father's expression to determine whether he was in favor or against the proposal. However, the elder's face was as inscrutable as parched earth, filled with wrinkles, yet revealing nothing. Is there anything else? Lin Shangyi inquired. Although it was still morning, the sun had already risen high, making the pavilion hot and stifling. Lin Qiuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Father, I feel inadequate. Our business has not improved recently, and many projects have encountered difficulties. Lin Shangyi nodded in understanding. I am aware of this situation and have reviewed the materials. Some matters are not your fault. It is purely a matter of bad luck. Nevertheless, as the head of the family, you must devise solutions and cannot be passive. A family is akin to a great vessel. You are its captain. It is not an achievement to sail smoothly in calm waters. True skill is demonstrated when one can navigate through storms and keep the ship steady. Understood. Lin Qiuxing's forehead was slick with perspiration, and his clothing was thoroughly dampened. Father, the third son of the Chun family from Xinzhou has arrived in Huqing, expressing intentions to invest. I wish to engage with him. The Chun family? Lin Shangyi's expression shifted. The Chun family dominates maritime trade in Xinzhou. Collaborating with them could pave a long-term path for development, even if it means relinquishing some of our interests in Huqing. However, why would the Chun family venture into Huqing? Lin Qiuxing replied. Currently, their plans remain unclear, but the arrival of young Master Chun has stirred interest among the prominent families in Huqing. Even several families from Qiantang have sent representatives. Tomorrow, at the Haizhou Hotel, young Master Chun will discuss specific collaboration details with various families. It is difficult to predict with whom they will ultimately partner. Lin Shangyi nodded. Very well, you shall personally attend tomorrow. Make every effort to secure a partnership with the Chun family. You may utilize all family resources without seeking my approval. Understood. With his father's permission, Lin Qiuxing felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, Li Muchen had risen early to view properties with Ma Shan. The house Ma Shan mentioned was an old-style courtyard located in the outskirts of the northern part of the city, with a sign reading Wudong Ju hanging at the entrance. Despite its slightly remote location and lack of amenities, everything else was quite satisfactory. A mere glance from Li Muchen at the entrance gave him a sense of assurance. They were shown around by a young man from the real estate agency, who appeared somewhat intimidated by Ma Shan. Big brother, I've told you all I know, he said. What nonsense. You can't even explain how many people have died here. Ma Shan retorted. Why would anyone want to enter a place like this? I had nightmares all night. The young man responded. Li Muchen inquired. Have you met the landlord? The young man shook his head. I haven't met him. To be honest, I suspect this house doesn't even have an owner. Ridiculous. If there's no owner, how did you get the keys? How can you rent this place without a contract? Ma Shan challenged. Li Muchen chuckled. Are you not concerned that your remarks might prevent the house from being rented? I fear more for your lives. If the house doesn't rent out, there's no loss. But if you die inside, I'll be in big trouble. The young man exclaimed. Enough. Lead us to see the house, Li Muchen commanded. With a sigh, the young man retrieved the keys and unlocked the courtyard gate. As the door swung open, a chill breeze swept out, sending a shiver through the young man, turning his face pale. You too, feel free to look around, he said, handing the keys to Ma Shan. Are you not worried we'll steal something? Ma Shan scoffed. You can take whatever you like, I'm not going in there. Entering once takes 10 years off my life, the young man replied. Li Muchen took the keys from Ma Shan and said, let us go. As they entered the courtyard, the sun blazed down, transforming from a gentle warmth to an oppressive heat. Ma Shan rubbed his face and muttered, damn, I've got goosebumps again. The young agent approached and said, I told you, every time you walk in here, it takes 10 years off your life. Ma Shan retorted, are you cursing us? I mean no offense. You've seen the house, and you want to return. Let me show you other properties. There are many better villas available, the young man suggested. Are you serious? Ma Shan asked, astonished. Li Muchen smiled. Of course, he is serious. The young man raised his thumb and exclaimed, all right, Brother, you're impressive. I'm convinced. However, let me make it clear. If anything happens in the future, don't blame me. The agents from the intermediary company likely hadn't anticipated that they would be renting out this house, and were deeply concerned about the prospect of dying within its walls. Hence, they adamantly insisted on raising the rent or demanding a hefty deposit. Naturally, Muchen disagreed, questioning why a haunted house should be more expensive than a regular one. Ultimately, the manager of the agency proposed, either you buy the house, or I see that you too are not short on funds. If you truly like this property, why not purchase it outright? Muchen was taken aback. Are you authorized to sell this house? He inquired. How much? Muchen asked. The manager responded. According to market value, a villa of this size in that area would start at 10 million. However, considering the peculiar nature of this house, I can offer it at a discount. He held up 2 fingers, stating, a flat price of 8 million. Muchen turned to Muchen, who responded confidently. 3 million. I'll buy it. The manager was momentarily stunned. I opened with 8 million, and you counter with 3 million? You're slashing more than half off. Brother, this is a house, not a vegetable market. I can assure you, no one else will dare to buy this property. Muchen retorted with unwavering certainty, 3 million. Sell it. I'll prepare the money. If not, it's no matter. He stood up, ready to leave. Before he could take a step, the manager called out, sold, and burst into laughter. The agreement was amicably signed, with Muchen placing a deposit of 100,000. Muchen requested that they receive the keys before the full payment was made. The manager readily consented, assured that with the deposit paid, there was little risk of them backing out. A haunted house was simply a rental opportunity, and they could consider that deposit as a few months' rent. On the way back, Muchen asked Muchen, are we really going to buy that house? Muchen replied, this house meets all my criteria, and where else can I find such a large villa for 3 million? Muchen expressed concern, but that house is eerie. Otherwise, why would they sell it so cheap? Muchen chuckled, eerie or not, it depends on who you ask. Indeed, I refuse to be swayed by superstition. Muchen proudly declared. Suddenly recalling the peculiarities of the house, he queried, why is there a thick layer of dust downstairs, but none upstairs? What is the reasoning behind that? Muchen explained, that is because someone has always lived upstairs. As Muchen drove, a chill ran down his spine upon hearing this. Upon returning home, Muchen produced a list and requested Muchen to help him gather some items. Muchen glanced at the unusual items written on the note and asked, what is this for? Muchen replied, once you've gathered everything, I'll take you ghost hunting. Next, Muchen had to contemplate how to procure 3 million. Although the deposit had been made, the agency was not in a hurry. However, prolonged uncertainty could lead to complications. Muchen did not want the house to fall into someone else's hands. He felt there was a story behind this property. After much thought, he recalled a place, a Lu's Mahjong Hall. Chapter 78, Setting a Trap After Lunch. Muchen accompanied Ding Xiang to handle the property transfer paperwork. With 3 million for the house, along with the deposit for the villa, they had just over 600,000 remaining. Muchen took out 500,000 in cash, packed it into a backpack, and set off. The sign at the entrance of the People's restaurant indicated it was temporarily closed. Muchen paused at the door, then proceeded toward the street corner. Knowing that at this hour, Mei Jia would surely be getting her hair done. Entering the beauty salon, he inquired, where's Mei Jia? The stylist, recognizing him as an acquaintance of Mei Jia, replied, she is upstairs. Muchen ascended the stairs and knocked on the door of room 3. A voice from within asked, who is it? He responded, Mei Jia, it's me, Shaoli. The door opened, revealing the same beauty therapist from before, who looked at him with curiosity. Mei Jia was lying on a treatment bed, covered only by a towel draped around her waist. Her back was smooth and radiant, with her curves elegantly accentuated, and the air was filled with the fragrant scent of essential oils mingling with her natural aroma. What brings you here? Mei Jia turned her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. The beauty therapist tactfully said, Mei Jia, you two chat. I'll step out for a bit. Once the therapist had left, Muchen said, Mei Jia, I'm thinking of playing some mahjong at the hall across the street. Mei Jia paused, looking at him in confusion. Muchen opened his backpack, revealing it stuffed with cash. Mei Jia instantly sat up, the towel slipping slightly. Where did you get so much money? She asked. Earned it, Muchen replied. Mei Jia, clearly skeptical of his claim, suddenly narrowed her eyes. I heard you've become a wealthy son-in-law. This isn't money from selling yourself, is it? Muchen felt a wave of embarrassment. Mei Jia surely had a vivid imagination. I truly earned it myself. I have my eye on a $3 million house, but I only have 500,000, so I'm short by over 2 million. Mei Jia scrutinized his face for a long moment before bursting into laughter. You're trying to set a trap to deal with Qian Daobalu, aren't you? Muchen chuckled, remaining silent. Mei Jia pondered for a moment before saying, I can assist you, but what is in it for me? Muchen replied. Regardless of how much we manage to gather, I'll take 250,000, and the rest is yours. What if it doesn't reach 250,000? Mei Jia teased, then I'd be working in vain. Muchen assured her, then it will all be yours, in any case. You won't end up with less than me. You're not greedy at all, Mei Jia remarked with a smile as she stood, the towel dropping to the floor. Gently brushing her hair, she asked, do I look good? Very good, Muchen replied earnestly. How do I compare to Ding Xiang? Mei Jia stepped a few paces forward, her charm on full display, her eyes glinting with mischief. Muchen shook his head, it's hard to compare. Mei Jia continued, and how about Lin Jia's eldest daughter? Li Muchen hesitated before responding. That's also hard to compare. You, who can't even flatter. Somehow attract women, Mei Jia mused, appearing both satisfied and slightly disappointed as she turned to dress. Alright, I've never liked that scoundrel Qian Daobalu, besides. He won't be in his city much longer. Let us go teach him a lesson today. After discussing their plan, the two made their way straight to a Lu's mahjong hall. The hall was as bustling as ever. Mei Jia joined a table of casual players. Li Muchen stood behind her with his backpack. When handing Mei Jia money, he intentionally left the zipper of his bag wide open. From afar, as well as from the cameras, it was clear that his bag was stuffed with cash. A Lu's mahjong hall primarily revolved around mahjong. Lacking the scale of larger venues, typically, players would win or lose only a few thousand a day, while the high-stakes regulars would play in private rooms with only a few tens of thousands at stake. It was rare to see someone like Li Muchen arriving with a large bag of cash. Mei Jia's mahjong skills were indeed impressive. She won more often than she lost without needing to change tiles. However, today, in order to set a trap, she had changed tiles from the very beginning. After several rounds, she had already won several thousand. Soon, players at her table began to drop out, pushing their tiles away and grumbling as they left. Mei Jia deliberately exclaimed, "What a rare streak of good luck, yet no one is playing. It's rather dull to play such small stakes." Before long, a young man with a buzz cut approached Mei Jia, asking, "Miss, would you like to play a couple of hands in a private room? Is there a game?" Mei Jia inquired lazily. "Of course, we've been waiting for you," the buzz cut responded. Mei Jia stood up and winked at Li Muchen, signaling that they had hooked their target. The two followed the young man into the private room. The room was empty, devoid of any players. The young man, wearing a friendly smile, said, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." With that, he exited the room. After a while, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. As anticipated, the one who entered was Scar 6. His eyes were bandaged, with a black eye patch covering one side. Mei Jia, upon seeing Scar 6 in such a state, was intrigued and exclaimed, "Oh, Sixth Master, what happened? Have you become a one-eyed dragon?" Scar 6, thinking Mei Jia and Li Muchen were mocking him, felt a sharp pain in his eye. He glared at Li Muchen and spat, "You chose to wander into hell when heaven had a path for you. I planned to settle scores with you in a few days, but it seems you've come to deliver yourself to me." Unfamiliar with the events at the dog racing venue, Mei Jia assumed Scar 6 was still upset about losing face last time. She said, "Oh dear, Sixth Master, you are a big boss. Surely you wouldn't hold a grudge? What do you mean by death? We're here to play cards. If there's no game, we shall take our leave." Scar 6 sneered, "Of course there's a game. Today, I will personally accompany you." He then sat down opposite Mei Jia. "Surely it cannot just be the two of us?" Mei Jia inquired. Just then, a crew-cut man approached, slightly bowing as he sat down, and said, "Mei Jia, I'll join you and Sixth Master for a couple of rounds." Mei Jia replied, "That still leaves us one short. How can we play with only three?" Scar 6 pointed at Li Muchen. "Isn't there still young Master Li?" Mei Jia was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Scar 6 would address Li Muchen in such a manner. She then chuckled, "Well then, young Master Li, do join us for a game." Li Muchen replied, "I'm not very good." Mei Jia was taken aback. "That wasn't the prearranged script. You really don't know how to play, do you?" she asked, her eyes widening. Li Muchen genuinely didn't know how to play mahjong. He had only played cards with Ma Shan when he was younger, and where would he have learned mahjong afterward? Saying he wasn't very good was his way of admitting he had observed Mei Jia play a couple of times and had grasped the basics. Mei Jia shot him a glare. "You little rascal, you dare come challenge Scar 6 without knowing how to play mahjong? Are you trying to push me into a fire pit?" Scar 6 interjected, "Not very good means he knows a little. Mahjong isn't complicated, mainly relying on luck. Perhaps young Master Li has good fortune today." Li Muchen understood that Scar 6 was determined not to let him off the hook today. Moreover, he likely had his eyes on the money Li Muchen carried. Very well then. Li Muchen hesitantly took his seat. Observing his demeanor, a smirk crept onto Scar 6's face, a glint of malice flashing in his single eye. "Mei Jia, what stakes do you wish to play for?" Mei Jia replied, "I'm indifferent. We shall play until the money runs out." Scar 6 glanced at Mei Jia's freshly beautified face and her alluring figure, chuckling. "Once the money runs out, we can wager other things." At the beginning, Li Muchen was clumsy in drawing tiles. This was not something one could feign. Scar 6 kept a watchful eye on him, a look of disdain and cold amusement on his face. Even Mei Jia shook her head in disbelief. Yet this was precisely the effect Li Muchen desired. Only in this manner would the big fish be lured. After several rounds, Li Muchen gradually became more adept. Though not particularly skilled, he was observant. He recognized that Scar 6 had a certain confidence to initiate this game. Both he and Mei Jia sought to outwit Scar 6. And Scar 6 aimed to outmaneuver them as well. Being on his home turf, he could manipulate the game equipment. For instance, this mahjong table was undoubtedly rigged. After a few rounds, Scar 6 and the crew-cut man enjoyed remarkable luck, almost exclusively winning. Mei Jia, relying on her tile-swapping skills, occasionally managed to win a hand. Conversely, Li Muchen faced a dismal fate, having not won a single hand. Of course, he could swap tiles too, and his speed in doing so would rival Mei Jia's. Perhaps without even using his hands. He could discreetly replace the opponent's tiles, but the moment was not yet ripe. He wouldn't reveal his hand until it was critical. And today, Mei Jia was the focus. Li Muchen wished to observe how she would navigate such a situation. As they continued playing, Mei Jia lost considerable money. The 500,000 Li Muchen had brought was reduced by over 100,000. When the crew-cut man won again with a clean 7 pairs, Mei Jie angrily pushed her tiles aside, exclaiming, "This luck is atrocious." Scar 6 pressed the switch for the mahjong machine, laughing, "Luck changes hands. It may turn in your favor soon." Suddenly, a clatter echoed as the tiles ceased to shuffle, and after a moment of silence, they still did not rise. "Damn. What a faulty table." Scar 6 slammed the table a few times, but there was no response. Only Muchen understood that Mei Jie had secretly used a subtle technique to insert a tile into the machine during the previous round, hitting the internal mechanism. She had calculated her force perfectly. The axle didn't break immediately, but failed during the next shuffle after a round of play. Scar 6 declared, "The machine is broken. Let's change rooms." Mei Jie retorted, "Change what? It's just a faulty machine." "I say, is there really a problem with your machines? What problem could there be?" Scar 6 glanced at the crew-cut man, who nodded in agreement, and said, "If it's just a faulty machine, then so be it." Thus, the four began to play with the malfunctioning machine. This provided Mei Jie with an opportunity to showcase her skills. Muchen didn't comprehend the intricacies of cheating, but he was observant enough to notice Mei Jie manipulating the tiles. Once they began playing with the faulty machine, both he and Mei Jie started drawing better tiles. It was evident that the crew-cut man was also a cheat. He could manipulate and swap tiles, yet his technique was far inferior to Mei Jie's, particularly in speed. However, they still lost more than they won. Muchen recognized that Mei Jie was deliberately losing as part of their prearranged plan. Before long, half of the 500,000 had been lost. Mei Jie slammed her tiles down, stating, "I'm done, my luck is terrible." Scar 6 said, "You're quitting just like that? Didn't you say we play until the money runs out?" Mei Jie replied, "I still have to check on my shop later." Scar 6 scoffed, "Your shop has a closed for business sign up. Who are you trying to fool?" "Ah, so it seems you've made a thorough study of me, knowing even about my shop's hours. You're quite the observant one. Don't say such unpleasant things. We're just playing." Scar 6's face twisted into a lewd grin as he spoke of playing. "What playing? I have no time for that. Either we play swiftly, one round to settle everything, or I'll leave empty-handed." "That's what you said, to leave empty-handed if you lose." Scar 6 laughed heartily. Mei Jie responded, "I keep my promises. How do we settle it in one round?" Scar 6 inquired. Mei Jie pointed at the tiles on the table, saying, "We each draw 14 tiles and see who has the highest win." Scar 6 seemed a bit apprehensive, saying, "Mei Jie, I know you're quick. You could swap tiles." "What? Who swapped tiles? Did you see me swap tiles? If I could swap tiles, would I have lost so much to you?" Mei Jie snapped, resembling a furious shrew in her anger. Scar 6 replied, "Fine, let us settle it in one round. After all, you don't have much left." "Who says I'm out of money?" Mei Jie retorted, pulling out a bank card. "This card has 5 million. You won't refuse a card payment, will you?" Scar 6 was momentarily taken aback. Then his single eye gleamed with greed as he exclaimed, "Of course, you can swipe as much as you want." Mei Jie responded, "Since it's one round to settle it all, I'll swipe the entire amount at once." Scar 6's brow furrowed, revealing hesitation. 5 million was no trifling sum, and he worried about a potential scam. "What, are you afraid I'll trick you?" Mei Jie scoffed, "If you're too afraid to gamble, then let us leave." "Shall we wait?" Scar 6 was unwilling to let them go so easily. He intended to collect both the money and settle the score. He glanced at the crew-cut man, who nodded with confidence. "Let us gamble. Bring in the card machine." However, Mei Jie refused to swipe, stating, "I must first see the cash before swiping the card." "How do I know you have that much cash here?" Scarface Lu, of course, could not present such a large sum of cash at once, stating, "I only have around 2 million in cash here. You can either swipe 2 million first." Sister Mei replied, "That's not quite right. If I swipe 2 million and you hand me the cash, what will your stake be?" "I can only swipe 1 million first." "Very well. Let us proceed with 1 million then." Scarface Lu smirked, instructing someone to bring the money. 2 million in cash was laid out on the table, after which Sister Mei completed the transaction with her card. Once 1 million was swiped, the game officially commenced. Sister Mei and the crew-cut man sat across from each other, their hands deftly manipulating the tiles on the table, mahjong pieces passing through their fingers with remarkable speed. Soon, each had drawn 14 tiles. "Let us reveal our hands," Scarface Lu announced. The crew-cut man revealed his tiles first, and upon seeing them, Scarface Lu's expression shifted dramatically, for he had revealed a rather ordinary mixed hand, lacking any scoring combinations. However, the crew-cut man exhibited no signs of disappointment. Instead, he appeared exceedingly confident. "Sister Mei, it's your turn," he said. When Sister Mei revealed her tiles, they formed a formidable set of 4 winds. Upon seeing the 4 sets of east, south, west, and north, Scarface Lu muttered in near despair, "Damn it." Yet, when Sister Mei turned over the final 2 tiles, Scarface Lu burst into laughter. For those 2 tiles turned out to be a white dragon and a 9 of characters, no pairs. "You lose," the crew-cut man declared. Sister Mei slumped in her chair, murmuring, "Impossible. It can't be." The crew-cut man, brimming with pride, retorted, "Do you know why I only completed the smallest hand? It's because I was aware you aimed for the 4 wins, so I allowed you to strive for it, but I dismantled the pairs you needed, rendering you unable to win. According to the rules, you have a dead hand." Sister Mei responded defiantly, "Let us continue playing. Swipe the card." She swiped another million. The same routine ensued. This time, Sister Mei lost again. The cycle repeated, and after 4 consecutive losses, only 1 million remained on her card. Scarface Lu encouraged her. "Sister Mei, why not save some for yourself? Losing money is better than losing yourself. Just wager yourself as collateral for 1 million. What do you say? If sixth master desires me, you should have mentioned it earlier, Sister May coyly replied. Chapter 80. No negotiation. Sister May swiped the last million on her card. Before her lay 1 million in cash, her final stake. If she lost this round, she would truly be at Scarface Lou's mercy. Fortunately, in this last hand, she emerged victorious. Finally won. Sister May cackled exuberantly, resembling a hen that had just laid an egg. Conversely, Scarface Lou's demeanor soured significantly. To an onlooker, it would appear that Sister May was the victor, while Scarface Lou was on the verge of financial ruin. Although Sister May had 2 million in cash before her, she had swiped away 5 million in total. In reality, she had lost 3 million. Scarface Lou was the true victor. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. This is the mindset of a gambler. Once money is in their hands, they feel it belongs to them. The funds on the card are intangible, while cash tantalizes the eye. Prior to that last round, Sister May had lost 4 times in a row. Scarface Lou merely needed to win once more to claim all of Sister May's funds, and perhaps even her. However, having lost just 1 round, he had exhausted all his cash. That 2 million represented the entirety of the reserve funds at a Lou's mahjong hall. Suddenly, it had shifted to Sister May's possession. How could Scarface Lou accept this? He glanced at the crew cut man, who nodded in agreement. Let us continue, Scarface Lou said with a grim expression. In his mind, Sister May's win was merely a stroke of luck. Sister May taunted, I'm on a winning streak, sixth master. Are you not afraid I might win again? Luck, once in motion, is unstoppable. Scarface Lou sneered. You've won 1 hand. Let us see if you can win again. Sister May surveyed the money on the table, stating, I have 2 million now, and you have nothing left on the table. How can we continue? Scarface Lou replied, with such a large establishment. Do you fear I lack funds, or that I might default? Sister May clarified, it's not about mistrusting you, sixth master. It's just the rules of the casino. Without cash on hand, we cannot play. Scarface Lou huffed, picking up his phone to dial. Brother Hi, bring me 2 million in cash urgently. Sitting in her chair, Sister May crossed her legs, a comfortable smile gracing her face. It won't take too long, will it? Rest assured, Brother Hi is one of us. He is always prompt with cash when my establishment needs it. Scarface Lou boasted. Sister May remained silent, patiently awaiting the arrival. Muchen speculated that this Brother Hi was likely a loan shark specializing in high-interest gambling debts, with interest calculated daily. He realized that Scarface Lou was doomed today. Before long, a man wearing sunglasses arrived, carrying a large suitcase. Sixth master going big today? The man placed the suitcase on the table and opened it, revealing it filled to the brim with cash. 2 million. Do you want to count it? Scarface Lou replied, no need. I trust Brother Hi. All right then, enjoy your game. If you need more, just call me. I have another 2 million in my car. Brother Hi glanced at Sister May and Muchen before exiting. The money has arrived. Shall we continue? Scarface Lou suggested, or shall we change the game? Sister May replied, how could we? I've just found my rhythm. Let's stick to the previous method. I'm betting the full 2 million. Scarface Lou's expression twitched as he exchanged glances with the crew cut man. The crew cut man nodded, and they began to push the tiles on the table. This time, the crew cut man appeared exceedingly cautious, taking his time while keeping a close watch on Sister May's hands. The two engaged in a meticulous exchange for a full 10 minutes. The onlookers, with the exception of Muchen, seemed highly tense, especially Scarface Lou, whose solitary eye darted back and forth, his eyelid twitching incessantly. Finally, the 2 hands were drawn. As they revealed their tiles, the crew cut man's hand was a mixed sequence of 1s and 9s, while Sister May had a full flush. Sister May won. The crew cut man wore a look of disbelief, muttering to himself, impossible. It can't be. Scarface Lou slammed the table, cursing, are you even competent? Are you all in cahoots? In a fit of rage, Scarface Lou pointed at Sister May, accusing, you deceitful woman, are you cheating? Sister May retorted coolly, Scarface Lou, if you can't handle the game, don't play. When I win, you accuse me of cheating. Why didn't you claim the same when you were winning earlier? Lee, grab the money. We're leaving. She stood up, casting a disdainful glance back, preparing to depart. In truth, allowing them to leave would still leave Scarface Lou $1 million ahead. Yet, a gambler is a gambler. And with 4 million in cash laid out before him, rationality was far from his grasp. Wait, Scarface Lou pulled out his phone again. Brother Hi? You mentioned having another 2 million in your car. Why not bring that over as well? This time, it was swift. The man in sunglasses returned. I knew your game today was extraordinary. I was down below smoking, and, sure enough, you needed money again so quickly. He placed 2 million on the table, and didn't he leave, standing by to observe. Scarface Lou placed the money on the table, saying, let us continue. Sister May remarked, sixth master, I now possess 4 million. Doesn't your 2 million seem a bit insufficient? Scarface Lou looked at the man in sunglasses. Brother Hi. Brother Hi waved his hand dismissively. Sixth master, I know how much your establishment is worth. 4 million is about right. If you can't repay me tomorrow, I'll seize your establishment. Scarface Lou protested. Brother Hi, we're brothers. You don't doubt me, do you? I will absolutely return the money tomorrow. Brother Hi responded. Don't try to be chummy with me. When it comes to money, I never mix brotherhood with business. Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. Brother Hi, I have funds in the bank that I can transfer to you. First, repay the debt from earlier, and then transfer 2 million cash to me. Scarface Lou took out his phone to make the transfer. However, Brother Hi shook his head and said, no, gambling debts should remain anonymous. So do not use your phone for the transfer. In this line of work, cash is essential. If I lend you cash today, you should return it in cash as well. As I've said before, if you can't settle it by tomorrow, I will come to collect from you. Scarface Lu's expression darkened. But it was evident that he did not dare to provoke Brother Hai. Sister May chuckled and said, Lu Yi, since Brother Hai does not accept transfers, I do. Just transfer it to me. Scarface Lu retorted angrily. Didn't you hear Brother Hai say that gambling debts should remain anonymous? No phone transfers unless you have a machine to swipe my card. Li Muchen did not quite understand the difference between card swiping and phone transfers. However, one thing became clear. Scarface Lu was unwilling to relinquish the 5 million he had already consumed. Sister May laughed heartily and said, A machine, you say? I have one. Don't forget, I also run a shop. As she spoke, she took out her phone and dialed Boss Wang. Old Wang, I'm at the Mahjong parlor. Bring our machine for Lu Yi to swipe his card. Don't forget to bring a few extras. Our machine has a low limit. And I'm afraid it won't be enough for Lu Yi. Before long, Boss Wang arrived, carrying a large bag. He took out several machines and laid them out one by one. Here they are. I hope they suffice, he said with a grin, appearing harmless. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Li Muchen finally understood that Sister May had likely been plotting against Scarface Lu all along. Chapter 81. The 9 Lotus Lamp Lu Yi. The machines are here. You can swipe your card now, Sister May said, smiling alluringly. Scarface Lu squinted his one eye. Even someone slow-witted could see that this woman had come prepared. Sister May said, Our machine has a low limit, so I'll need you to swipe several times. Start with 1 million, and that way, we each have 3 million in cash. It will still be a decisive win or loss. Scarface Lu sneered. No need for such trouble. I can swipe the 5 million in one go. However, you only have 4 million in cash. So if I swipe 5 million, you'll give me 4 million, and you'll still owe me 1 million. Sister May, unsure of his intentions, asked, What do you want to do? Very simple. Put yourself on the line. As I mentioned earlier, you are worth 1 million, Scarface Lu replied. Really? I am worth that much. Sister May laughed joyfully, casting a flirtatious glance. All right, I'll put myself on the line. If you win, I'm yours. Scarface Lu said, But under these conditions, if I take 6 million in cash, betting on your 5 million and your person, I still feel at a disadvantage. So you'll need to add a little something. Curiously, Sister May asked, What do you mean by add a little something? Scarface Lu pointed at Li Muchen, at his 2 eyes. Sister May frowned and said, That one do, my bet with you has nothing to do with him. I have no authority to decide that. Nothing to do with him? You came together. How can you say that? Scarface Lu sneered. Li Gongzi. Dare you to stake your eyes? Last time when I gambled with you, I lost one eye. Today, I'm asking you to put up both your eyes. Isn't that reasonable? Only then did Sister May realize that Scarface Lu had lost his eye because of Li Muchen. She glanced at him in surprise. Li Muchen calmly replied, That is not unreasonable. Scarface Lu laughed heartily. No wonder you are Li Gongzi. You are straightforward. Sister May looked at Li Muchen with a complex gaze. When a man trusts a woman to the extent of wagering his very eyes, it stirs something deep within any woman. Swipe the card. Sister May was confident in her gambling skills. This buzzcut fellow was hardly her match. Yet, Scarface Lu also appeared confident. He readily swiped the 5 million, and the machines brought by Boss Wang were nearly all used up. Let us begin, Sister May said. Wait. Scarface Lu interrupted. Lu Yi, what now? Sister May frowned, speaking in a low voice. No, in my game. How can others touch the cards? Scarface Lu scoffed. This is not just your game. Li Gongzi has even staked his eyes. You cannot refuse to let him touch the cards. Sister May did not anticipate Scarface Lu would employ such a tactic, yet she had no valid reason to refuse. From the moment Li Muchen agreed to stake his eyes, he became part of the game. If Sister May insisted on handling the cards herself, it would imply she was cheating. Brother Hai, do you agree with me? Is it proper for this Li Gongzi to touch the cards? Scarface Lu asked. Brother Hai replied, It is proper. Scarface Lu grinned triumphantly. Since Brother Hai says it's proper. Sister May, you wouldn't want to cheat, would you? This left Sister May in a genuine dilemma. She had witnessed Li Muchen's skill level. Before today, he could not even play Mahjong. How could he possibly win? Even Boss Wang's smile had stiffened. Scarface Lu coldly watched them. Sister May maintained a composed expression, pondering how to break the deadlock. Suddenly, she heard Li Muchen say, Sister May, let me give it a try. Sister May shot him a glare. This was not the time for bravado. Things had deviated significantly from their original plan. Li Muchen had initially intended to play slowly with the 500,000 he had on hand, losing first and winning later, exploiting the gambler's psyche to lure Scarface Lu in gradually. However, he hadn't anticipated Sister May would immediately put up 5 million, which was entirely outside their prior arrangement. Then, with a single phone call, Boss Wang quickly brought a pile of card machines, seemingly having prepared in advance. Li Muchen realized that Sister May had long been planning against Scarface Lu. Yet, Sister May had not foreseen that Scarface Lu would designate Li Muchen to draw the cards. At the table, she observed clearly that the buzzcut fellow's techniques were far slower than hers. She feigned weakness to confuse him, hoping Scarface Lu would dare to gamble with her. She was 99% certain she could win against the buzzcut. However, if Li Muchen substituted for her, she would undoubtedly lose. Yet this fool had stepped forward on his own. What heroics are you trying to display? Can you even draw a winning hand? Sister May said, somewhat irritated. Li Muchen replied, Drawing cards is about luck, isn't it? Perhaps I'll have good fortune today and draw a great hand. Sister May was infuriated, feeling like she could jump up and yell. This wasn't about drawing a single card to compare sizes. It was about drawing 14 cards to achieve a winning hand. What kind of luck was that? Scarface Lu laughed heartily. Sister May, look, Yangzi has agreed. You might just have good luck. If you still disagree, I can only assume you were cheating. Sister May glared at him, stamping her foot in frustration, saying with a hint of resentment, if you lose, I won't even have my coffin money left. You'll have to support me. Muchen felt a wave of confusion. This conversation was utterly nonsensical. Sister May stood up, relinquishing her position to Muchen. The game officially began. The buzzcut began to push the cards at the table, while Muchen remained utterly still, leaving the buzzcut puzzled. Brother, it has started, he reminded. Yes, you draw. Muchen replied. The buzzcut was taken aback by the retort, feeling particularly speechless. This was the first time he encountered such an opponent. Unsure whether to classify him as foolish or dim-witted, he quickly drew the first card. Muchen also picked a card from the table. The buzzcut selected another card from the pile and slapped it down in front of himself. Muchen picked up a second card. He neither shuffled nor selected cards. He simply took whatever was closest to him from the pile. Sister May watched with a frown, though the cards on the table were scattered. As a master of card tricks, she had already memorized the position of each card. She could see clearly that the buzzcut was taking all the bamboo cards, indicating he was aiming for a pure hand. Meanwhile, Muchen was picking up a handful of scattered cards that could not possibly form a winning hand. This guy was truly relying on luck. But his luck was also lacking. He had a handful of scattered cards with no pairs at all. Mei Jia let out a quiet sigh, realizing that today's situation was irrevocably dire. She cast a discreet glance at Boss Wong, subtly shaking her arm, concealing a small knife within her palm. Meanwhile, Boss Wong grinned broadly, rubbing his hands together as if overly engrossed in the tension of the card game. No one noticed that his hands gradually turned a crimson hue, resembling two searing hot irons. All 14 cards had been dealt. Xiaoping Tu inquired. Who shall reveal their hand first? Muchen replied, why don't you go ahead? A faint smile graced Xiaoping Tu's lips as he glided his fingertips over the 14 cards laid before him. Then, with a swift motion, he slapped them face up on the table. The display was spectacular, reminiscent of a cinematic moment. However, upon revealing his hand, he was left dumbfounded. All of his cards were mismatched, rendering any possibility of winning moot. Mei Jia shared in his astonishment, for among all present, only she discerned that Xiaoping Tu had indeed drawn a winning hand, a 9 lotus lantern. Damn it! Scarred 6 cursed inwardly, his heart sinking. He clung to a flicker of hope that perhaps his opponent's hand was even worse. It was now Muchen's turn to reveal his cards. He lacked the flair of a magician, simply flipping them one by one. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. As he unveiled 3 tens, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Scarred 6's heart sank further, while Mei Jia, having concealed her knife, gazed at Muchen with astonished delight, mingled with an inexplicable hint of grievance. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 90,000, 90,000. Muchen gently flipped the last card. 50,000. 9 lotus lantern. With a resounding clap, he placed the final card on the table, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. The array of identical 10,000 cards unmistakably revealed the outcome. Muchen had triumphed. Mei Jia regarded him with a mixture of wonder and joy, yet her gaze was tinged with a hint of reproach. Scarred 6, on the other hand, was consumed with frustration and resentment. Suddenly, Xiaoping Tu accused, you cheated. Muchen stood calmly, meeting his gaze. What do you mean by cheating? You switched cards. Xiaoping Tu retorted. You clearly had a mismatched hand, while I had a perfect 10,000 sequence. That 9 lotus lantern belongs to me. You swapped my cards. Scarred 6 finally grasped the situation. So you were pretending all along. I should have suspected it. Someone who can gamble on dog races surely knows how to play mahjong. You little brat, cheating in my establishment? Someone cut off his hand. Mei Jia scoffed. Scarred 6, can't you handle losing? Cheating must be caught in the act. Just because you lost, does that mean you can claim you swapped cards? She knew that Xiaoping Tu's accusation held some truth. Muchen had indeed switched cards, yet the method remained a mystery to her. She was confident that if she couldn't decipher it, neither could Scarred 6 nor Xiaoping Tu. With a furrowed brow, she looked towards Muchen. Just watch, he replied nonchalantly. Scarred 6 signaled to one of his subordinates, who fetched a notebook, connected it to a power source, and began playing back the footage of the earlier game. As the video progressed to the point where Muchen and Xiaoping Tu played, anticipation swirled within Mei Jia's heart, filled with both anxiety and curiosity. She did not wish for Muchen to be caught cheating, yet she was eager to uncover his method. The video played through in full, and the outcome was disappointing. Muchen simply drew cards casually, all from his own side, with no interaction with Xiaoping Tu. Scarred 6, refusing to accept defeat, shouted, slow it down. Slower. The video replayed, frame by frame, at his insistence. That's as slow as it gets, his subordinate replied. In a fit of rage, Scarred 6 hurled the laptop against the wall. Xiaoping Tu, still unwilling to concede, confronted Muchen. How did you do it? Just luck. Muchen responded coolly. No one believed his words, yet none could challenge his integrity. At such a slow playback speed, even the world's finest magician could not flawlessly replace 14 cards from across the table without leaving a trace. Could it be that such extraordinary luck truly existed? Old Wong, why are you still dawdling? Collect the money. Mei Jia commanded. Boss Wong, grinning, proceeded to gather the money from the table. Apart from the initial scattered hundreds of thousands, the remainder was neatly packed in boxes, making it easy to collect. What now, Scarred 6? Since this is over, shall we settle our accounts? Will you repay, or shall I seize your establishment? See, brother sneered. Scarred 6, you don't intend to flee, do you? Scarred 6 replied. See, brother, what are you insinuating? I would never run away. These individuals cheated in my establishment. Once I handle them, I shall return your money. See, brother countered. Do you take me for a fool? The establishment is yours, and you've seen the footage. Regardless of how it happened, if you can't prove cheating, you cannot accuse them. That's the rule of the casino. Don't jeopardize your standing and become an enemy of the underworld. Scarred 6's eyes flickered as he conceded. Since you've put it that way, I shall refrain from claiming he cheated. However, I need to settle other scores with him. You want to interfere, will you? Very well. See, brother, once I've settled this matter with the lad, I shall return your money. Suddenly, Scarred 6 reached out, slamming his hand down to stop Boss Wong from taking the last money box. You think you can just walk away with the money? It's not that simple. Boss Wong continued to grin, yet no one noticed that his palms had turned crimson. Mei Jie's expression darkened. Scarred 6, are you trying to play tricks? Do you truly believe I fear you? Scarred 6 pointed at Li Muchen, declaring, this eye of mine was blinded by him. Today, as long as he loses an eye and a hand as interest, then I'll consider this matter settled. And you can take the money. And what if we refuse? Mei Jie challenged. Scarred 6 sneered and instructed his subordinate, clear the room. Bring in the others. The subordinate complied, exiting the private room to usher out all the guests engaged in mahjong at the dozens of tables. At the same time, a group of young men burst in, two of whom Li Muchen recognized from their previous visit to the People's Restaurant to collect protection fees. Scarred 6, eyeing Mei Jie with a sinister grin, mocked, you filthy whore, do you truly think you're valuable? Today, I'll have my way with you. He then commanded his men, bind them all. I will personally gouge out this brat's eyes and enjoy this filthy woman's company with my brothers. Those present were familiar with Mei Jie, some even quite well, and had long harbored desires towards her. At Scarred 6's words, they erupted into lewd laughter. Scarred 6 glanced at Boss Wong, still clutching the money box, and taunted, you must be this woman's husband, shortly. You'll witness how my brothers and I make your wife feel good. Boss Wong maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by Scarred 6's threats. Just as everyone assumed him a fool, he unexpectedly raised his hand and struck Scarred 6 across the face. The slap appeared light, yet Scarred 6 howled in pain. A bright red handprint had formed on one side of his face, the skin blistering as if wisps of smoke were rising, and the air grew thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Ah! Scarred 6 screamed, attempting to touch his face, only to recoil in agony. Kill them, he ordered. But his subordinates had only just reacted when the door burst open, and the hall echoed with cries of distress. As the crowd peered outside, they witnessed Master Rome charging in, wielding a ladle like an enraged deity. Several of Scarred 6's subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, all nursing swollen heads and groaning in pain. Behind them, Xiaoyang followed, brandishing a kitchen knife. With a swift swing of the ladle, Master Rome dispatched one of the thugs, and Xiaoyang swiftly followed with his knife, leaving the man's head bald as a cue ball. Upon entering the private room, they encountered more misfortune, as several others at the door met the same fate, their heads now shining like polished stones. Let me see who dares to move. First, you must inquire about the ladle in my hand, Master Rome declared, brandishing it ominously. And my knife, Xiaoyang added, lifting his kitchen knife, and whispered to Master Rome. Master, how's my knife technique? Master Rome replied, it's passable. In truth, they need not have lifted a finger. The slap Wong boss had delivered to Scarred 6 had already instilled terror in this ragtag group. All of them crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, paralyzed with fear. Scarred 6 continued to wail in agony. Sister Mei picked up a mahjong tile from the table and, without making a gesture, sent it flying like a streak of light, striking Scarred 6 on the other side of his face. With a resounding thud, the tile penetrated his cheek, lodging itself in his mouth. Scarred 6's cries abruptly ceased. A cough followed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with a mahjong tile and a few broken teeth. He collapsed to the ground, incoherently pleading, Grandfather, spare me. Aunt, spare me. Wong boss chuckled, spare you? Give me a reason to do so. Suddenly, Brother Hai interjected, everyone, don't kill him. I still want him to repay his debt. Wong boss glanced at Sister Mei, who in turn looked at Li Muchen. Li Muchen said, I don't mind. Yes, just a pest. Sister Mei paused, then broke into a smile. All right, since Brother Hai has spoken, we'll let him live. Let us collect the money and be on our way. Master Rome and Xiaoyang joined in to help gather the money. 6 million in total was packed into 4 boxes of various sizes, while the remaining loose change was stuffed into the backpack Li Muchen had brought. Young Li, how on earth did you manage that earlier? What, the card trick? I know you switched the cards with the buzzcut guy. Sister Mei, who had navigated through the gambling world for years, remarked, I've never seen such refined sleight of hand. This isn't sleight of hand, Li Muchen replied. Then what is it? It's a form of sorcery, he stated. Chapter 83, Iron Hand. Buddha's blade. Sister Mei feigned annoyance, pouting, fine, if you want to tell. So be it. Li Muchen shrugged, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Sister Mei sighed. All right, I understand the rules of the gambling world. I'll keep my mouth shut. It was then that Li Muchen realized that this establishment was also owned by Sister Mei. No wonder she frequented it for hair and beauty treatments. Sister May granted her employees a holiday and locked the doors. She produced 3 million for Li Muchen, saying, "Let us split it evenly. You don't mind it being a bit less, do you?" Li Muchen took out 500,000 and said, "We agreed that I would take 250,000. The rest is yours." Sister May smiled, not engaging in further pleasantries. "Sister May, you must have planned to deal with Scar 6 for a while now, haven't you?" Li Muchen asked. Sister May chuckled. "What did you think I was doing spending time at his mahjong table?" Li Muchen laughed. "Did you collect the protection fee of 6,000? You took 6 million from him. What do you call that? Interest?" Master Rong interjected. "Scar 6 is a menace. Leaving him alive would only bring disaster. We are merely ridding the world of evil and aiding the impoverished," Xiaoyang declared. "He should have been dealt with decisively today." Wang Boss chuckled. "He borrowed 4 million in high-interest loans from Brother Hai. If he can't pay it back, he is as good as dead." Sister May frowned. "Don't underestimate Scar 6. He is backed by the Chai family's scion, Chai Minghui, in Haiqing. Brother Hai may not dare to touch him." "Is the Chai family really that formidable?" Xiaoyang scoffed, waving his knife. "Let me give him a few cuts and see how arrogant he is." "You know nothing," Master Rong replied. "If these prominent families feared your pitiful knife, they would have gone bankrupt long ago." Xiaoyang retorted, "Little Li is with us. We had a delightful collaboration, right? From now on, Little Li will follow me, and I'll teach you about knives." Master Rong smacked Xiaoyang on the head with the ladle. "With your meager skills, you dare to take on a disciple? If Little Li wants to learn, he'll learn from me." Wang Boss chimed in. "What will he learn from you? Cooking? Little Li is quite the talented young man. He shouldn't be reduced to being a cook under you. Little Li, don't listen to them. Come study under me, and I'll teach you the vermilion sand palm." Suddenly, they all vied for Little Li as their apprentice. Li Muchen stood there momentarily stunned, unsure whether to be flattered or speechless. Sister May surveyed them and mocked. "And you all want to take him as an apprentice? Have you no shame? That trick you pulled earlier, Little Li, who among you could replicate it?" Wang Boss, having witnessed it firsthand, mused. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Little Li, it turns out you're also a master of sleight of hand." Master Rong and Xiaoyang were oblivious to the final gambling match and did not understand what they were discussing. Wang Boss vividly recounted that heart-stopping game, leaving Master Rong and Xiaoyang dumbfounded. "You really couldn't tell even in slow motion?" Xiaoyang looked incredulous. Sister May interjected. "All right, enough talk. We are all in a precarious situation. Little Li has his own fortunes to pursue, so let us part ways amicably." "Sister May, are you really leaving?" Li Muchen asked. "Young Li, since you are also a fellow practitioner, I will not hide this from you," Sister May said, having recognized Li Muchen's adeptness at gambling. "We are all in a bit of a bind. We had planned to hide away in Hucheng and run a small shop to live quietly. But we didn't expect to be found out." "Wang Zongsheng?" Li Muchen inquired. Sister May nodded. Li Muchen contemplated for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't have to leave." "Not leave?" Sister May sighed. "I wish we could stay, but we are all alone, despite our skills. We are nothing in the eyes of the wealthy families and sections. We can only wander the rivers and lakes, for that is our only refuge. I can protect you," Li Muchen offered. "You?" Sister May was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Wang Boss burst into laughter. "Little Li, do you even know who Wang Zongsheng is? He is the leader of the Southern Taiji School, a master of martial arts for many years. His skills have reached the level of transformation. You might not grasp my meaning. Here, let me show you." With that, he extended his palm, which gradually turned a deep crimson as he pressed it against the ground. A 2-centimeter deep imprint appeared in the hard floor tiles. "In my youth, I practiced the iron sand palm, later transitioning to the vermilion sand palm. The martial world bestowed upon me the nickname of Iron Hand Buddha. You, Sister May, come from a gambling background. Later, you entered the martial arts, specializing in concealed weapons, earning the moniker Thousand Hand Avalokiteshvara." Sister May retorted. "What is the point of saying all this?" "It's to enlighten Little Li," he replied. However, Li Muchen silently chuckled at the irony of Iron Hand Buddha and Thousand Hand Avalokiteshvara, realizing they made quite the pair. Master Rong scoffed. "Iron Hand Buddha? That is self-proclaimed. Isn't it? Little Li, don't listen to him. His nickname is the Laughing Buddha. Just look at that face. It's a name you can't forget." Nearby, Xiaoyang urged, "Master, why not showcase your skills?" Master Rong said, "All right, let Little Li have a look." He then picked up an apple from the fruit platter on the coffee table and took Xiaoyang's kitchen knife. Tossing the apple into the air, the blade flashed. The apple landed back in his hand, still intact. With a gentle squeeze, it split into 7 pieces, each of the 6 sides having a slice taken out, leaving a perfect square in the center. This meant that in that fleeting moment, he had made 6 cuts. How swift and skillful must one be to slice an apple with such precision? After finishing, Master Rong returned the knife to Xiaoyang, stating, "My master was a knife practitioner from the Rome school, who concealed himself in a restaurant kitchen. I inherited his teachings and have mastered some of his knife techniques. In the capital, due to his remarkable skill in slicing ingredients for a 100-flower banquet with a kitchen knife, he earned the nickname One Blade of Spring." Casting a glance at Sister May, he added, "In fact, your moniker isn't Thousand-Handed Guanyin, it is One Branch of Plum. Well, these two, Iron Hand Tathagata, Thousand-Handed Guanyin, One Blade of Spring, One Branch of Plum." Li Muchen harbored grave doubts that these nicknames were self-bestowed, concocted merely to pair with Sister May. "Is Wang Zongsheng more formidable than you?" Li Muchen inquired. Wang Boss exchanged glances with Master Rong. It was Wang Boss who spoke first. "If it were just Wang Zongsheng, we might not fear him. It's merely the disdain of internal schools towards external ones. Together, we might just be capable of confronting him. However, it is not Wang Zongxing that Ame has offended, but Lu Jinxing. And who is Lu Jinxing? Li Muchen asked. Have you not heard of the martial arts master? Li Muchen shook his head. Wang Boss explained. The pinnacle of martial arts is the master. And beyond that, beyond the master? Wang Boss paused. That must be the immortals, right? Master Rong interjected. You think there are many masters? Across the entire Nanjiang province, there are only two. He Changchun, who lives in seclusion in Qiantang, and the master of Yongcheng, Lu Jinxing. Sister Mei added, Lu Jinxing is not only a master, his Lu family is the most powerful clan in Yongcheng. Sister Mei, what enmity do you have with Lu Jinxing? Li Muchen asked. Sister Mei's expression darkened, and she turned her face away, her gaze seemingly piercing through the walls to a distant horizon. Li Muchen understood her reticence and said, How about this, Sister Mei? You all stay for now. Wait 3 days, and after that, you can make your decision. Chapter 84. His unbeaten record is about to end. The items you requested are indeed hard to procure. I've nearly scoured the entirety of Huqing. Ma Shan complained as he dumped a large bag of goods onto the ground. Phosphorite, iron ore, mica, agate, graphite, gold powder, brass, vermilion, and $2 silver from the 1920s. Lastly, there was a stack of yellow paper, 2 brushes, and a bottle of Realber wine. Li Muchen picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, then set it down. So, everything is correct, right? Ma Shan vaguely guessed what Li Muchen intended. Li Muchen remarked, the quality is average, but it's commendable to find such items in the city. They will suffice. However, the vermilion and yellow paper are far from adequate. Ma Shan replied, then I'll go buy more. After contemplating, Li Muchen felt it was indeed a burden for Ma Shan to gather these items. So he said, forget it, brother Ma Shan, I will find a solution. Tomorrow, you can go to the agency to handle the property transfer procedures. Saying this, he pushed 2 money boxes towards Ma Shan. Ma Shan was taken aback and suspiciously opened the boxes. Although Li Muchen had astonished him on numerous occasions, he was still nearly left speechless upon seeing the boxes filled with cash. My goodness, Muchen, where did you get so much money? He shook his head in disbelief. I believe it now. I truly believe it. What do you believe? I believe you can indeed organize a wedding that will satisfy or even surprise the Lin family within 3 months. Oh no, an engagement ceremony. From now on, whatever you say, I will believe. Li Muchen smiled and said, let us go, called Ding Xiang, and we shall enjoy a fine meal. The next day, Ding Xiang called Sister Mei and learned that the Qinin restaurant would remain open for at least 3 more days, so she went to work. Ma Shan drove to the agency to complete the paperwork. Li Muchen examined the items Ma Shan had procured and pondered where to find authentic vermilion and yellow paper. He suspected there were practitioners in Huqing, but the only ones he had encountered were Wu Xian from the Zhao family, Lai Shigong from the Cha family. And if the concealed shaman from Wuzhou, who came with Zhou Lijun, counted, that made 3 in total. The issue was that all 3 had strayed from the righteous path and had been eliminated by him. After much contemplation, he concluded he should seek out Feng Tianming. This individual had extensive connections and surely knew many figures from the unorthodox sections. Li Muchen dialed Feng Tianming's number. Uncle Ming, do you know where I might procure authentic vermilion and yellow paper? I have an urgent need. After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Ming replied, I know a place where the goods are guaranteed to be authentic. How about this? Come over for a meal, and I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. In the afternoon, I will take you there. Li Muchen agreed. Sure, send me the address. And I will come over shortly. Uncle Ming responded, no need. I will have Zhou Na come to pick you up. Around midday, Zhou Na arrived to collect Li Muchen, taking him to a private club owned by Feng Tianming. During the meal, Feng Tianming smiled and asked Li Muchen, Mr. Li, what do you need Dan Sha and yellow paper for? It isn't for drawing talismans to exorcise ghosts, is it? Just for fun, Li Muchen casually replied. You can do that too? Zhou Na inquired with curiosity. Li Muchen replied, I learned a bit from my master in the mountains. Zhou Na then asked, can you read feng shui? When will you help me take a look? A friend of mine has been encountering continuous misfortunes and suspects her house has issues. Li Muchen ambiguously stated, we'll see when the opportunity arises. Zhou Na did not press further. Halfway through the meal, Feng Tianming said to Li Muchen, Mr. Li, do you remember Hong Tianqing? I remember. He is from southern-style Taiji, Li Muchen replied. So what? Li Muchen inquired with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I should bow my head in apology? Feng Tianming, perceiving Li Muchen's displeasure, quickly denied it, saying, not at all. I understand the rules of the martial world. Life and death are trivial, but face is paramount. How could I make Mr. Li lower his head? I was merely suggesting that perhaps it would be wise for you to take a step back for a while. Coincidentally, there is a large gambling stone event happening in the southern border. If you are interested, I can accompany you. Consider it a way to relax. And if luck is on our side, we might even make some money. Li Muchen frowned. Gambling stones can be profitable, but now is not the time. Uncle Ming need not feel obliged. If Wang Zongxing wishes to find me, let him come. Feng Tianming was taken aback. He hadn't mentioned Wang Zongxing's name. Mr. Li knows Wang Zongxing. We've met once, Li Muchen replied. Feng Tianming nodded. Since you are acquainted, that makes things simpler. Would you like me to arrange a meeting? Feng Tianming was astonished. Wang Zongxing was the leader of southern-style Taiji, renowned as a half-step master. In all of Nanjiang, aside from a few, who would dare claim they could defeat Wang Zongxing? Yet, seeing Li Muchen's confidence and composure, it seemed he was quite certain. Was he truly capable? Or was he unaware of Wang Zongxing's prowess? What about the time, place, and rules for the match? Feng Tianming inquired. Whenever suits him, Li Muchen replied nonchalantly. I'm free within 3 days. Feng Tianming was even more astonished. This Li Muchen was beyond mere confidence, bordering on arrogance. To let the opponent dictate the rules was an audacious statement. Mr. Li, this is no jest. Wang Zongxing has not been defeated in many years, Feng Tianming cautioned. That could very well change, Li Muchen chuckled. Uncle Ming, you might as well open a betting pool on the side. Perhaps you could earn a little. Feng Tianming was left speechless. A betting pool. I estimate 99% of people would wager on Wang Zongxing winning. Nevertheless, it is a good idea, but the odds need careful consideration. At Haizhou Grand Hotel, the security stood a bit straighter than usual, and the smiles of the staff were brighter than ever. Chairman Zhang Dongheng was in high spirits, personally standing at the entrance to welcome guests. Beside him stood other senior managers of the hotel, as well as Zhang Yiping, the heir of Yongqing Group. Zhang Yiping appeared somewhat anxious. Today was a significant day for Yongqing Group and a pivotal opportunity for him. Haizhou Hotel was a 5-star establishment controlled by Yongqing Group, and it was their second most important asset after Yongqing Tower. On this day, the young scion of the Qin family, Chen Wenxue, was set to represent his lineage in a meeting with the heads of various prestigious families and enterprises from Muchen. Convened in the presidential suite of the Haizhou Grand Hotel, they were to discuss the inaugural collaborative project for the Qin family's investment in Muchen. Zhang Yiping understood that such opportunities were rare, even verging on the unique. The Qin family of Shenzhou truly epitomized affluence in the region, rendering the prominent families of Muchen comparatively insignificant. Establishing a friendly rapport with young Master Chen could greatly benefit him and the entire Yongqing Group's future. Additionally, all major families from Muchen would send representatives. These were pivotal figures within their respective clans. Just moments ago, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Sihai, had even arrived in person. Zhang Yiping couldn't help but feel a sense of disparity. As a fellow young master, the gap between him and Chen Wenxue was vast. Typically, these aristocratic families regarded him with indifference. Even his father, Zhang Zhenmao, chairman of the Yongqing Group, was deferential in their presence. Yet, here was young Master Chen merely issuing a notification, and the families were eager to respond. At that moment, a Maybach pulled up to the hotel entrance, its license plate strikingly familiar to Zhang Yiping. Beside him, Zhang Dongheng hastily approached to open the car door, and upon seeing the individual who emerged, Zhang Yiping was once again taken aback. Lin Xiaosing, the head of the Lin family, had graced them with his presence. Mr. Lin, what a rare visit. Zhang Dongheng greeted warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. Lin Xiaosing offered a polite return, stating, "You are too kind, Mr. Zhang." Mr. Lin, this is my brother's son, Yiping, who has been managing today's arrangements at the hotel, Zhang Dongheng introduced. Uncle Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Yiping stepped forward, eager to connect. I am a friend of Manqing. We have met before. Lin Xiaosing recalled his daughter's mention of Zhang Yiping, albeit with a somewhat unfavorable impression. He nodded slightly, merely out of politeness. Nevertheless, Zhang Yiping felt a surge of delight, as if his relationship with Lin Manqing had taken a step forward. Uncle Lin, we have prepared a VIP room for the Lin family. Allow me to escort you there, Zhang Yiping offered. Lin Xiaosing glanced at his watch and responded. The time I arranged with young Master Chen is approaching. Please take me directly to him. Zhang Dongheng hesitated. Mr. Lin, I fear you may need to wait. The representatives from Qiantang have yet to arrive. In fact, the head of the Zhao family has been waiting for an hour longer than you. Lin Xiaosing was taken aback. Zhao Sihai is here too? He had assumed he would be the only family head present. It seemed today would be quite a contentious affair. Which family from Qiantang is in attendance? The Yuan family, Zhang Dongheng replied. The Yuan family? Lin Xiaosing expressed surprise. Who is attending? It is their young master, Yuan Shiji. Did you not know? Zhang Dongheng inquired, puzzled. The Yuan and Lin families are in-laws, after all. Lin Xiaosing frowned. Yuan Shiji seeking to negotiate with Chen Wenxue without prior notice was quite alarming. Should the two families unite, they would likely secure a favorable deal with the Qin family. Yet now, it appeared they were not only disinterested in collaboration but might even undermine his efforts. How audacious of them to seek a marriage proposal after such duplicity. Though Lin Xiaosing felt a surge of indignation, he masked it with a jovial laugh. Let the younger generation discuss matters. I shall catch up with the head of the Zhao family. Very well, I will lead you to Mr. Zhao, Zhang Dongheng replied, guiding him to the suite where Zhao Sihai awaited. At that moment, a suspicious figure crept in through the entrance, only to be seized by security. Hey, I'm a friend of young Master Zhang. Why are you stopping me? The man protested. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yiping rushed over and recognized Zhou Su. He ushered Zhou Su into the lobby. What brings you here? The hotel is hosting important guests today, and security is tight. It's no wonder they stopped you. Noticing the bruises on Zhou Su's face and neck, he frowned. Those guards have gone too far. How did they let you get like this? I'll have a word with their supervisor and get that guard dismissed. Zhou Su quickly waved him off. It's not his fault. My injuries are not from him. He recounted his encounter at a local eatery, where he had been set upon by a gang. Brother Zhang, you promised to look out for me. I've invoked your name. I can't let this go unpunished. Zhou Su exclaimed, visibly agitated. Zhang Yiping frowned. Have you figured out who attacked you? Zhou Su replied. How would I know? It was dark in the alley, and I couldn't see their faces. They warned me not to pursue their boss woman. I wondered, could they be referring to Dingxiang? Zhang Yiping chuckled. What is so surprising about that? Why should you be the only one interested in her? She is likely involved with that thug now. Zhou Su shook his head vehemently. No way. Dingxiang is too innocent to be with someone like that. Wake up, Zhou Su. You're not a child anymore. In this world, innocence is a luxury, contingent on how much money is involved. Zhou Su remained skeptical. Zhang Yiping sighed. Fine. I'll help you settle this later. Today is about young Master Chun and the families discussing partnerships. If I serve him well today, I will soar to new heights. And your little troubles will be insignificant in comparison. Really? Zhou Su beamed with delight. Did you see Dingxiang? Did you run into that fellow named Li? Zhang Yiping still had lingering thoughts of Lin Manqing. I did, Zhou Su replied disdainfully. He was with Dingxiang, working as a waiter in a small restaurant. Just a waiter? Zhang Yiping was somewhat surprised. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Impossible. I had him take my order, Zhou Su insisted. Should we teach him a lesson for you? No need. A person like that isn't worth my time. Zhang Yiping relaxed and smiled, throwing an arm around Zhou Su's shoulder. Come. I'll get you a room to rest in. Later, I'll take you for a buffet. The dishes today are exceptional. Mr. Zhao, it has been too long since we last met. Lin Xiaoxing entered the room, casting a cold glare at Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai's expression shifted, and he forced a smile. Mr. Lin, good to see you again. How is the elder? Thanks to you, the elder is in fine health. Lin Xiaoxing replied with a cold sneer. Good and evil will be repaid in kind. The time has yet to come. Some petty individuals use underhanded tricks against others. They will ultimately bring about their own demise. Zhao Sihai's countenance darkened significantly. Standing at the entrance, Zhang Dongheng sensed the tension. He did not wish for a confrontation between the Lin and Zhao families, as any fallout would far exceed what the Haizhou Grand Hotel and Yongqing Group could bear. No need for that. Zhao Sihai abruptly rose, taking a deep breath. Since Mr. Lin is here, I shall take my leave. In future business dealings, whenever I encounter the Lin family, I shall keep my distance. With that, he turned and strode out of the hall, leaving Lin Xiaoxing momentarily taken aback. Zhang Dongheng, however, was astonished. The Zhao and Lin families had always been evenly matched in power. Why did Zhao Sihai yield so readily upon encountering Lin Xiaoxing today? Such a statement hinted at a significant shift. Was the tide turning in Huqing? Lin Xiaoxing was equally surprised. He knew Zhao Sihai well. He was known for his assertive and uncompromising demeanor. Retreating? What had transpired to compel Zhao Sihai to make such a concession? Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxing found himself in the presidential suite, where he met with Chun Wenxue and the commercial team sent by the Qin family. Lin Xiaoxing meticulously prepared a comprehensive collaboration proposal, presenting remarkably favorable conditions. He believed that, as the head of the family, his proposal would sufficiently sway the Qin family. However, Chun Wenxue did not exhibit any signs of excitement or satisfaction. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your personal presence for today's negotiations. Chun Wenxue spoke with refined eloquence, embodying an innate elegance. Yet, in terms of the collaboration proposal, you do not possess significant advantages compared to several other contenders. Particularly, the Yuan family from Qiantang has presented a plan that is exceedingly difficult for us to decline. Lin Xiaoxing responded. I concede that the Yuan family's overall strength surpasses ours. Yet their influence is predominantly in Qiantang. Since you, young Master Chun, intend to invest in Huqing, you should be aware that we are the most formidable family in Huqing. Chen Wenxue nodded. Indeed, that was our initial thought. However, the Yuan family's strategy has shifted my perspective. If I were to ally with them, we could bridge the markets of Shenzhou and Qiantang, relegating Huqing to merely a link between the two. Moreover, are not the Yuan family and yours related by marriage? My collaboration with them would also be beneficial for you. Lin Xiaoxing's expression darkened, as this argument left him with little room for rebuttal. He understood that Huqing indeed lay between Shenzhou and Qiantang, with many industries dependent on the whims of others. A harmonious collaboration between the major industries of Shenzhou and Qiantang would be advantageous for Huqing as a whole. Yet whether it would be beneficial or detrimental for local powerhouses like them remained uncertain. Before he could formulate a response, Chen Wenxue continued, furthermore, I have heard that the Lin family's recent business ventures have encountered significant troubles, including those mentioned in your proposal. Chen Wenxue smiled as he observed Lin Xiaoxing's reaction. Mr. Chen, I believe you can sense our family's sincerity. Lin Xiaoxing attempted to press on. However, Chen Wenxue raised a hand to halt his continuation. Change the negotiator? Lin Xiaoxing was taken aback, feeling a twinge of humiliation. Nonetheless, for the sake of his family's interests, he resolved to endure. What sort of individual would you prefer to negotiate with, young Master Chen? I prefer to engage with younger people. Does your family not have a son-in-law? Let him come to negotiate, Chen Wenxue replied. Chapter 86, A Desperate Attempt. Yan Huimin noticed Lin Xiaoxing's troubled expression and comforted him. What is it, Xiaoxing? Did the negotiations not go well? Even if they did not, it is merely one collaboration. There will be opportunities in the future. It's not just that the negotiations failed. That young Master Chen actually requested I send someone else to negotiate. How absurd. Lin Xiaoxing retorted angrily. Someone else? Who does he wish to send? Yan Huimin inquired, intrigued. Is he suggesting that the patriarch should personally intervene? They say that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Chen family is powerful. Yet this young master believes he can stand on equal footing with our patriarch. How outrageous. It is not that he desires the patriarch's involvement. He wants our son-in-law to negotiate. Do you not see this as an affront to my dignity? Son-in-law? Yan Huimin suddenly recalled someone, but dismissed the thought as too far-fetched. Whom does he wish to negotiate with? No son-in-law could represent the Lin family. Lin Xiaoxing roared, then took a deep breath. I will discuss this with the patriarch. Lin Shangyi listened attentively to Lin Qiuxing's report, pondering deeply. What do you think, Chanming? Business matters are best left for Qiuxing to decide, Lin Chanming suggested. Lin Qiuxing expressed his gratitude with a glance at Lin Chanming. Father, Uncle Chanming, regardless of young Master Chen's thoughts, for the sake of the Lin family's interests, we must make an attempt. And who do you think should be sent? Lin Shangyi inquired. Lin Qiuxing replied. The Lin family has several sons-in-law of appropriate stature. But only the elder brother-in-law and the fourth brother-in-law are available today. Lin Shangyi nodded, then summoned both of them. Prepare the proposal, and let Ming Chun negotiate first. If Ming Chun is unsuccessful, we will send Guoqing. Although the Yuan family has their own plans, since young Master Chun has explicitly requested to negotiate with our son-in-law, Guoqing must represent our Lin family. I apologize for putting you in this position, Qiuxing. Lin Qiuxing understood his father's intentions and replied with emotion, Father, I do not mind. The Lin family's business has indeed encountered issues, and I bear significant responsibility. As long as it benefits the family, I can endure a little humiliation. Suddenly, Lin Chanming interjected. Have you considered that the son-in-law young Master Chin Muchen might refer to another person? Who? Lin Shangyi and Lin Qiuxing asked in unison. Li Muchen. Lin Chanming responded. Lin Shangyi was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Chanming, you might be overestimating him. Lin Chanming laughed at himself. I merely thought of it suddenly. Lin Qiuxing shook his head. That is utterly impossible. How could young Master Chun know Li Muchen? Moreover, he is not even a son-in-law of the Lin family yet. Though he possesses some peculiar skills, he knows nothing of business. Young Master Chun, despite his frivolity, would not make such a reckless decision. At the Haizhou Grand Hotel, Zhou Su enjoyed a lavish buffet meal alongside Zhang Yiping. Brother Zhang, today's dishes are truly delightful, Zhou Su remarked, still savoring the flavors. Zhang Yiping replied, this is merely a taste. The real feast is served in the presidential suite upstairs. We are merely benefiting from young Master Chen's generosity. I am primarily riding on your coattails, Brother Zhang, Zhou Su chuckled. Zhang Yiping relished the moment, patting Zhou Su on the shoulder, rest assured. As long as you follow me, there will be a time for your own glory. At that moment, another luxury vehicle pulled up outside. Zhang Yiping quickly joined Zhang Dongheng and the others to welcome the newcomer, Shen Mingchun. Shen Mingchun strode in with confidence, holding his head high, acknowledging only Zhang Dongheng with a handshake and ignoring the others, including Zhang Yiping. Zhang Dongheng accompanied Shen Mingchun upstairs. Brother Zhang, has the Shen family from Guoqing arrived? Zhou Su inquired. Zhang Yiping replied. He is here as a representative of the Lin family. It seems young Master Chen specifically requested to negotiate with the Lin family's son-in-law. Zhou Su was puzzled. Does the weight of the Lin family patriarch not surpass that of his son-in-law? Zhang Yiping found it amusing, though he felt unqualified to comment further, lacking insight into the underlying circumstances. Before long, Shen Mingchun descended. He had entered with great vigor but left resembling a defeated rooster, his face stern and head bowed. Looking utterly dejected. Shortly after Shen Mingchun departed, Yuan Guoqing arrived. Unlike Shen Mingchun, he was fortunate enough to meet Chen Wenxue. Yet Chen Wenxue had no intention of engaging in discussions with him. As Chen Wenxue had stated, Yuan Guoqing was quite pleased with this outcome. Before leaving, he smiled at Chen Wenxue, saying, Young Master Chen, you need not wait for the Lin family any longer. Choosing to collaborate with the Yuan family will not disappoint you. Upon returning to Beishi Mountain Villa, Yuan Guoqing relayed Chen Wenxue's words verbatim to the elder Lin. He was confident that the Lin family had lost their opportunity for this business deal. Lin Qiuxing was deeply disheartened. It marked one of the bleakest days of his life. Lin Shangyi sighed. It is unfortunate, but although the Chun family controls maritime trade in Shenzhou, they may not stir up significant waves in Huqing. Lin Chanming remarked, Elder, have you truly considered Muchen? Shen Mingchun and Yuan Guoqing were momentarily taken aback. The boy named Li. What qualifications does he have to represent the Lin family? Yuan Guoqing scoffed. Shen Mingchun concurred. Indeed, he knows nothing. I hear he is working as a waiter in a small restaurant. Would it not be too embarrassing to have him represent the Lin family? Lin Shangyi stated, embarrassment is secondary. The crucial question is whether young Master Chen would even consider negotiating with him. Even if there is a possibility, how could I approach him to request it? Lin Shangyi turned to his son, asking, Qiuxing, what is your opinion? Lin Qiuxing paused for a moment before replying. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Let him give it a try. When Li Muchen received Lin Qiuxing's call, he was seated in Feng Tianming's car, en route to Tianqing Temple. Feng Tianming mentioned that the abbot, Zhang Daoyuan, was a master of the talismanic sect. If it comes to Dan Sh and yellow paper, if Tianqing Temple is not authentic, then there is no authentic place left. In Huqing, the prominent families and esteemed figures make an annual pilgrimage to the Tianqing Temple to seek blessings. Zhang Daoyuan frequently descends the mountain to assist others in averting calamities. Feng Tianming was introducing Li Muchen along the way. Li Muchen discerned that Zhang Daoyuan held considerable influence within Huqing's elite society, suggesting he possessed some genuine abilities. When a call came through from an unfamiliar number, he was somewhat taken aback to hear Lin Qiuxing on the line. After grasping the intent behind Lin Qiuxing's call, Li Muchen decisively declined. Uncle Lin, I lack the acumen for business operations, am not adept at negotiations, and cannot represent the Lin family. You might want to seek someone more qualified. He heard a sigh from Lin Qiuxing, his tone unexpectedly aged. Muchen, this collaboration is vital for our Lin family. Consider it a favor to me. Just give it a try, regardless of the outcome. Who is the counterpart? The Chen family from Shenzhou. The mention of the Chen family seemed to enlighten Li Muchen. All right, I will agree, but I have matters to attend to and will arrive later. Upon reaching Tianqing Temple, they were greeted by a young Taoist who ushered them into a side hall. Master is currently practicing. Please wait a moment. The Taoist served them tea and then exited. Li Muchen noticed a talisman affixed to the side door of the hall and approached to examine it, confirming it was crafted from quality paper and sand. After a considerable wait, Zhang Daoyuan finally arrived, bowing respectfully to Feng Tianming. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed Feng. Li Muchen's keen perception noted that while Zhang Daoyuan exhibited a flow of true energy, his aura was diffused, indicating he had not been practicing prior. It seemed his tardiness was merely to uphold an air of mystery and nobility. Feng Tianming reciprocated the gesture. I intrude upon your sacred practice and must apologize. He continued. Today, I have brought a friend who seeks some cinnabar and yellow paper. Inquiring about the purpose of such materials, Li Muchen could only surmise their use in talisman crafting. Zhang Daoyuan turned his gaze toward Li Muchen. It appears we share a common path. May I inquire your name, sir? Li Muchen, came the reply. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Daoyuan's face as he scrutinized Li Muchen. One of the young Taoists suddenly exclaimed, So you are Li Muchen? Does Zhang Daozhang know Mr. Li? Feng Tianming inquired, astonished. Zhang Daoyuan laughed heartily. Oh, not at all. The humble Taoist has been residing here away from the world. How could I have the honor of knowing Mr. Li? However, I have heard that the Lin family has been searching far and wide for a Taoist with the surname Li. You must be the one they seek. Li Muchen smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Zhang Daoyuan then asked, Might I inquire where Mr. Li cultivates his practice? Kunlun, Li Muchen replied. Zhang Daoyuan chuckled. Mr. Li has a delightful sense of humor. Li Muchen offered no further explanation. He was acquainted with several eminent figures of the talisman school, but Zhang Daoyuan's abilities were too superficial. It would be futile to enlighten him. Noticing Li Muchen's silence, Zhang Daoyuan felt a twinge of displeasure and instructed a disciple, Fetch some cinnabar and yellow paper for him. The disciple departed, leaving an awkward silence in the room. Breaking the stillness, Feng Tianming spoke. Zhang Daozhang, I have recently been feeling quite distressed. I would appreciate your guidance. Zhang Daoyuan smiled. I see auspicious fortune surrounding you. Esteemed Feng, you are likely to encounter benefactors soon. Your minor ailments are nothing to worry about. Allow me to draw a talisman for you. Feng Tianming was elated. It was no easy feat to receive a talisman from Zhang Daoyuan, and the Taoist initiative surprised him. Thank you, Zhang Daozhang. The young Taoist returned with a pouch of cinnabar, a jar of prepared cinnabar ink, and a stack of cut yellow paper. Zhang Daoyuan picked up a brush from the nearby stand, dipped it in the ink, and began to draw the talisman. His strokes were fluid and graceful, even compelling Li Muchen to admit the Taoist technique was quite impressive. Unfortunately, true celestial arts are not merely for display. To Li Muchen, aside from the gracefulness of the movements, there was little merit. Once the talisman was completed, Zhang Daoyuan presented it to Feng Tianming, who received it with numerous thanks. Zhang Daoyuan glanced at Li Muchen, observing his lack of reaction, and a smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. He had intentionally omitted a stroke in the talisman. Any disciple of the talisman school would recognize it immediately. Zhang Daoyuan concluded that Li Muchen was merely a wandering charlatan seeking to exploit Huqing's affluent circles. After Feng Tianming settled the payment and prepared to take his leave, Li Muchen unexpectedly stated, I would like to test this cinnabar. Without needing a brush, he dipped his fingers into the cinnabar ink and began to smear it onto the yellow paper. Soon, the paper bore chaotic scribbles reminiscent of a child's doodles. Mr. Li, how does the cinnabar fare? Zhang Daoyuan inquired with a laugh. It's acceptable, though perhaps a tad too diluted, Li Muchen replied as he and Feng Tianming exited. Suddenly, the young Taoist rushed out, beckoning Feng Tianming for a whispered exchange. Though at a distance, Li Muchen's keen hearing captured their words. The young Taoist warned, esteemed Feng. My master asked me to caution you. This Mr. Li is a con artist. Be wary. Feng Tianming cast a skeptical glance at Li Muchen. The young Taoist questioned, Master, is this surname Li truly a fraud? Zhang Daoyuan, holding a delicate teacup, gently blew over the surface, responding leisurely. He cannot even comprehend the most fundamental talisman. Take a look at that mess he created. Can that be called a talisman? The young Taoist glanced at the chaotic scribble left by Li Muchen, bursting into laughter. As he reached for it, he felt a tingling sensation in his fingers. Go take a look. Zhang Daoyuan hastily set down his teacup, splashing tea onto Li Muchen's chaotic talisman. As the two exited the room, they failed to notice the talisman gradually dissolving in the tea, the lines transforming into radiant light that soared skyward. Zhang Daoyuan stood in the courtyard, gazing upwards as golden beams streaked overhead. Thunder rumbled, and sword energy soared into the heavens. Quickly, bring incense. This is a sign of celestial beings arriving. I must offer incense and pray to welcome their presence. The young Taoist hurriedly fetched incense and lit it for Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang knelt in the courtyard, holding the incense aloft and murmuring incantations. At the hotel entrance, Li Muchen was halted by security, questioned about his purpose. Zhang Yiping and Zhou Su were conversing in the hotel lobby when Zhou Su caught sight of a familiar figure outside. He nudged Zhang Yiping, gesturing, Zhang, look outside. Isn't that Li Muchen? Zhang Yiping observed. Indeed, it was Li Muchen, seemingly trying to enter but being stopped by security. Let's go take a look. The two approached the entrance. Upon seeing Zhang Yiping, the security guard immediately stood at attention, stating, Young Master Zhang. This person claims to represent the Lin family in negotiations with young Master Chen. I questioned him as he appeared to have arrived by taxi. Representing the Lin family? Zhou Su laughed derisively. Li Muchen, weren't you a waiter at the Qiming restaurant? When did you become a representative of the Lin family? Did your restaurant acquire the Lin family? At this point, he laughed so hard that tears almost streamed down his face. The security guard, upon hearing this, remarked, fortunately, young Master Zhang and your friend arrived. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. He then disdainfully attempted to escort Li Muchen away. Zhang Yiping found the situation amusing but maintained the decorum befitting a member of high society, intervening to stop the guard. He addressed Li Muchen. Your reasoning is rather far-fetched. No one would believe it. If you are here to stay, we welcome you. However, I must advise you that the Haizhou is a 5-star hotel, and the rooms are quite expensive. Have you ever stayed in a 5-star hotel? Zhou Su asked, looking at Li Muchen with a mocking expression. 5-star? Li Muchen gazed up at the hotel's pristine, gleaming facade, realizing he had indeed never stayed in one. Oh, I forgot. You just came down from the mountains, where there are probably no tall buildings, right? Zhou Su continued to mock. Zhang Yiping smiled, saying, it's all right. Not everyone can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel. It's understandable that you haven't stayed in one before. How about this? If you want to experience it, I can arrange an hourly room for you. Brother Zhang is quite generous, Zhou Su remarked, giving a thumbs up. Li Muchen shook his head, saying, forget it. I'm not here to stay at a hotel. Then what are you here for? Zhou Su queried. I already mentioned. I'm here on behalf of the Lin family to discuss business with young Master Chen, Li Muchen replied. Li Muchen, how thick-skinned can you be? Trying to curry favor with young Master Chen, and you don't even have a decent excuse. Do you think young Master Chen is someone you can just meet? Zhou Su sneered. Li Muchen grew slightly impatient, responding, forget it. I can't explain things to you. The hotel is open to the public, so it's my freedom to go in, right? Zhang Yiping interjected. While entering the hotel is indeed your freedom. Young Master Chen is a distinguished guest here. If you intend to disturb him, then that is unacceptable. I cannot allow you to enter. Do you possess that authority? Li Muchen asked, looking at Zhang Yiping. I'm sorry, but Yongqing Group is the major shareholder of Haizhou Grand Hotel, Zhang Yiping replied. A hint of pride showing on his face. I am currently the vice president of Haizhou Grand Hotel. So, you're saying I'm not allowed in? Li Muchen inquired. If you continue to insist that you are here to meet young Master Chen on behalf of the Lin family, then I cannot allow you to enter, Zhang Yiping stated. Brother Zhang, why bother being so polite with him? Just have security throw him out. Zhou Su suggested. Li Muchen smiled faintly, saying, all right. Just don't come begging me to let you in later. Zhou Su burst into laughter. Ha ha, Brother Zhang, did you hear that? He said we would be begging him to let us in. Zhang Yiping couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Forget it, let's go inside. I don't want to see him. He instructed the security, keep an eye on this person, don't let him slip in. Rest assured, young Master Zhang. The security guard replied, watching Li Muchen closely. Li Muchen glanced around and noticed the flower bed near the hotel entrance was wide enough, so he decided to sit there. The security guard continued to watch him intently. However, there were no regulations prohibiting people from lingering outside, so he could only observe. Li Muchen took out his phone and dialed Kai Weiman's number. Kai, it's Li Muchen. Young Master Li, what can I do for you? Kai Weiman responded with evident excitement, his voice trembling slightly. He had been too intimidated to contact Li Muchen directly, even to deliver money, only daring to drop it off at Ma Shan's place. You have young Master Chen's number in Shenzhou, right? Yes. Please give him a call, Li Muchen instructed. After hanging up, he sat quietly by the flower bed. It had been several days since he practiced his skills, so he decided to close his eyes and cultivate his internal energy. Zhang Yiping reclined on the sofa in the lounge area, relaxing with his legs crossed. It shouldn't be long before someone arrives. Soon. I'll go upstairs to invite young Master Chen. The dinner I arranged for him today will surely satisfy him, he murmured to himself. Brother Zhang, when you dine with young Master Chen, could you take me along? Zhou Su asked with a flattering smile. Zhang Yiping lazily responded, not this time. Young Master Chen doesn't like unfamiliar faces. I put a lot of effort into preparing this dinner. Zhou Su chuckled. All right, maybe next time. Just then, Zhang Yiping's phone rang. The manager from upstairs notified him that young Master Chen was coming down. Zhang Yiping sprang up from the sofa, quickly adjusted his attire, and hurried toward the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Wenxue rushed out. Young Master Chen. Zhang Yiping bowed, intending to discuss the dinner arrangements. However, Chen Wenxue didn't even glance at him. Brushing past, and heading straight for the exit. Gu Yanzhou followed closely behind him, not leaving his side. Following them were the members of the Chen family's business team, streaming out one after the other. Young Master Chen. Zhang Yiping called out, perplexed by Chen Wenshue's urgency, and followed him outside. Chen Wenxue burst through the door. The security guards recognized him as an important figure. Everyone at Haizhou Grand Hotel had been on high alert these days to serve him well. No one dared to question him or attempt to stop him. Chen Wenxue stood at the entrance, scanning his surroundings. When he suddenly spotted Li Muchen sitting by the flower bed, he let out a breath of relief and joy, approaching the flower bed with a smile. I've finally been able to wait for you. Young Master Li, it's not easy to meet you. Li Muchen smiled back. You certainly have a larger entourage than I do. To see you, they wouldn't even let me in. I had to sit here and wait. Chen Wenxue was taken aback for a moment, then angrily exclaimed, how dare they treat you this way? We'll go in, and let us see who dares to stop us. Li Muchen, however, interjected, forget it. I find this place quite pleasant. The air is fresh. If you don't mind, let us sit and talk here. Chen Wenxue suddenly understood and laughed heartily. All right, let us talk here then. He sat down beside Li Muchen. Gu Yanzhou bowed slightly towards Li Muchen, respectfully addressing him, young Master Li. Li Muchen looked at Gu Yanzhou, frowning. Old Gu, I saw you were in good health a few days ago. Why do you seem to have sustained an injury today? Gu Yanzhou, full of admiration, replied. It seems nothing can escape young Master Li's notice. I did sustain a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. Li Muchen nodded. As long as it's nothing, I'll prepare some pills for you to take in a few days. Gu Yanzhou was overjoyed, quickly responding, thank you, young Master Li. You too take your time. I'll keep watch. With that, he stepped aside, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze, exuding an air of authority. This scene left Zhang Yiping, who had followed them to the entrance, utterly astounded. Zhou Su beside him gaped in shock, struggling to find words, and after a while exclaimed, Brother Zhang, what is happening? Zhang Yiping was equally puzzled. How did young Master Chen know Li Muchen, and they appeared to be quite familiar with each other? At that moment, the rest of the Chen family arrived at the hotel entrance. Chen Wenxue waved, and they all walked over. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded at the entrance of Haizhou Grand Hotel. Two young men sat on the edge of the flower bed, surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed men and women in fine suits, some sitting beside them, others bending to stand, and some even squatting on the ground. An imposing elder in traditional attire stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Meanwhile, security and staff formed a circle around them, uncertain of how to proceed. What kind of luck did that kid stumble upon? Zhou Su fumed. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Zhang Yiping took a deep breath, realizing he had to swallow his pride. Even if it was difficult to bear, he had to concede. Offending Chen Wenxue meant not only offending the Chen family of Shenzhou, but also alienating all the influential figures present today for business discussions with the Chen family. Zhang Yiping approached the flower bed, forcing a smile as he bowed. Young Master Chen, everyone, our hotel has specially prepared a delightful dinner for you all, and it will be served shortly. Please, let us head upstairs to the VIP room. He wanted to see just how foolish one could be to bar someone like Li Muchen from entering the hotel. Seeing the mischievous smile on Chen Wenshue's face, Zhang Yiping felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Young Master Chen, Li, Zhang Yiping felt as if his lips were glued shut, struggling to speak. It's quite breezy here. Why don't you both come upstairs instead? Li Muchen finally lifted his gaze, glancing at the hotel's sleek exterior. The setting sun cast a warm glow on the glass facade, shimmering with an enchanting light. A five-star hotel, and yet someone just tried to prevent me from entering. Chapter 89. A fantastical scene. Zhang Yiping's face flushed as he apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I didn't realize you knew young Master Chen. I find this place quite pleasant. Li Muchen interrupted him. What do you think, young Master Chen? Chen Wenxue chimed in. It is indeed quite nice. As long as young Master Li deems it good, it must indeed be good. Zhang Yiping was taken aback. Young Master Li? How could the young master of the Chen family from Shenzhou refer to him as such? This individual had shown no respect even to the head of the Lin family, and had not even granted an audience to Shun Mingchun of the Shun family from Guqing. How had Li Muchen, who was merely a waiter at a small restaurant, suddenly become young Master Li? The general manager of Haizhou Grand Hotel, Zhang Dongheng, had already been informed of the situation. How had it come to this? Zhang Dongheng was incensed upon hearing the news, stamping his feet in frustration. To host the third young master of the Chun family from Shenzhou was no trivial matter. There were more than just Haizhou among the five-star hotels in Huqing. And in terms of stature and prestige, Haizhou was not the highest. For young Master Chen to choose Haizhou was a matter of great honor. Moreover, he was to meet representatives from prominent families in Huqing and even Qiantang. If this event were to be executed flawlessly, it would elevate Haizhou and the Yongqing group to new heights. Conversely, a failure would spell disaster for all involved. The entire team at Haizhou Grand Hotel had been working tirelessly for days, fearful of any slip-ups. After the Lin family departed, Zhang Dongheng believed the worst was over and thought arranging the evening banquet would conclude matters satisfactorily. Nonetheless, he instructed Zhang Yiping to remain in the lobby to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Little did he anticipate that this unforeseen event would occur precisely with Zhang Yiping. Zhang Dongheng, accompanied by senior hotel executives, rushed to the entrance. Were it not for the fact that he was the son of the Group S chairman, Zhang Zhenmo, he might have slapped Zhang Yiping across the face. He maneuvered through the crowd, intent on reaching Chen Wenshue's side. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him, and Gu Yanzhou blocked his path. Zhang Dongheng quickly apologized. Old Gu, my sincerest apologies for my rudeness. Young Master Chen, the banquet is about to commence. Let us proceed inside. Chen Wenxue stretched lazily and remarked, I am indeed a bit hungry. Young Master Li, shall we have something to eat? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongheng felt a weight lift off his chest. As long as they entered, any mistakes could be rectified. Zhang Yiping also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Muchen replied, if we are to eat, let us have it brought here. Zhang Dongheng was startled and hastily interjected, that won't do. The dishes are prepared fresh by our chefs. We specifically airlifted ingredients from France, and even invited a Michelin chef from Shenzhou. I find that to be a splendid idea. Chen Wenxue clapped his hands in delight. Let us dine here on the ground, savoring the French cuisine from the Michelin chef. What an amusing thought. Zhang Dongheng's expression turned grim. This is absolutely unacceptable. Zhang Yiping cast a resentful glance at Li Muchen. Li Muchen countered, if they are unwilling, we can simply order takeout. Chen Wenxue chimed in, that works too. Let us order takeout. Zhang Dongheng quickly waved his hands. Gentlemen, there is no need for takeout. I shall arrange for the dishes to be brought here at once. He was genuinely fearful. for the young master of the Chen family to be seen ordering takeout at Haijiu Grand Hotel? If word got out, the hotel might as well shut its doors. Zhang Dongheng stepped out of the crowd to instruct his staff to arrange the meals, and then he called Zhang Jinmu. This matter had escalated beyond the hotel. The Yongqing group would be affected as well. Moreover, it was Zhang Jinmu's son who had caused this debacle. Who else, but he could rectify it. He also dialed the Lin family. As this Li fellow had claimed to represent them, regardless of the truth, informing the Lin family could only improve matters. As the sun finally withdrew its last rays from the glass, night descended. The cicadas in the trees continued their incessant cries, while the insects in the grass joined in a chorus of chirps. Haijiu Grand Hotel illuminated all its lights, creating a dazzling spectacle that brightened the entrance as if it were daytime. A large dining cart was wheeled out, and under the brilliant night sky, a 5-meter-long temporary dining table was set up outside. It was surrounded by an array of flowers, adorned with candles, and elegantly arranged silver tableware. Course after course of dishes was presented, filling the air with delightful aromas. Zhang Dongheng approached Chen Wenxue and Li Muchen to invite them to dine, but the two were engrossed in their own lively conversation, ignoring him entirely. Resigned, he decided to wait for Zhang Jinmu to arrive. Whoever caused the trouble should be the one to take responsibility, and he had no desire to bear the blame. Suddenly, a luxurious vehicle sped into view. The hotel staff recognized it as their boss's car. Zhang Jinmu practically leaped from the vehicle. Upon arrival, without hesitation, he slapped Zhang Yiping across the face before turning to apologize to Chen Wenxue and Li Muchen. Gentlemen, I have failed in my duties as a father. Please forgive my son's transgressions and do not hold them against him. Those surrounding them were left in a daze. This was the chairman of Yongqing Group. They had never witnessed the usually commanding figure display such humility. Chen Wenxue chuckled. There is no need for such formality, Director Zhang. We were merely enjoying a chat here. Young Master Li has been a wonderful host. We are grateful, not at all inclined to hold any grudges. What? Zhang Yiping was taken aback, believing he had misheard. Kneel. Apologize to the two young masters. Zhang Jinmu commanded sternly. Father. Zhang Yiping could hardly believe his father, who had always indulged him, would treat him this way. Yet Zhang Jinmu showed no favor. He could not afford to be lenient now. Offending the Chen family and half of Huqing's elite meant Zhang family's future was at stake. Compared to the tangible losses, pride meant nothing. If this son were not his own flesh and blood, he might have considered kicking him to death. Zhang Yiping, filled with resentment yet unable to defy his father, knelt down, tears brimming in his eyes. I was deceived by Zhou Su, who said young Master Li was merely a waiter at a small restaurant, which led to my misunderstanding. Young Masters Chun and Li, I apologize, I was wrong. Who is Zhou Su? Zhang Jinmu bellowed. The security personnel swiftly brought forth a terrified Zhou Su. It is he. Zhang Jinmu seized his phone and struck Zhou Su's head with it, shattering the device and causing blood to flow from Zhou Su's head. All of his pent-up fury was unleashed upon Zhou Su, and even after that, he snatched the rubber baton from the security guard and mercilessly struck Zhou Su until Zhang Dongheng restrained him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jinmu transformed his countenance into one of affability. Gentlemen, please, let us dine. Chen Wenxue remained unfazed. He had no qualms about offending Yongqing Group. On the contrary, if he could not satisfy Li Muchen today, he would not hesitate to obliterate Yongqing Group with his first business deal in Huqing. Though his influence within the Chen family paled in comparison to that of his two elder brothers, he still held enough power to mobilize resources. He glanced at Li Muchen. Zhang Jinmu also recognized that young Master Li was the focal point. He implored, Young Master Li, please, let us eat. Li Muchen stretched and replied, since they are so hospitable, we ought not to appear ungrateful. Let us partake in the meal. With that, he stood, approached the dining table, and surveyed the array of French cuisine. He picked up an empty plate and inquired, are there no chopsticks? Chopsticks were promptly provided. Li Muchen, using the chopsticks, placed a bit of each dish onto his plate, adding a scoop of rice to create a makeshift rice bowl. He ladled a bowl of soup and set it beside the flower bed, placing the soup on the edge while he squatted down to eat his rice bowl. Chen Wenxue found it amusing and imitated him, preparing a bowl for himself and squatting down next to Li Muchen to eat. As the representative of the Shenzhou elite, who prided himself on experiencing the finest cuisines and indulging in the most beautiful women, this was Chun Sangongzi's first encounter with French rice bowl cuisine. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jinmu felt utterly defeated. He wished he could give his son another thrashing. Yet, upon seeing the look of humiliation on Zhang Yiping's face, he sighed. A failure in teaching is the father's fault. Another vehicle sped into the scene. Lin Xiaoxing stepped out of the car and was taken aback by the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance, uncertain of the commotion that had ensued. As he approached, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Initially, he had summoned Li Muchen as a last resort, harboring little hope. Yet now, Li Muchen was sharing a meal with the son of the Qin family, each balancing a large plate while seated on the ground, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation. This surreal scene struck Lin Xiaoxing as almost magical. In the glaring eyes of the onlookers, Chen Wenxue savored a roadside French-style rice dish with great satisfaction. Despite the Zhang father and son's attempts to persuade him otherwise, Chen Wenxue insisted on canceling the presidential suite at the Haijiu Grand Hotel. He then drove off in his Bugatti Veyron with Li Muchen, disappearing into the night. The crowd at the hotel remained in a taciturn silence, as though a storm was about to break, each individual feeling an indescribable tension. Yet within Lin Xiaoxing's heart, there was a surge of exhilaration, even an impulse to burst into song. The humiliation he had previously endured was not forgotten, but in the face of the impending rewards, it seemed inconsequential. As the rational leader of a family, he understood that failure in business was the greatest humiliation. Should the family fortunes decline, the shame would not be confined to him, but would extend to generations to come. Lin Xiaoxing gazed up at the sky. The moon shone bright amidst the sparse stars. It was indeed a splendid night. He lingered, awaiting the arrival of the Chun family team. Although young Master Chun had followed Li Muchen elsewhere, the rest of the team remained upstairs with their luggage. He intended to escort the Chun family to the Lin residence, ensuring protection against rival families encroaching on their business. Though Zhang Jinmao appeared disheveled today, he was still the owner of Yongqing and held a certain status, prompting him to engage in pleasantries with Lin Xiaoxing. Having already offended young Master Chun, he dared not further antagonize the Lin family. Mr. Lin, may I inquire about the background of that Li gentleman? After the usual formalities, Zhang Jinmao could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhang Yiping perked up his ears, eager to listen. Lin Xiaoxing chuckled lightly. Ah, he is the boyfriend of my youngest daughter. Manqing. The statement flowed so naturally that even Lin Xiaoxing was somewhat astonished. Had he truly accepted this young man? It seemed there was no other choice. Oh, Zhang Jinmao suddenly understood. The Lin family's son-in-law was not someone to trifle with. Casting a glance at his son, he felt a surge of frustration at this disappointing offspring. Zhang Yiping felt as if he had swallowed 100 flies upon hearing this revelation. This so-called Li gentleman was merely a freeloader. His anger flared. He regretted not having pursued Lin Manqing sooner and resented Li Muchen for seizing her affections. Hatred clouded his reason, causing him to forget that if Li Muchen were merely living off the Lin family, how could he have garnered the respect of young Master Chun, who looked down on the Lin family, enough to share a meal on the ground with him? Li Muchen informed Chun Wenxue that if he found the French rice dish unsatisfactory, he would take him to a more delightful venue. Eagerly anticipating, Chun Wenxue followed Li Muchen to the Qingqin restaurant. Is this it? Was Chun Wenxue's immediate impression upon seeing the narrow entrance of the restaurant. However, upon stepping inside and encountering the proprietress, Sister Mei, he was instantly enchanted. In Chun Wenxue's words, Sister Mei resembled a celestial maiden who had fallen into the 8 great alleys, radiating an ethereal grace mixed with a hint of worldly allure. Amidst these dual qualities lay a touch of the unconventional. Chun Wenxue prided himself on his extensive experience with women, yet such a woman was a rare find. Only seen in stories. He openly expressed his admiration to Sister Mei, who was delighted by his compliments and invited him to accompany her for a hairstyle. Boss Wong, seated behind the bar, chuckled, though his smile appeared somewhat forced. Master Rong stood at the kitchen entrance, holding a ladle. While the young Yang displayed his skill with a knife, Li Muchen quickly intervened, stating that Chun Wenxue's primary purpose for visiting was to sample Master Rong's culinary talents, perhaps to deter Chun Wenxue's intentions of hairstyling. Master Rong put forth exceptional effort that day. A plate of stir-fried pork tenderloin won over Chun Wenxue's discerning palate, prompting him to exclaim how delicious it was. When the second dish, scallions and sea cucumber, was served, the refined Chun Wenxue could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The flavor surpassed even that of the capital. Master Rong, your skills rival those of the chefs in the grand restaurants of the capital. Master Rong smiled, replying, "My master was once the head chef at the first restaurant in the capital." Chun Wenxue was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his respect. Boss Wong, overhearing, quipped with a grin. Well, he was only at the first restaurant. He never made it to the second. Upon seeing Ding Xiang, Chun Wenxue was utterly captivated. Unlike Sister Mei, who possessed a blend of 3 qualities, Ding Xiang exuded pure ethereal charm without a hint of earthly presence, making her a true fairy. As he departed, Chun Wenxue lingered outside, reflecting on the modest entrance and simple sign, marveling at how such a small establishment could boast both delectable cuisine and enchanting women. On his way home, he received a stern warning from Li Muchen: enjoy the food, but do not entertain any notions regarding the women, especially Ding Xiang. If you dare entertain any improper thoughts about her, you will lose a friend. Recalling Li Muchen's astounding display at the dog track, he shuddered. Understood, understood. She is a fairy, and you are a deity. Suddenly struck by a thought, he shifted the conversation, asking, Hey, you only mentioned Ding Xiang shouldn't be touched. Does that imply Sister Mei is fair game? Li Muchen chuckled. If you have the courage, you may attempt it. Chun Wenxue pondered. Never mind. I sense that Master Rong and Boss Wong are no ordinary characters. I shall refrain from courting trouble and consider it more prudent to indulge in Master Rong's culinary creations. Li Muchen erupted in laughter, recognizing Chun Wenxue's wisdom. A true heir of a prestigious family. In contrast, the Zhang family's young master and Zhou Su lacked such discernment. Li Muchen inquired of Chun Wenxue, why did you want me to represent the Lin family in discussions? Such an action might bring embarrassment to the Lin family head. Chun Wenxue replied with a grin. First and foremost, I wanted to meet you. Besides knowing you are the Lin family's son-in-law, I had no idea how to reach you. Secondly, I wanted to gauge the Lin family's patience and discernment. If they lack patience or don't wish for you to represent them, then I see no need to forge a partnership. Without cooperation, why should I extend them any courtesy? Suddenly slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, Oh dear, I almost forgot. He is your future father-in-law. Would the Lin family's eldest daughter not give you a hard time because of this? They both laughed heartily. Li Muchen said, All right. Let us head to the Lin family. Chun Wenxue protested. It's rather late. Can't we go tomorrow? Li Muchen shook his head. If you do not go, the Lin family members will likely lose sleep tonight. Old Master Lin has done me a favor. I cannot let him down. Very well then. Chun Wenxue conceded. However, Li brother, I must state up front that the Lin family's recent business affairs have not been favorable. Should their family fail to make necessary adjustments, I might reconsider my plans, including the possibility of collaborating with other families. After all, I represent the Chen family, not merely myself. That is only natural, Li Muchen acknowledged. Fully aware of the issues plaguing the Lin family, with Wu Xian's demise, the looming cloud of despair would soon dissipate, returning to normalcy in a few days. As for business matters, discuss them with the Lin family. Proceed as you see fit without regard for my opinions, he advised. Chen Wenxue was surprised. Li brother, are you not participating? Li Muchen replied with a smile. I am not versed in business. If I were capable of it, I would engage in my own ventures. Chen Wenxue's eyes lit up. Engaging in business does not necessarily require expertise. As long as one can grasp the overarching direction and effectively utilize talent, it suffices. Li Muchen said, that may be true for you, but for me, it is not so simple. Where would I find the funds and talent? Financial resources are not a concern. I can contribute some capital. Let us embark on a modest venture and set a small goal. As for personnel, Chen Wenxue pondered for a moment and recommended a certain individual named Lang Yuan. He is essentially a layabout maintained by my father, with nothing pressing to attend to, and can be summoned at any time. You are offering me a mere layabout? Li Muchen replied with dissatisfaction. You truly are a loyal friend. Chen Wenxue chuckled. Do not underestimate Lang Yuan. He is a commercial prodigy, once a prominent figure in the Jiangdong marketplace. Unfortunately, he fell afoul of the wrong people and was ensnared in a scheme by the local magnates, leading to his bankruptcy and a near-fatal outcome. Eventually, he ended up in Shenzhou, drifting into my family's circle, where my father has only kept him as a layabout, afraid to utilize him. Afraid of offending people? Li Muchen inquired with a smile. Certainly, Chen Wenxue replied. In business, harmony leads to prosperity. To offend a whole province of Jiangdong's elite for the sake of one individual, who would undertake such a venture? Then shall you allow me to take the reins? Li Muchen suggested. Chen Wenxue laughed. I have witnessed your capabilities, brotherly. If offending someone were the criteria, those who do not offend you must be blessed by their ancestors. After much consideration, I can only conclude that you are the one bold enough to employ Lang Yuan. Chapter 91. Return from the east. The North Stream Villa was ablaze with light that night. Upon arriving, aside from the elder Lin Shangyi and a few female relatives, all members of the Lin family, led by Lin Xiuxing, gathered at the entrance to welcome them. Lin Xiuxing was beaming. The Lin family, previously at a disadvantage in competing with several prominent families from Huqing and Qiantang, had turned the tide. This was not merely a matter of securing a partnership. It demonstrated the Lin family's strength. The Lin family members from Huqing were present, and those nearby who had heard the news made their way there, including Xin Mingchun and Yuan Guocheng. Xin Mingchun wore a sullen expression. He had gone to see Chen Wenxue, but did not even catch a glimpse of him. Instead, Li Muchen appeared and brought him directly home, which he found hard to accept. Xin Mingchun thought to himself, resigning to reality. As for Li Muchen, he believed it was sheer luck. He would not concede that he was inferior to a brash youth with no background. Something must be amiss. That scoundrel Li Muchen is likely scheming behind the scenes, Yuan Guocheng remarked. At the mere mention of Li Muchen's name, Lin Lai's ire flared. What is he capable of? To manipulate things from the shadows? Do not underestimate him. It is rumored that Zhao Sihai has declared that in the future, the Lin family's business will be avoided by the Zhao family. Consider who Zhao Sihai is. Would he make such a statement without reason? Are you suggesting this is connected to that Li fellow? Lin Lai found it hard to believe. Yuan Guocheng continued. I just spoke with Zhang Dongheng at the Haizhou Grand Hotel, who confirmed that Li Muchen and young Master Chun are undoubtedly acquainted. They seemed quite familiar upon meeting. I suspect the Chun family is deliberately orchestrating this, claiming to invest in Huqing, with the ultimate goal of swallowing the Lin family. And as for Li Muchen, he may have already been bought off by the Chen family. Otherwise, why would he refuse to become the Lin family's son-in-law? Yet, no matter how formidable the Chen family is, they remain in Shenzhou. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. It cannot be so easy for them to devour the Lin family, Lin Lai countered. It may not be easy, but if there is an insider, especially one who is to become the Lin family's son-in-law, Yuan Guocheng sneered. Are you referring to him? Lin Lai looked in astonishment at Li Muchen, who was disembarking from the vehicle alongside Chen Wenxue. What shall we do now? Madame Lin, Yin Huimin, stood beside Lin Xiuxing, her joy evident. The Lin family had successfully secured business, bringing honor to her husband. Although it was not her husband who directly negotiated the deal, Li Muchen was her son-in-law, and a son-in-law is akin to a son. A deal made by him felt almost as if it were her own. In her eyes, Li Muchen had long been considered part of the family. Yet, this child was too stubborn, unwilling to enter the family through marriage, insisting instead on proving his own worth and claiming he would arrange a satisfactory engagement ceremony for the Lin family in 3 months. Yin Huimin understood well that the engagement was not merely about expenditure or grandeur. What the Lin family valued was the strength behind it. Without genuine capability, no matter how splendid the ceremony, the Lin family would remain unimpressed. Chen Wenxue, accompanied by Li Muchen, exited the vehicle. Lin Xiuxing approached, and after exchanging pleasantries, began introducing the members of the Lin family to Chen Wenxue. Upon reaching Lin Manqing, Chen Wenshue's eyes brightened, and he remarked, "This must be young Master Li's fiancée. Indeed, she is a paragon of beauty. No wonder even someone like young Master Li would be captivated." He was known for his candid remarks, a trait Li Muchen had already experienced. However, the Lin family members felt a bit uncomfortable, recalling Li Muchen's public declaration of not wanting to become a son-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Manqing, however, remained poised and smiled. "Young Master Chen is too kind." Chen Wenxue replied with a hearty laugh. "I cannot hold back my thoughts. I speak as they come to me. I hope Miss Lin does not take offense." Upon entering the North Stream Villa, Li Muchen suddenly furrowed his brow. He lifted his gaze. Although darkness had fallen, the moonlight revealed a thin veil of clouds lingering above. Something felt amiss. Wu Xian was dead. Logically, this oppressive cloud should have dissipated without resistance. Yet the ominous atmosphere remained. It appeared that the Lin family harbored internal issues, which were destined to manifest as calamity. Li Muchen chose not to voice his suspicions. If the problems were indeed internal, imposing external assistance would merely mask the underlying issues, leading to more severe consequences when they erupted again. Thus, many sought monks, Taoists, or even shamans to invoke blessings, unaware they might be digging their own graves. Failing to resolve one's issues while relying on external forces leads one astray, potentially resulting in disastrous repercussions. In any case, Lin Manqing possessed the talisman he had given her. She should be safe. At Shenzhou International Airport, an international flight from the capital of the East descended. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, disembarked. His features clear and bright, though a hint of shadow lingered in his brow. Upon exiting the aircraft, whether due to the strong winds at the airport or mere habit, he pulled up the collar of his coat and tightened it, burying his face within. In that instant, he seemed to vanish amidst the crowd, and no one around noticed his presence. Waiting anxiously in the terminal was Lin Lifeng. As he observed the crowd disembarking, he checked his watch and muttered to himself, "This is the correct flight, yet everyone has exited, and Xiaoping has yet to appear." Just as his patience was waning, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Dad." Lin Xiaoping stood behind him. "Xiaoping." Lin Lifeng gasped in surprise. "I didn't see you. When did you arrive?" Lin Xiaoping smiled slightly. "If I had let you see me, my skills in stealth would have been for naught. I didn't even purchase a ticket. I arrived in style on the plane." Lin Xiaoping glanced around and asked, "Where's Big Brother?" Lin Lifeng's expression darkened as he replied, "Your brother was injured and is resting at home. He cannot come out." Lin Xiaoping's face paled, and he exclaimed, "Who did this?" Upon returning to the Lingjiang Biyuan, Lin Xiaoping listened as Lin Lifeng recounted the events to Lin Xiaoing, who was seated in a wheelchair. Lin Xiaoping's expression grew serious, his fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes as he declared, "Li Muchen, I want him dead. And that old fool Lin Xiaoyi, who dared to cast you out, he will pay dearly." Chapter 92. Exorcism. Li Muchen did not involve himself in the dealings of the two families. He merely advised Lin Xiaoxing that the Lin family's misfortunes were likely not yet resolved, urging him to exercise caution. Li Muchen recognized the signs, but chose not to elaborate. If they were unwilling to believe, his words would hold no weight. He had his own pressing matters to attend to. With the vermilion and yellow paper procured, Li Muchen began to seclude himself at home to draw talismans. It must be said that the materials for the celestial star observation are remarkably authentic. With little effort, he effortlessly sketched several talismans for his intended use. Utilizing talismans to manipulate the spiritual energies of the cosmos is a fundamental aspect of sorcery. The efficacy of these talismans, however, hinges upon the skill of the practitioner. The greater the practitioner's ability, the more potent the energy they can invoke, and consequently, the stronger the talisman's effects. Given Li Muchen's capabilities, he could conjure talismans even in the void without the aid of cinnabar and yellow paper. Yet today, he intended to employ these talismanic papers to establish a temporary magical formation. In addition to the talisman papers, certain spiritual materials were necessary. For instance, the mysterious stone he had purchased previously was an excellent choice for the array. However, that stone had already been transformed into a protective talisman and gifted to someone else. Do not underestimate these minerals. They are treasures buried deep within mountains for millions of years. Indeed, the mysterious stone is merely a particular type of mineral. Naturally, using the stone in its raw form is inadequate. It requires a specialized celestial technique for treatment. Once processed, Li Muchen placed the stone in a bag and instructed Ma Shan to drive them directly to the villa they had acquired. The property transfer went remarkably smoothly, even faster than the previous transaction involving Dingxiang. Although the property deed had yet to be received, the keys were already in Ma Shan's possession. To the agents, this house was akin to a hot potato. Now that someone was willing to take it off their hands, they hastened to hand over the keys. Upon arriving at the villa, they found themselves in the midst of the scorching afternoon sun. However, stepping into the courtyard felt like transitioning from the southern realms to the northern ones, as if they had instantaneously traversed into another world. Fortunately, having visited once before, this time felt like a nostalgic return, and they navigated the space with ease. They proceeded through the courtyard and entered the grand hall on the first floor. Li Muchen placed a stone at each cardinal point of the hall, pressing a talisman beneath each stone, before ascending to the second floor. Following the principles of the Qi Min arrangement, he positioned 8 stones by the doors, windows, and corners of each room, each with a talisman concealed beneath it. Ma Shan, curiously observing, inquired, "Will this truly capture a ghost?" "Certainly not," Li Muchen replied. At this stage, a net was merely being set. and bait was required to lure the ghost. What bait? Li Muchen mischievously regarded Ma Shan. You. What the hell? Ma Shan couldn't help but exclaim. What will you do? I must conceal myself. If that entity sees me, it will likely not approach, Li Muchen explained. Despite his naturally bold disposition, Ma Shan felt a twinge of nervousness in this eerie house. Yet he bravely patted his chest and declared, all right, what must I do? Li Muchen retrieved 2 silver coins, already strung together with red thread and marked with vermilion. Wear this around your waist. Ma Shan, puzzled, accepted the silver coins and tied the long red thread around his waist, concealing the coins beneath his clothing. He had heard of the 5 emperor coins warding off evil, but had never encountered the use of silver coins for such purposes. Regardless of whether they are 5 emperor coins or any other currency, the reason copper coins are effective is due to their long circulation. They absorb human energy, which is yang energy, capable of dispelling malevolent forces. In modern times, copper coins are no longer in use, and the closest we have are these silver coins. Ma Shan chuckled. So by your reasoning, wouldn't renminbi be the best? He imagined the sight of 3 thick stacks of renminbi hanging around his neck and laughed. Damn, that would be more impressive than wearing a gold chain. Once the silver coins were secured, Li Muchen instructed Ma Shan to lie down on the bed in the room to rest. He then placed a stone on the bedside table, pressing another talisman beneath it. Ma Shan asked, what comes next? Next, you shall wait. Remember, in case of an emergency, knock over the stone on the bedside table. I shall take my leave now, Li Muchen said before stepping outside. Hey, you're really leaving? Ma Shan shouted. Approaching the window, he gazed outside. The sun shone brightly, flowers bloomed, and birds chirped. In stark contrast, the room remained shrouded in gloom. He felt a chilly breeze at his back, as if someone were breathing on his neck. He abruptly turned around. The room was empty, adorned with exquisite furniture, a pristine floor, and an old-fashioned redwood bed draped in bright red bedding. While Ma Shan was typically fearless, even in the face of impending doom, he initially found the idea of ghost hunting amusing. However, once Li Muchen departed, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. The mysterious arrangements Li Muchen had made intensified the already chilling ambience of the room. Growing increasingly restless, Ma Shan longed to step outside. Yet, having promised his brother to act as bait, leaving now would invite ridicule. Damn it, he thought. Recalling his storied history of brawls, he was unafraid of death. So why fear a ghost? Surely, in broad daylight, a ghost would not dare to appear. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly halted, staring blankly at the bed. It remained the same ancient structure, draped in its vivid red coverlet. Yet, on the floor before the bed, a pair of delicate, red embroidered shoes had inexplicably materialized. Leaving the villa, Li Muchen circled around the back wall. Behind the villa lay a patch of greenery, clearly a man-made landscape that had fallen into disrepair over time, now resembling a wild thicket. Further back stood a low hill. The hills of Muchen were modest in height, merely a series of small mounds. Li Muchen recalled that in his youth, such places yielded no rabbits to catch. However, he had heard that in recent years, the environment had improved, and wild boars had begun to reappear. He found a vantage point from which to observe the villa he had just acquired. From a geomantic perspective, the location and structure of the house were impeccable, even exceptional. It was evident that the builder had invested considerable thought into it. Compared to the Lin family's North Stream villa, this space was naturally smaller. Yet, smaller spaces possess their own virtues. This location lacked the auspicious signs of great fortune, making it challenging to amass wealth, but it was rich in spiritual energy, ideal for personal cultivation. Suitable for human cultivation, it was, of course, also conducive to the cultivation of other entities. Li Muchen observed quietly, patiently awaiting the emergence of the entity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. He believed that the entity would soon reveal itself. Chapter 93. The white immortal Ma Shan fixated on the embroidered shoes. At first, he suspected he was imagining things. Then, he considered that perhaps his memory was playing tricks on him. Surely, those shoes had been there all along. He had simply failed to notice. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Feeling bored alone, Ma Shan played with his phone for a while before opting to lie down and sleep. In a hazy dream, he sensed something pressing down on him. He attempted to open his eyes, but found them stubbornly shut. He tried to turn over, but his body refused to obey. Even his fingers felt immobile. His breathing quickened, desperately striving to regain control of his muscles. If only he could move, even a little. He knew he could escape this predicament. Summoning every ounce of strength, he finally managed to roll over and sit upright on the bed. Panting heavily, his chest heaved. Thankfully, it had merely been a nightmare. Glancing around, the room remained unchanged, the bed still the same. However, the sky outside had darkened, and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the floor. Ma Shan reached for the bedside lamp, illuminating the space, and then stepped down from the bed. Yet, the moment he did, he froze. The embroidered shoes were gone. In that instant, a wave of terror washed over Ma Shan. Had it all been a dream? Had he imagined the sight of the shoes? Surely, his memory had blurred the line between dream and reality. It had to be so. Ma Shan reassured himself. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and illuminated every light in the room. After a thorough examination, he found no issues. The stones arranged by Li Muchen remained in place. Ma Shan approached the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. The sycamore tree in the courtyard glimmered under the moon's glow, while an unknown bird perched upon its branches. The moonlight cascaded into the well on the opposite side of the courtyard, casting the moon's reflection within. Beside the moon's shadow, Muchen glimpsed his own face. A sense of peculiarity washed over him, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Leaning closer, he peered into the well. Striving to see his entire visage, he saw the moon overlapping with his own reflection. Within the moon's realm, a tree stood, with a bird resting upon it. He found it strange that the tree from the courtyard seemed to have found its way into the moon. However, he discerned that it was not a bird but rather a rabbit. Suddenly, Muchen felt an irresistible urge to catch that rabbit. He lifted his leg and climbed onto the edge of the well, preparing to leap down. An unusual force seemed to draw him into the depths. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. It was the 2 silver coins pressing against him. A surge of warmth coursed through him, ascending along his spine to his mind, bringing with it a moment of clarity. Muchen abruptly recalled that he was merely gazing at the moon from the window. How could he see the moon's reflection in the well? And how could he see himself? This fleeting clarity exploded within his mind, transforming his perception entirely. Outside, the sun blazed in a scorching sky, high above. The shadow of the sycamore tree sprawled across the ground, its branches forming a dark net that enveloped the well. Muchen exhaled, realizing that it was merely a product of his anxiety. The weather outside and the cool breeze behind him had instilled a sense of fear, which had manifested as an illusion. The bold Muchen could not help but shake his head in self-deprecation. If anyone were to learn of this, he would never have the courage to venture outside again. He began to hum a soft tune as he walked toward the bed, sitting on the edge. Just as he was about to lie down to rest, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck, as if a gentle wind had swept through. The shadows of the sycamore tree outside remained still. Where could this breeze have come from within the room? He turned his head and beheld an exquisite face. Her skin resembled delicate jade, her bright eyes sparkled, and her flowing dark hair was enchanting, particularly her soft, crimson lips that exuded an irresistible charm. She wore a gown of deep red, the soft satin flowing like water. On her feet, she adorned a pair of red embroidered shoes. Muchen felt breathless. He had never encountered anyone so beautiful. "Brother," the woman softly called. Muchen felt his bones weaken. "Brother, did you miss me?" She leaned gently against his shoulder. He replied, instinctively wrapping his arm around her shoulders. They sat together at the edge of the bed, the moonlight streaming in, casting the sycamore's silhouette, enveloping them in a tapestry of contrasting shadows. A bird took flight from the sycamore, cooing as it soared into the distance. The woman shed her flowing red gown, leaving only her inner garments. She delicately unbuttoned Muchen's shirt, caressing his robust chest, whispering, "Brother, give me your heart." Muchen, bewildered, nodded, "All right." He felt a sudden chill in his chest. Her nails grazed his skin, and his flesh parted as if unzipped. Then, his ribs were severed, revealing his beating heart. "Brother, give me your heart," she implored. Muchen reached into his open chest, cradling his heart, which still pulsed vigorously. At that moment, the amulet hanging from his neck radiated a blinding white light. Startled, Muchen's hand trembled, and his heart fell back into his chest, continuing its rhythm. The woman gasped, shielding her face with her hands, seemingly terrified of the talisman. "Remove that." The white light poured into his chest, mingling with the heartbeat, coursing through his veins. Suddenly, he remembered something. He reached for the bedside table, grasping a stone, and slammed it onto the floor. This action seemed to drain him of all his strength. The stone hit the ground with a sharp crack. The talisman beneath it burst forth with golden light, shooting toward the woman in red. Startled, she raised her hands defensively, retreating swiftly, transforming into a streak of red light as she darted toward the window. Just as she was about to escape, a stone on the windowsill shifted, revealing another talisman. This talisman emitted golden light, weaving a shimmering net across the window. The woman in red attempted to flee in another direction, yet wherever she turned, a talisman appeared, either weaving a barrier of light or transforming into a sword of light, obstructing her path. Ultimately, the golden light enveloped the room, trapping the woman within its radiant grasp. At that moment, a shadow flitted in through the window, landing softly before it. In its hand, it wielded a black rope, which it flung forth, entwining the woman in red like a serpent. The golden light vanished abruptly, plunging the room into darkness. Muchen jolted awake, his consciousness finally restored to clarity. He shouted into the darkness, "Muchen." The lights flickered on, illuminating the room once more. Muchen stood by the window. Behind her lay the pitch-black night. Everything in the room appeared as it had before, except for a hedgehog on the floor, tightly bound by a slender vine. Muchen, shaken from the dreamlike state, recalled the events that had transpired and exclaimed in alarm, "The white immortal." Chapter 94. Even beasts know gratitude in folklore. There are 5 celestial beings: the fox, the yellow weasel, the white weasel, the gray weasel, and the willow snake. The enlightened fox is known as the fox immortal, the yellow weasel as the yellow immortal, the snake as the willow immortal, and the rat as the gray immortal. The white immortal refers specifically to the hedgehog. Though Muchen was not a practitioner of the arcane arts, he had heard whispers of the white immortal's renown. Unlike ordinary hedgehogs, the one before him boasted pure white quills. When curled up, it resembled a mound of snow. Now, this snow-like creature was ensnared by a delicate black vine. As if ink had been drawn across its surface, the hedgehog, liberated from its bindings, rolled over and transformed into a streak of white light, darting toward the window. "You scourge, dare you flee?" Muchen raised her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that illuminated the window, casting a brilliant light upon the white hedgehog. "Spare me, O exalted one, spare me," the hedgehog implored, speaking human words. Ma Shan was taken aback. "It can talk?" Li Muchen replied sternly. "You are but a small beast from the mountains. It is rare for you to gain sentience. I see that your gray quills have turned white, indicating you have cultivated for no less than 100 years. Yet, despite heaven's kindness, you choose to commit murder. Today, I must act on behalf of the heavens to eliminate your wickedness." The hedgehog prostrated itself on the ground, trembling as it mimicked a human gesture of supplication. "Please spare me. I have not harmed anyone. I truly have not." Li Muchen scoffed. "Then what were you doing just now? Casting illusions to ensnare others' minds. Do you not desire to bring harm? Is it not to find a companion?" No. The hedgehog hastily denied. "I merely sought to draw a bit of yang energy." Li Muchen furrowed her brow. "The white immortal does not require human yang energy for your cultivation. What purpose do you have in absorbing it?" The hedgehog lowered its head in silence, whether out of fear or some unspoken secret. No words to say, Li Muchen extended her hand. A sphere of white light glowing at her fingertips. Upon seeing the light, the hedgehog trembled, stammering, "Please, exalted one, I absorb yang energy not for myself, but for what? For the one beneath the well." "Beneath the well?" Li Muchen paused. "Is there someone down there?" "I took up residence in the woods behind, occasionally staying in the yard. Mr. Hu, a kind-hearted man, would always invite me into his home during inclement weather, and we would engage in delightful conversations, sharing tales from distant lands. However, before Mr. Hu could relocate, his enemies came to seek vengeance. They bound him with stones and cast him into the well. I witnessed the tragic demise of my benefactor, yet I felt utterly powerless. The following day, the new owner of the house arrived to tidy up the premises. I was acutely aware that Mr. Hu had perished, having been submerged in the well for a day, and there was no way he could still be alive. Nevertheless, I clung to a glimmer of hope that someone might come to rescue him. Alas, when I spoke, the elderly new owner was so startled that she suffered a heart attack and died on the spot, perhaps considering it a bad omen. Her children chose not to move in, leaving the house vacant. The injustice of Mr. Hu's death, coupled with the accumulation of dark energy in the well, meant that his lingering resentment never dissipated. Upon realizing this, I remained by the well, employing the breathing techniques Mr. Hu had taught me to gather the essence of the sun and moon, directing this spiritual energy into the well. I harbored a fantastical hope that perhaps Mr. Hu could be revived. Indeed, rather than dispersing, Mr. Hu's resentment became increasingly concentrated, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit, commonly referred to as a ghost. Yet Mr. Hu lacked awareness. Aside from his overwhelming resentment, he knew nothing, not even his own identity. Eventually, the house was rented out again, and 2 tenants moved in. Their presence infused the house with a semblance of warmth. However, Mr. Hu's spirit seemed restless, his resentment intensifying. One day, while one of the tenants fetched water from the well, he was overwhelmed by Mr. Hu's wrath and fell in. By the time he was retrieved, it was too late. He had already perished. The other tenant, frightened, promptly vacated the premises. In the meantime, Mr. Hu absorbed the life force of the deceased, further solidifying his spirit. This revelation made me understand that for Mr. Hu, human vitality was more potent than the essence of the sun and moon. "O celestial being," the hedgehog suddenly bowed down, pleading. Mr. Hu was a good man, a healer throughout his life, traveling to the capital and the southern seas, saving countless lives, yet he met such a tragic end. It is truly unjust. I have heard that celestial beings can heal the dead. I beseech you to save Mr. Hu. Upon hearing this, Ma Shan sighed. "You, a mere hedgehog, possess a remarkable sense of loyalty. In truth, I did not wish for anyone to inhabit the house, fearing they might uncover the secret of the well. I understood that Mr. Hu could not possibly be revived, and if anyone discovered the truth and retrieved his body, his vengeful spirit would inevitably dissipate, rendering my years of effort futile. Thus, I continuously drew out the negative energy from the well, and over time, the yard and rooms grew increasingly cold and eerie. Most visitors dared not stay, and even those who did, seldom lingered long. I noticed that those who could endure such an environment were often not good people. On one occasion, a grave robber moved in, frequently bringing others for clandestine dealings. He was attracted to the house's chilling aura, perfect for preserving unearthed treasures. One day, a client admired the furniture within the house, and the robber sold all the items on the first floor. The second floor was also intended for sale, but negotiations fell through, leaving that for another time. Having received great kindness from Mr. Hu, I considered this place my home. Everything belonging to Mr. Hu in life was dear to me, cherished as treasures. Yet, this tenant sold all the first floor possessions, inciting my fury. If I did not intervene, he would surely sell the second floor as well. This grave robber possessed some skill and was unafraid of the dark energy, rendering my illusions ineffective against him. Therefore, I devised a plan to lure him to the well's edge, utilizing Mr. Hu's vengeful spirit to push him in. This marked the second soul completely absorbed by Mr. Hu. Chapter 95. We shall speak again when you transform, O celestial being. What I have said is true. If there is a sin in my actions, it is for the elderly lady whom I frightened to death. I will accept any punishment you deem fit, but please, I implore you, save Mr. Hu. He is a good man, and he does not deserve such an unjust fate. The hedgehog prostrated itself on the ground, mimicking a human's bow. Ma Shan, moved by this display, remarked, Muchen, Even a creature like this hedgehog knows to repay kindness, which is more than can be said for some people. Can you not assist him? Muchen shook his head, responding, even if we assume what it says is true, Mr. Who has been submerged at the bottom of the well for 20 years. How could he possibly be revived? The hedgehog insisted, but Mr. Who's vengeful spirit remains. I draw in human vitality daily to help dispel the negative energy and gather spiritual essence. Surely, he can return to his original self? This is precisely what you should not be doing, Muchen replied. Nurturing a vengeful spirit with human vitality will only serve to intensify its resentment. However, according to your claims, the well should be overflowing with malevolent energy, yet I feel nothing amiss. There must be something unusual at play. Take us there now. If I discover you have spoken even a single lie, I shall ensure your obliteration. With a wave of his hand, he commanded seize. The hedgehog was drawn into his palm, shrinking into a diminutive form. Having never witnessed such celestial power, the hedgehog nestled in Muchen's hand, repeatedly calling out to him as a celestial being. Together with Muchen, Muchen descended the stairs and entered the yard. To the west stood a phoenix tree, while to the east lay the well, a striking contrast of height and depth, a testament to the original owner's craftsmanship and profound knowledge of feng shui. Upon reaching the well, Muchen leaned over to peer inside. At that moment, he discerned a problem. His spiritual awareness delved downward, revealing a potent concentration of malevolent energy. However, around 1 to 2 meters below the well's edge, an invisible barrier of protective energy sealed the well, preventing the malevolent energy from escaping. No wonder he had failed to detect any issues during his previous visits. Muchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. This indicated that the individual responsible for Mr. Who's demise was no ordinary person. Rather than employing alternative methods, they had deliberately submerged Mr. Who's body in the well, likely for a particular reason. Muchen, remain here, Muchen instructed before gracefully descending into the well. He soon reached the layer of protective energy. Surrounding the walls of the well, he discovered 8 talismans arranged in accordance with the 8 trigrams, forming a formation that sealed the well with protective energy. Upon observing the talismans and the ink used, Muchen frowned slightly. The quality of the paper and ink closely resembled that used by the Tianqing Temple. Each sect employs different methods and materials for their talismans. While some papers may be shared among sects, the preparation of the ink is often a closely guarded secret. The vermilion given to Muchen by Zhang Daoyuan included not only the raw materials, but also a vial of pre-prepared ink. Muchen was confident in his assessment. This was his city, aside from Zhang Daoyuan. Who else would use such paper and ink? Rather than disturb the talismans on the well wall, he continued to descend. As he passed through the protective energy, an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy greeted him. Just as he landed on the water's surface, the air before him began to distort. A mass of inky black malevolent energy coalesced above the water. The hedgehog in his palm cried out, "Be careful, celestial being. Mr. Who is currently unaware and may attack indiscriminately." The mass of ink solidified into a humanoid form, manifesting a blurred and grotesque face that lunged toward Muchen. Naturally, he harbored no fear of a vengeful spirit. With a gesture of his left hand, he formed a seal and silently recited an incantation. The vengeful spirit appeared to be bound by some force. Its clawing and snapping rendered ineffective as it advanced not an inch. Muchen extended his right hand, presenting the hedgehog before the spirit, and inquired, "Do you still recognize him?" The spirit seemed momentarily stunned. The hedgehog, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Mr. Who? Mr. Who? It is I, the thorny child." The spirit appeared to writhe in anguish, clutching its head and shaking violently. Suddenly, it became menacing, its claws poised to pounce. The hedgehog, in a state of distress, nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Mr. Who? Mr. Who? It is I." Muchen remarked that the creature possessed only a flicker of intelligence, lingering until death, yet entangled in resentment. The more one attempted to awaken him, the more he suffered. The hedgehog suggested, would it not suffice to dissipate his resentment? Muchen shook his head. Once the resentment dissipates, this slender thread of intelligence will vanish as well. This is the nature of a vengeful spirit, born of spirit. It harbors resentment. Sustained by resentment, it exists as spirit. He is no longer Mr. Who. The hedgehog fell silent, tears streaming down its face. Observing the anguished state of the vengeful spirit, Muchen felt a pang of sympathy. He could indeed extricate this spirit and ensure its eternal existence. Yet such an act bordered on sorcery. For instance, sorcerers from the southern seas delight in collecting vengeful spirits to cultivate what they term household ghosts, manipulating fortunes. Particularly, the resentment of children is easily harnessed, explaining the prevalence of such practices in the southern seas. Some even resort to heinous acts, cruelly taking the lives of innocent children to sell to these sorcerers, who in turn sell these spirits to celebrities and the wealthy, creating a veritable industry. However, it is not to suggest that all southern sorcerers are malevolent. Their practices, rooted in shamanism, have become increasingly perverse due to a lack of substantial sects to uphold righteousness, which is why they are often looked down upon by the more esteemed schools of cultivation. Mr. Who, after being murdered, was cast into a well, the entrance sealed with a talismanic formation. The intent of the murderer was clear, to prevent his spirit from dissipating. As long as the spirit remained, its suffering endured. One could only wonder what animosity lay between them and Mr. Who. Muchen addressed the vengeful spirit, regardless of your deeds in life, be they virtuous or vile. All grievances have now faded into oblivion. Today, I shall assist you in finding liberation, allowing you to disperse and return to the tranquility of the cosmos. With a gesture, the vengeful spirit contorted, its form transforming into swirling black vapor, rising slowly. The talismanic formation above glowed, obstructing the black vapor. Muchen gestured again, revealing a narrow gap in the talisman's protective energy. In a swift rush, the black vapor escaped through the crevice. Muchen, peering into the well, was suddenly taken aback by a chilling wind and hastily looked up. He vaguely perceived a wisp of black smoke rising from the well, expanding into the sky like a mushroom cloud. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he found nothing amiss upon his next glance. Before Muchen, the dense black vapor dissipated, revealing a shimmering white light, a humanoid figure with a serene visage. The hedgehog cried out in recognition, "Mr. Hu." It witnessed Mr. Hu glance at it, seemingly smiling, before bowing deeply to Muchen, gradually fading into nothingness. Mr. Hu. The hedgehog was overcome with sorrow and could not restrain its tears. Muchen then performed a hand gesture, reciting a spell to quell the waters, descending into the well. The bottom of the well was surprisingly spacious, much larger than the opening above. Indeed, a corpse lay at the bottom, weighed down by stones. Strangely, after 20 years submerged, the body showed no signs of decay. This was likely due to the overwhelming resentment of the spirit combined with the oppressive atmosphere at the well's bottom, preventing bacterial growth. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. The well remained untainted, and after removing the vengeful spirit, retrieving the body for simple handling would suffice. Muchen lifted the corpse and floated out of the well. Muchen, startled, exclaimed, "There truly is a body." Muchen replied, "Let us find a place on the back mountain to bury him." Muchen nodded and fetched a rusty shovel from the yard, accompanying Muchen to the back mountain. They selected a spot, dug a grave, and laid Mr. Hu to rest. The hedgehog wept profusely before the new grave. It then bowed to Muchen, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for granting Mr. Hu eternal rest. I am acutely aware of my deep transgressions. Please, immortal, exact your punishment upon me." Muchen stated, "Your actions indeed bear fault. Yet the weight of your sins does not reach the depths of true culpability. Your awakening to intelligence is a heavenly opportunity. The path of cultivation is arduous. Given your capacity for gratitude and loyalty, I shall spare your life. However, from this day forth, you shall remain here. Without my express permission, you are forbidden from leaving this house or approaching Mr. Hu's grave. I will impart to you the righteous methods of cultivation. Should you comprehend, well and good. If not, I shall strip you of your abilities to prevent you from causing harm." The hedgehog, overjoyed, proclaimed, "Master, I bow to you." Muchen's expression grew stern. "Do not address me so frivolously. I am merely imparting foundational teachings of the Tao. Save the title of master for the day you transform into a human."